Now that we are streaming, let me see what I can do. Then I start the call with our lovely Brooke Gibson in a matter of moments. In the meantime, we're going to see how things are working with Studio. Let's see if Studio has started. Yes, we're on. We have an excellent connection with Studio, and so I need feedback immediately from everyone in the chat as to how we're sounding. And in the meantime, I am pulling out of my porn file in the YouTube and entering into the what am I entering into? Okay, I'm trying to get my screensaver, which is here, and then if I can get that started, that will help immensely. So let me just get that cut and pasted, and then go over to screensave. And get that started on YouTube. Okay, that means take down this one channel, put up this channel or something. Page, we call it a page, right? Yes, here we are. Then turn the sound off on that. Press the mute on that. Press play. Then that can save screen. And then what do? Then we open my channel. That's what we do. We open my channel and see that everything is playing. Here we are. So open my channel again, go over here, then open here we are. Here we are. Then turn that mute. There you are. So I was able to hear my own voice there for a second. So everyone, upvote. Great, you're already doing that. Hell, 3 of you have already done that before I even said it. So you know the situation. We are always under assault from the enemy, and the enemy does everything they can to put their downvotes in. And of course, you've got people who have dedicated their lives to that. And with that, we call Brooke Gibson back. She said something, so that means she's ready to receive the call. Then we can start calling other people. So give me a second here. And you're going to hear the ringtone, that infamous ringtone. So I turn everything down for that on my side. Okay. This shouldn't last too long. There we are, honey. So I take it the dogs are kind of tucked away for...
Yeah, they are fine right now. Yes, I may have to mute out a little bit. They know that Mom brought some chicken in, so they're eventually going to want a bite of it.
That's cute. That's adorable. And so wonderful. And what we'll do is we'll call some other people, see who's willing to come on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a screen share. And so since you're on your computer, you should be able to see this. Let's do some experimenting here. So can you see this? This
yes, I
cursor
see my
moving
face
around
right now. Yes.
Okay, so you see your own face, and then you see what I see, and then now what I do is on either side I bring up the number of peoples that I've spoken to in the past, and these are the people I commonly speak with, and then on the other side is the text. So we see the text here, and then that way you know what to bring up on your Skype. Since you have Skype downloaded, you can also do this.
And yes, this is so much nicer than doing it on the phone, for sure.
Yes. And so we see that everything is working here. We've got already a number of people that have put in the upvote. Now, every time I move the cursor around, I get that little stupid ad. And I can't do anything about it because it's built into the computer system. So a number of people have already put in their upvotes, and I will encourage many more people to do so because this is how we appear in searches. So everybody, please put in your upvotes. Now, then we go to live stream. Live stream shows the number of concurrent viewers theoretically right now. And like I said, see, that just dropped from 14 to 4, and then it goes up again. So what's going to happen is it does that. Obviously, 10 people weren't listening who suddenly hung up.
Right.
And it's just the way it like has this fractal where it's like scanning, and then it the numbers jump down, they jump up, but it all averages out. So it's something that whenever you see the concurrent viewers, it's not to be taken too seriously. And like I said, as soon as it uploads, then you see something that's more reflective of the true number. And so aside from that, you see it just went up again to 15. See that? And then all of that is, like I said, that means there's about probably 100 times that amount listening realistically, so that you know. And then so with T-Tank Barry, he says, "What up, Doug? Loud and clear from Santa Rosa, California. Thank you, sir." And David Fitzsimon says, "Hey, Doug. Yes, wonderful. Now what I need to remember is how I make someone like you. I can make someone like you like a, what do we call that? Somebody who can interact with this more. You can already interact with it, but I can, how do I say that? I forgot what we do. It's been so long since I put anybody in that position.
It'd
where
probably be something. I would assume it would be something in settings that you would
something in
have to do.
settings. Thank
Yeah.
you. I couldn't remember that without you. And that
I
would
have no
add
idea how to do it, but I'm sure it's
it
in
would
there.
add you as like a monitor or something.
Yeah.
So it would be like say hi in chat and then I can add you as a monitor. There we are. So
Ah,
just say hello to
okay.
everyone in chat.
Hi, in you mean in the LinkedIn chat? Okay.
Yeah, in the
Um,
chat, and then we can
I mean not the.
take a look
I
at
don't know
that.
why I said LinkedIn. I'm sorry.
No
I've
worries.
been on.
LinkedIn is fine. I mean, LinkedIn. I've got this whole autobiography on LinkedIn, and anybody's willing to take a look at it. It is missing one thing from University of San Francisco, the time I went to ROTC there. That's about all it's missing. One of these days I hope to go in there and add that in, but for all intents and purposes right now I'm locked out of LinkedIn because I haven't used it in so long. I'll have to do the forgot my password bullshit or something. So here we are. There we are. Add moderator. There we are. Okay, so I press that button. You are now, B is now a moderator for your channel. There we are. I want your voice. You're not talking to me, are you?
Awesome. I'm not, no, I'm not. I was doing the. I guess that's who I was talking to. I'm sorry. I thought you said you wanted me to talk, but yes, that's what I. I want your voice. I so want your voice.
Mine?
Yes.
You're kidding. Why would you? Why mine? I mean, oh my fucking god. Oh, that's cute.
I love yours and George's, like, just and like I said, even like Sammy's, but yeah, yours is so unique, and then George's is British, so it would make me sound, from another country.
Yes.
But completely. But I would take either one, like, if you want to sell them.
Well, you're too kind. So, T-Take
And
Berry.
everyone here loves your voice. Come on, that's what they love. They love to hear that.
Oh,
I think
you're very kind. You're very gracious. My sister hated my voice. That's so funny. My sister loathed my voice with a passion. Anyhow, T-Tank Berry says, support Douglas Duane Dietrich. Thank you, T-Tank Berry. And wonderful human being, one of the best. CK gives us 3 red hearts. Mwah! Love you dearly, honey. And again, remind everybody, hit that upvote. So that puts us on scans, searches. So with that being taken care of, we're going to try and arrange for, I think that's pretty much all to show you right now, showing you the way around.
Did I click that? If I'm click right now, did I change something?
No. It's
Okay.
all on my side.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just showing you what I did. I was clicking around. So what I'll do now, I was clicking between this and the Facebook. So when you saw that woman's ass in the air, that was
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's my
that is the lovely Rubaya Paz. So love you dearly, honey. To you as well. I don't know if she's listening, but there you go.
That's why she's the reason I'm going back to the gym. I need to get back there.
There we are. Yes. Yes, and so aside from that, I guess this is the one I'll go to messages here, go to YouTube or something, wherever I want from this point. But and then she's on both my news feeds, so she's I guess she's streaming on news feed. So that's this is what we need to do to get on news feed is basically relax, show our ass, and the numbers go up. Yes, there we are. Of course, it doesn't work with some people. I mean, our dear I almost said Brooke Shields. Brooke Gibson. She lives down in the South, and of course, she's surrounded by beer belly and butt crack for miles around. And it's something most people don't want to see in terms of what she's got down there. But hey, so all
that's
that.
where it's dangerous for me because I can like that's what I realized recently. Like I'm over 40, and I'm looking at I've gained like just about 10 pounds more than I want, but I realize I've lost some muscle tone, and it's very easy in the South to look around and be like, well, I look so much better than all these people in line eating fried chicken.
Yes.
But then you're like, you see a picture of like her, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I need no, this wouldn't hold up in Florida or California. You're gonna have to get your ass back.
Oh my god, that's cute. That's adorable. And oh yes, and how could I forget? Now I got to share screen again. So there we are. See, I got distracted by ass. Ass distracted me, and that's then I forgot what else I was going to show this young lady.
Both of us were guilty on that one.
Yes, that's right. So okay, back to you can see the cursor move, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now you've probably seen this before, but I'll show you, probably a few more times. So then I bring up, oh, by the way, you notice how I did that. So I take the cursor, I move it down here to this funny little head that's got, no, not my penis head. It's this other one. And it says add participants. So it's got the little plus sign here. There we are.
Yeah.
And then, so here we add people who might respond. And so we, take people who might be available. Brendan Zoget took it so well last time. I really see no reason not to call him this time. If he doesn't answer, he doesn't answer. Joe Ty, of course. Brain Dancer, of course. How could I resist? And then we have Sammy Romero, Crystal River, Viviana Sanchez. Now, if we hold the call,
you skipped over Crystal if you did want her.
Thank you for reminding me. No, Crystal's usually busy. She's someone I have to ask permission. Otherwise, she gets pissed. Don't want her pissed at me. But she is the reason I do want you to bring up Max Spears. Something very special happened on her birthday concerning Max Spears, who was her intimate in life, like just before he died.
To hear about that then for sure.
Before he was murdered, really, to tell you the truth. He was murdered, and he was the man I told you about who was snuff murdered. And
that was him.
Yeah.
I'm bad with names, so I didn't usually I'm Googling it, and I do have him actually still Google. I don't think it was his real picture, whatever that came up though.
Okay.
When I
might have put a painting I made of him.
Maybe it was you. Yeah, she put a picture in there. I wasn't sure if that was his real picture. It was like a.
It might have been a painting. That's what I had showed her because I had found it in my files, and then I said, "Well, let me show this to Our Lady."
He's a very nice looking man. I mean, a young man you look like in the picture that you showed or whatever, the painting.
Yeah. I should be able to find it again. But when I found it I'll tell the story later when we're ready for it. But basically, it was I then showed it to Crystal. And of course, like an idiot, I had forgotten her birthday, and so it turned out that was like a perfect birthday gift for her. It was her birthday, and I said, "Hey, did I ever share this picture I made of Max Spears?" And she said, "It's so perfect because that's exactly what you would do. Gift her on her birthday a picture of himself."
That's what you would do.
Yes. Yeah. So it was actually, probably better than anything else I could have given her, except for remembering her birthday. And Sammy is here. Yes, Sammy's with us. The man with the voice, the golden voice for radio, which his twin brother also has. And look, he's got these mountains and shit. Look at how special he is. He gets these mountains. Yeah, and Brendan Zoget's trying to go on camera. There we are. Brendan wants to show us where he's at, and So Brendan,
don't do that. You'll get in trouble.
Brendan, turn the camera off. It like eats up all the bandwidth. You'll knock us off the call. There we are.
I like it, Brendan. I got in trouble for it though.
Well, anyone would. So there you are, honey. So now you see how we add people on. So now we've got two people who responded, Brendan and Sammy. And just so you know, all the people I dial, theoretically, so long as we continue this call unbroken, theoretically at any time they can jump on. Just so you know. And this is what I kept telling that idiot, Jambo the Reese Monkey, who just didn't give a shit. And that's why Peter Moon jumped on and heard him say, "I've cast a spell on Peter Moon." Now there's someone who would cast spells. And Brendan Zogan can attest to the fact that he tried to cast one on Brendan. And, and George Knight is with us too. And... yes, there we are. So all the voices and
just anyone that's listening right now. I mentioned spells earlier to Douglas. Yes. Just please, if you ever get angry at me, don't cast a spell. I have enough trouble. I have kids and life. We all have life. I don't need a spell.
Yeah, and I explained to her I would never do that simply because I'm too fucking lazy, and it just like takes too much energy to invest in that. And by the way, Sammy, just to put that in some perspective for her, I think you understand this better than almost anyone. Maybe George does as well, and Brendan. I think you all do, really. Maybe
most people don't have the discipline or force, like Star Wars force, to even cast a spell. So
Yeah, that's right. And but where do you think someone as fucked up as, say, for instance, Miguel Andahar gets his talent? Just because he's so... Is it natural? I mean, he's fucked up too, and but he has enough discipline.
I mean, the Infernal has its own power. I mean, that's the word demon means power, just a being with power. It's not negative.
Yes.
So like those beings can give power and do things, but...
So you would credit more whatever possesses him than himself.
Right, of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
Or whatever their allegiance lies.
Yes.
Wherever their allegiances lie, those beings have way more power than any of these jokers. They're just pawns or whatever, like puppets.
Yeah, they're just being used up, and you can see it eat them up alive. And of course, you can bring up the fact that that Miguel Andahar has literally been kind of recruiting for Satan. He's got his own like little propaganda on his Facebook timeline, like Satan isn't who you think he is, kids, and shit like that. I mean, you've seen it. I mean, you could give us a bit.
Well,
of
from my perspective, it was just like I thought he was all love and light, and then there was like one day when he posted a statue. I really thought that. I was like, okay, like he's just like, trying to be more conscious, and like, there's nothing wrong with that. And then he posted a photo of like some Set statue of the Egyptian god Set with like all his crystals on it, and he was like, the god is better than the god you don't know, or something. Like some kind of strange quote underneath it, basically that it wasn't bad, like Set wasn't negative, But it's like anyone who's into mythology can tell you, like it's just Typhon, like Typhonian serpent. That's like the darkest you can get, besides like Apophis. Like,
yes. By the way, this is my Facebook timeline. This is the news feed, just so people understand that I'm not going straight back to my porn pages while Brendan talks. But at the same time, I'm going to just scroll down a bit till we get to that asshole, Miguel. Let's see if we can call him up, so to speak. Not call him, but, bring up the shit he left in the past. Since he's blocked now, I don't think it works like that, so I literally have to scroll down. But aside from that, oh, God, I should get out of Our Lady Brooks Gibson's messages so that everybody doesn't see her phone number. Aside from that, this actually is funny. It was more wholesome than it looks. This was sent to Leza Dyer Cross because she always likes these Asian comedic routines. And this Asian woman was saying that when she goes to the gym, everybody stares at her butt crack. So she's trying to demonstrate, she's trying to develop some kind of gym outfit that her butt crack doesn't show through, so people have nothing to stare at. That was the point of that joke that that lady made. So it's a bit more wholesome than it looks. But yeah, that being said, where was I?
Like, if you want to stare at my butt crack while you're working out, you go ahead. You obviously need something to look at.
A lot of people, that's what motivates them in the gym, right? Otherwise, they've got nothing to motivate.
No one's looking at me. It's not feeling very good.
Yes, it feels like you're not, you're not making any progress, right?
No one wants to be the invisible wallflower or the one that everybody's avoiding looking at because it's not,
Yes, right. Yeah.
And I'm not.
Yes. But by the way, Daryl, one with Odin Neely, this is the black guy who's now in jail because he was stripping a dead cop of his uniform on January 6th. So he was the guy who owned that Gurren radio station. He was the guy who ran it, produced it. And I'm trying to see if I can find.
And he was on these calls, and then when was the last time he was on one of these before January 6th?
It was like I was always on his calls. He was calling me to work with Penny Bradley on her on their radio station, so they would interview me. They were never on my show. Other than Penny Bradley, I would invite her on so that she would advertise herself. There goes Salman Sheikh, who was that freak who was like saying love all the time as well, and he was like full. Here's Miguel Andahar. There we are. There's Miguel Andahar. And so when you take a look at this guy to get a look at just what he looks like, and this is what Brendan Zogit is telling us. Gee, I thought he was full of love and light. Yeah, gee, I always thought he was full of love and light.
Is that his picture right there?
That's him. Yeah, that's him.
With he looks like an Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what he is. Yes. But he kind of fooled Brendan because he was sending mushrooms in the mail, psychedelic, if you know what I mean. Federal crime, but he didn't give a shit, And that was just one of those things that could fool almost anybody, I guess. Get that high, and you think everybody's full of love and light. Yeah, and there you go. And you can see us, oh, look at this. Gave you a few shout-outs. Aquino death certificate stated he died of a gunshot wound to the dead at his residence. I mean, beautiful English. I mean, that's just Aquino death certificate stated he died of a gunshot wound to the dead at his residence. I mean, that's yeah. He
head, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, teaches ESL. Yeah, and there we are. Then, oh yeah, lovely what he said about what was he said earlier about Jambo the Reese Monkey. It was like up here he had that going where he was like, well, there was just all kinds of weird shit going down here. Pre-code movies, actors group.
I just saw Tom Hanks on something.
Yeah, that's. Oh yeah, he was always talking to Selena. That should have been my warning sign right there. You know, books you do in the future, you should self-publish. Selena and I knew he was gonna pull. Yeah, trust no one. Yeah, and then future books, do your own artwork for the covers. Yeah, Sophie wrote, and then Sophie is the black chick who claims she wrote. Fuck, what did she claim she wrote? Somebody help me here. The Matrix. She claims she wrote The Matrix and The Terminator. Yes, that's this black woman. She claims she wrote The Matrix and The Terminator, and that it was all her work.
I will go back though on one thing. Go back up, right above that. Okay, future books. It's on your future. Talking about your book.
Yeah.
Your book?
He's like, just saying that, I should trust no one and all this crap.
Well, I will say that I think that cover could have been different.
I guess it was what it was.
I'm not putting it down, but I see your artwork's very good.
Oh, okay.
But it wasn't bad. I just thought, I would have loved to see some more black in it, like bring some depth into it.
Okay.
The first edition's always worth more.
Yeah, and
so we do another one, then we'll have the original first,
and
then we put the second out. That's what we need to do. Well,
yeah, go on. I was just sad because I looked at that woman. This poor woman. I knew her for a bit, and then she died. It was so sad. She had a crush on me, and Lada Andrews. Her name was Lada Andrews, and she had a crush on me. She thought I was a lot like one of her teachers in school, and then then she died, and I had to learn about it from this idiot Miguel. And
you thought she was like one of your teachers?
No, she thought I reminded her of one of her teachers. She felt I was like one of her teachers.
Okay. She looked like a teacher with its glasses in that picture. That's why I asked.
Yeah. And what was the really funny shit that he was pulling later is because all of it is, it exposes so much in terms of just the kind of personality that these people have. Then he says Tom Hanks is Michael Rockefeller, supposedly eaten by cannibals in the 70s. I mean, if only I knew! If it makes so much sense! It makes so much sense! Thank God I know that now, because now my world makes so much sense. I honestly bought the story. I really thought that a multimillionaire's son, a trained anthropologist, would get eaten by cannibals just because he happened to step in there right after the Dutch occupying soldiers massacred their tribe. Yes, and I thought that they got angry at him and blamed him for that as just another white guy and ate him for that, but now I realize he's Tom Hanks.
Thank God I know that. You realize I don't even know if we will work out later because that just rocked my world.
Yes. And,
I don't even know.
And then, then this stupid shit. Yeah, I've been talking about you and plugging your book. Yeah, this is when it turns out he was with a bunch of other guys, just defaming me and slandering me. But he was like recording a bunch of shit, dissing me, and saying basically that he was plugging my book and talking about me. And then this was weird because this was way before Selena that I even thought of Selena really doing anything. And he said, Selena wasn't your enemy. I mean, this is like way back. It's like Selena and I have parted ways really only very recently. And so this was like, months beforehand, this guy's saying Selena wasn't your enemy. So either he's prescient, precognizant, or they were basically talking to each other and planning something. And then I wasn't your enemy. Like, well, if I thought you were my enemy, why would I be talking to you? But this was when he was already dissing me behind my back. Brendan wasn't your enemy. This is because he thought Brendan was his acolyte. I mean, and Brendan is on with us now, of course, and he of course, that didn't work out for Miguel the way he thought it would. And this is why he's talking about Peter Moon here. Why go with Preston Nichols, ex-handler? Of course you didn't know, or else you would have go work with him. We all make mistakes. I made lots. By the way, I was the one who told him about the Egyptian Magi connection. After you talked to, at this point, we're just getting into word salads.
Right.
Yeah, it's just non sequiturs.
How did you finally what was the final breakdown there?
It's when I found out from Brendan that this guy was making videos about me, and then here's what he said about his own man. yeah, this guy, Jambo the Reese Monkey, used to be my producer because I needed T&P breaks. And so, can you tell your house coon Negro bitch wannabe occultist to stop sending Belphegor and other demons
Oh
against
my
me?
God.
Yeah, if Aquino couldn't take me down, what makes this slime piece of shit he can? That's all I have to say. Thank you. Think he can? And I said, well, of course he cannot. My own misunderstanding was that the two of you were getting on famously, as he's been trying to bring himself on transmission. I'd love his answer. I got hacked! I mean, that's all it takes. Yeah, of course. Why didn't I think of that? That must have been it. Yeah.
Oh, so he's saying he didn't type any of that someone hacked him.
Yes,
Is that what he's
yes.
trying to say?
Yeah, he's probably talking about somebody hacked his mind. Yeah. Whatever fucking entities he called down. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, yeah, it just goes on about all this bullshit. And, I give you a few shout outs. This means he's talking about me behind my back, etc. It just goes on. So, the score by now, and his other stupid name, Phoenix Claytu. Claytu, of course, is the big robot from the science fiction movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still. So he's saying he could make the Earth stand still like the big robot. I mean, rather than the man who's commanding the robot, he's just the robot. Whatever floats your boat, but there we are. Yeah. Oh, this is the best. The high rating is me mentioning you. This is after he was telling everybody Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich, and that he's really, don't give him any money because he's already rich, and that he drives a Maserati, that I'm supposed to be some guy with this invisible Maserati. Yeah, I got the channels from 9 to 12, 1 to 2 subscribers to 15K within 2 months. And by the way, Brendan confirms this is all bullshit. He's got this chicken shit channel that's got nothing on it. Yeah, Moon God, yeah, so views on the same channel. I got 10 times more views than him. If so, it's only because he was shitting all over me. Yeah, I keep bringing up your name. Yeah, I found out how. Yeah, I have a few that I know who started listening to you. I have other podcasters listening to you and mentioning your name. This is when they were all on this group call and shitting all over me.
And then he obviously says, he says, I don't want shout outs. Yes, he's obviously, that's what he's fishing for right there.
Yes, little old me, yes. And then, when I told him about Salmon pulling out this stunt, this is when Salmon, on his birthday, said, basically blocked us all and then said he was going to come back on. Salmon, holy crap, that's insane. Your greatest supporter. These people were already all on videos together shitting all over me. This is like, and I had no idea until I was told, and then I saw it for myself. But here you go. I mean, then they're all trying to act surprised that they're all dissing me. This is the people that I was speaking about. It was all of these people that I got shut down, and that's why I said, and then you showed up, and that's why I was, have to be careful. Just have to be careful. That's all. Hey, one of us dropped off. It was Brendan. Fuck, what happened to Brendan? They got him. Oh, poor guy.
Oh, he must have been in the car. I heard him roll down a window once.
Oh, is that what that was? Okay.
Yeah.
God, I hope he's
that's what it sounded like to me. I don't know. It was just loud. It sounded like wind. But maybe that's why. Brendan, come back if you can.
Okay. So Samuel Romero was asking if our man Miguel Andahar is Raza. I do not know. All I know is he's Latin American descent, but he's in New York. So I tend to assume Puerto Rican above all else. But I have no idea, really. He claims, like I said, that he's the incarnation of Bruce Lee and Nikola Tesla and Pharaoh Akhenaten all put together. So what can you say about
who is that again?
The goofball we were just talking about.
He claims to be an incarnation of these people?
Yeah, all rolled into one. It's like the way Brendan said it. Brendan said every time he's on a different mushroom trip, he comes back as another incarnation. Yes, and he says they're all in him, all rolled together. He's got all the bases covered. Yes, brains.
Does he have a YouTube channel?
Oh, God, we don't want to advertise him, but yeah.
No, I don't want to advertise. Yeah, I just, if I ever wanted to laugh at something.
Yes. Yeah. Not that I think many people would watch it because I know it's all shit. It's all going to be just, him mumbling about whatever crap, whatever trip he's on. But hey, he gets drugs through the mail. You got to hand him that. So, all that being said, hopefully Brendan Zoget is all right, and we have two gentlemen on with us. Both of you do say hello to Brick Gibson, and I'll let both of you do the talking. I mean, we got half an hour till Pete comes on, so let you two gentlemen take the stage.
Hello, Douglas. Hello, Brooke. Hello, Sammy. Hello, everyone.
Hi. And how's
your... Yeah. Oh, wow, Douglas. Yeah, I've had what a day I had yesterday. I was working on my job at one of those, telegraph poles. It's classed as a hollow pole, and this car drove past. It was a couple. It was a female driver and a male passenger, and he lobbed this object right at my head. And thank God I had a helmet on. It was just so random. It was just such a random thing to happen. It was just lob it, and then it just like bounced off my helmet, and then I was like, whoa! I was just struck back, like, what the hell just happened? And then I just pulled out my phone and just like tried to take snapshots of the vehicle, so I can get the registration plate. It was just so random.
Yeah.
What was it?
Completely strange.
What was it that he? Do you know what he threw at you, or I missed that? What he?
No, it bounced off. It just bounced off and went into the foliage, into the bushes. Yeah. So it was just random. It was just like a random thing that happened. I was concentrating on working because we're working at ground level on these poles. These poles you don't have to climb. You just work at the ground level. And I was just concentrating. I had my head tilted to the side at like a 30-degree angle. And he just lobbed it right at my head. He had his window open. He just threw it straight at my head, and it bounced off. And then I was like, just took him back. So it's just such a strange thing to happen.
I assume it's because of the 5G. You think it's because of one of those people against the 5G or whatever they are?
Yeah, no idea. I have no idea, because I know for sure those poles don't have 5G emitting from them at all.
Right.
Those ones, it's just fiber and copper.
Either that or it's just a crazy person. Yeah, that's.
He was a youngster as well. He wasn't very old. He was just.
Thank God you had your helmet on, though.
Yes.
Yeah, thank God for that. And the thing is, those poles you don't even need to wear a helmet. But thank God I was wearing a helmet at the time. Otherwise, it could have been some serious damage.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, I'm just so glad you survived. That's horrible. Situations like that, they leave you. You're shaken for days. Really, it takes days to get over something like that. Did you? So when you went home, how did you share this with anyone?
I told I told Sarah what happened. I haven't told my mum, but because it was one of those things. I just took it as it was a young male trying to impress or try to make think it was funny to do that in front of a female, who was driving him obviously somewhere. Okay. And I kind of gathered because of the age, I was like, he's probably really young and he's probably a hook up with this girl. They're probably not like a couple, but they're just seeing each other. And he was just trying to impress her in some way,
Well, I hope she was deeply disgusted by that.
Yes.
I
can't imagine that being something impressive that even on the worst date I've ever had, someone doing it. I'm like, this will be fun. This will be impressive.
Yeah. But that's why I took my phone out to take some photographs, because the registration plate is obviously hers. It's not his. He's not the driver, so it's hers. So hopefully she would have told him off, look, you do not do that, because otherwise you're going to get me into trouble.
Right. So, yes, no, definitely. Hopefully so. We can only hope, but then people are...
Or are they going to track him down? You said you got the plate. I'm sorry, Douglas, but I was just...
No, I didn't. Brooke, I didn't know. It was gone.
It was too far, yeah.
But he turned his head around out the window to look back at me, and he could see I was just looking, smiling with my phone directly at him. So it was me giving off a message saying that I've caught you and you're going to get into trouble. But obviously it didn't happen. It didn't happen for sure.
But he might still be worried tonight even.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping to leave an impression on. Yeah, leave that on them, so then she could say to him, you do not do that again, otherwise you're going to get me into serious trouble. Hopefully she's like that.
Hopefully. I mean, with kids these days, what the elders say, only today's bum youth, who knows how they're going to respond. They're all on a different trip than we were when we were young, and of course when we were young we were pretty bad ourselves. So yeah. So that being said, how about you, Sammy? Did you make it through the day alive? Let's see if he responds. I get a feeling he might be at work and they called him away. We'll see what happens.
Hello.
Yes. Oh, there we are. Hi. Are you at work? I think so.
Yes, I'm reporting from hell.
Yes,
I'm reporting from hell.
So you might have heard just what he's been through. How about yourself? Was there anything like that? People throwing punches again or anything?
Rhinoceros you said the rhinoceros, did it break out of the crate?
Yeah.
No, it didn't. Sadly, it didn't. It's just work politics that I ran into. It's just, the usual. Unfortunately, though, I can't get into detail right now because I'm in the middle of training someone else's underling, which is annoying. Yeah. But I'll come back later on. Okay, Doug?
Yes. Understood.
Just wanted to say hi to everybody. Hi, Brooke. Hi, George.
Hey, Sammy, how's my little baby doing? My little Scorpio baby.
Oh, great. He's very active. Very active. Crawling, all that.
You're gonna have to let me do his birth chart at some point privately. I'll do it and send it to you. So then we'll find out if he's actually got Scorpio in him.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll discuss that some more time. All right, then. Have a good one, okay, everybody?
Yes,
Bye-bye.
thank you. Bless you. Love you dearly. And so it's just going to be our lovely Brooke Gibson and George Knight who are going to hold the show for till the top of the hour. Both of you, by all means, start a conversation. George, tell us a bit. Did you get to hear what I said the other day about King Charles III now and Liz Truss talking a bit about England? I spoke about this on the episode before last. I take it you've been so busy. Maybe you haven't been able to catch up, or? Yes.
No, I haven't. I beg your pardon, Douglas. And I've got to say another apology because you reminded me earlier, just before I came on the show, I was just listening in. And I was the third up vote. I was the third one.
Thank you.
Yes. That's all right. Yeah, I came on and just did it straight away. But yeah, I do apologise because I came on, last transmission. I was like, there was something Douglas told me to remind him of. And I can't remember what it was. What was it that Douglas asked me to remind him of? And then, of course, yeah, you mentioned it was like Crystal River's birthday. I was like, I forgot to mention that to him, to remind him. And I completely forgot. It just went straight over my head. So I do apologise for that.
Oh, no worries.
But I've been, too busy, Douglas, unfortunately. Well, like tonight, I just finished work, I ate, and then I went straight to sleep, thinking, I'm going to come on the show for the first hour.
All right.
So, yeah.
Yes. Well, we're definitely glad to have you on. And so tell us a bit more about, aside from that horrible, stressful thing to happen, what else, anything pleasant, any pleasant memories? I mean, I don't know if I'm welcome to share this, but basically I was surprised that Brooke Gibson says, I have to grab something from the car, be right back. But I was surprised that someone we both know spoke to me about my program, and I take it that's a positive sign. I would hope. Yeah,
it was. I spoke to her briefly yesterday, Douglas. I could share this. She just said that, I've never taken the time to actually really listen, but I did relay back to her. I was like, but I've been trying to tell you this for years now. I knew Douglas before we got together, so I'm not going to stop.
Well, I had the impression. I didn't know this. I was under the impression that you were dating her for a while, and then you kind of said, I'll look around a bit more, and then you felt later you matured, and then realized, I shouldn't give up a good thing, and then so the time that you were dating her before that kind of period of time when you were kind of scoping things out and then realized what you had given up. So that was all after you had started listening to me, or before, or could you put that?
Thank you. I first met her before I knew Discovered Yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
That's
before that. Yeah. And I was only with her initially for only about 6 weeks maximum, and then we severed, and then obviously I matured, and then we got back together. But at that point in time, I already knew you, and I was already we were already in communication with one another. We're already acquainted. So that was and obviously and now she can see now that there is I can see the interest. I can see, because she's listened to you, she's like, that's where George, how he kind of speaks and how he talks and how he gets his information. That's why he is interested in Douglas. I can see where his passion is. I can see why he's so passionate and why he takes Douglas so seriously. And so I think she's suddenly starting to realise, which is a good thing. And I said, it's just a shame it's taken you this long and at this point in time doing what I've done in order for you to realise that. Because now I think she's started to take me a bit more seriously and a bit more respecting my passion, my interests. A bit more, taking that on board.
Yes. No, definitely.
Which is only a positive. Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'm just glad that it's just how would I say it? This is an improvement in communications. This helps with communications immensely, and honestly, this way, of course, and as I've suggested, and by the way, this is something that how do I express this? Well, he and I will talk about this again privately in the near future, but it has to do with communications. Everybody has communications that need to be expedited, and this helps. So let's see if Brooke is back. If Brooke ever came back from whatever she picked up in the car, hopefully she can join us. Other than that, of course, George is welcome to go on. So tell us a bit more about what else might... You know, we got about 20 minutes left. By all means, use this time to articulate what you feel the public should be paying attention to at a time like this. Did you get a chance to take a look at the more revised and expanded synopsis I was talking about in terms of Central Europe in the near future accompanying that map? Or if you didn't have a chance to look at that, don't worry. I mean, you know, I understand.
Yeah. I have glazed over it, Douglas. I did go over and just glaze over, you know, the map itself and then the text that you published as well. So I have glazed over it. So it's definitely, you know, that is a very viable solution.
Thank you.
You know, and it's a good representation of what the future should look like. You know, it's kind of like what they did during World War One and World War Two. You know, during the Roosevelt administration and the Wilson administration. You know, he was the man who actually advocated for the quest for a new world order.
Yes, only his was all fucked up. Yes, his guaranteed.
His was crazy. Yeah.
Yes, his guaranteed a new world war. That's what his so-called world order guaranteed was a second world war. But in this case, yes, it's trying to prevent one. And
what's
by the way, what's happening right now is that Our Lady Brooke Gibson is taking her son's head and dunking it in the water. He's I'm kidding, of course. I think she's watering her dogs. This is what we hear. But anyhow, so go on, George, by all means. Please.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've got a very important point to make, actually. This is a fact that Woodrow Wilson, he was a social democrat. He was a socialist democrat. And every president before him and Roosevelt, they were all Republicans. But those two, it was just interesting how they're both socialist democrats, and they both, you know, they were both the instigators of war, of the World War.
Yes.
How interesting is that? Like, but every president before those two individuals, they were all Republicans, but these two men were both socialist Democrats who were very heavily, you know, involved with Woodrow Wilson, with the Bolsheviks, with the communists, and then so was Roosevelt. So it's just interesting. That's a fact most people don't even know.
Yes. And it's important to emphasize that, just so people have some perspective on this. For the longest period of time, understand that the Democrats really were the evil party. This was the party of the Solid South. This was the party of the KKK. This was the party of pure racism, which is what Woodrow Wilson definitively represented. And so when it came to the horror of the situation that Woodrow Wilson wreaked upon the world, it was another Democrat, in this case Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who then led the world into a second world war that the first Democrat before him had basically set up, had basically established all of the framework for. And it was after that you had basically the Republicans were the party of peace. These were the Republicans who basically fought the what became the Democrats during the Civil War, and then they became the party of peace. It was not until George Bush Sr. that the Republicans became the party of war. Until George Bush Sr., the Republicans had a very solid streak of peace whenever it was their administration, and the Democrats were the party of war. So it was, I mean, just think of Lyndon Baines Johnson in the Vietnam War, etc., or John F. Kennedy when the Vietnam War really got its start as the Indochina conflict and his involvement with special forces. Honestly, it wasn't until you had George Bush Sr. do what he did with Iraq, which was just bizarre, and he broke that. He broke that streak of peace, and then after that, the Republicans became the party of war. So it was a very, very different world and a very different situation. My thought is that very few people understand that here in the United States. So the fact that George across the Atlantic understands that shows how seriously he's been studying our history. So hopefully he'll listen to what I've said about his history on the other side of the Atlantic, about the British and King Charles and the rest, because I do want to hear his opinion on that. And it's important that he does give us feedback on that, soon in the next several episodes, because, I don't know if he had a chance to hear about what I said about the Queen's passing, but obviously I put it into context of history and let people know that this is basically really the beginning of history itself, that humanity's been around for comparatively, if we do have the normal life cycle of a mammalian species, we've got millions of years ahead of us. So we truly are right at the beginning of history. And I was trying to put it into that context. So, and George will be able to add further insights. And but aside from that, George, by all means, take it away.
How's Miss Liz doing, Liz Truss?
Yes. Yes, tell us. Brendan's back. So we were so afraid that they had gotten you. So Brendan, tell us about what had happened. Are you okay?
I mean, I'm as okay as I'm going to get.
Yes,
but nothing alarming happened.
As a matter of fact, just before anything George says about Liz Truss, please share with us what you feel comfortable sharing about the occult assaults you've been suffering from and how you felt safer in that school where they were teaching challenged students, children who are a bit developmentally disabled. And, share with us some of this.
Right. So I'll start with that. I mean, I'm going to be at those schools from now on going forward. So
great.
I will be basically protected from all of those ridiculous attempts at sending infernal beasts. Assault.
Thank you.
And I just it feels safer, and like everything that Douglas was saying about that, like as far as there's a reason why in history the special needs people were treasured and
or at least tolerated.
But even the kings always had them, and like fools and different kind of beings around them, and that were like that.
They were rationalized. Their presence was rationalized.
They were rationalized, exactly. Yeah. So you can do a better job doing it justice, but I just experienced the protection of that, and it definitely lessened the attack. So that was helpful.
Thank you.
Like after that point, I was much more like I felt protected, in a way. Mm-hmm. That was much more helpful. Yeah.
Thank you. Could you gentlemen do me a favor? Hold the conversation. I'm going to take a short break. I think both of you have a lot to catch up on. Honestly, Brendan, people just listening now.
My phone may die again. Okay. Just a heads up. So
okay. Thank you. If that happens, George will be more than capable of taking over.
I'm back as well.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And so just to express to Brooke here, because I think she does need to learn this. Sammy can do this very well later, but I think both Brendan and George understand this implicitly as well. Could you gentlemen explain to Brooke what few spells I have cast in life that you men might remember? As both of you know, there's really only a few major spells I've ever cast in my life, and maybe you gentlemen remember what they are, and maybe you gentlemen can tell her a little bit.
The one that I recalled right away is like pretty high level. Transmigration of souls. Transmigration level 1. Yes. So that's the one I recall.
What is it exactly?
The transmigration of souls. So here, I'll explain this much.
Transmigration of
Yeah. And what about you, George? What do you remember? Gee, is he still with us?
Sorry, I was on mute.
That's okay. No worries.
Yeah, do apologise. And this is one thing I just want to share with everyone. Is the one thing I've never asked Douglas ever. I've asked him stuff about history. That's the only questions I've ever asked him. But I've never asked him about how to cast any spells. I've never been. Obviously, I don't want to ever get into that because I understand the implications of.
But you jumped on the phone call when Jameson wasn't aware, and you actually heard him beseeching me about how to reach the otherworldly entities, the very negative.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I was like, this is no, this is one thing I would never ask Douglas myself. So it was just very alarming to hear him. You know, I caught him, and he was asking, but when he realised I was on the call, he stopped and he goes, "I've got to go now."
Right. I was surprised he was even conscious or aware enough to realize that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I joined I joined at the last minute, and I don't want to be rude to interrupt, so I was just there, just listening, waiting for my opportunity to come in the conversation. But it was like he was just asking about HARP. He was asking about these entities that were summoned and how to harness them, and it was just it was trying to ask Douglas, and he's mentioned it before in his videos about when he was trying to work with the arcane, he was able to invoke them much more efficiently after speaking with Douglas. So
and that alone was alarming. As a matter of fact, that alone tells you just the fact that he was working with me. He got vibrationally in a space where he could be more effective, and that was what I was trying to deny him. That was definitely very bad. But by the way, just so you know, honey, I myself am immune to occult assault because of a possession that took place of me long time ago. So Brendan is aware of this, and this is why they were attacking Brendan. Is he's actually what they considered the vulnerable link in the chain, because Miguel Andahar thought he was a big acolyte of his, and then realized that Brendan wasn't going down that path, and then started attacking him because it's a frustrated attack on myself because they can't attack me. This is why Brendan wanted to call me a few times recently to chew my ass out, and I don't blame him. So
Brendan, you were being assaulted.
When?
You were having these attacks.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Big time. Yeah. And I'm not using this to like give them any credit, but it was due to my own disciplinary failings that I was in a vulnerable state. So they took advantage of that, or they intuited that it was a good time, and I got hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
It was to the point where I got an infection so bad that I nearly died.
Oh God.
So without intervention, I would have definitely succumbed. And it
was something rare, right? It wasn't like just something like a normal flu.
Oh yeah, it was just this is how it works. It's like people don't understand typically how that it's not just like a one and done thing. It's like a quantum adjustment or like a quantum trajectory where just like a cascade of things will happen that are like out of the ordinary, or and typically it's because they're using astrology too, or various things where the timings, the planets, the grahas, they're not planets, the grahas, like the energies, celestial energies, will trigger, different things to happen as per what they were initiating with what little power they had or whatever they were doing. So it was like a series of events. Like you can use that book series as like a kind of a pun, a series of unfortunate events that happened to me in succession to the point where it was like paranormal.
Yes.
And then it culminated in like a foot infection that nearly took my whole foot. And then one of the days, the first onset of the attack was definitely occult in the sense that I got a migraine so bad, and I think I was on the phone with Douglas at that time, but I got a migraine so bad that it was beyond a migraine. I literally had to lay down at work in the middle of one of these rooms and just like fall down. Like I basically fell down and just like was in so much pain. It was like it's like in Harry Potter. I'll just put it simply because like everyone, like most kids know about Harry Potter, like the Cruciatus curse, where they hit you with like it's like a curse that basically puts you in immense pain, and it's like it's fueled by just like straight this is according to Harry Potter. I know it's a cheesy source, but in that book series, like when a dark wizard casts the Cruciatus curse on you, it's based upon how sadistic and how much pleasure they are getting from the torture, and it's like reflected in how much torture you get. So I was basically in that. I got caught in one of those, and I was like on the ground, like in so much pain. I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything. I had to like turn all the lights off, and I like laid down for like 20-30 minutes, like, and I used some like alchemical substances to counteract the effects.
Wasn't this kind of like liquid gold you had to place under your tongue?
Yes.
to absorb
I don't want to
subcutaneously.
give away the entire
All right.
formula, but like, yeah, like that's basically what it is.
Well, basically, I mean, that's what I was
Pure
going to
gold.
ask you or Douglas. Like, aren't there protections? Or they're not protection?
Oh yeah, there
Yeah,
are.
well,
Yeah, of course.
rewards and stuff.
Yeah.
But the other thing was the Vox Arca that what Jameson was trying to get after from Douglas as well.
Yes, and
The
that
what?
well, that will require some explaining, honey, and I'll do that later when you come back
Okay.
on. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's so if you could all hold for just a few minutes, I'll be gone for a few minutes. I'll come back and bring Peter on, and by that time, we're just Peter and I'll take it for several hours. But I think both of you men remember quite a bit, and by all means, continue educating Brooke and our listeners about this. I'll be back soon. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. I have no idea about any of this. I mean, to be honest, obviously, personally wanted to stay away from it, but I mean,
I
I would
highly
like to
recommend.
know more about it.
Yeah,
I mean- Yeah, but I will also, like to hear the stories of what's happened and what you guys know. So,
Right.
anything you want to share?
I can just finish that one up briefly. It was just like, yeah, so that happened, and then I had like 2 to 3 weeks of just like the most unlucky possible scenarios. And part of it was just my indiscipline and my personal failings that I'm working through, but it was like amplified for sure, is what I'm saying. Like there was an outside source amplifying these negative karmic flowerings. I don't know how
So
to
it's
put it.
true, like if you're in more of a negative state, obviously weekend, things like that, it's going to be able to, you're weaker.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because if, let's say I was in 100% discipline and I had nothing but like divine, just doing divine discipline, praising, bowing, serving divine 100% like I should be,
Right.
then there's nothing.
Doing your
can touch
meditation.
you, nothing. Yeah. Centering, like if you do all of that, nothing anyone throws at you can do anything. And there are like Vedic stories that describe this happening. Like there's a being called Prahlad Maharaj. It's like a very ancient Vedic story, and he was the son of a demon king that ruled and that's why I'm saying like these beings have like no power in these times, like the desperati or whoever these people are, is because if you go by like Vedic mythology like I do, which is like the true mythology, like the most ancient on earth, like it goes back millions of years, there were beings that ruled like heaven, earth, and the underworld, like from earth, like they were on earth, but they ruled like all 3 realms, and they could do it out in the open with style, and no one could do anything about it.
Mhm.
So like during that time there was a king who he was on earth, but he ruled over like what's called like Trilok, the 3 realms, similar to the Norse mythologies. Like he ruled heaven, earth, and the underworld at the same time, and everyone knew it, and like there's nothing anyone could have done. And he was evil, but he had more power than everyone else because he was doing praising, bowing, serving to divine, and so he gained power through penance, and what's called penance in English. So basically there was this being who was born to him, like one of his kids was this being called Prahlad, and he was so devoted to Vishnu, which is just a representation of like the sustaining source of divine, that he was basically saying, even though you're my son, you can't bow down to higher, you have to bow down to me because I'm the most powerful. Like he got the ego, or whatever it's called. He got arrogant and said, you have to bow to me, not divine. Like I'm higher than divine. And so
Oh, which one was that? I've studied a little bit of Vedic. What name did you say it was again? What was it? Or did we lose
Oh,
you?
he's just dropped.
He said his phone might die, so I guess we dropped him. So now, George, any stories you have for me?
Oh, anything you want to know, Brooke? If you've got any specific questions or anything like that.
Well, no,
I
I
can,
mean,
help
I guess,
anytime.
yeah, as far as I guess since we're still on the Aquino and what we were talking about earlier, the subject of these, horrible spells and things, you can finish that off, I guess, until Doug is back.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm back, and what we'll do now is we're going to pull Peter Moon onto the call, and Peter and I will take from here. Oh, did Brendan leave us? I hope he's well. He just
Yeah,
said
he just dropped out.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
His phone
Yes, my
His
love.
phone, I think, died again.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Well, my love to both of you, and both of you hopefully will be able to join us back within a matter of hours, around midnight Eastern Daylight Time, and I will certainly reach out to both of you around that time approximately, or whenever Peter Moon decides to retreat into the gentle night. Okay?
All right. Tell Peter I said hello, and I'll hopefully talk to you later, guys.
Yes, looking forward to that.
Bye.
Thank you. Looking forward to that with both
Bye,
of
guys.
you. Bye for
Thank you,
both.
Douglas.
And so, what I'm going to do now to all of our listeners, going to just think aloud while I go through these extraordinarily complicated motions that should never be this complicated. But for some reason, by the time that I bring Peter on, Skype mutates into something that is just monstrously difficult. And he will now come on, and he will be holding the conversation with myself for at least the next 3 hours. So with that, dear Peter, welcome to you and all of the listeners that you bring with you. And do join us for the gentle night, and my shout out to everyone who does join us. So, dear Peter, take it from here.
Hello. Are we on with our friends departed, or is it just me and you?
It's just you and I. Yeah, they departed for
Okay.
now. They won't. They'll come back in. Whenever
Their
you retreat.
pictures were on the Skype.
Yeah.
So thank you to Brooke and George.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
So
yeah. Just so that you know, what we figured that it would be easier this way, just to maintain the call while they go into mute and retreat while they retreat.
hibernation.
Yes.
Hibernation.
Hibernation, yes. And so that being said, by all means, I am so glad to have you on. Glad to catch up with you, and let's take it from here.
Okay. Just wait half a second, and
Sure.
it's not going to take me long, because I'm going to open up the chat room so I can give it a like, and I can see what people are saying. I have to mute you for like 5 seconds. Hang on.
Sure, thank you. Take your time. And to Vicky Johnson, hello in return, dear lady. Love you dearly. And to Eric Cradle, he says, DDD, what about the Peacock entity? Yes, I'll speak about that probably sometime after Peter Moon retreats into the gentle night with everyone again, since we've decided to go into those areas of topicality. And
It's a good topic. It's a good topic.
well, the Peacock entity himself, or itself, yourself, to use the gender-neutral pronoun, is not necessarily all that negative, but certainly it's a topic that I feel a little more comfortable speaking about now that Jameson Reese is gone. I don't know if you heard, but it was just minutes ago that George Knight brought up something I had never known before. There's a few things both gentlemen brought up that I had never known before, that I'd only just learned of. One
Who
of
was
them.
the other gentleman? Because I just saw Brooke on there. Who was it? Was it Sammy?
In terms of whoever else might be on the call, Sammy was on earlier, and then he had to retreat back into work where he usually is calling from. It's simply Brooks' call that we're riding on, but with Brendan Zogit.
Gentleman. Oh,
Yes,
gentlemen.
Yeah, Brendan Zogit. Yeah, Brendan Zogit and George Knight in particular were speaking about this. Yeah, so there was a few things I learned from both of them that I only learned just a few minutes ago. One was that the occult attack that Brendan Zogit was suffering from was far more severe than I realized. One wherein, aside from the cascade of events where he only barely begun to describe to our listeners and to Brooke and George more personally, I realize now that his foot infection that he had contracted during that period of time was almost so severe that they almost amputated his foot. So this was extraordinarily serious. This is like a rare infection that never, that wouldn't happen normally. He did mention that, as I had articulated before, when I spracketh of my biological father Adolf Hitler and his beginning of the T4 program to kill those who were developmentally disabled and various other people suffering from such unfortunate genetic disposition that they would essentially be considered retarded in a more imprecise vernacular. I had brought up before, I don't know if you heard this when I was bringing it up, Adolf Hitler basically was confronted by many people asking him how he could be so heartless, but he said, look, to show you how serious I am about this, his own cousin, who most people don't know about, he had a cousin who was developmentally disabled, but also suffered from severe schizophrenia and was it just had a miserable life. Now, of course, this doesn't rationalize necessarily killing her, but he did kill her. She was the first person to be killed in the T4 program, was Adolf Hitler's own cousin. It was after that everyone took him seriously and said, well, I guess we can do it too. And so when this was going forward, it later took an SS officer, Karl Maria Willegut, to prove to Adolf Hitler that the developmentally disabled were actually a boon because they offered a form of occult protection. As their souls were incorruptible, that they offered a kind of area defense, a kind of perimeter defense. And this is why kings kept them around as jesters and rationalized them as kind of like court entertainers, was because they actually protected the king from occult attacks. It was then that Adolf Hitler called off the T4 program. So, and many people don't know that he actually called it off. With
Karl Willegut was known as the Heinrich Himmler's rune master.
That's correct. Yes. And it was he who demonstrated something to Adolf Hitler to convince him of the efficacy of the developmentally disabled in occult perimeter defense. What happened then was, as I learned from Michael Aquino personally, there was one case in particular where Michael Aquino could not assassinate a potential victim through occult means because that particular man had a developmentally disabled child in his home. And so Aquino hated the developmentally disabled, and he always complained about how the retards made it impossible to conduct occult assault on certain areas of defense if they were around. And like homes or residences in particular, but our man Brendan, he is, of course, for those of you who don't know, he is a custodian for the state of California. Now, he's been working in many government buildings and he's been working in many schools, but he found that this occult assault was completely relieved to a great degree when he would work with developmentally disabled children's schools. So he has now permanently been assigned to a developmentally disabled children's facilities. He will be working in them specifically as a custodian, and he feels much more protected now. He says around them he feels so safe as opposed to in other environments. So and the sad thing is he is the weak link in the chain as far as the enemy is concerned. Miguel Andahar considered Brendan Zoget to be an acolyte. When Brendan refused to go down his path, then these occult assaults began. And so Brendan was chewing my ass out, understandably, for what he was suffering. And I can understand his frustration because I'm immune to occult attacks. And for those of you who don't know, this does have to do with the Peacock Angel entity, which I was possessed by during the Night of the Broken Circle. So I can go into that later on when Peter retreats into the Gentle Night. There's no point in...
We might... I should listen to that. Yeah. The Night of the Broken Circle is very important. Yeah. And for it vis-a-vis the Peacock Angel, yes, but I'm very interested in this. It's like,
what I only learned.
Don't have to go into it right now. What were you going to say?
Yeah, and what I only learned moments before you came on from George Knight, what I learned from him was that he was speaking with Jameson Reese, and at one point Jameson Reese told him that just by affiliating with myself and working as my producer, even though I was refusing to teach him any spells, and George Knight knows this to be a fact because George Knight, like yourself, at one point just jumped onto the call because he had been on earlier, and Jameson Reese was completely unaware, just so unconscious that he had no idea George Knight was on the call, and George Knight heard him beseeching me about the Vox Arca details and details about HARP and details about these bound entities and how he himself could try and summon them or take advantage of their binding to exploit them somehow. And George Knight heard me refusing to give him anything. And it was, I had known about that later from George, but he only told us tonight that he had later privately spoken with Jameson and asked him why he was basically tacitly confronting Jameson as to why Jameson would want to know any of this. And Jameson told him, well, all my spells that I do cast ever since just working with Douglas Dietrich have been much more effective, that just by being in his vibrational presence, that he was gleaning a stability from my own vibrations that enabled his otherwise undisciplined curses to work much more efficaciously. So that alone is frightening, and it goes to show why we had to be rid of Jameson Reese. He was basically parasitizing off of my own occult strength in order to hurt others, basically to harm others. So this is truly where Peter Moon's, shall we say, jumping on that call that day was really beyond fortuitous. It was something that just had to happen. And
JoJo had a name for it. She called it a gift of something, or divine gift.
Yeah, Judith Eggert would have called it a God shot, was the term she used.
Yeah. And I want to say something. First thing I want to just acknowledge. I mean, I'm not. I could digress into this for an hour, and I'm not going to do it. I just want to acknowledge today is the anniversary of Preston Nichols passing 4 years ago. So it's 4 years he's been gone, and thank you to Preston for all you contributed to me and to the world. So thank you, Preston.
Thank you, Preston. Yes, let me thank him as well, and bless you, Preston, wherever you are.
He's very active on the other side, as is Duncan, from my friend Yonda, who wanted to call me, wanted to visit me, and she will. She said they were nonstop communicating with her in August. She's been in tune with them for a long, long time, since the beginning of my career. So she wanted to download what she learned from them in their out-of-body state. But people, ambient, pretty exciting.
Okay, we've got some. Peter says he's hearing ambient noise, and he's beginning to fade out on my call. We might have to reestablish this call.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it was like somebody was dragging the mouse along a...
Weird. Whatever that noise was, it wasn't coming from me, I would hope. So what I'll do is, just to be safe, I'm going to go mute.
Okay. All right. So anyway, where was I? I was going to say that, see, Douglas is so underappreciated. And with that goes not just underappreciation, but misappreciated. Because somebody wrote to me, this is a little touchy. Somebody who contributed to you and I guess didn't. Oh, I see. There's a history here. I'll have to talk. Somebody had an issue with you, and then so I guess it kind of doesn't matter.
And also, Our Lady Deanne Hillis Buchberger informs me that she can still hear that noise. I'm not quite sure what that ambient noise in the background might be, but hopefully you're not hearing it. So hopefully,
no, I don't hear it at all.
Okay, good. So I'll go back into mute, and whoever this was, whatever the problem they had, Peter can share with me later, and we'll see if there's something I can do to make them feel better. whatever that might be going on there. Probably that's impossible. But such being said, back to Peter.
Yeah, I was going to bring up somebody's issues they were bringing up, but this person is so apparently compromised by their own association with projects or whatnot, at least apparently, that I'm not even going to address it, because when somebody has been involved in a program, whether it be Super Soldier or Montauk Boy or whatever, you're not going to get a straight consistent answer. What somebody else had said something to me about how I appear normal, or something with reference to being a normal person going into this world. Well, I wouldn't say that I'm normal at all. I would say, however, one of my characteristics is that I can reference normal. I can refer to normal, and I can pay homage to it. Now, it's not that, I despised normal when I was growing up in high school, because it's the status quo. But the situation is, and you have to work with the status quo. And if you acknowledge it, you can blend in like a Trojan horse. So this is every individual. If you're an extreme individual, you have to be able to reference normal so that you can interact with it, rather than standing out and being persecuted by it. And this is sometimes extreme individuals do not figure that out. They want to be extreme individuals, and they cannot control their self-expression. They have to be, wearing rainbow colored hair. It's flying out, like thing 1 and thing 2 from Cat in the Hat. to just express themselves. I got to express myself. Well, one should learn discernment, because it's fine to express yourself, but you don't necessarily need to do it in a public forum so as to make yourself vulnerable. So anyway, that's what I was going to say with regards to normalness. And if you want to have a audience, it's best not to. It's best to sound normal. Now we hear.
I hear that again. And it's certainly I'm mute. So oh my God, I have no idea. Maybe that's coming from.
You hear
she
it?
should have been muted. Okay, so that might be our dear Brooke, and she might not be muted. So just to be safe, what I'm going to do is reestablish the call.
It's not me. It's you have Brendan on.
Oh, it's Brendan. Okay, that makes sense.
I have a double mute, so
Okay.
I've got muted on my computer and the headset.
I thought it was just us, Douglas.
Oh, okay. No, it's
Brendan came back on. I just happened to notice it because I was getting ready to walk out. But
right.
Thank
So what we can do, because we probably won't be able to talk to Brendan, I'll call you back when Peter and I are done, honey. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to hang up the call and reestablish it with Peter. It'll only take a moment. Okay? That way we'll
Hey, everybody,
avoid
hang on. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we're going to be right back, and the stream will work fine. And the stream continues, so what's going to happen is I'm going to keep talking for several moments while I bring Peter back on. And so when it comes to George Knight, what George Knight wanted me to know was that he had never personally, George Knight wanted us to know that he had never personally spoken with Jameson Reese. He wrote me in the chat room, in the private messages on Facebook, and he let me know that he saw Jameson Reese attest to this on the videos he made with Richard K. Cole Jr. that his spells.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, I'm just letting people know that what I said earlier needed a qualification. Basically, George Knight explained to me that he himself would never personally speak to Jameson Reese, that what he learned from Jameson Reese about Jameson Reese's spells working much better just by being affiliated with myself and parasitizing off my energy was he learned that through the videos that Jameson Reese was making with Richard K. Cole Jr., where Jameson Reese was essentially putting this on record and stating that to Richard K. Cole Jr. that I was hanging out with Douglas because my spells worked better by hanging out with Douglas Dietrich. This is what he's clarifying, was that his source was Jameson Reese himself, but it was coming from videos he was making with Richard K. Cole Jr., one of my primary stalkers. So there we have that. So that just needed to be clarified. And I took advantage of the short break where I was reestablishing the call to clarify.
No, I understand, and that's noteworthy. It's interesting.
Yes.
The first thing I want to address with the audience tonight is this is Douglas Dietrich's birthday month. His birthday is October 20th, and we want to build up fundraising. I sent out an email. You want to send a care package. If you want to send a money order to Douglas, you can send these out to his Green Street address in San Francisco. You can give the number for Green Street.
Sure, that's 1242 Green Street, like the color green, 1242 Green, San Francisco, California, and the zip code is 94109. That's 94109. Thank you.
Yes, you can send a money order or a care package or whatever that is positive, and also there is the PayPal link that you can go. And if you go to Douglas's website, I give the PayPal link in the email I send out to the subscribers to the Time Travel Education Center. But if you go to douglasdietrich.com you go to the donation in the upper right-hand corner. The one in the middle is going to take you to a dead end. The one at the upper side, the upper part to the right, is where you can get the PayPal link. And donate as a friend or family, so there is no charge to it, if you can there.
Yes.
So anyway, we want to have a nice birthday for Douglas Dietrich, October 20th. And this is 15 days away, 2 weeks away. So we're going to, promote that. Happy birthday to Douglas.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Yeah. So, yes. Now, I'm going to, first thing I'm going to address is, I alluded to this earlier, and this was a Scientology approach to problems. It was in the I hear ambient noise.
You really? Let me go mute.
Now I don't hear it. Okay, now I don't hear it. So anyway, the Scientology was broken down into, I guess what you'd say, echelons of relevancy. And one of these echelons of relevancy was problems, how to deal with problems. Now, I'll say something about, it was called problems release, level 1. Release from problems of your own making, release from problems that others cause you, release from problems that you cause others, release from problems of others causing others. So we see a bunch of people having problems, you release from it. Now, how I was introduced to this level was not through study in any way, shape, or form. I was studying Dianetics, which was a different subject, a different echelon of approach, which had to do with psychosomatic ills. Where I was exposed to problems is whenever somebody would finish a level, whether it be a training level or a processing level, they would come in and announce that this person was a problems release. And everybody would listen to his, speech. And more often than not, these things were effervescent, loquacious, filled with bubbling enthusiasm of, God, I feel like I've relieved 1,000 lifetimes of emotional energy, and I don't have problems anymore. And if something happens, it's like I laugh because, okay, so what? My car broke down. Ha, ha, ha. It's not a disaster. It's not going to cause me mental stress. In other words, this was somebody moving into present time and being able to laugh at the situation and the inevitability. Because inevitably, what happens? If your car breaks down, you fix it, you trash it, you do whatever you have to do. And unless you're completely economically deprived, it's more of an irritation than a super life-changing experience. If you have to get a new car, it might change your budget and all that. But just to embrace, so I was subject to many of these victory stories, and I said, wow, you could feel the energy coming off of the person. And I said, wow, well, these were different levels, higher levels that I had not done yet. And it would be years before I would experience them myself. Meanwhile, it was just say, wow, that's one more fantastic thing you can do with Scientology. And eventually I would experience different degrees of that. Also, study the level to the point where I said, wow, this is why it works. Now, Hubbard's way of approaching psychology, one way of approaching the psychology of an individual, was to target it like an issue from 360 degrees. You're not just attacking the problem one way, you're attacking a problem in all these different ways until you've basically obliterated problems. Now, that does not mean that the individual could, 5 years later find himself in a situation where he needs to readdress this whole thing again, because that's the way life works. Nevertheless, the first level of approaching problems, and we talk about problems, problems usually have to do with survival. And in Douglas's case, it's support, it's money. It's one of the problems, one of the situations. And we, so it's the question. So you approach it on the level of help. Help is a problem. Okay, so look at, I have a roof that needs repair. I can't get anybody to come. Then when they say they come, they don't come. And this is a repeated problem. I've got to do it myself, but my neighbor has a rope, but he can't find the safety rope. So then the guy's supposed to come on Saturday, but it rains. It's rained for a week. So it's like everything is a problem. Now, ultimately, I need help. I need help because I have to buy the safety rope and harness myself from Amazon, but I also need help from the sun. I need the sun to come out because, I'm not going up there in the rain. I can't get anybody to go up there in the rain. So this is a problem. But what's the solution to a problem? Is help. Help. And help and goes with communication and control. Now, right now, I can't control the communication because the guy won't communicate with me. He communicates when he feels like it. Oh, like mañana. I do it mañana, whatever. And then he doesn't do it. So it's like the only way I can control it is to, buy the thing, go up there and do it myself. But I can't control the sun. Maybe I can if I'm enough of a wizard, but I'm not, going down that pathway. So control, communication, and help. And of course, when you communicate about anything long enough, you will finally tire it out. Like, how much can I keep talking about? Like, now I could up the ante on communication, and I could start calling everybody in every, one of these newspapers that they send around with all these people with their handyman services. If I call enough of them, somebody's going to show up. But it takes a lot of persistence, calling every number you see in there and waiting for the call back. Oh, he can come Friday, he can come Tuesday, and you're dealing with all this communication you really don't want to deal with. So, but enough communication will exhaust a problem. And so now anyway, Douglas, I'm going to ask you a question with regard to the subject of help. And I'm going to ask, first of all, what help? And you can answer this spontaneously or any way you want to. What help can you or do you offer the world, the public?
Well, I would say that the most help I've ever given them was a pain point for, as Jojo Mikolajczyk would call it, for so much of the public sensibilities, which is the safety of children. When it came to the kind of help I provided very early in my life at a period of time where I was still under legal age myself to a great degree, when I started learning about children being exploited and trafficked at the Presidio military base and throughout the many bases that were maintained by the U.S. military throughout the world. This was something that I began to hemorrhage information on, and this is what led to a very heightened public awareness of satanic ritual abuse, and this is what led to a public investigation, or a demand for investigation, and for a time we had occult crimes that were basically acknowledged in police manuals until all of that was ripped away. Basically, I would say that the most help I provided was to ultimately prevent the fate of what I saw happen to literally thousands of children, and ultimately worldwide hundreds of thousands happen to what would have been millions more had it been allowed to continue at the pace it was continuing. So I at least prevented that. I would say that that's probably the most that I've done for humanity.
Excellent. This is an excellent answer, and I'm so glad you answered that, because this is the truth. And I want everybody to know, when some people disparage Douglas for whatever reason, and often it's not like, whatever the reason is, and it's not often harsh, it's just kind of dismissive. Wow, 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 wow. This is a great service he has done to uncounted amount of children, uncounted amount of families, not only for the ones he immediately protected, but for raising the public awareness on this stuff, because there is a lot more public awareness on this subject. And there's a lot of, counter to that as well. But this is a great contribution. And this is not, something he's done that the Kennedy Center is going to honor. The Pulitzer Prize is not going to honor. The Nobel Prize is not going to honor. In fact, so much of the institutionalized establishment culture is going to decry or disparage him or attack him or dismiss him, because it is either directly or indirectly in their self-interest to do so. Now, this is, and people ask, why do you work with Douglas Dietrich? To me, personally, I don't take the position of a do-gooder, but nevertheless, what I'm doing is clearing energy. And this is clearing energy. It's just like if you had an acupuncture point that was jammed, you clear up the energy. And then the energy flows through the meridian. And all of a sudden, the chi is restored. So what you have here, this is a flow of chi. And for those, I've said this many times about Qigong, the first thing is you perceive the flow. You perceive the flow or the chi or the Tao, call it whatever you want. It's life. Perceive it. You intend it, you control it, you create it, and you become it. You become the clearing energy. So when you contribute to his cause, you contribute to the flow of not just Douglas Dietrich, but of life and clearing energy. And promote his book. And often when you promote his book, many of you out there who are interested in his cause, you're talking into dead gray matter with people, or, stilted gray matter, where people are just going about their business. And how much time can they get concerned about this stuff? Why do they even need to know it? They're just going to live, 15 years, watch so many episodes of The Wheel of Fortune and pack it in. This is how some people yeah, it's whatever it is. So we can't expect too much from certain people. And of course, one could lead themselves, and this is a problem that any person pursuing certain avenues of sensitivity like this can get involved in. They can end up thinking they're the only ones doing anything about it. And that's a bad situation to be in, because whether you are or not the only one, quote unquote, doing it, that mentality is not going to serve you, even if it's true, because it will lead to delusional situations. In fact, you want to be referencing normal, because then when you're referencing normal, you can kind of see where it's cropping up its ears in society. And you don't want to sound like an extremist, because now there are issues that are much more triggerable in society than what I'm talking about. Because if you start talking about this to a public group, you might get a policeman in the back, or a detective who's worked or did work as a detective. He might come up and talk to you afterwards. He goes, I know what you're talking about, blah, blah, blah. These are the problems you run into when you deal with that. But what's much more triggerable in a group is dealing with the vaccination issues or anything proactive. Like I had a friend who had a developmentally disabled child, and she was very psychic. And she noticed, she was in the region of Albany where Aaron Tice used to live. And when she started becoming vocal about the mistreatment of her son, because her son was assaulted incorrectly in the school, physically assaulted because he was being mistreated. And they start to call her an activist, where she's just protesting mistreatment of her son. And this is the type of problem you run into. So you have to be very clever in how you choose your battles. And it's best not to just react, which, you know, it takes a certain amount of experience and know-how to do such a thing. So Douglas, now, as I say, Douglas has helped energetically change the world. He got the Presidio military base shut down. Do I need to say anything more? This was the premier defense center west of the Rockies, the second Pentagon of the West Coast. It's shut down. Now, if you think that's bad because we don't have a defense over there, well, no, they weren't defending the United States. They were assaulting the children of the United States and doing weird experiments.
Thank you.
Yes. And this is context. So Douglas gave an excellent answer. I didn't know what he was going to answer. And there's not, as they say, there's not anybody out there patting him on the back for doing that. Even people in the UFO community who are sitting there talking about aliens instead of what really happened at Roswell are enabling this myopic situation to continue. You know, so this is, you know, through their own misadventures or whatever. It's not that these people are evil. They've been led down their own, you know, they've led themselves down their own garden path of, you know, what would the English say? Bloody well ignorant. They're bloody well ignorant.
Yes.
So,
or the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yes.
Well, yes. So, thank you for that answer. Now, this is how Douglas has helped the world, helped people, helped the public. Now, I'm going to ask you another question. How has the public helped you?
Well, certainly members of the public have helped, and I certainly couldn't have made it without them. There have been people in the past. Our dear friend Keith Call recently helped with the rent, as did Peter Moon himself, and still need to thank him for that appropriately. Without anybody pitching in to help as they have throughout my personal history, I wouldn't be here. This is like part of the problem of having done what I did. I rendered myself to a great degree just unable to reintegrate back into the world. Now, of course, the world has become very disjointed itself with COVID and all the recent pandemic, but I would dare say that in general, the public has not helped because too many people are ignorant of what I've done. Not enough people know about it. I think that if people were to find out, their greatest challenge would simply be what they would face from the deep state in terms of the deep state attacking myself. They would be confronted with that kind of counterattack. And I think intuitively, all the American public knows that something is definitely wrong in this regard, because the public is outraged about it. The public is outraged about the treatment of children. They know something is going on with the trafficking of children. They don't know any of the context, and so they are misled by the deep state itself through QAnon, which was originally incepted by Michael Aquino. Indeed takes the Q, which was a very specific letter for him, Q was very special to him, not only because of his name Aquino, but he would often share with me his plans for this kind of psychological operation based on kind of taking advantage of what he knew about Japanese culture, which he was very knowledgeable of because of myself and because of his research on my mother. Q is the X letter to the Japanese. Instead of something like X Factor or X Files, Japanese series about the paranormal or mystery will have the Q. And so when it comes to that kind of irony and the fact that it meant so much to Aquino, this is what he used to lead people down the path with QAnon. And this is something to bear in mind. People respond to QAnon.
Douglas, let me say something about that.
Sure.
First off, I've written a full article. I think it's in the Michael Aquino's death notice.
Yes.
And I sent it to Brooke.
Yes.
It's anybody who wants to read that about QAnon, write to me at petermoon333@gmail.com, petermoon333@gmail.com, and I will send you a PDF of that newsletter that explains Q. Now, I have had people that have written to me, people that I know, and are going off on the Q thing, and I send that back to them, and I say, this is what Q is. Now, I don't hear back from them. They don't say, they write to me because, they figured out this or they need help figuring this out.
Yeah.
They respect me because they've known me or whatever. And when I write that back, I don't get an answer back. I don't get, wow, thank you for telling me that. I get no response.
Of course. Yes.
Because they are so deluded. And this is one of the first steps in Qigong, is when you start to really learn Qigong, and this could apply to any authentic tradition in Tai Chi or whatever true art, Asian art you're studying, is that if you're really getting it, you have to give up your preconceived, prejudicial, biased thinking of, living a life of relative stupidity. Because you can see somebody coming up to study Qigong, and then, suppose they're wealthy and they've made a lot of money, and you can kind of see their ego say, well, I've got this licked, I've got that licked. You can just see it in their face. It's like, okay, this isn't about making money. This is about you and the breath and your health. Because money can really screw up your health. It doesn't have to. It can be used intelligently. But when somebody comes in with their ego and say, for example, looking at my teacher and saying, why aren't you rich? They miss the point. And he'd have to carefully explain, that he got umpteen children through college, educations of $100,000 each. Got his kids, he grew up in the ghetto. He got all his kids educated in college with good jobs.
Yes.
And
it's such an important point, really.
Yeah, right. It's like okay. And you know what? He didn't care about that. He had friends all over the world that, he didn't need to ask them for financial help because he was retired from the Steelworkers Union. His whole how he got into the Steelworkers Union, the first black person, God, he told some good stories. But the point here is that the ego is a big deal to people. And I'm talking of this from the perspective of Qigong. When you've been living your whole life and you learn that you don't have a clue about breathing. Oh, I know how to breathe. I know this, or, again, I have to state this is, when I start talking to people about Qigong, they start nodding their heads like they know what I'm talking about. If I talk about Montauk, they've never heard about it, or I'm talking about something about politics or conspiracy and they've never heard it, they'll listen with their mouth open or curious. When I start talking about Qigong, they start nodding like, yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And they don't know what you mean. This is like a very odd thing. So it's like you're communicating the truth, a relevant truth to anyone. Where I can feel this real incredible wiggling back is on certain Facebook diatribes where I'm talking to high-level teachers in Tai Chi. And I know exactly what to say to them and not to say to them. And I get a smile back or an acknowledgement because they know that I know. And it's very subtle. And it's like, wow, I don't profess to be as knowledgeable as they are. Or say, I would say as well, what's the word? When eclectic as they are.
Yes.
But I learned to be more eclectic from taking what they talk about or allude to and integrating it into my own experience and my own teaching, which is much arguably more simple, because you can get lost in the complexity of all the different theories. But and here I'm using Qigong as an analogy here, but my Qigong, a great percentage of it has always been, even before I learned Qigong, because you're all doing Qigong, and Qigong means breath work. You're all doing it, because if you weren't, you wouldn't be alive. You wouldn't be breathing. So whatever breathing, whether it be a shitty little breath or a good learned discipline from yoga or some other discipline or breath work you're doing Qigong. But the idea is to do it. But so anyway, this is the work I do with Douglas is like I'm working with culture, I'm working with civilization, and I integrate that into my work. And at this stage of the game, I'm destined to be more of a writer publisher than a Qigong teacher. It's not abandoning that role, but more of my energy and life has been dedicated to the writing and publishing. But so I integrate that into it. Now, and a big piece of this is what we're talking about with Douglas. Now, how has the public helped him? Yes, they have contributed, and it's really good. You've really contributed, many of you, and we thank you. And have been an important part of it. Now, I'm going to ask you another question, Douglas. How has the public not helped you?
Well, again, it's simply through their ignorance, and I don't mean that in a negative sense. It's we're all ignorant of many things. There's plenty of things I don't know about, and I always.
Yeah. I mean, just talk to me as if you're talking to just me.
Yeah.
You don't have to apologize to the public or anything.
Sure.
As if you're talking to me.
So it's basically their ignorance of my existence, and then when they do hear about me, then let me give you a great example. George Knight, when he first ran across me on a YouTube channel that no longer exists, where I was being interviewed about 9/11, which George Knight was researching at the time. And so when I was speaking about what I knew, the first thought that George Knight said came into his mind was, this guy must be rich. George Knight was equating knowledge with wealth, which, as Peter Moon has explained, really isn't the case. In fact, usually it's not. There's a kind of almost idiot savant kind of talent for the wealthy. Most of them aren't very intelligent people. They're just skilled at making money and almost nothing else. But what our man George Knight soon realized was that I wasn't wealthy, and then he tried to make people aware of myself. So others could also help, as he did at one point in my life at a very at a very needy time. But that being said, the public hasn't helped in the sense. Here's a good example: when they simply take what detractors say at face value. Great example is the military. And again, that's not the general public, but the problem is our military is so large that it constitutes a great deal of the public. And unfortunately, they have undue influence over a public that admires them for no good reason. And if you knew all I knew, you'd understand why I said that. Honestly, when it comes to the military, great example. I had a man who's now dead, who was defaming myself using a website. This was Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier of the U.S. Army Green Berets, same unit that Michael Aquino was a part of. So forget John Wayne. The same unit that the Night Stalker, serial killer's uncle, another Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez was a part of. You can see the pattern here. Aquino himself was a commissioned officer, and then you got two non-commissioned officers, and these are Satanists and child rapists, and there you go with this kind of attack that when they launched it against me, just a bunch of other military men joined in, hundreds, just because they just took what this man said at face value, even though what he was publishing was clearly false and clearly not even real documentation.
Well, yeah, and Douglas, this is like somebody at a ball game, and everybody's say wearing a blue New York Giants jersey, and there's a fan in the crowd who's wearing a Dallas Cowboy jersey, and they go, "Oh God, let's go get that guy, go throw a bucket of ice on that Cowboy fan," and they'll all jump in because they're all Giant fans.
Yes.
See?
Oh God.
It's that sort of mentality with the military. It's like, oh, let's go get this guy. He's not one of us.
Yes. Yes.
In addition to a more sinister, not that that's not sinister, but more sinister agendas.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, my father brought up one example of what Peter just talked about. It was some horrible tragedy where there was some young man who was ambushed in, it was one of our local stadiums. I can't remember whether it was the one in Oakland or San Francisco, but this was in the days of the old stadium. So it was only Candlestick and the one in Oakland, and there weren't many others or any others in area, I think. But in one of those areas, a bunch of men jumped a young man who had the rival team's jersey on and beat him senseless.
That was in Los Angeles. They jumped a San Francisco Giant fan.
Oh my God!
That's why he probably heard of it. It
okay.
was in
brain injured, right? He was left
Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
In L.A. And it was like, just because they were Giant fans.
Yeah.
And
they left him retarded, right? Just basically brain injured and unable to function.
I don't know what the full damages were, but it was considered outrageous and egregious. And I think, and the interesting thing is I grew up with that rivalry of San Francisco and Los Angeles, living in LA. And that's the first thing I learned about San Francisco is that they were evil. They were bad.
Yes, I can understand why.
They used to cheat. They used to hose the dirt down so Maury Wills couldn't steal bases. And this is I didn't believe that, but it was true. Because how could they allow this cheating to go on? Well, they're just changing the environment. So that rivalry was very vicious, or not, but never like that. This is like more modern times of steroids and fentanyl and crazy drugs.
Yes.
So that was a very insane situation that occurred in Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Yes,
but continue with what you were saying.
Yes. So what the greatest danger to me is that the public reacts on the basis of this kind of defamation, which fortunately, almost miraculously, really hasn't happened. But then again, you think of all the suppression of people knowing about me at all, and that is also a factor. So
it's a full-time job,
yes,
Douglas.
Yes.
It's a full-time job. Like, for example, the book I wrote, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity.
Yes.
And as I say, I wrote that book to get it out of my aura and to help pay for the printing of the etheric crystal. Which is Radu Sinamar's 7th book. I released it at the same time as a print-on-demand book. My clairvoyant I work with every month tells me that book has been deliberately suppressed. I mean, people are going out of their way to suppress it. Now, it sells a few copies every month or whatever.
Yeah. The
I've
Tao
sold-
of Insanity, you mean?
Yeah, I've sold hundreds of copies of that.
Yeah.
It did what it was supposed to do for me. I'm not dependent on that. I don't want to be known for L. Ron Hubbard. I don't mind being associated with it, but I'm so much more than that. But the thing is that somebody's working full time. She says it's the Church of Scientology, but I don't know that that's true. But she says that it's somebody's working full time on pressing that book. So I started getting orders for the Montauk Book of the Dead or whatever, which also goes into Scientology, which is more autobiographical. And so that is a very sensitive area. But what I'm trying to tell the audience right now is there is full time going after Douglas Dietrich. And it's not just, ho, ho, ho. It's obsessive compulsive.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely pathological. When you think about this, say for instance, ultimately, many of these people have been brought down, but it never needed to come to that for them. They are allowing themselves to be used as human hand grenades and tossed by someone like Richard K. Cole Jr., who himself is paid by Stephen Outram. You have maybe some cases where you understand why from a pathologically pragmatic sense. Someone like Daniel Arola, whose sugar mommy died, and so he figured that he could ultimately get on the side of Stephen Outram, and he figured that multimillionaire might adapt him as a sex toy because he knew
That's
that.
a very good point about him. That's a very good point. It explains his motivation.
Yes, and he felt that, that he knew that he could appeal to this man sexually because that's what Stephen Outram wanted from me. So he figured that if he offered himself in my stead, the fantasy that Stephen Outram wanted to realize with myself, that he would that this would help him find a new home. And so you can understand from a pathologically pragmatic sense why someone would do that, but to stoop to that level and how much is it worth it to gain a home to lose your soul? And it's like it might be healthier to simply die on the streets. When it came to this kind of situation, these people are obviously beyond any sense of self-preservation even. These are people who are putting their own life situations at risk in order to attack me. So this goes to show you that the enemy is obviously at this point beyond any reason. So I think that whoever listens to us regularly knows that. The problem is we don't have enough regular listeners. Albeit, as I pointed out earlier before Peter came on, comparatively speaking to other YouTube channels just coming on at this point in history, I'm moderately successful because most other people are getting like just a few reviews and just that nowhere near what I'm getting. And a lot of this is thanks to Peter. And Peter faces his own challenges with suppression. The reason Peter decided to work with myself is because it is beyond profit for Peter. Peter is on his own sense of doing something for the world, and he knows he'll help more people this way than with simply Tai Chi. As he said, he'll always be a Tai Chi instructor to honor his own master, but at the same time, this way he helps even more people with at least informing them that the world is more than they ever imagined. And because...
Bring an interesting point there for me. Let me address that, please. Is like, I can help people tremendously with Qigong. I can tremendously. But so much of it depends upon them and what they want to hear and what they want to listen. And so many people will go their own way. So you don't force them. You don't say, you must do this. I mean, you can tell them to do it. And as my teacher would say, he says, look, you don't pay me enough to make sure that I make you do it right. You've got to do it right, and you've got to pay attention. You come up and ask me, fine, I'll tell you whether. But he says, I'll watch you do something wrong for years if you're stupid enough not to listen to me.
Yes.
I'll watch you doing it wrong. And, in other words, wake up. Wake the F up.
Yes.
And I can give it even an interesting story that Adam Meisner shared.
Yeah.
Oh God, this is here. I'll share this story, and maybe it fits into your paradigm. I'm not thinking of it, but it might, because it's such a powerful lesson. Where can I find it? Boy, this was so. What would I say? I mean, it didn't surprise me at all, because I didn't know how it was going to turn out. Oh, did I lose that thing today? No, I can't find it. So we're just going to bypass that and carry on.
For now, but we'll find it later. No worries.
Yeah. But back to where I was talking about how people have not helped you, and now that we've addressed that question, well, that could go on and on and on and on. Now, how have you not helped the public in your own?
The way I've not helped the public is through my own sense of nihilism, which can develop when somebody is just faced with the kind of difficulties that I've been faced with. A great example, just to give people a little bit of a paradox here. When I talk to people, say for instance, about the time that my biological sire Adolf Hitler was confronted with the fact that he owed the doctor, a Jewish doctor, who had taken care of his mother in her final days. And of course, I've heard this story perverted and simply mispresented as a lie by people on places like Coast to Coast AM or any other popular forums, where I've heard people say, oh yes, his mother died under this doctor's care and that's why he wanted to kill all Jews, when they never follow up with a reality that was published even in Life magazine at the time that that World War II was on. And that was that Adolf Hitler made sure that Dr. Eduard Bloch, surname spelled B-L-O-C-H, was placed under SS care so that he would never be attacked or disturbed by anyone. And when the war really got dangerous with the Americans firebombing the cities, Adolf Hitler made certain that the doctor was sent to the United States so that he would not be under any threat from the American bombs. And so the United States actually helped Dr. Eduard Bloch immigrate to the United States at Adolf Hitler's request. So when Dr. Eduard Bloch migrated to the United States, he came with his entire family, and this was a Jewish doctor with a Jewish family who had helped Hitler's mother in her final days, and Hitler made certain that the man's life was made as rewarded and as comfortable as he could make it, and ultimately helped him escape his own country when his own country came under attack, to the point where he felt that the man's life would be in danger. So this was something that, when I point the story out, I also point out this in no way, shape, or form rationalizes or justifies all the other Jews that were killed, but it puts it into perspective that Adolf Hitler was not pathologically hateful of Jews at some level that was beyond reason. When it comes to myself, you have a story that can be taken at the extreme that some people have taken it. I've brought this up in the past. I don't know if Peter Moon's ever heard of it. At the time that I had dealt with the Presidio military base and all the horrors that happened to myself and my family after that, when I dealt with what happened in the Marine Corps and the fact that I was given a choice between being tortured to death in a manner that could not be investigated, would not be investigated, or becoming part of a homosexual pornography machine that the Marine Corps operated, I was given an opportunity to make a film with a man named Richard K. Cole Jr., who was making films in San Diego. And instead of rendezvousing with him under illegal orders to make this film, I spoke with him once, said I would be arriving there, and then when I was dishonorably discharged from the Marine Corps, because I had been charged by the Saudi police with murder of 2 of their officers and would have been beheaded in a public square if the Marine Corps hadn't bailed me out, so I always owe them that much. When I was dishonorably discharged after my service in the Gulf War, then I went home to the United States, approached many wives in San Diego, Marine Corps Recruit Depot, and Camp Pendleton, who couldn't understand why their husbands never slept with them, explained to them they were involved with this gay porn machine that they were churning out hundreds of videos a year at least, then they all got together and we brought that down. That was another ring that I helped to stop that was taking advantage of young children from across the border who were promised they would be given U.S. citizenship if they slept with these men. And most of them were simply put into a meat market where they never emerged from again. All of this got myself and my family nothing but terrorist death threats, scorn. You have no idea, just to put this into some perspective, without going into a litany, there's a purpose to what I'm saying, and I'm going to say it concisely. When the Presidio military base closed down, that was essentially San Francisco's economy. It's about 25% of San Francisco's land area. San Francisco is one of the most congested cities in the world. Next to New York City, it's the most congested city in the United States. Only New York City beats it. And it's all on this tiny little peninsula. If you imagine your thumbnail, the rest of your thumb is South San Francisco and everything south, and your thumbnail would be San Francisco, and a quarter of that would be the Presidio military base. Once that closed, that was San Francisco's economy. Everybody was dependent on business from the soldiers and sailors stationed there and rotating in and out, and also their families, catering to them as well as serving them when they were off base. When that closed down, San Francisco was going to wither up and die. The only thing that saved it was the rise of Silicon Valley. Otherwise, San Francisco would have gone the way of other cities that have dried up and withered away, Rust Belts. So during that period of time, between the real rise of Silicon Valley, which was very shortly after the closure of the Presidio military base, you had one falling while the other was arising. But during that period of time when it didn't take yet, before Silicon Valley really became the economy of San Francisco, and San Francisco became simply a satellite state of Silicon Valley, it was during that time that my parents received so many death threats. It was known what I had done to many people who worked at the base, and literal bombs were sent to my home, where we lived, in the Tenderloin, no less. If it hadn't been for the fact we lived in such a dangerous area, we probably would have gotten many more. And essentially what had happened was that I became so embittered between that and what happened at the San Diego Camp Pendleton area. None of this was ever something that brought me any public recognition, any congratulations. And all I ever got was death threats and people telling me how horrible I was. It's something that instead of being viewed as some kind of hero, I was viewed as, if anything, a rat, a snitch, a squealer, by people in the military using those terms and their families. And for people whose livelihood had depended on the base, they would tell me things like, because of you, my father can no longer work. Now, all because of this, there was one time where I was walking from my home to the local salon where V was working at the time. We no longer work there because of the security issues involved. I was actually, so many people began to know where I lived and where she worked that they would actually, I never got a negative ambush in the sense of somebody violently ambushing me, but I certainly had people kind of ambushing me in a sense of like, hey, Douglas, Dietrich, I was waiting here for you. I wanted to talk to you. And who needs that? Eventually it would have been a violent ambush. So she no longer works there. That place is closed down. Matter of fact, the Rose who owned it closed it down. So no one affiliated with me is affiliated with that anymore. It's just not even open. No one's going to buy it and reopen it under the economy today. They can't afford the overhead. But such being said, I was on my way there, and one time I saw an adult male dressed very strangely, like an Old Testament prophet, like one of those Mormon, I don't know what they call them. There are certain Mormon figureheads who wear robes as if they're in biblical times for...
Called elders, I think.
Yes,
I think.
something like that.
Elders that are the heads of the church.
Yeah, he was dressed... something like that. And whatever he was affiliated with, he wasn't dressed normally. And there was a playground. There was a playground that was between myself and the salon. And he had a child he had over his shoulder. It might have been his child, but he was carrying him over his shoulder, and this child could have simply been abducted out of the playground and by a strange-looking man behaving strangely, and I just didn't even bother to call the police, even though I had a cell phone. I was just so disgusted that there was nothing good that has ever come for me out of helping any child, that at this point in my life, I was just so disgusted. I wanted nothing to do with whatever was going on. And I just let him pass, and I just went my way, and he went his, taking that child with him to whatever fate, which could have been just going home to some bizarre religious cult, or it could have been something where the child wound up being sacrificed and eaten alive, for all I know.
In other words, it wasn't your business, but you detected maybe it was your business.
Yes.
Or maybe it was somebody's business.
Yes, and I was just so disgusted with everything I'd been dealing with all my life. I just said, fuck it, I'm not going to participate in this, and I just went walking. When I've shared that story in the past, I've had people write me saying that no matter how many children you saved, if that child truly was headed towards a dire fate and you did nothing to help him or save him, then that negates all the good you've ever done. It's kind of like, that would be as ridiculous as saying that one Jew and his family that Adolf Hitler saved made up for all the other Jews he killed. It doesn't strike balance either way.
It's a harsh judgment for somebody to make, and they're in no position, nor are they authorized to do it under any way, shape, or form. It's just their it's just their slinging mud, like a monkey in a cage. And I don't mean to disparage monkeys.
No, I appreciate that profoundly, but I do want people to understand that even though, because I've been through so much, I take into account things I've done in war, where I've, of course, I know for a fact that because of what I've done as a mercenary, civilians have died. This is what happens in war. And though I haven't purposefully tried to seek civilians to kill, I do know that there was one case where, believe it or not, people in the Balkans, I had a Croatian man who at one point wrote as a entry, a comment under thread of one of my interviews. I was interviewed by somebody else. It wasn't on one of my channels or a channel I had control over. Or I might have responded to him, or I might not have. But at any rate, what he said was, Douglas Dietrich is known for war crimes in the Balkans, and he needs to be brought before the International Court in The Hague. And what he's referring to is there was at one point a time when we were charged by civilians, and I found myself in a position where it was either them or me. But you understand, the Americans were experimenting with something at that time. At the time that the Americans were fighting with the Serbs, they were trying out some experimental weapons. And one of them was something that turned everyone in that area into a ravenous, violent, and from what I saw, actually cannibalistic individual out of any sense of reason or control. These were individuals of all ages, both genders, that were attacking us. And at that time, I just had to keep firing or they would have taken us out.
They were turning the
local populace,
into this is like Montauk style EMF transmission or something.
Could have been that. I mean, I have no idea how they did it.
That would be the most logical explanation.
That makes sense.
That's pure Montauk research. This is just one more example of how, Douglas and I, complement each other. But yeah, I mean, so look, you were in, you were in the, what is it? The no man's land.
That's correct. As a matter of fact, you know what?
So do we need to judge all these poor people that come back without limbs and stuff? Do we need to judge them and make their misery worse than it is?
Thank you.
They help these vets. They help these people. I just saw something on the television how this guy is taught. He was like in tears. He lost his arms and his legs, and how they were creating a whole home for him so that he could survive. And he was moved to tears over, the love that was going out for this vet who had suffered, and you could judge him and say, well, he was going out and he was killing people. He deserves what he gets. Well, nobody deserves this misery. It's whatever the consequences are, it's blaming. It's not right to be hurting or killing other people, but that we need to continue the hate.
Thank you. And I'll tell you something for context to that experience. There was this developmentally disabled boy who was with me at that time. And I probably would have died were it not for him, for the reason that he had this autistic capability. And I remember that when he first glommed onto me, and I think he wanted food. I didn't know what the fuck he wanted. There was nothing I could offer him. But for some reason, he glommed onto me and was following me around when I was trying to get him away from me at that time and get back with the rest of my unit. And then he had a care provider, an old man, who then caught up with both of us. And I said, "Is this yours?" And he said, "Yes." And it was at that time we came under attack. Now, by that time I had had several hours of experience with these people, and I was seriously considering killing both of them, just more out of annoyance and irritation than anything else. When we were charged by these people, this truly was a human wave. Which, by the way, for people who don't understand that concept, most attacks in military terms or operational terms, tactical terms, you have people who are basically going for cover, maybe approaching bit by bit, finding cover, approaching. I mean, this is like fire and movement. You never really see people openly charge ravenously with spit, just drooling out of their mouths so voluminously that you can see the liquid just spew out of their nostrils. It's not often people are dehydrating at the same time that they're moving towards you. It's the most terrifying thing that I can remember, aside from a few other visions in my life. And when I started firing my weapon on full auto, it was then this idiot, as I considered him, started spewing out numbers. And even at that moment, I found that so irritating. I asked the old man, "What the fuck is your boy saying?" And he said, "He's counting your ammunition and you're running out very quickly." And that's when I realized I was firing on full auto without short bursts. And that's when I began to control my bursts, and we had enough ammo to last until the last people charging us were dead. Otherwise, I would have run out of bullets and we probably would have been swamped. So my barely tolerating those two people saved me as well as them, just based on this individual's autistic ability to count compulsively and just count out the amount of bullets I was firing compared to the amount of bullets he knew I had. And maybe he was cognizant of what he was doing, maybe he was not, but all that matters was, in the end, that's what saved us all. So another lesson to be had there in terms of kindness, or if not kindness, tolerance to a degree.
Well, thank you for that. It's very important. So, and I would also say, we're dealing with a bigger issue here with Douglas, and this is the whole symptom and phenomena of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, which has become a real catchword in popular psychology, popular experience. It's become a catchword, like, "Oh, I got PTSD." And okay, so there is now forums of experience and expression for PTSD, and a lot of sympathy for it. But this is the paradigm we're working under. So let's acknowledge, and I'm clearing energy here. Douglas is a sufferer of PTSD. He is a veteran. And it's like, and in fact, he's he's a victim, not just squared, but a victim cubed. And he doesn't sit there and wear that as a badge of honor as a victim, but his victimization was worse because he's serving his country, which is such a catchphrase, and in Saudi Arabia, and he saves these women by shooting the Saudi police who were shooting them for walking out of the mosque with a burqa, without a burqa. He saved these people's lives. And then because the Saudis are who they are, it became an international incident and they wanted him beheaded. The army was kind enough to not behead him. It was an act of grace on their part, despite themselves, but they dishonorably discharged him. So he is a pariah to them, where he should be a hero to the women. So the women, so this is like, okay, for all of you vets out there, this was not a honorable way that the U.S. Army behaved. What they should have done, and the reason if this could have been done and explained, it probably could have been executed, but they don't think this way. What they should have done was dishonorably discharge him and then give him another identity back at home where he could be treated right. You can discharge somebody and do it as a PR maneuver for the Saudis and say, hey, look, you really did the right thing. We're going to take care of you. We're going to give you your benefits. As Douglas Dietrich, you're dishonorably discharged. As George Jones, here's your pension. Here's your new Social Security number.
Interesting. James Fetzer was a commissioned Marine Corps officer. Just so people understand, James Fetzer is a controversial figure because James Fetzer is a doctor, professor. He's a professor who's written several books. Peter Moon can actually look up what those books are. I mean, there's quite a number of books that man has written. There's no denying this individual's brilliance, and yet this individual is, in certain ways, I would say, almost naive. But he was a commissioned officer, and he interviewed me, and he told me that I should contest my dishonorable discharge because of what Peter said. And just to put this into some context, because, it breaks my heart to share this with Peter. Because
how do you spell his name?
Oh, Fetzer would be spelled Fetzer. So James Fetzer, I believe. Dr. James Fetzer. Yeah. So James Fetzer, the reason he's controversial is because he became, in a sense, a Holocaust denier. I don't know if he would agree with that, but the point is he does allow people to speak on that issue a lot, and he never really disagrees with them. So he falls into that category, which was why I initially broke off contact with him. I've never really reestablished contact with him, but it's one of those things that I simply have reconsidered over the years because he is a Marine Corps officer who was sympathetic to me. It was never that I wanted to pursue what he said, because it's important to emphasize this. As bad as things are in my case, believe me, I would have been a lot worse off had I been a normal Marine and gotten off with like normal benefits, quote unquote, because with the cycloserine nerve gas I was exposed to, that means I would have been treated at the VA. Like that individual who was involved with us here on this transmission in the past, Derek Talley, had free treatment as a Marine with the VA all his life. And, believe me, that's no great shakes. I would be dead today because they never would have performed the highly experimental surgery on myself that UCSF did, which they did because I had no options for military treatment. So I was treated by UCSF. It took a threat of a lawsuit to get them to do this, but they ultimately did it, which would never have happened at the VA. I could threaten the VA with lawsuits and they would just laugh. You can't sue the VA. But when it came to UCSF, they finally performed, they stapled my lungs to my rib cage. And they scraped all of the blisters caused by the nerve gas off my lungs while they were doing that. So, there were certain things that were accomplished just by my dishonorable discharge that otherwise, it had been in a normal situation, it would have been the death of me. So even if they had done that, kind of given me a different, shall we say, like a witness protection program situation, who knows how that would have worked out. And there was James Fetzer's suggestion of trying to fight this, as Gary States had suggested. He was the man who works with the VA today, still as a federale, and had suggested that. But honestly, it really did work out for the best for me to be dishonorably discharged. But then again, here's the heartbreaking reality of what really happened down at Al Jubail, so people understand this. At Al Jubail was the main disembarkation port for the U.S. military in Saudi Arabia. So in Saudi Arabia, Al Jubail was this where everybody disembarked, and so there's several things to clarify here, just as concisely as possible. The horror story is that the House of Saud does not want women to be educated, and so whenever a woman's school opened, and many of these women were the wives of wealthy sheikhs, they tried to fund these schools for their daughters to become educated so they could learn to read, so they could hopefully get jobs outside of Saudi Arabia as doctors and attorneys, and other professions that were respected, where they would be respected for their skill and not just used to breed babies. And just to put this into some context for you further, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and there was this young Kuwaiti girl who was brought before the House and the Senate, the Congress, to testify that Iraqi troops were taking babies out of incubators and throwing them on the ground and stomping them, and all killing all these incubator babies. And everybody said, "Oh, this is horrible." And of course, it's horrible, but nobody ever asked, why are there so fucking many incubator babies in Kuwait? And the reason why is that all babies born in Kuwait, in the House of Saud, or any of these Emirates, are incubator babies. Every Saudi baby is an incubator baby. The reason why is because Saudis, just like Osama bin Laden, was the son of actually a Lebanese guy who became a Saudi citizen. His father was Lebanese, but he became a Saudi citizen because he was a wealthy business contractor in construction who wound up building a lot of projects for the Saudis, and then he was accepted as a Saudi citizen. He had like 20 wives, and Osama bin Laden was like the 10th or 20th son of the 10th or 20th wife. He was like the last son of this guy's last wife, which was one of the reasons why he was so fucked and hated the world. But at any rate, Osama bin Laden was an incubator baby, because the reason these guys have so many babies is because they force their woman to take fertility pills. So this forces the egg to subdivide. So every time a Saudi woman gives birth, or a Kuwaiti woman, or any of these crucial sheikhdom cultures along the Persian Gulf, the woman will give birth to 6-tuplets, or quintuplets, or octuplets. Every one of them is an octomom. Every birth they give is dozens of children. In some cases, there was one case, like, it was like considered a miracle. It was like almost like 12 children, though 4 of them died or something like that. But, these women are given birth unnaturally to large litters, and they're all, of course, in the womb, malnourished, because there's not enough in the womb to sustain them all, so they all go into the incubator as soon as they're born. That's why every baby in these cultures is an incubator baby. So when the women are just considered breeding mares, brood mares, they call them. The term they use is brood mares. Then obviously the women who are wives of these wealthy sheikhs want their daughters to be something more. And so what the Mutawa'in is the Committee for the Preservation of Virtue and the Destruction of Vice. These are the morality police. You've seen them in action in Iran. They're killing all these women in Iran today, in these riots that the women are having against this horrible fundamentalist clerical regime. In the House of Saud, the Mutawa'in, the Committee for the Preservation of Virtue and the Devastation of Vice, these religious police would not only have machine guns, as all Arab police do. Many police in the rest of the world carry machine guns. And people complain about how tactical American officers are. In the rest of the world, they carry machine guns on the street. But when it comes to the Saudi morality police, they also carry whips, so they can whip women in public when they discover them wearing lipstick under their veils or anything like that. So what happens is they'll often set these women's schools on fire, and then they'll shoot the girls as they run out of the burning building. because they'll say they're not wearing their veils and therefore are indecently exposed, because a female face is considered a sexual organ in that culture, because a female can service you with her mouth, and therefore when her face is not covered, that's as if she's bearing her vagina. It's considered the same. So when they set fire to this school and began machine gunning the girls as they exited, these girls were running out without wearing their veils, and that was their legitimate excuse. According to the law, they were in the right. The Saudi police began to machine gun them down and said they're all running out naked, and that's indecent, and they're whores, and therefore they deserve to die. Now, unfortunately, all the girls who were killed in the front wave of girls running out of that building blocked the path of the other girls from exiting. Ultimately, 300 girls burned alive in that building. I didn't save any of them, but I tried, and I killed 2 officers doing so. And that's when the House of Saud said this man must be executed publicly. The only reason the Marine Corps saved my ass was because that would have stopped Operation Desert Storm from ever taking place. If the Americans had seen back home on their televisions an American Marine being executed in a Saudi public square because he was trying to save a bunch of girls from burning alive, everyone would have said, fuck, let Saddam Hussein have the House of Saud. Let him take him down. These fuckers don't deserve to have their own kingdom over that peninsula. The entire American sense of sympathy would have gone to Saddam as opposed to the Saudis that were the great allies of the Bush dynasty. So the Marine Corps saved my ass to prevent Operation Desert Storm from being preempted by public opinion. That way no one was informed of what happened. And then after the operation, they told the House of Saud, we promise he will be punished. And the first thing they did was they stripped me of a rank. I went from Lance Corporal, or rather from Full Corporal to Lance Corporal. They told the Saudis that, and they said, and when we're done with saving you in their kingdom, he'll be court-martialed. And so the Saudis probably thought they were going to execute me. But all they paid me was a dishonorable discharge. I was happy to get out alive at that time, and happy to sever from them. And that's when I went back and had my vengeance against Richard K. Cole Jr. by spoiling his porno operation when he was expecting to have sex with me. This is all the horror of the reality of this world. There was this one wonderful young Jewish American girl. Her name was, how could I forget her name? She was Alira Walker. And Alira Walker, she had actually witnessed a CHO in her life. Matter of fact, that CHO she felt was responsible for her breaking her hip, falling out of a window and breaking her hip. She was working in San Francisco at that time. Now, the reason that she's important was because she tried to look up what happened at Al Jubail. And she said, you know what? I found so many schools, girls' schools in Saudi Arabia burning down that I stopped looking. She said, this fucking happens a lot. It's like these religious police are going setting every girls' school on fire so they can do this. And so that's the reality of it. And then you have some scumbag like Stephen Outram who writes in his column, I see no evidence online for Al Jubail. Of course, you can look up yourself and you know the port city exists. And honest to God, anybody who served time in Saudi Arabia will tell you what I said is true because they'll know how the Saudis behave. And exactly what happened. By the way, I was on leave at the time with members of my unit. So the police that I killed were with my bare hands. I didn't have arms at the time. I wasn't armed with anything when I took them down. They didn't expect me coming up from behind them. They were too busy killing the girls. But that being said, my own squad took me down. These cowards, instead of helping me take the rest of the police down, they took me down because they were afraid the police would turn around and machine gun them. All they cared about was themselves. That's your average Marine for you. So bear that in mind as well. All that's being said hopefully puts that in some context. But again, This is why Peter Moon tolerates my violent outbursts that I've displayed at times when my post-traumatic stress disordered symptoms manifest, as they did the other day. And I thank Peter profoundly for that. He's very patient, and he's learned that through his Tai Chi discipline and his dealing with, I presume, other PTSD sufferers in his life. And I'm not quite sure if Preston Nichols or any of those people fall into that, but certainly many of the Montauk boys.
They all suffered from it.
Thank you.
And of course, the whole point here is to help people. And here again, we're back at the subject of help, as I was addressing earlier. So thank you for that. This has gone exactly where it needed to go. I didn't know where it was going to go.
Oh, one more thing to say about James Fetzer. When I spoke to him, I brought up to him the point that, the Americans occupied Vietnam while they were fighting against the Vietnamese. They occupied Korea while they were fighting against the Koreans. Why is it the Americans don't understand that just because they say they occupied Japan, they were still at war with the Japanese? And that's when he acquiesced to what I said, and he said, "You're right, Douglas." And he said, "The Americans lost the fucking Second World War." So he was one of the first men to acknowledge this. Maybe we should send him a copy of our book, but that for another time between you and I. Please take it from here.
Well, yeah, and it's very commendable. My gut feeling about him is that, most people, such as himself, I don't really know him. I see that he's written a lot of topics on conspiracy type. He's called the conspiracy guy, but I don't know if that's fair to say that.
It really isn't, because you might also notice he's written a lot of books on extremely technical subjects.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying this is what he the shtick they
slap him with. Yeah, they slap him down.
Yeah. But he's a magna cum laude graduate of Princeton who majored in philosophy, PhD in history and philosophy, has received many awards and forms of recognition for his teaching and scholarships. And so, he's gone into great things in depth. And at face value, he goes into them with great scholastic references, if not impeccable integrity. He appears to be that way. I can't really vouch for it. Talking about epistemology and cognition, studies in cognitive systems, book 6, ambient noise, artificial intelligence, its scope and limits, scientific knowledge, causation, explanation, and corroboration. He's got all sorts of stuff here. There's the great Zapruder film hoax, Deceit and Deception and the Death of JFK. It's like, the average citizen in this day and age, I say the intellect is dead. The intellectual is dead. The intellectual, was somebody, particularly in the 60s, as the rise of Berkeleyism from Berkeley, California, and the left wing, which the left wing wasn't so sinister then. It was bringing up issues that needed to be dealt with, and the conservative faction, which was the evil empire, was trying to contain them because it was chaotic to the Leave It to Beaver culture. Now, we're dealing in a different paradigm. But nevertheless, the intellectual was somebody who could think and stream consciousness and look at things from both sides, theoretically, and evaluate problems. But it all became too theoretical. And when it was implemented, it was chaotic and revolutionary, and it usually wasn't implemented at all, because it's like you're pointing out all the wrongnesses in the system, and the system, reacts poorly. And it's reactionary, and it's much like the Borg in Star Trek: The Next Generation. It's much like the Borg. Not quite as that clever or sinister or that good, but the Borg was good. So in any case, this is a guy who, because of his astute intellectualism, agreed with you. But what's he going to do for you?
Right.
You know, it's like, you know, who knows what trouble he's running into on his own.
Plenty. Yes.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know, but it's like, you know, you can have all this academic and see this is, I'm not criticizing him because I haven't read him, but what happens if you have too many intellectual books, or not even intellectual books, you have this process of what I've always perceived as head nodding, people nodding their heads. You know, oh yeah, COVID's everybody's got COVID. Everybody's nodding their head on COVID. And they say, okay, well, it's turning out that these vaccinations are really dangerous, and it's coming up. Oh yeah, it is. These vaccinations are dangerous, or it's like, you know, Kyle Rittenhouse is, you know, is bad. Yeah, and then you find out, oh, he's good or whatever. That, you know, or he's good, he's bad. It's like it's just a bunch of consensus head nodding that goes on. It could be over. Now I'm picking particularly conspiratorial, controversial issues, but this in academics, it's like, oh yeah, we all know this. And it's just this consensus agreement of head nodders, and it's head nodding is just stupid. It's like, because so and so said this and so said this. It's just a bunch of, it's like phone tag. You know, oh, so and so, okay, so and so, okay. So somebody says it's, you know, John Wilkes Booth shot Lincoln. Oh no, oh no, he didn't really shoot Lincoln. Oh yeah, he did. He didn't. It's like, so what is all this intellectualism? It's an outmoded thing, because now we're dealing, when he's writing about AI, but now we're dealing with, you know, Aquino liked to promote information war, but it's see what happens, and this is where I did plan to go tonight. Information war, underneath that is artificial intelligence information war, and behind all of it is entity war. Entity war. Now they talk about AI, how dangerous. Elon Musk has now come out with a robot, and they were talking about the robot and all the things the robot can do, and you can buy this robot. And I'm saying is, I'm not going to mention the biofax simulagra. You know, whatever this robot did, he did is such a watered down, lower harmonic.
Thank you.
Of the biofax simulagra, which was a already watered down to send to America. They had much better things in Japan. So,
yes,
and you know, it's like, this is not information we're going to get anywhere else. So I have to deal. What was it? One of my friends said to me, she says, you must have a great tolerance, or how do you deal with all these stupid people that are not at your level? You must have a great deal of time frustrated people. And I said, no, it doesn't. You know, it doesn't bother me at all. I said it's no. I don't. I don't expect too much of people. I never have. I was dealing in my own world at the age of 18 in Scientology, where I had a completely different world than everybody else I was talking to in regular society. I had my own, as Hubbard would say, you have your own universe. That's my universe. It's sovereign. And then I have reality, normality, which I have to deal with. And I always had a pretty good grasp on normality and reality, because you can't, if you deny it, then you're in trouble, because it will come back to bite you. This is the gift of my astrology ruler Saturn, the bottom line. I can see the bottom line, and normality is the bottom line. You have to reference it and deal with it. Otherwise, it will come back to bite you. So, no, it's like, I don't expect too much of people. You know, I don't, I'm not interested in what the handyman thinks of politics. What do I expect of him? What he thinks of COVID, what he thinks. Some people think this, some people think that. I don't care what they think. It's not my thoughts. So, but so much of energy is expended towards me. It's not intolerable because it's just not that big of a deal. Nevertheless, it's something I have to deal with on a continuous basis. Why do you deal with Douglas Dietrich? Why, just comments that are, they don't have enough of a picture of who I am or what I'm doing. So that's to be expected. So I'm explaining. We got the ambient noises.
Oh, yes, I'll go mute again. Just going to thank you for what you said. I was going to say that hopefully what we've discussed tonight will put some things in context for those people.
It does put things in context. The only unfortunate thing about it is that, we've been talking for, an hour and 45 minutes and people who are dedicated listeners can absorb this and listen to it and get it. It's like, it would be great if we could convert that 45 minutes into 10 minutes. And, that's something that we will keep working towards. That's good. So, but when we're dealing back to the paradigm of PTSD, this was the whole thing that made L. Ron Hubbard come to the forefront in the first place. Now you have all of these ex-Scientologists, dramatizing their PTSD and in forums and whatnot. And, they're throwing stones and they're suffering from their involvement in Scientology and or with L. Ron Hubbard, most of it the former. And it's like, okay, it goes on and on and on. And sure, it's, they're getting rid of their trauma or processing their trauma in the best way that they know how. And the more I move on in life, the more I want to not deal with them. It's not because, it's not that I'm judging them or condemning them. Let them work it out. If they come to me to work it out, I might not be appropriate for them because first off, I'm not pretending or acting to be, a professional therapist to people. This is not what I'm doing for a living. I'm being a writer and a publisher. So, I could, So anyway, but you're dealing with damaged goods. But PTSD is the big issue, and with them. But Hubbard was dealing with soldiers who suffered PTSD. There was also an intriguing X factor with all of the work that he did. There was an X factor of the people he was working with that went into the paranormal, and had to do with electronics. It had to do with manipulation. And then he came out with his theories of and practices of dealing with PTSD from earlier lives or different lives that were not in the body, which had to do with trauma suffered from implantation on what he called the whole track. And so one was abreacting what was inside their head that would trace back and say, such as a character like myself, who was not involved in war, who was not involved in shooting or killing people, just having, various and sundry negative experiences, which any individual accumulates, whether from psychosomatic illnesses to sickness to whatever. And when, you address these and you can parlay these into experiences on the whole track where you're clearing out trauma buried inside of you that you didn't even know you had. You're imagining it. Part of it's collective trauma of the human race, part of it's your own trauma or your identity with it. So it makes you much more, I guess, liquid or like, bounce out of it. So it's like, okay, I can see this trauma. Another area of trauma that he specifically addressed, as he had to do with the interiorization of the spirit into the body. In other words, you could talk about a free spirit and then going into the body and just getting jammed into it. Sort of like if you can imagine a genie going into a bottle, except imagine it instead of the genie going into a bottle. Now that's a great analogy. The genie in the bottle, this powerful entity that can grant 3 wishes. He could grant more if he wanted to, but the agreement is 3 wishes in the movies. So he's this all-powerful being, yet he can be trapped into a bottle. What the hell is this? And you can trap him in a bottle. That is one hell of symbolism. And that is a spirit, an entity who can manifest anything. I was introduced to the jinn in a movie called The Brass Bottle. I think it featured Tony Randall and Burl Ives. Burl Ives was the genie. Burl Ives was one rich son of a bitch. You know how he got rich? He got rich by recording a song. What was it? Holly Jolly Christmas? Something like that. God, he sold millions of records.
Oh my God. Yeah, it was such an awful song. Go on.
Well, yeah, and then he had the Jimmy Crack Corn. Yeah, that was his too. So I mean, this guy had some real hit record. I mean that sold. He was probably the richest man in the music industry, and nobody really going to give him any press because nobody really, people much more interested in the other characters of whether it be Elvis or Buddy Holly, or then it evolved into the Beatles and whatnot. So
yeah, anyway. Burl was just not sexy enough. He was just too wholesome, and his songs were just too for the kids, really. Oh my God!
But I'm saying money. If you get the right area, you get wow. And he had that Colonel Sanders friendly look. So anyway.
Yes, they made him the snowman in Frosty the Snowman. It looked just like him. Yes.
Yeah, but I saw him in the movie The Brass Bottle, which introduced me personally to the jinn. They called it the jinn, and I took notice of it. Now I was just a kid watching a movie in the movies probably on a Saturday, and I enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed that it was about magic. It introduced me to magic. I think that inspired the TV show I Dream of Jeannie. I don't know if Barbara Eden was in that or not, but in any case, that was my introduction to. I haven't even heard of it. Of course, I've heard of genies, but they referred to it as the jinn. And of course, if what I'm saying, you're thinking of an entity that can be put into a bottle, and they always, when they show it in a cartoon or something, the being's all in there contorted. He's not very comfortable. Now, take that concept. And of course, Hubbard loved to write about the jinn in his fiction. The Slaves of Sleep, I think, was one of his classic works where he wrote about the jinn. But if you can get the idea of a spirit being forcefully, electronically or otherwise crammed into whether it be a body or a situation or a piece of materiality, sort of like a corkscrew, and jamming into something. When we say jamming, we not only mean electronic jamming, we mean a physical jamming. I'm not going to be too graphic because I don't want to bring up stuff for people, but it's sort of like, and you can viscerally feel that, or feel that you had suffered something similar, and it was juxtaposed to a complete feeling of release and joy. I will give an example from my own situation. my great release that I had in Dianetics was going back, addressing a sore throat that I had. It read strongly on the meter. They didn't tell me it did, but that's why they addressed it. You could figure that out. It's like this sore throat I had repeatedly during my high school years. It hurt like hell. And I addressed that. And when I addressed that, because it's stirring up the somatic mind, they called it in Scientology, or the somatic consciousness of what the body feels. The body is dredging this stuff. I am intelligent enough to look at the subtle energy of what's going on and not ask myself stupid questions like, how do I know this is real? Like, it's real because you feel it. And it's accompanied by mental image pictures, which are correspondent to the feelings in your throat. Now, I'm not sick at the time I'm doing this, but I'm stirring up all this energy from past. Recall the time, you had the sore throat, and you're going back through these instances coming back till I get to a place which was reminiscent of Knights Templar, and I'm being literally stabbed in the throat. Now, at that time, I'm just running the incident. Well, I just learned on my recent trip to Romania that the Dacians, or Docs as they were called, or whatever, they would target the Roman soldiers because the Romans didn't have weak armor. They'd target them at the neck because the Roman armor wasn't thick around the neck. It wasn't there. So they were defeated. The Romans were defeated. The Romans got smarter, went back, fixed their armor, came back, and defeated the Docs. So, in other words, if I'm having an incident, back doing this, applying this when I'm like 18 years old, and I go back and I feel that, like, wow, well, it would make sense for somebody to stab you in the throat. And I'm like laying on this battlefield, and I'm like, I'm dead. And I can see myself dead. But you know what? With the death, there's a release. And I'm outside of my body. And I can see myself outside of my body. Now, this is all visualization that my mind is kind of running by. Do I see it like I would see it in an acid trip? No, it's not that strong. But it's strong enough. Because on an acid trip, you're seeing 3 live visualization. I mean, you're like projected into a hologram. You're watching it and your mind's on nothing else. Where here I'm listening to a auditor and he's directing me, and I'm like going, wow, I can see this, I can feel it. And all of a sudden, it's like release takes over the room. I'm starting to feel what I hear these people talking about with their great releases in Scientology, but this is my own. It's specific to me. It's not going to be really talked about with anybody else. It's all private. I don't talk about this with anybody else. You're not supposed to talk about it with anybody else. And it's like, wow, I'm just completely released. I never felt so good in my entire life. Wow. And it's accompanied by this feeling of being outside of the body and utter joy. And then you do it on other flows. Like, okay, this is you being caused a sore throat. Now let's do you causing others sore throats. So you go back into other incidences of you causing such mayhem, and then others causing others. And when you get to others causing others, I say, I realized that this whole world is full of guilt and sin and insanity. And we're all guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. So we don't have to have a complex about being guilty. It's something that we share collectively. So it's kind of like, let's just, simmer down about everything. We're all, it's not we don't have to be, I guess what you'd say, wielding swords at each other or judging each other. Now, that was very good. That was fantastic. But after that, my auditing in Dianetics couldn't go any further. It didn't go well. I was bogged. They tried to unbog me, but they couldn't do it. I just didn't move anywhere. And then till this, I guess he was basically a highly classed auditor came to work there from LA, Paul Armstrong, who's a former member in the early days of Country Joe and the Fish. He said, he asked a question. They said, have you gone exterior while auditing? Exterior meaning out of the body. And evidently the meter read, and they said, you need the interiorization rundown. It was $125, which was one hell of a bargain, not only now by now terms, but back then, because there was no limit on the amount you would receive of counseling you'd receive. I didn't have $125. So my Japanese connection, David Toshiyuki, he was trying, he had just gotten a better job. So he handed his, they arranged for me to take his job as a dishwasher so that I could make the money. Boom, boom, boom. They got me a job. I got the $125, and it was realized by myself that I had gone exterior in the auditing, which meaning I'd gone out of my body, even though I didn't think I had, because it wasn't necessarily in the context as I would have thought it. And I addressed all those incidents of going into the body, which was like, whoa. Now, keep in mind, I was somebody who, like 9 months earlier, had no particular awareness of being a spirit. I knew I had a consciousness. I knew I was very aware, but I didn't think in terms of spirituality. I had read what Hubbard had written in the materials on the course I was studying about past lives and about exteriorization. I said, wow, this is incredible. But I didn't ever think that I would necessarily experience it. And when I did start to run past lives, it was sort of with a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I mean, I didn't know. I'm just going back and looking into my mind and seeing what I can muster up. Very strong point was that I had an imagination. And my Qigong teacher even said, he says, you're going to do well with this because, because I handed him my book, Spandau Mystery. He says, because basically he could see, he says, martial arts is being an artist. It's the creative component in my soul. I was creative. Certainly not the most creative person that ever lived, but creative by great standards compared to the average people of this world who can't even muster up an imaginary story. I can't tell you how many people can't imagine anything if you ask them. It's very hard for them, for many people. But anyway, this is kind of like going with the flow, but it gave me great rewards of going into the body and addressing this trauma that I didn't even know I had, because I wasn't somebody who thought I'd lived past lives at all. It kind of like when I look into my mind, I see, wow, what is this stuff here? And it gave me the opportunity and the experience. I was rewarded a year later by spirit, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, fate, to actually lift out of the body and actually completely see myself from below and come back in without any pain. I wasn't in control of it, but I experienced it. And that was like my aha St. Paul moment, falling off the horse, that this was my destiny and I should go in this direction. That, shortly thereafter I joined, circumstances evolved, so I joined L. Ron Hubbard's Sea Organization. And then within a few months I was on his ship, like I had quote unquote passed the test that the universe was giving me. So that was, I'm just kind of digressed here, but this is like, I'm talking about PTSD, trauma. I was addressing trauma that wasn't in this lifetime. And if we want to argue that it wasn't in previous lives, well, it was somewhere. It was in other lives. It was in other lives in the fifth dimension. It was in other realities that was impinging. And this was in a considerable amount of freedom. And when I look back at all of the travails that people suffered in Scientology and all their misadventures, I'd say the ones that had misadventures, because I don't listen to the ones that talk about, that don't complain, they didn't experience these things. I don't know what the hell they experienced. Or they thought they were out of their body and it was just illusion. It was just delusion. You know, when you go, you don't need a pat on the back. In fact, anybody who starts telling you otherwise, you look at them with great suspicion, because when you know, you know. A lot of people are stuck on what other people say to make up their minds about something. But the subject I'm addressing here is PTSD. As I say, this has been a catchword. If there was no PTSD, there would have been no L. Ron Hubbard, because he wouldn't have been studying it and he wouldn't have been doing anything with it. Now I'm going to address a website that I dug up, because I was so fortunate to get a phone call, a return phone call from Gail Mack, this wonderful lady, and I would recommend listening to her lecture, forget which one it is, on the spiral breath. Yes, on the spiral breath on YouTube. Gail Mack, Gayle space Mack. She's an amazing woman. And what's so special about her, when I talked to her in Michigan, and of course, I've known her for umpteen years, but we really connected well. And I told her about Douglas. I had different conversations with her because we were spending a lot of time together. And she got it. She understood it.
Wow.
So she had an oil formula for PTSD, like essential oils. Now, she told me that when Gary Young, who's now passed away, the founder of Young Living, which is essential oils and a lot of other products too, that when he created this thing for this oil for post-traumatic stress disorder, oil mix, he said the government came, people were starting to remember their brainwashing, at which point the government came to him and told him to stop. This is the kind of crap that, that we have to deal with. Now, there's a website here. Looks like it says goldenmailbox.com PTSD. There is a soldier here, a Vietnam veteran, Eugene Cordell Vale, Vietnam combat veteran. He says, I served in the 25th Infantry Division, 3rd Brigade, 27th Infantry Company, Wolfhounds, as platoon leader of the 2nd Platoon. I served in Vietnam from January 1970 to December 1970. This is a whole year. I was awarded the Bronze Star for my service in combat. I have a 50% overall service-connected disability, 30% for PTSD, 20% for hearing loss, 10% for tinnitus. Well, he just gave us 60% there, but that's okay. He suffers from PTSD. If there is a way, he says, if there is a way, we will find it. I think when you have that much disability, you're just disabled, period. Not that he can't do things, but it's like evaluating it. It's like the guy is obviously functional to a certain degree, but I mean, if you've had to put up with that, you've suffered enough. And it says, how bad is this problem? On his website, it says 22 veterans commit suicide each day. VA report Friday, February 1st, 2013 by Bill Briggs, NBC News commentator. Click here to read article. He says, now this is him talking. I don't normally find myself crying at church, but I did today. I just got back from 2 weeks in Utah where I attended a Young Living Oils convention. At the convention, they announced that they had created a set of essential oils that seems to be helping veterans with PTSD. Being a veteran myself, I was so excited to learn that and was determined to take those oils and help as many veterans as I could. While at the convention, my business partner reminded me that our friend X was a Vietnam veteran and had PTSD really bad. I decided that I was going to contact her and see if I could help him. Contact her and help him. But anyway. However, I decided to wait until I got back from the convention to call her. I got home this morning, as I was waiting for church to start, my business partner sent me this text message. She called me this morning. He says she and he intersperses them. She called me this morning. He shot himself yesterday morning. Okay, it was the she. But it was like, okay, she's going to help this person. He finds out the person shot himself. So he was devastated. Just 2 weeks late to start helping him. Maybe it's too late. We'll never know. I know I cannot help everyone who has PTSD. However, as I think about that, I am reminded of the story of the man walking along the beach, throwing the starfish back into the ocean that had been caught on the beach as the tide went back out. Someone saw him throwing them back into the ocean and told him he was wasting his time because he could not save them all. Of course, starfish will die if they're sitting there on the beach. He picked up another starfish, threw it back in the ocean, and then looked at the person and said, I saved that one. The terrorists don't need to come do another 9/11 in America. They are already doing worse damage than that by what the war has done to so many of our veterans. That's an interesting point. This war happens, and it just we don't hear about what it does to the so-called enemy, but what it does to the people who go to kill the enemy is horrible. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I will not rest until I have started helping these veterans who have given so much and come so far just to find a dead-end street in their life. I hope you will be willing to join me in this effort to help them. Then he talks about essential oils. You see, I guess he has 8-page booklet, explains in detail the various ways to treat PTSD effectively and debunks some myths about treatment. Website provides information, resources, and practical advice for veterans, their family. National Center for PTSD. I don't know how good this stuff is. I mean, these links that he's referring to, but there's quite a bit of information, and he talks about. He doesn't go into the young living oils here, but he does give. Let me see. He's obviously promoting his own connection to Young Living, which is fine. But my point here, now see what the oils will go into your skin, they'll go through the myelin sheathing, they'll go right into your brain and affect the amygdala glands, which will, determine your whole emotional attitude towards something. So this is one of the problems we have with people who attack not just Douglas, it's people who attack Douglas, but people who attack anything that's positive. Their amygdala glands are metaphorically pointed downwards. They're tapping into negative emotion. So it's like they need essential oils. So, and there's a consciousness that goes with it. So it's like all of a sudden, you're so negative. You're so damn negative. And I will run into this with people who are stuck on something. And my approach to this was Scientological, was if something's going wrong, try and make an improvement. Okay, you say your house is a mess. You can't clean it up. All right, so take one corner and clean it up. My ex-girlfriend, she had this TV tray by the couch. that was her mother's. And it just was full of clutter and crap. It was, and I told her after her mother died, I said, you've got to get rid of that TV tray. You've got to get that out. It's just, it was like the whole major block of, you know, getting the clutter of the house fixed up. I don't know how long I worked on her to do that, because it was over the phone, because I was no longer seeing her. But it took, I think it might have taken a year, but it took at least 6 months before I could get her to get rid of that TV tray. And she did. But it took a long time. And that, she wasn't PTSD. It was just like energy wouldn't move. But the attitude was, there was so much, I guess what you'd say, negativity attached to it, that she couldn't address it easily. But I see situations where you just try and get one thing done, one corner of a room, of a cluttered room cleaned, one, if you've got 10 problems to solve one, solve an easy one, solve 5 easy ones, and then the other ones you can tackle. And it's like, but a person who is persistent, and I said, I can't communicate to people. I can't communicate to anybody. No, I can't communicate. So you say, okay, does the postman come every day? Yeah. Is the postman nice, friendly? Yeah. Can you go out and say hi to the postman, ask him, you know, if he's having a good day? Yeah. You know, they start growling at you, because you see, you can go out and have a friendly communication with the postman, innocuous, but they'll fight you about that. They'll fight you because their amygdala is pointed downwards. They can't even admit one little gain. It's like somebody, I can't make any money. I can't make any money. Okay. Can you go do one thing? Can you do somebody a favor? Can you sell a glass of lemonade on a hot day? Well, yeah, but it's only $1. Whatever. You know, it's like the negative thinking. They can't even think one positive thought. So anyway, that these oils are obviously very powerful, or they wouldn't have given Gary Young such a hard time. So this goes deep into the entity department. As we get deeper into PTSD, we get into the drama and trauma of World War II, where, you know, Preston was always told that World War II was a war of time. Well, that's fine. It's a war of entities. So the war in your own head eventually will evolve into entities. And we can talk about the Goetia, which are the 72 represented ancient doctrine, 72 pathways in the human brain, which correspond to the 72 jinn that correspond to the zodiac. And this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the zodiac and the human brain have all been mapped out in occult terms. And of course, it confounds anybody who goes to study it, because you're learning a completely different reference frame. You're no longer referencing normal. And to reference it back to normal is the big challenge, because it defies normal. It's not integratable with normal, because it is what it is. So what happens, unfortunately, with people who study this, too often they become immersed in it, and they become casualties based upon their own, you could say, self-reflection. You know, the things inside of them, the worst can come out of them. So this is, and this is the, of course, what we're going for here is the great harmony. So where we can harmonize between the, the macrocosm and the microcosm. All of that stuff is part of the macrocosm. And this is the great, I mean, we could go into some incredible analogies that with the eras of the Buddha that Emperor Hirohito recognized. It's in the book, The Roswell Deception. We could go into very complex predicaments and whatnot, which we're not going to do, at least right now. And this is where we're heading with the with the project we're working on with Douglas. And
yes,
this is very, we're giving context here, and I want to remind everybody it's Douglas's birthday month, so do contribute. The donation, the upper donation button on the upper right hand part of the page, not the one in the middle.
Bless you.
You can donate to Douglas on PayPal. So I want to remind people of that. So this is areas of help. And when I say these things, I'm talking very organically, but everything I said, especially in the last half hour, is based upon my real visceral experience. This is some of the foundation on which my whole life in Scientology evolved. It was all on positive experiences. And I think you're either getting fish thrown at you, I'm using this metaphorically, thrown at you once a day, or you're hearing about fish getting thrown at people. It's something you process, fish disrespectfully, throwing a fish in disrespect. Not necessarily at me, because, I just realized nobody knows what the hell I'm talking about. Nobody knows my experience. And I'm going, I didn't plan it this way, but I ended up, because of my experience. It's like the universe was taking me to L. Ron Hubbard, because he was the one who facilitated all this. And I drank from the potion. The potion worked for me. He was the potion maker. So I got to see so much of what his magic was. And of course, in the process, you learn what his magic was not. But I was more interested in what the magic was, and there became a healthy exchange of experience for me. And pretty soon, I began to realize in 1975, when we were on the island of Curacao, which is in the Caribbean, Southern Caribbean, just north of Venezuela. You could see Venezuela, the land of Venezuela from there. Look out and across. And I remember he was in the hospital. He'd suffered a heart attack. And I remember it was a day off, and we were going to some hotel, the city of Willemstad, and just to go have fun, eat and have fun. And I'm thinking, like, you know what? He may be at the end of his road, but he wasn't at that time. But I was like playing with all the creation he'd left behind. I was interfacing with his institutionalized creation, which worked for me because I understood it and I knew it. And it had a shelf life, as everything did. But it's about, in this life, what you experience. And it's all about what you experience. Now, Douglas has had some heavy-duty experiences, even before the military. And he has an amazing resiliency. He has an amazing, and is abnormal as he is, he can reference normal. He can really reference it.
Thank you.
That's really good. That's really good. You may not be normal, but you can certainly relate to it.
Yes. I know what I'm missing out on. Go on.
Well, yeah. Well, it's it's a fulcrum. It's a point of reference, and it is a fulcrum. But and actually, in many ways, for me, in fact, the only reason he's even valuable is because he can reference abnormal things. But then, it's different from somebody saying, yeah, I know all about monsters. I've studied voodoo. I know about, it's like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. And real voodoo, that's somebody that a real voodoo practitioner would eat alive. No, I know about voodoo, I heard of somebody talking on the radio today about, zombies don't exist. And he's like saying it with such, normal, he's saying, well, he's saying it matter-of-factly. Well, I'm not about to, introduce him to Douglas Dietrich. This guy's he's not ready, because in his world, zombies don't exist. And he's probably better off.
Right.
For what he is. That's for him.
Ignorance can be bliss. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like, what I remember, there was this guy, and I don't know if I knew about it or what, but I remember one of my friends who grew up as a kid in Scientology, and it was not a good experience for him, but I kind of acted as his, alternative father to a certain extent. I wasn't official. I remember taking him to a ball game and stuff. He really appreciated that, buying him football shoes and things like that nobody else was going to do, and taking him places. But he told me that there was this guy. I know who the guy was, but when he was young in school, he was teaching the kids about Rasputin. And it was like, why is this guy, why is he teaching these people why is he teaching these kids about Rasputin? Because he was personally fascinated with Rasputin. He was probably one of his fellow monks in a past life, it's like, why is he teaching these kids about Rasputin? Do these little kids need to know about Rasputin? No, they don't.
What you had said about what had happened to you with the throat issue and what had happened to the Roman soldiers, there was this extraordinarily popular video game. And I hate to even bring this up because we all know, anybody who was a truly regular listener, they know that this creep Salman Sheikh wrote a book that Peter Moon actually scanned through, actually read, really, and sent me the same copy of this book in which all he did was reference movies and video games. And this guy would talk about video games and movies because he had no personal experience in life. He had no personal experience in life whatsoever to relate, so everything he related was based off videos, games, and film. But one video game that he referenced was Assassin's Creed. But in the conceit of Assassin's Creed, the video game, which they then made a movie of, was that they used junk DNA and discovered that junk DNA actually contained memories of past lives. And that they basically went into this man's junk DNA and was able to pull out a time when he was one of the Hashishin, one of the assassins of that period of time. So it's amazing that before this was thought of in a genetic sense, with a genetic rationalization for retrieving these memories, that through L. Ron Hubbard's technique, Peter Moon was experiencing what they were bringing up in this video game, traveling back in time and living this life when this man was an assassin, and then recovering all these memories and then bringing that back into the present age to make it relevant. So there we are, Peter. Just had to share that.
Games, computer games, and video games are so damned intriguing. I don't have the time, and I suppose maybe the patience to play them, but they are, sometimes I'll be doing, information searches, and I'll come across the information in them is often so rich, so deep and so rich. It's incredible. I mean, there's rich archetypal truths in these games, and it's like, it's as if they're made from the hand of God themselves.
Fascinating. Thank you.
But there are people who are writing these things. I don't know if they write a script or right from a master script or it's an artificial intelligence working it.
It's lore, a lot of lore, as they call it in the game industry, the background of these worlds that are created. So thank you for that insight. And as Peter said, I myself don't have the time to pursue these games either. But again, the danger is that people get lost in them. And the problem is they deny themselves real world experiences.
But what I would also insert here is that so much of what the best people at video games qualify themselves for some of the most important places in the military because they're operating in a similar paradigm to these video games, because this is how they run soldiering. Yes. Which is, creepy and fascinating at the same time. Yes. Like, it's and it's not something that people really even talk about. No. You'll occasionally see an article on it.
That's true. It's true, and it's that there is that video game military connection. So understand that. Think of some of these video games as recruiting tools for the military. After all, we can't build a society on first-person shooters. What happens to all those kids that spend all their time first-person shooting on a video game, and there's almost nothing else they can do in life other than kill people? That's what they've trained themselves to do. In terms of the reality, of course, it's a lot different in combat because the characters in these video games never die effectively, and they never seem to run out of ammo either, but you get my point. They get this attitude. They get an attitude of callousness, killing people like swatting flies. But all that being said, take the stage again, Peter.
Well, we've got about a half an hour of me left, and what I would say is that I want to go back to, because I have done some work, not only on the one-man show, but on the book. I have to get back and reoriented to it, because I was at a spot where I knew where I was going. Yes. And now it's, 3 months later or whatever, after Romania, I'm trying to come back into that zone.
Yes.
And so much of it, any which way we slice up the pie, we're dealing with the Solomonic paradigm, which I'm referring to Solomon. And what I was saying earlier about we can slice up the zodiac, 360 degrees. We can have 72 jinn. We can consider these arbitrary designations but they're designations nevertheless. And that, Solomon is this character who was, building a template with this whole Solomon's temple, and you have a highly concentrated energy of chi. This is the chi of the God, and it's like we're dealing here with Yom Kippur, gone through Yom Kippur, which is the Day of Atonement in the Jewish religion, and it's sort of like that's when the priest can go in and interface with the Shekinah, the energy of the God. But it's like, and it's just a very small point of distribution. It's not now. Perhaps we can argue that it's too powerful to be given out to the common person, where everybody's running around with all these genie-like powers, and that could create a whole monster civilization in itself that had to be leveled because of its own inability to harmoniously interact and sustain itself. So the chaotic, and not chaotic because of an agenda, chaotic because it doesn't, everything's confused and doesn't know what it's finding itself. So when we're talking about entities, and we're talking about our ability to interface with entities and beyond. Now, this is what Brendan Zogat had to deal with. He was being afflicted. And so many of these afflictions take place in the subtle realm on people, and they attach themselves like a grappling hook. And they can grapple you, and it can take you months or years to figure out that somebody put a spell on you or somebody did something to you. So it's like Douglas had, what was said by George Knight was actually said by Jameson. This is very interesting and very relevant, because here we're talking about entities on a collective basis. And in this book, I intend to write with Douglas. It's like, okay, it's a book that's going to serve the collective, but it also has to serve the individual. So does every individual need to know every last detail that happened at the Presidio? No, it doesn't. He needs to respect at least the essential occurrences, the essential meaning of what happened there. You also needs to understand that the collective, we've got, well, everybody who would listen to this program or be interested in my work or Douglas's work would understand that there's a lot of problems in this world that, and we've all seen what we've gone through with the whole, COVID crisis, plus the political crisis, plus the civil unrest. There's more bad news being reported on, crime and violence and all this stuff. And we definitely live in more dangerous times in the United States, more threatening times. So the collective is being challenged, and then we have our own individual lives that we need to preserve and protect. That's what the policeman, theme it says it used to say in the LA police, to preserve and protect. Yeah, we have to preserve and protect ourselves. We have to be our own policemen. So it's like, what is the energy that you're involved in? How did it get there? Where are you going? But it comes back all along the pathways to influence by entities. Now, some of the first entities you deal with, hopefully, is your parents. And what sort of entities are those? Who are those people? And what are they influencing? What is the influence? Are they Catholic? What entities are riding along their Catholicism? There could be positive Catholic energies. There could be negative Catholic energies, because not all Catholics are negative. Some of them channel the Holy Spirit, for lack of a better word. Some of them, not so much. It all depends. So what are the entities of the parents? God, when you get to Douglas, that's damned interesting, but we're not going to digress onto that, especially with the mother. Father is interesting too. But what are the entities of the parents? And then what are the other influences around the kid? And then when you go to school, you've got a teacher. And these teachers are under the influence of entities. Some of them, and then, what's the entity of the school board? This has become a much more challenging thing recently, with school boards being very dictatorial and teaching subjects in ways to teach subjects that parents are irate about. When I went to school, it was just, everything was pretty much status quo. And, every year you'd see dramatizations of Abraham Lincoln, celebrations of Abraham Lincoln plays about Abraham Lincoln every year. You know, some kid would have a stovepipe hat, wearing it, playing Lincoln. Paying tribute to him, reading by the firelight, reading by a log cabin, giving speeches. I don't think they ever had any plays where they got assassinated. I mean, that would be accurate, but we all knew about that. It was heavy duty. But whatever. It's like, what is the school teaching you? What are the entities? In some ways, at least where I went to school, they're kind of benign. But then it's all, very much according to a program. This memory came up of, it was in high school. When I went to Davis, and I had my sophomore PE teacher, Mr. Peterson. He taught me how to drive. He was nice enough. There was no personal rapport between us. Like he didn't have any rapport with me at all. I didn't have any rapport with him. He was a nice guy, but there was just, and I remember it was probably during my junior year. He was no longer my teacher. He was sitting across from me in the library. Like there wasn't a lot of space. It was like, I think there was room for 4 of us to sit at a table, and I was there. I don't know why I was there, but he was like right in my face. I could not avoid him. He was just sitting across the table, and he was doing a report, which was probably for to get a degree. Maybe he was getting his master's degree. This was not something he was doing in school. He was probably doing it connected to the university. And he was making all these like detailed notes, like with this size paper. It was like he was doing the exact protocol for, this is how you get your master's. This is how you write a thesis. It was so formula. It was so, it's like, and there was nothing challenging at all. He knew the system. He knew what to do. Very nice printing. I said, this guy was just following a program. Just, okay, I'm going to do this. It's going to look beautiful, and I'm going to get my master's or PhD, whatever the hell he was getting. But I'm saying this guy was so vanilla. Nice guy. He looked like he was probably a wrestler. Nice guy. I really could not relate to him. I did hear that the previous year, my friends told me who had him at the junior high school, that he got all the guys up there for PE, and he had them all yell, "We're tigers! What do tigers do?" They were supposed to roar. He never did that to our class. I mean, I thought that was pretty stupid. Roar! I don't know. And this is a PE class. It's not a football team. It's not a football team, which, maybe you get the gur out of them, but not with I just thought, what a character. But this is somebody who was just a status quo individual. Nice person, taught me how to drive. But it's just like, wow, this is, he's not a customer for our book, unless he's changed a lot. But there are, and as I say, that person, as far as entities, I don't think he had any negative entities. The only entities he had attached to him, at least that were visible, would have been benign entities. It's like, okay, I'm gonna follow the rules. I'm gonna, be nice to people. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. He struck me as the type of person that if he had a wife or a girlfriend, which I assume he must have, or at one point, or did, he would have been very easygoing with her, been a very good husband, because he wouldn't have been, argumentative. He would have provided for her, But so much for benign entities. But everybody has an entity. The people you run into have entities attached to them. And if you're having a great deal of difficulty with any person in your life, you better believe there's an entity working there. It may not be some great, evil, diabolical entity, but it's some entity that's feeding off of the trauma and the emotion that's causing you a disturbance. So, and if you deal with the entity as opposed to the person, and don't, start accusing the person of having an entity, you don't want to do that. If you can deal with the entity, and you'll find the person is much easier to deal with, and you don't challenge the person, but you learn how to deal with entities, because this is, and then we see this with the Douglas stuff we're working with. We're dealing with these individuals that are taken over by an egregore. An egregore is an aggregate energy. So like a good way to explain an egregore is, say, a sports team. Like just think of a basketball team. You got about 12 players, and there's actually two egregores of the basketball team. There's the guys that are playing all the time, and then there's the whole team with the guys that sit on the bench, some of which don't play much. But they're still, you got a big egregore, and then the ones that are playing all the time, and they play with a rhythm and a pattern and a team spirit. Same happens with a church choir or a band, a rock band. And then the audience is its own egregore when it's mixed with the band. So, or even like when I was a kid and everybody watched Ed Sullivan, not everybody, but you had, half the nation watching Ed Sullivan on a Sunday night. And people weren't always aware that you kind of were and you kind of weren't. Everybody was watching Ed Sullivan because that's what was on at 8:00 on Channel 2. I can even remember it. And, there might be something that you would be entertained by. There was the idea you'd have the rock band play. You'd have comedians for the old folks or whatever, or some more conventional singer. So it was like everybody could be pleased.
And it was this reassuring formularity, the formulaic aspect of it right there again, where he would always start the way my dad described it was, "Tonight we have a really big shoe." He would say shoe instead of show. That was...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Great. People did great imitations of Ed Sullivan. And, he was actually a boxer.
I never knew that. No, that's my dad might have told me that, but I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a boxer. And I think Jim Morrison, he got really angry at Jim Morrison, The Doors, because he was supposed to change the lyrics of "Light My Fire," "No, I couldn't get much higher." He's supposed to say, but whatever. He was supposed to change the lyrics because it was a drug reference, and he didn't do it. And he just went and said it, and boy, did it just outrage. He says he gave him the dirtiest look, and Jim Morrison was told he'd never play one of his band members said, "You never play the Ed Sullivan Show again." He says we just played the Ed Sullivan Show. And then there was Mick Jagger, who he actually complied. He changed the lyrics from "Let's spend the night together" to "Let's spend some time together."
Jesus. Oh, how lame.
He cleaned it up. And that's how restrictive it was to even allude to sexuality in any way in those days. It was very restrictive.
How did people even get born?
It was like, there was so much that it was so inappropriate to say. And it was naughty to to even, you know, and of course you all laugh at it. You know, we'd all laugh at it, but it was still, nevertheless, that was the, you know, the spirit of the times. But so anyway, but that was an egregore. The whole Ed Sullivan, everybody watching it, you know, so there are different egregores in your life. Your company is that you work for. If you work for a company, is an egregore. I have my football group, which is an egregore. And whatever it is, these things are, but when I say, when life is turbulent and life is challenging, then you have this is where you need to become competent and hopefully effective and eventually expert at dealing with entities. It's something that is in front of us every day. There's also the concept of the guardian angel or the holy guardian angel, which guides you. That's an entity that you want to be in contact with. What Aleister Crowley called the conversation with the holy guardian angel. That's not a sinister thing, unless your holy guardian angel is sinister, because you're sinister and you're supposed to be sinister. But that probably doesn't apply. So this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with entities on a macrocosmic scale, with all the, you know, the stuff that Douglas has taught us about H.P. Lovecraft, the Kings of Edom. There's one thing I'd like to address. This is, you know, I don't have any attachment to this, but it has to do with that German essay that I sent you. I don't know if you had time to look at it. It doesn't really matter.
I certainly put it where I can look at it later, so I've definitely got it on my reading list. Yes.
But this is what I'm going to say, because he talks about the Kings of Edom, and unfortunately, the way this came, there's a sentence that's cut off because of this, but he's saying the German people are the only people on this planet who have fought the factions we now refer to as the New World Order from the onset, and have therefore been persecuted for thousands of years. It took many, many years to brutally force the Germanic people, including the Scandinavian tribes, into accepting Christianity and the Jewish mindset as a bonus on top. Your ambient.
Sorry. Yeah, let me.
Incidentally, Germanic is a deliberate English misnomer because our ancestors were the Goths and not the Ger, a small tribe in what today is Belgium. The intent is clear: depict our ancestors as primitive, illiterate, violent, etc., and give them another name so as to drive people's attention, including the Germans, away from the real people, the Goths, and above all, their philosophy and style of living, which is described as idealism, a school of thought prevailing in Europe before the Jewish mindset, as, and then he gives a reference, started to encroach on it through the Roman Empire. Idealism could not withstand the onslaught because it failed to integrate the dark side, or to use your descriptive term, it never went beyond its, and this sentence gets cut off. But now, what I just said there is consistent with what I know about the Goths. The Goths being, they are obliterated from history. This is a fact. This is a fact. And the Goths basically are no different than the Getae or the Jets, Getae with a G, and they come from Romania. My mother-in-law knows the German language and the Romanian language, but the Gothic language is a lost language. But she would tell you it's akin to Old Romanian. So now what he says here, he says, what are the PTBs? The PTBs, even today, are still afraid of a resurgence of German idealism. I don't know who the PTBs are. But anyway, he says only the initiated are aware of the German people being referred to as the Canaanites from Canaan, or Amalekites from Amalek, and the house of Esau, Edomites, Edom. In other words, biblical tribes regarded as enemies by the Jews. According to Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki Rashi, Germania was the name of a dictator in the kingdom of Edom, house of Esau. How's that grab you? The trouble with bullshit is that it is a belief which has been acted upon all along. The Germans are totally unaware of this, and it is precisely this lack of discernment which keeps them out of the loop. Now, he's identifying the Germans as being from the house of Esau or Edomites. But then he says these were tribes regarded as enemies of the Jews. I think there's some conflation there. Any comment?
The comment I would say is that there's a reason some sentences are missing is obviously those are the sentences in which he basically...
And it's not, yeah. But I don't think that's
relevant to the message.
It's relevant because he's saying the German people are being referred to as the Canaanites and the house of Esau. In other words, so he's saying the enemy of he's writing from a perspective that's very Judeophobic.
Right, Judeophobic, yes. And but what he's saying is that the Jewish people have this indoctrination in them to hate the Germanic peoples going back basically into time immemorial. And I would say that in a sense what he brings up is something that he then denies by saying that, and the Germans are unaware that the Jews believe this, which is why they're out of the loop as to why they are targeted or persecuted. And so what he's saying is that this is not true. It's just simply something the Jews insist on and believe themselves, and that the German people, if they were aware of this, would be better able to defend themselves from this constant persecution that's inflicted upon them, meaning the world being manipulated by the Jews to attack them again and again.
From a more, I guess, circumspect viewpoint, it would seem to me, well, because even though there is so much in the Teutonic, even the word Teutonic comes from Teute, which is the name of Thoth, the Egyptian. So it's like you have both peoples emigrating from this whole Egyptian Middle East area. But the house of Esau, or the Edomites, would be the false Jews. The pure Jews, in other words, the Jews we have today would not be the genuine,
article, so to speak. Yes, this is the.
So it gets so conflated and convoluted that so all of a sudden you have the house of Esau saying, you guys are. It's like putting on different uniforms.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's what I wanted to bring up, and I kind of wanted to talk it out because you'll eventually read it.
Yeah. And then I'll be able to give you, but I think what I've already said kind of, I think pretty much summarizes it. Yes. I mean,
it does.
Yeah. So I think, however, that while much of the information that this individual is relaying is valuable, it's always important to remember that people do have agendas, and we need to be honest about our agendas and what it is that when we relay our information, we should be open about what it is that, what side we're on or what stance we're taking. I mean, obviously his stance is, pretty self-evident, but nevertheless, that doesn't mean all his information must be dismissed. So it's this is a point, as Peter says, the Goths are.
I find this paragraph interesting, and I'm skipping around here.
Sure.
He's talking about Dr. Morell.
Theo Morell, yes, Hitler's doctor.
Yes. Morell was instrumental in some 70,000 German soldiers getting killed and some 380,000 incapacitated for quite a while. It is safe guess that Germany, despite the military shortcomings mentioned before, sentence missing, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, what he says is this cruel and calculated course of action would become typical of Bormann's policies erroneously ascribed to a mad Hitler. For all his effectiveness, Dr. Morell remained a little figure who was never punished for his crime, but understandably also not applauded for it by the Allies who he was working for. The records about him are still being withheld by the Allies. His mentor, Martin Bormann, a Jesuit-turned-Jew, was the main traitor, working for the Soviets since 1920. As of 1941, he was really and fully in charge. All directives and orders emanated from him using Hitler's seal, which explains the decisions and orders which proved so disastrous to Germany, but were ascribed to a lunatic Hitler who had become nothing but a pawn for the Allies through these treacherous figures in his immediate vicinity. It was Bormann who enabled the Zionist Jews to execute their German brethren who had been deported to Eastern Europe for settlement there. So he's putting a lot of blame on Bormann, which is interesting. I don't know if you...
I've heard this sort of thing before, and I will say this, that a lot of this is... how do I place it? I've heard these people who claim that Theo Morell was poisoning Hitler, and that this is how Bormann took over, and this is all, of course, really confusing the issue. Until you understand it from the context that I put it in, of course, everything doesn't make any sense, and people try to explain that which doesn't make sense, so they wind up creating patterns that are extraordinarily complicated. It's like looking at clouds, and people say, "I see this" or "I see that." It's that's a horrible analogy because it's too simple. But basically, it's like chaos. They see chaos and they try to, or what they perceive as chaos, because they don't have enough evidence. So they try their best to connect the dots, and then some of these connections can create pretty bizarre pictures. If you give one set of dots without numbers, like go from this number to that number, and that's how the child winds up drawing the face of a clown or a duck or whatever is intended, but he has to follow the numbers on the dots. So when you get dots without the numbers, then people draw some pretty strange shapes. So this is something I've heard before, all this. But the important thing to remember about Adolf Hitler is that Adolf Hitler was confronted, as well as the Nazi high command, they were all confronted with the fact that they were surrounded by enemies with, for all intents and purposes, limitless resources. And because of this, they had to basically get as many resources as they could to evacuate, to recreate the world in their image that they wanted. And this was in Unterland. And so their primary strategic objective, unlike what everyone is thinking with, oh, take Moscow or Stalingrad or these other objectives, the primary objective is to hold ground as long as possible while plundering as much as possible. And then using that plunder, including that taken from the Jews that were converted in terms of ash to compressed diamond, various things being done with their bodies in terms of useful resources, etc., that Jews themselves have pointed out on an industrial scale. All of this, of course, was pragmatism taken to a degree of their basically leaving the scene as in the surface of the earth and taking as much treasures as they can with them to bargain, as they needed so much down below to start their new world, their new order, which would be free from the kind of corruption that they felt was in the surface world. So it's definitely a perspective that most people don't think like that. And because, nobody thinks like that. And because nobody thinks like that, nobody understood what they were doing. And so people would attribute this to madness. And who do they seek? They seek scapegoats. Hitler wasn't this insane in the beginning, so who made him insane? And they'll bring up someone like Theo Morell, and then they'll say Bormann, and he's really a Soviet spy. And so these are really what I would call unnecessarily complex scenarios. These are unnecessarily complex.
They exist in a vacuum of information because they don't have the information.
Thank you.
So, as they say, they're trying to connect the dots, which is very understandable.
Yes, and the point is there is a lot of let's put this into real perspective. Before World War II, and anyone can look this up, there were 180 million German peoples, almost 200 million German peoples. That would be a population equal almost to that of China's, as it was perceived at the time before hardcore census were conducted. And they really found out how populated China truly was. People really thought the statistics for China's population was around 200 million people or so in the time of the World War I era. And when the Germans had this many people, and then after World War II, they just put the populations of East, West Germany, and Austria together, and you have about 100 million people. That's 80 million people disappeared. 80 million. What happened to all of those Germanic peoples? They were, many of them, of course, were slaughtered. And that makes whatever happened to the Jews pale in comparison. This is truly a stolen Holocaust. It's honestly, if anyone should be complaining about Holocaust and getting reparations, the Germans should be getting it from the Russians. Only, of course, the Russians don't have shit to give. And the Germans should be getting it from the Poles and the Hungarians and all of the Central European people who tore into them when they thought it was advantageous at the end of the war to do so. Obviously, the German people have suffered enormously. But when it comes to these other elements that are being brought in, here's another element. People can look this up, that when it came to the Jewish Zionists, the first people who were demanding a genocide in Europe of Jewish people, like Theodor Herzl, and so many of these other Zionists who were claiming that the Jewish diaspora, meaning the Jews spread all over the world, were going to breed out of existence. That they made statements that were, you can find and verify yourself. These are quite real. They're not misquotes. Where Theodor Herzl and other Zionists said that you must destroy the diaspora or the diaspora will destroy you. Speaking to fellow Jews, speaking among themselves. And because your average Jewish person had assimilated, was living a upper middle class life, not just middle class, but upper middle class life, a professional life, a lawyer, a doctor, a dentist, whatever they were in Germany. And you go to Jewish cemeteries in California. And I've been to these Jewish cemeteries in Coma, because everybody who dies in San Francisco, ultimately the majority of them go to Coma to be buried. And Coma, San Francisco's dead, and many Jews live in San Francisco. So if you go to the Jewish cemetery parts in Coma, you see names like Hitler and Führer, and names that you'd say, Jesus Christ, what is this Jewish guy doing with that name? Well, they'd all assimilated. And they all had names that were similarly shocking. Names like Dietrich. And so you've got these Jewish people who they weren't going to move to Palestine to live in a desert that not even the lizards wanted, amongst a bunch of Arab Bedouins. I mean, these Jewish militants who wanted to do that were exclusively 100% male. It was similar to the militia movements in the United States. It's what you call a sausage fest. Nothing but a bunch of dicks on a cock trip. Or cocks on a dick trip. But these violent young men could get no followers. So they knew the only way to get them would be to basically start killing them until they were willing to leave Europe. So they were begging the Nazis, begging the Italian fascists, start killing Jews. And of course, because the Germans and the Italians and all the Europeans wanted the Jews out of Europe, and when I say that, I mean it. All of them wanted the Jews out of Europe. They all agreed to, yes, let's fund the Zionists. And that's why Hitler started the Haavara agreement, the transfer agreement, in which he allowed the Jews to do what he would never allow Germans to do. If the Germans left Germany during the Great Depression, when Hitler became chancellor, he said, well, you can't take your money with you. If you leave Germany, you leave your money here. Whatever you've got in the banks, whatever you've got in your assets, they're ours. The state, they belong to the state, so they can help other Germans who stay here, as opposed to people who are going to abandon us. And but with Jews, he allowed them to leave for Palestine, and they could take their money with them, something he would never allow Germans to do. And by this, thousands were relocated, and they were considered a Nazi insurgency by the British Empire. So you had these Zionist fascist movements. This was truly a bona fide, a genuine fascist movement, not the bullshit name calling like you hear today, where it's an empty phrase. The Zionists were truly fascist. They had their own youth leagues and everything. So they were trained by the Germans to farm. You think all these fuckers knew how to farm themselves? That all these Jews who settled in that desert knew how to fucking grow orange groves that they could import as soon as Israel was established? They all learned that from the German agricultural department that taught them. They were taught how to fight by the SS. You think all these fucking Jewish paramilitaries could fight off the Arabs who attacked them? Of course not. This was something they learned from the Germans, their tactics. They were even supplied with German weapons. These are people who only won because the Nazis made them what they were. It was Adolf Hitler who taught them how to fight. The idea that Jews would just go there and, based on simple patriotism, be able to hold off hordes of hostiles is beyond absurd. Anyone who believes that, you're an idiot. So when it came to the Frankenstein's monster that was created through this, the Israelis were the people, or the Zionists, who established Israel. They're responsible for the Holocaust. And yet at the same time, these people who demanded the extermination of Jews in Europe so that the survivors would realize, hey, fuck, we got to get out of here, and finally move to that strip of land, that desert in the Levantine that they had to literally kill 1 million people for to occupy. It's called, you hear Jews talk about the Holocaust. They don't call it the Holocaust. You do. They call it HaShoah, the catastrophe. And what do Arabs call, or Palestinians call, the Jewish occupation of Israel? They call that Al-Nakba. It means the catastrophe. They lost 1 million people through ethnic cleansing when the Jews invaded and established Israel. They killed 1 million Palestinians in those opening years, within a single year. So you're talking about genocide that no one ever talks about. History's hidden. Critical omissions, the very name of my transmission. And then you've got these Jews, and you can look this up. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. There were Jews who then demanded, with the establishment of the state of Israel, they demanded 6 million Germans dead. Eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Biblical. Millions of Germans must die. And millions of Germans did die after the war. Millions and millions. So this is a circle of violence that ultimately, yes, the Zionists were responsible for. But you don't need to basically put together or stitch together anything fabricated or anything so nebulous as what is all too often stitched together. The history speaks for itself. It's obvious. It's self-evident. The circumstantial evidence can be pointed out to people. They can look it up, and then there's no other conclusions to draw. Once you understand that Hitler's objectives was just to steal everything that was not nailed down, escape with people that he thought he could breed a better race with into Unterland, establish a new order in a new frontier, then you realize why he did what he did. Then your question begins that you have to ask is, how did World War II last so long? The Allies outnumbered the Germans literally by hundreds to one. The Allies had infinite resources. They had colonies. France, when it was overrun and invaded, they just reestablished an exile government. And they were operating off colonial armies that then invaded Europe that were a swarm of colonial subjects, blacks and browns. The British Army was entirely dependent on the backbone of literally millions of Asian Indians, who they never give any credit towards. And yet, it's the Asian Indians that held the line. And all the while, Churchill was calling them yellow nigger pieces of shit. And yet, he would have lost North Africa without them. They were just animals, cannon fodder to him. These are the crazy allies that enslaved entire ethnic peoples, throwing them at the Germans and Japanese. And as for the Japanese, we've gone in depth as to what they were struggling against. And so when it comes to this level of insanity, where it's the Allies who are the racists, who are exploiting all of these colonial peoples and calling the Germans racist. And as I said, whenever I went anywhere in Africa, everybody loved me because of my German last name. After that, my money was no good anymore. They gave me everything for free. And said, we love Germans because Germans are white people who eat white people. Meaning that Germans are the whites who destroy the colonialists who enslaved them. So the German people are recognized as the heroes throughout the southern hemisphere. It's only in the northern hemisphere they're viewed as the villains. This is why they have such a great future and such a potential for worldwide power status, is because they don't have that onus of colonialism from the past. But certainly Central Europe needs to be brought under a kind of hegemony. And in terms of Germany today, it's nothing, of course, like what the Nazis were. If anything, their biggest problem is their lack of ability to mobilize themselves towards any aggression. They're just too, at this point, pacifist, and that really needs to change.
Too much fluoride.
Yes, it's yeah. There you go.
But you know what's interesting about this is, and it just I see this helps me understand what goes on in Japan.
Thank you.
Because, you know, the Japanese are remarkably nonplussed by what's in your book, and the Germans, it's like, see, we're dealing with a rank and file population. So much of what you discuss is true, but it's the mover. You're talking from movers and shakers that people can't even understand or relate to. The common people, it's not like there's this body politics. All the Germans are thinking this, all the Japanese are thinking this, all the Jews are thinking this. It's their leaders. You're actually probably dealing with egregores,
Yes.
you know, with these issues you bring up that are indeed like the whole thing to go to Unterland.
Yes.
You know? Like it's a bigger game than just, you know, Hitler sitting there talking with Rudolph, you know. I mean, it's not that, you know, it's not that they didn't talk about it, but it's a much bigger game than that. And it, you know, it involves the Tibetan connection, and it's just like it's in a lot of things we don't see, and that really, you know, that would probably even have Himmler looking up from his desk and going, "Wow, that's interesting," you know, because he hadn't fully, you know, what a strange time that was. All of these, you know, that whole Third Reich, God, there's so many interesting things about them. I'm not saying good, but I'm saying interesting.
Yes.
I mean, what they were dealing with. This stuff it's completely outside of the realm of human politics. People are not qualified to get information. When I say qualified, it doesn't mean that they're not good enough. It means that they haven't been, you know, appropriately educated to understand the full ramifications. It starts making their head spin.
Yes.
In Scientology, they would call this an out gradient. It's too high, it's too steep of a level. They'd have to be brought up to it to understand and get more basic education in some of these things, which they're just clearly, you know, I mean, I can't even fathom it all. I can have an appreciation of it, but I can't, you know, pretend to fathom it all. It's too big.
Yes.
You know, to fit in.
Well,
anyway,
you can do much better than most, I assure you. You've been very good at it.
Well, yeah, but it's like, yeah, because I'm willing to learn what I don't understand, willing to hear new viewpoints, and certainly it all, you know, there are bigger issues at stake here, and this is, you know, I appreciate everything you have to bring to the table here. But with this, I'm going to retire for the night.
Yes, sir.
And I will, you know, you're going to give your talk on what were you going to go into?
Oh, well, what I'll go into for tonight is probably three main things. Obviously, I have to cover what I can about the Ukraine. I will bring up, of course, North Korea's firing some missiles over Japan that are now capable of bearing nuclear warheads. And of course, you must have found this entertaining. I'll certainly share this with you. Here's a link where Kamala Harris had this big faux pas where she basically said that we have this alliance going with North Korea. So it really showed just how ignorant she is of the.
I didn't hear that.
Oh wow. God, here it is. It's inside of your. I just put it inside of your direct message box now, and it's about Kamala Harris was talking about North Korea is our great ally, and we've got this. It was just awful. And
North Korea is.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, take a look at it. I mean,
it sounds like she's trying to. Say, well, Trump was getting mileage off of North Korea, which he didn't. It was dubious for him politically. It was, but I mean, it's like she's trying to steal his thunder.
That's giving her too much credit. It's just simply she can't tell North from South, unfortunately.
Well, that might be the problem.
And so she's just, basically saying that we're going to work with North Korea and secure. It was just awful. But it goes to show this is where many of our leaders are at. They're lost. I mean, they're completely lost. Just as many are lost historically. There's no real knowledge of what's going on.
Look at my whole thing about people criticizing her. Everybody knows Joe Biden's a dope. Why shouldn't his vice president be a dope? That's perfect.
Well, in Biden's case, he's got an excuse. He's got potentially Alzheimer's. I mean, he's just basically eating ice cream, right? I mean, so, but Kamala Harris does not have that excuse. That's what makes this so frightening. This is like, this isn't even funny so much as it is frightening.
It's just like President Ford during the debate with Jimmy Carter saying that, Poland was not a,
part of Europe or something? Yeah, what was it he said?
That it was not part of the Iron Curtain.
Okay.
And it was just like, it was astounding. It was just astounding to me. I wasn't like a close follower of politics, but I said, what the hell is he saying? And Carter just kind of knew he had it in the bag by that point. It was like, boy, that guy, he sure, he got up there and it's like, what the hell did he mean? It's like he's not even sentient. This is this is who he was.
Yeah.
He was just he was basically a star football player who was popular and got elected to Congress, ended up on the Warren Commission because he probably said all the right things to all the right people.
Yeah.
Status quo high.
Yes, that's right. That's right. He was just one of these charismatic figures because, like Peter said, he was a big guy. He was big and he was charismatic, and it was just really sad. And then you remember the Pink Panther, of course, with Inspector Cousteau, and they just kept making fun of him. Every time they showed Ford, he was always tripping, falling down. It was just...
I don't remember the Pink Panther targeting Gerald Ford.
Oh God! It's if you take a look at the Pink Panther, look it up. Look up Pink Panther.
You're talking about the cartoon or the
films.
The films.
Sellers. Yeah, thank you. The films with Peter Sellers. He was the one who played Inspector Cousteau, right?
Maybe I remember those movies in the '60s. I don't remember them. I mean, I
was. Oh, look it up. Look it up.
Kept them into the late '70s. I wasn't watching them. So
understood. But look that up. Look up Peter Sellers, Pink Panther, President Ford, and you'll laugh. Believe me, you'll laugh. It's just awful. They portray him throughout that film, just tripping all the time, just everywhere he went, every scene he showed up in, and it just go to show you what the world thought of him, and they weren't hiding it. There was no diplomacy there. It's definitely. Aside from that, I'll go into, I'll start off, somewhere in tonight's arc of narrative, I'll get into what got me cut off the air on the last episode, which everyone, just so you all know, what happened was the last episode I started talking about the Russian capacity, or rather their incapacity, to handle modern nuclear war on the battlefield, that their army is just in such a state of chaos and failure that, and I use the term chaos pointedly, as in Alexander Dugin's chaosism, his ideology of the chaos gods, the entities of entropy, the anti-gods. And so, which he, of course, was a co-religionist in with Michael Aquino, this philosophy of nihilism. And so when I bring this up tonight, it will be that kind of context that we've already covered to a great degree concerning egregores that possesses the Russian army, and basically the fact that they can't handle nuclear war, not operationally, even on the battlefield. If they were to just start deploying tactical nukes, it would consume their own army first, because their own army is not supplied or organized or trained to handle nuclear warfare, well, the modern nuclear battlefield, where they could at least have some troops survive long enough to maintain an operative capability, and then maybe survive long enough where they'll all die of cancer within a year but still get the job done. They can't even do that. It's they're just now incapable of waging that kind of war. And as for, if they can't do that operationally, how on earth could they launch missiles in a strategic sense? They just couldn't maintain that level of technology. Though, for what it's worth, their nuclear submarine that they say carries that salted nuke that could poison whatever coastline they hit forever. They say that submarine is now off in the seas someplace, that they don't know where it is, and so Putin has apparently given the secret orders to launch the submarine. And but if they launch the missile, God knows whether that's going to even work or not, our launch, or whether it'll just be a dud, as it likely will be, very likely. In which case he's got nothing up his sleeve. I mean, really, it's all just.
You know, it becomes very interesting, because, I mean, interesting, like, you know, like a ball game gets interesting if there's a you know, like how's this going to work out?
Yeah.
Because if you listen to the reports, he's getting cornered.
Yeah.
Every day, and it's even to the point where I heard military people, or what amounts to military people, basically saying he didn't have a shot with the nuclear weapons, because he's going to have to be cart number. He says it's one thing to deploy them; it's another thing to try and control them and get them from here to there. It's very awkward. He says there's just no experience. I mean, these guys have no experience doing anything. The Ukrainians are fighting for their lives, their country. The Russians are fighting. There's no purpose for them fighting. And then people are leaving in droves.
Yes.
Now, I would imagine that people who think Putin is a hero are saying that everything we're hearing is false information and the Russians are really winning.
I know! Madness! True madness!
It's hard for me to believe that. There was also a report which, they were accusing Tucker Carlson, and there were many clips shown of this by Tucker Carlson, of saying that, they're saying that, he's saying that the United States blew up this pipe.
Yeah, the pipelines out of Russia.
Yeah, and it's like they're fingering Tucker Carlson, and Russia is saying that it was blown up by the United States, and they're making fun, or they're kind of just dismissive of Tucker Carlson. Then Tucker Carlson comes in with a shit-eating grin, and he's showing a video clip of Joe Biden saying, in no uncertain terms, we're going to destroy that pipeline. No uncertain terms. This is back in February. And they ask him, in no uncertain terms, yeah, we're going to destroy it. How are you going to destroy it? Well, we'll take care of it. Don't worry. And it's like, what a haunting contradiction. Now, I don't know why. I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs of why they destroyed the pipeline, if they want to make gas prices go up, or if they want to, stop Putin from getting money. But what was disingenuous is about the administration has this stuff on record of him saying, we're going to destroy that particular pipeline. And then No, we didn't destroy it. Now, of course, if you did it strategically, you shouldn't. There's nothing wrong with him denying it for purposes of war. But why did you say it in the first place? It doesn't work. And I think politics are so goofy because you can say, it was kind of like whenever you go to see a boxing match, you'd say this guy, his name was Jose, what a great name, Jose Suleiman, from the World Boxing Council, the WBC. They were the authorizing sanction because nobody liked the WBA anymore. So you had the WBA, the WBC, and the IBF, International Boxing. So they call them the alphabet agencies of boxing. To sanction a boxing match is like, it's like, this is a place that had no credibility. It had no credibility whatsoever. So the WBC issues a statement, and here's Jose Suleiman. We now have 12-round fights to protect the fighters instead of 15-round fights. We make sure that the gloves aren't padded with horseshoes. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, they get up, they have no credibility at all. And they're like the TASS press agency. So it's like the press is not something you're supposed to believe if you're intelligent. And yet they treat press commentary as if, they sit there and make intelligent or try to create intelligent dialogue. A press release is a press release. It's just, it's an act of disinformation. Because you're not going to tell people what's really going on. You shouldn't be telling them what's really going on. Ideally, you'd want to inform them correctly, in such a way that it doesn't disturb what you're really doing. But it's like, God, what just, and then there's no accountability. And then there's this journalist I met on my way to Romania. She was a New York Times journalist. She says, yeah, journalism doesn't exist anymore. So she was working for a charity.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
But it's like, it was always a circus, but it was a circus with some, actual intellectual jousting.
Yeah.
Now there's no intellectual jousting. It's just like, you're wrong, because you're a Democrat, or you're wrong because you're a Republican. And it's just what a sad state of affairs. But does it really matter? And now they're all saying that we're going to go into a recession. Now they're admitting recession. I'd say the economy, at least aspects of it, are certainly in a recession. However, what I would keep your eye on, does Amazon, not the stock, but does the Amazon products keep flowing?
Right.
This is the indicator of the health of America. Do the Amazon trucks keep delivering? And can people get things from Amazon? What I've been shocked about is people who abuse Uber. I don't mean abusing the company, but they do Uber Eats, and they're spending an inordinate amount of money on food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like
they are. People are eating.
Like they can't. I don't think they can afford it, but they don't care. So it's just keep that register going. And it seems like we had an awful lot of fallout during COVID. We heard a lot of stories of restaurants going under. We don't hear these stories anymore. We just know that the stock market's not doing well. But what does that really mean? It means rich people don't have as much extra cash. Now, this was a big deal around 2008, the 2008 crash, because all of a sudden people that had 20 million were now down to 8 million, or had 8 million, were now down to 3 million. So this really affected the economy back then. So, you know, people weren't spending. And we're talking about millionaires.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not so critical if the person who had 30,000 now has 10,000. You know what I mean? It's like big deal. But now we're not living. A lot of those people who had tens and 20 millions, like Tom Brady, made a lot of money during the COVID because of all these businesses he had. He got all these loans or these grants from the government. So the government, you know, put a lot of money in the hand of millionaires. It's different this time. So the millionaires are not stopping their growth. At least many of them aren't. And then we've had a crisis where there's not enough people to hire. I still think this is the same thing. And now they're starting to talk about the unemployment. But it's like, it seems like we've never been in a better time for people. We need employees.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, the economy is something you can never totally figure out. It doesn't seem like, yeah, we're in a recession as far as the stock market goes. And it may not be easy to buy a house, but if we did go into what they talk about, the interest rates going up and the housing market crash, well, that would be good, you'd think, so then people could afford to buy houses, because they can't now.
Yeah.
But then you say, okay, then the people who are rich are going to come in and scoop them up. And then there'll be a buying frenzy, because the people who have the millions of dollars are going to come in and buy the houses, and, you know, well, they're cheap. So it's like, how bad? As long as you can keep the food flowing.
Yes. No, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
And by the way, I do want people to know that tonight's episode is not only the Yom Kippur transmission, which, as Peter Moon pointed out, we're just coming out of Yom Kippur now at the stroke of midnight, basically. We're still in it, I believe, here on the West Coast for a few more
minutes. On the West Coast, on the East Coast.
Yeah, not on the East Coast, but the thing that tonight's transmission also is it's a preparatory transmission for what's going to be a very busy weekend for me socially, because it's Double 10 Day, which is Taiwan's national holiday, and it's also Indigenous Peoples Day, certainly so in a blue state like California. I know that there's still places where it's Columbus Day, but we'll gradually get to the point where I think it's going to be overall nationally recognized as Indigenous Peoples Day. It is what it is, and both holidays occur on the same day this weekend, and October 10th. And so it's going to be a very busy weekend for me with a lot of social obligations. One thing
change the name, Douglas, they should change the name to Montezuma's Revenge.
Well, definitely one thing I want to share with Peter, probably more privately. It may get to the point after I discuss it with him privately, we'll decide. But Selena Kahn sent me just some incredibly long notes, texts on the cell phone. I'll try and share them with you sometime, maybe Friday. Basically what will happen is after tonight, of course, I transmit into Thursday morning. Then I usually try to sleep throughout Thursday. So probably maybe Friday. Hopefully I'll get a chance to talk to Peter before the weekend. But I definitely want to share that with Peter. It's just, basically what she's claiming is that she's being apparently assailed by Salman Sheikh and Jameson Rees. I don't know whether any of this is true or whether this is just instructions she's been given to try and appeal to me so that I'll try and gentlemanly somehow get back into the fray to save her.
Why would that be your concern?
It's not, and I told her.
I know, and it's like, well, maybe Jameson and Lena could help her.
You mean Miguel and Lena? I told her that those were likely the people responsible Miguel. For. Yeah, she says she's suffering all this cybernetic attacks and occult attacks. I told her the people likely responsible for both those attacks are Miguel Andahar and Lena Shea. And but either way, she should report all four of them to the police and the FBI. Is what I said. Yes, basically. So this is basically the situation in a nutshell. That's basically what it is in summation.
She went to bed, and I mean that metaphorically, not physically.
That we know of. Yeah.
with these people, and so what does one expect?
Thank you.
It's like you're not going to be able to help her with this. This is something that but that's between you and her.
Oh well, as you say, it really isn't. Actually, it's not, because
any communication between you and her, it's like, it's unfortunate, and it would has all the markings of a entrapment to engage you.
Thank you.
And it's like, you've been pretty mean to Aquino. It's kind of.
That's what it comes down to. Yes. It's,
this is the hellfire. Why do people do this? Why? It's like when you go to bed with the devil, why are you surprised when you wake up with a sore bottom? I'm serious. It's like, what is, because he was nice to you.
Yes. This is like, and they had that whole song about, what was it? Frank Sinatra used to sing it, right? You knew I was a snake when you let me in. About that poor woman bitten by that beautiful snake that she let into her home. Yes, and it's I'm just so this is where it went. I just sent her when I sent her, which is just the advisement, and she didn't respond to that because obviously that's not what they were hoping for. So that tends to reinforce my assumption that this was basically something that she was put up to do, that they're trying to get.
But it's also interesting that she wasn't complaining about Lena or Miguel. She was complaining about, was it Salmon and was it Jameson?
Salmon and Jameson, without ever naming them. But when you hear me, on Friday, I'll read it to you. It's very long, and it's a series of texts that are very long, but it's them. She's talking about them and describing them physically, essentially. So it's them, but she doesn't dare to name them. That is so bizarre. And again, very suspect, of course, like she's being put up to this, like somehow don't implicate them, yet implicate them in my mind so that I respond to her by naming them, which I had no problem doing.
You come to be the hero on the White Knight.
Yes, my God, is that what they expect of me? They really do. But you see what this is? To our listeners, understand what you're seeing. This is what you normally see in a cinema, where the villain grabs his own gun maul and points the firearm at her head, assuming that the hero will save her simply because he would save any woman in peril, any woman in distress. That he would. This is what the villain is taking advantage of in terms of that belief that the hero will, save any person because he's a hero, right? Therefore, and obviously they don't know me. I'm no hero. And so,
well, you've become you're becoming sharper and sharper about this sort of stuff, and it doesn't take a genius when people show their hand. It's like they say when Salmon was sitting on the fence, what looks better? It's like, I don't know which side I should take. And
like you said, he decided with his dick, right?
Well, it's like, wow, it was such a wrong choice. It's like if, okay, you can have a night with one of these women. Here is a beautiful woman with, clean hygiene, and here is a whore with AIDS. I'll go with a whore. It's like, what? It's like, now, it's like, how can you make such a wrong, this is fascinating. It's like, it would be interesting to, even ask JoJo. I wish JoJo was here. I had a long talk with her the other day.
Oh, great. Did I come up at all? I hope she still remembers me.
Of course, she remembers you, but you did not come up.
Okay.
We weren't talking about you.
Understood.
We're talking about Romania and stuff because she's going to go to Romania with me next year, and
Yes.
and you know about my I'll be going to Massachusetts on November 12th, I believe it is, to do another qigong workshop with her.
Wonderful.
And and I'm going to be doing a program with Alan Steinfeld, I believe, on Friday about the Vril. I'm going to be doing a panel.
Yes, that's right. And so
Didn't get to the Vril, but it's
I know you can handle it. I know that you.
I know I can handle it too, but I thought I might have, some more ammunition. But
well, let's just put it this way: the vril is often a term that's been misused, and I do want people to know that it's understood as a force, like the Force in Star Wars, and also can refer to other things. It's just one of these terms that is bandied about a lot.
It's really the equivalent to chi.
Yes,
and it's like mastering it.
Yeah.
Like to the point where. Well, I'll save this qigong. I found that qigong thing. I'll save it for another night. But it's like this is what my mother-in-law said. Okay, Henry Coanda, he created the Concorde. Henry Coanda is at the airport in Bucharest is named after him.
Wow.
But he couldn't he couldn't figure out the Concorde engine, the big French Concorde that could get to New York to Paris in a couple hours. He had to go to Tibet.
Wow.
And they basically told him to put intent into the engine.
Okay.
And then he figured it out, putting his intent. Because she was telling me about putting intent into a dream catcher.
Okay.
Putting intent into it. So the vril is intent, but it's at a level where, you can master, physical matter, yes. like in a movie that you see in a movie. So that's what we're dealing with. But it's interesting. So, but what was they saying about? A psychologist. And I have to remember to talk about this with JoJo, is because she understands psychology so well. It's like, you have a person, and it's like, I've got a clean cloth napkin in one hand, a piece of
used toilet paper.
Used toilet paper in the other hand. And which one should I wipe my mouth with? It's like yes, and the reason we laugh at something is because rejection, and they're accepting something they should reject. This is level 2 of Scientology, which is called relief, but it also has to do with sins of omission or commission. Yes. In this case, where you're actually committing crimes or non-survival acts. So it's like you're like, and it has to do with rejection and accepting. What's an act that somebody could reject? What's an act that somebody could accept? Well, you can accept. If you do something that somebody accepts, it's nice. Everybody's happy. If you do something that somebody would reject, like Antonio Brown, the infamous receiver who was living in Tom Brady's house, and now Tom Brady is reportedly divorcing his wife. He put up a picture on Twitter of him hugging his wife. So there's already been rumors that the media, sports media, is not covering him, of him banging Brady's wife. We'll live in his house to rehabilitate his career as a football player and to be his friend. Now, he's turned on Brady. So, he's a psychologist field day. He really suffered from a concussion. That's my thesis on him.
Right.
But what's like, when people do things so wrong, and it's sad for Tom Brady, who's got, he's this incredible success, like, not even Michael Jordan had. And now, okay, now we have to watch his family fall apart. This isn't, it's not good. It's not a good story. And, it's like, what? It's just, but anyway, success isn't what people think it is.
Yes.
Yes. What people think it is. Some people know better. But, so it's like this choice of like, I'm going, I can be the president of a corporation, or I can be a gutter bum. I'm going to go for that gutter bum. It's like you can understand somebody wanting to be humble, but this is not about humility. This is and what this tells me, if I can be, the pop psychologist for a minute, I'm going to say these people are they're possessed by ill will. Yes. They're possessed by evil. They are the evil. They are a host. The real Salmon Sheikh, the real person who is that real person, is completely subdued.
Yes.
And it's like in that movie Lord of the Rings, King Theoden is completely overtaken. He's like, oh, he can barely, he's so old. And then when Gandalf exorcises the demon, he becomes young again, or relatively young again.
Right.
And it's like, these people are just completely overshadowed and overtaken. And so it's like, it's really not an intelligent choice that they're making. They're taking, they're possessed by the demon.
Yeah.
And they're trying to question it, but they get overridden by some, equivalent of an implant. And this is just, and this is the sadness of it.
Yes.
So poor Selena's being, tortured, as a result of her own ability to discern.
Yes.
When you let the devil into your house, and she's got to learn that, Salmon is not her problem.
Yeah.
He's far away.
Yeah.
It's like, who are her friends? And why isn't she going to them? Because they are her friends. They're not stupid in these matters, or they don't profess to be stupid in these matters. So why doesn't she go back to them?
Yeah.
So obviously it's a attempt to entrap you.
Yes. Yes. Very sinister. Very sinister that someone could be even driven to that. And by the way, just so you know what it's like in California, two things to bring to your attention before you go into the gentle night. There's this serial killer on the loose. The Stockton Police Department basically said he's on some kind of a mission. Basically, the ballistics tests have linked the fatal shootings of at least 6 men and the critical injury of 1 woman in California, all to his hands. So apparently this has been going on for a year, but we're only being made aware of this publicly now. And then there was another case just recently where a family of 4 was kidnapped in California.
Where in California?
Oh, Merced County Sheriff was dealing.
This is the area. This is where I would defer to Dennis Marshall.
Yeah.
Dennis Marshall is, from that general area.
Yeah.
He played Merced College.
Right.
Baseball, but he's from, Sonora. This is where all this shit happens. This is where the Lacey Peterson area is.
Wow.
And it's like this whole area of there was a strong occult satanic. Even Geraldo was out there to investigate it on the Lacey Peterson case.
That makes sense.
He poo-pooed the satanic involvement.
Later in life.
Yeah,
later in life.
Out there, looking for the satanic links to Lacey Peterson, and then they concluded there was none, but there obviously were.
Yes.
Even people, this what's his name, Peterson, the guy has been pretty much shown to not be falsely portrayed by the whole judicial system. Mm-hmm. And that, there's been things on that where it's like, he's not, like what you say, a clean person, but he's there's more involved than we hear about. But this whole area is a hot area, and I think it could survive without Aquino, because I don't know that Aquino was ever in charge of it. I think he would have had some liaison to it. But so yeah, like, can we still have serial killers without Aquino? Well, of course we can.
Yes. Yeah.
So, who's now in charge?
Yeah.
And I think what you're going to see, because I just said this, who's in charge?
Yeah.
You're going to have some idiot come out in the press or somewhere, maybe on a website.
Bank on it. Yes.
Start asserting that, well, I'm in charge.
Yeah.
They're going to announce themselves in some stupid way.
It's true. It's
because
true.
I'm the one who did the attacks on Selena.
Yeah.
I'm the serial killer. And it won't be a joke. It won't be a false claim. I'm just, projecting here, but this is the way they are. It's like
So very much so. Well, thank you. We love you dearly, and share that love with Paula. We'll certainly be speaking again soon enough, and certainly, hopefully on Friday, but certainly on Sunday, and I'll try and give you a call sometime on Friday, and there we have it. In the intro, all my best, and thank you for tonight. Okay, and skybooks.usa.com. Don't forget, and what I'll do now is I'll establish a call with these other wonderful people in our lives. Let's see what we can get started for tonight and retrieve ourselves, so to speak. The stream, of course, continues. I will be taking a look into the chat room where apparently many of you have been active, and I will hopefully get a good call going with our lovely Brooke Gibson, who I am now trying to call. We're going to see if I can do this without blowing my ears out, because that ringtone is a killer. Then I'll bring some other people on. If I can make contact with her. Oh, sounds like her. Oh, she's not online. Oh, no answer. Oh, last seen 3 hours ago. Oh my God. I hope she doesn't feel that I blamed her for, she used that term blamed. She says, obviously that didn't work. Whoops. Oh, are you there, honey? Hey. And Underfell Girl Sands. That's our, Underfell Girl Sands is, Sarah Shields, right? She says, this is when Douglas makes sense. Yes. And, so, aside from all that, I'll try and Pixie Princess Star Fox. Hello, honey. So glad to have you with us. So, let's see if I need to start streaming right away in terms of monologuing, or whether I can drag any other people on with me. So hello to everybody who's been with us tonight. Daniel Cardenas, Nathan Brooks, and of course, Creatornet, whoever that is. And I'm trying to think of Underfell Girl Sands. It's definitely Sarah Shields. So glad she's back in the chat. Love you dearly, honey, and glad to see I make sense to you. Let's see now if we can try and reach out to Brooke. Let's try and reach out to as well Sammy Romero. So let me send her there. Be you there, honey? And now, hopefully she didn't think when we were okay. So this is where I'm kind of pleading, and then otherwise I'll try Sammy and George, but or even wouldn't hurt to try Viviana or Mirth either. So let's give that a try. Give a call around, but I'll try one more time with. Maybe I should wait a few minutes on that. Hopefully I'm pathetic enough to her. Otherwise I'll just start talking until somebody starts calling me. And don't be afraid to call me on Skype. I'll pick up the phone even if anyone does that. Let's try Viviana. See if she answers. And if she doesn't, let's try. Her phone's at least ringing. That's interesting. Okay, this might go on for a little while. In the meantime, this is that lack of professionalism people talk about. But of course we're not professional. This is basically a sedentary fugitive. Doug Dietrich, public informant, trying to let the public know he's still alive. This is kind of like what you get. Let me see. Answer is answer. I think. Okay. So. Okay. B. Oh, okay. There we are. And so let's try. Who else? Oh yes, my other female victim. Brain dancer. Let's try her. Oh my god. See if something comes up there. Okay. This probably isn't even going to be online. Then I'll just, call the guys. It's Brain isn't online. Okay. Let's see. We'll call Sammy. Sammy should be up at work. Sammy will be there, and then and then George will see if we can bring him on. Sammy's not available. Oh my god, I'm all alone in this world. I'm like Putin. My world is shrinking. Let's try George Knight. In other words, I'll try Joe Tai after that, and then I'll just start talking. I'll just start, until somebody calls me. Be my beloved. Be my beloved. Be right here. Beloved. Be my beloved. Where art thou? Where art thou? Oh, this guy's not going to be online. This is George Knight we're trying right now. Where art thou? Okay, here we are. 3 periods. Oh, shit. Fuck this. The way that works just so pisses me off. Okay, Joe Tai says he's online, which means he probably isn't. Actually, I'm just afraid. I'm just as afraid of his answering as I am of his not answering. And after that, I'll just get started. Okay, so looks like nobody's answering. I'm all alone in this world, so it's just you and me, listeners. Oh, the Real Tech Geek is here. He's here to help. There we are. Now that was weird. I had this weird ass picture for a second there on camera of what looked like Joe Tai, but maybe that's the way the Real Tech Geek looks. I don't.
Hell no fun, man. I don't look like that. I don't know how he looks like, and I'm not interested in how he looks like. That looks like a fucking ghoul, man. The way you describe it.
Yes. Well, thank you for helping out, Real Tech. Glad that you're here. And
yeah. I'm exhausted. I just was listening to you, and I was falling asleep for a while, looking at some pictures.
Uh-huh.
So, I was in Jersey City for a day.
Okay.
So,
oh, great.
So tomorrow's Comic-Con for the next 4 days, so.
Oh my god, so do you have to get up early tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll just talk to you for a little while until you're ready to monologue, but then I'm gonna go to sleep.
Oh, okay. Well, I thank you for trying. Well, let's do a little thing here, because maybe the weird thing is I might have seen Joe Tai's face because he was actually, trying to call, and if I can bring him on call, then what we can do is maybe after you go to sleep, it can ride on him for a little bit, and this way the two of you can talk when I break myself. That's if he's here at all, and like I said, I really did see his face.
Well, the thing is, I always have it disabled for the permissions for the video, so a lot of people actually probably have everything always enabled, so that's why it comes up.
Interesting. But in this looked almost like a This was not your normal icon. This was like, it was like he came on camera there for just a second, like it flipped on, and then it said that he was like on this weird pause. And I'll have to show you. Here we are, screen share. So I'll show you this on screen share.
Sure.
Maybe this will help you make some sense of it. He's probably not there at all. But anyhow, can you see the cursor moving? You can see your own icon.
Yes.
So he has this weird fucking symbol here. It's this like call on hold. Now that's weird because it was maybe because it was still ringing him when you called. And then that caused it somehow to flip or something and show his face there for a second. Oh, shit. Oh, God. So now I'm seeing this. Can you see this? Oh, shit. Okay, that is so fucking weird. Can anybody hear me? Oh, shit. So let's hang up there. And then the call with our man, Real Tech. Okay, let's call him back. See if he responds. That was like, hopefully I just didn't fuck myself over with that. That was so fucking weird. That was so weird.
Yeah, that was really weird. I made sure before I even called you that I turned off my other Bluetooth device.
Okay.
I thought I'm exhausted, but I thought that's what caused it. But that is really weird.
Did you see that camera image of like somebody's room? It's like he fell asleep with his camera on, or was that coming from your other? Okay, you didn't see that.
No.
Okay, so it was as soon as it hung up on you, then it showed me this image like somebody had fallen asleep with their phone camera on. It was like pointing at the roof, like a corner of the room or something like that. That's what I saw. And if I won't even bother trying to get that back because it'll just knock you off call again. But that's what I got when I was trying to bring you on screen share to see what I saw. So I probably did see his face. He probably tried to answer the phone, fumbled, and fell back to sleep because of, I don't know, maybe he's trying to commit suicide with a whole bottle of sleeping pills or something. So that being said, we'll let him die in peace.
With his Ambien.
Oh, yes. Oh, God. And as for everyone else...
I was going to say, it's sounds like a Ghost in the Shell.
Yes, that's Ghost in the Shell imbues it with a sense of dignity that it just doesn't have, unfortunately. And so, all that being said, I will probably start monologue sooner rather than later. But you're being here. I wish we had someone else for you to bounce off against, because I know you don't prefer to do solo, but is there something you can talk about, something you're passionate about for a few minutes while I kind of refresh myself and then come back to start the monologue as soon as possible? There's something you can talk about passionately. Comics. Talk about how originally, like you were going to go into, with how stupid the movies are to make the Hulk intelligent, and how originally his mind was really degenerating Bruce Banner, and that was the original comic concept. And then other stupid comic ideas that they've come up with that just whatever you can think of to complain about, go geek on us. Yes. And so
I can complain and whine about She-Hulk and the way the MCU is being destroyed with wokeism and
Okay.
Yeah, I can go on about different things like that.
I mean, I'll say something. Some of these things they came up with, I'm pretty liberal progressive, and I just don't. I think a lot of this is like real bitter male attitudes, but some of what I saw, I just couldn't buy. I mean, that was it. The Safe Space. There is a superhero couple literally named Safe Space and Snowflake. That Marvel put this out, and I couldn't believe it. And there was like one fat minority chick. I think she's supposed to be indigenous Aleut, or what we used to call Eskimo. I think that's a racist term. You're not supposed to use it. And she's got the magic backpack. I mean, have you seen this shit? Have you seen? No. Oh my God. I mean, that's like a few years ago by now, but it's like I couldn't believe that shit. I said, seriously? I mean, who would want to read this shit? I mean, that's like.
That's the problem with Miss Marvel. It failed so much, and they had to constantly reboot the series, and it just wasn't selling.
Oh.
So I don't know which person in their mind wanted to make a Miss Marvel series.
Oh wow! I mean, like it wasn't like that originally, right? Wasn't
It's
Marvel was
go
originally
ahead.
kind of a MILF figure, mother I'd like to fuck figure. It
Sorry.
was kind of like,
No, I'm
oh, oh
sorry. I'm
no.
talking about the teenager, the Pakistani teenager. I'm not talking about the
Oh shit! Oh, so you're talking about Miss Marvel? I don't even know.
yeah, exactly. Nobody
I
knows his character.
yeah. It's like when
You know, it's just like they sucker you in. They sucker them people in with all these original characters, like Miss Marvel from the '70s, Carol Danvers, Iron
who was the
Man,
MILF
and
figure, right? She's the
yes,
you know, middle-aged
yes,
white lady you'd like to fuck, you know,
yeah,
all buff and yeah and
yeah.
yeah. Thank you. And
Elektra, yeah, Elektra is fucking hot too.
yeah.
You know, everybody knows her from the '80s. Yeah. She-Hulk, she's fucking hot.
Yeah.
She's from the '80s
So
too.
what
I
have
mean,
you got
yeah,
to
she's
complain about She-Hulk then? What's your complaint with She-Hulk?
they had the character twerking.
Okay, that's bad.
That's horrible.
That's bad. That's bad. It's bad
That's
because
really bad.
that's bad because not because I'm prudish or not because that it's just it's bad because that's not her ass. Her ass is a muscular ass, so it's not a twerking ass. So it's
The CGI is horrible.
yes. Oh my god. Okay, that's bad. That's a nightmare vision. That's a
And
nightmare
what they're
vision.
doing, yeah. And the
Okay.
problem with yeah,
Okay.
the problem with it is that yeah, they're all overworked
Yeah.
and they're all firing. They're all. No, sorry, not firing. They're all the graphic artists are all quitting because they're overworked like crazy, and Disney now is doing the same thing with Marvel. I'm sorry, Star Wars. They're doing multiple different shots and multiple different scenes and 6, 7 times of the same scene, and using the same type of green screen and everything is all uniformity and everything, and it's all starting to look very, very cheap.
Yeah.
And they have billions of dollars.
Yeah. That's yeah, but makeup, for instance, has been getting horrible, and the CGI does not make up for it. CGI does not make up for makeup. You know, in other words, we need real people in makeup. We need real people in makeup and costumes. We don't need fucking CGI. And the CGI is just horrible, and you know, CGI. They keep saying how advanced the CGI is. It's shit.
No, it's getting worse.
Thank you.
I'm not against CGI, but it's just
yeah. Well, we want quality, right? We want quality CGI.
Yeah.
Yes, if you're gonna use yes, but in the gym. Holy shit! She's in the gym. Holy shit. Well, oh god. Call me when you get back. Please call me when you get back. Please, call me.
Yeah, she says. Yeah, I just see the notification about she's going to the gym.
Okay. So, where did you see the notification? Did you see it on screen share? Have I got screen share on, or
No. When we have the show on, there's notifications and everything.
Okay. So that's interesting. So she's working out in the gym very late at night.
If I'm logged in. Yeah, I've done the same thing, working in the gym late at night.
Yeah. This is like 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 1 a.m. in the morning. She's working there out there at 1 a.m. in the morning. So
yeah, I've done that.
There you are. And it's
not very healthy, though.
Thank you. It
really isn't.
Yes, it's not. Oh my God.
But you know, it's people like me and you. Problem sleeping.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's probably the only way I can actually.
Well, hopefully she gets
get a decent amount of sleep. But yeah, it's a safety.
You have some insomnia issues?
Yeah,
okay.
I do.
Is that something you want to talk about? Because I do want people to know, normally I do not. I mean, I sleep at odd hours, yes, but normally I could fall asleep whenever I want to fall asleep. Normally I can fall asleep in a moving revolving door. But it was the other day I couldn't fall asleep for some reason, and I wound up with sleep deprivation, and that helped. So you were all going over, so I kept going. Sorry, baby. Going over. I'm going over, so I kept going. Sorry, baby. Oh, I think I make sense of what she's saying, but well, let me know that you got home safe. Well, inform me that. Let me know that you get home safe. Let me know. When you get home, so I know you're safe. Let me know when you get home, so I know you are safe. Oh, so there we are. Oh my God. It's amazing how people just want to lord it over you. They just, any chance they get, it's like, oh my God. So with your sleep issues,
Yeah.
I take it this has a lot to do with trauma.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, like I said, Mom used to abuse me and beat me up in my sleep and choke me, So yeah,
Jesus,
it does.
that's awful. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. And but definitely, yeah. That being said, how about how do you deal with it? How do you deal with these sleep issues? Like anything help? Any particular kind of sleep aid?
Yeah, masturbation.
That's bad. That's bad. You know why that's bad? It's bad because you don't want to get into the habit where you're with some lady and then you come to climax and then you just turn around and fall asleep. I mean, that's women really don't like that. So I've always really affiliated orgasm with waking up. I mean, I found that to be very helpful. That women really kind of appreciate that. It's like
naturally, a man's testosterone is the highest in the morning.
Yeah,
so.
Wow. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's when you wake up with these pisshards, as they call them, basically an erection that you get in your in your sleep that actually, men have this in the morning, ladies. So this is why they wake up and they go to the bathroom. Any woman who's slept with a man knows that they wake up with these erections and shit, or they should know that. So there you have that, and therefore, then maybe you should kind of try and drill yourself into that habit, because otherwise you'll wind up falling asleep after you orgasm.
No,
Okay.
no, that's not gonna happen.
Okay, so that doesn't happen. All right. So
no, only the time that's gonna happen is when I'm really exhausted.
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, then they will. But if it's just normal, no.
Oh my God! So it basically what happened was that I want people to understand that our man's been through a lot, and we're going to hopefully things change as you get older. I mean, things have improved for you psychologically, right? I mean, you obviously got socially adept enough to meet a female and marry her. And maybe do you care to share any of that story? How you met your wife?
Yeah, yeah, sure. Just basically met her by fucking her friend.
That's, yeah. All life should be that smooth. Yes.
Oh man. Yeah, that's the truth. Plain and simple.
And so, okay, that having been established, how about I get ready to take off for a few minutes, leave our man here to complain about She-Hulk and so many other things about the comic industry, how being woke kind of destroyed it, and that'd be an interesting take. And George Knight says he's available. Okay, great. So here's what we're going to do. How about I bring him on, and then you two guys talk for a little bit, and that will help immensely. So George Knight, you should be able to jump on, unless with everything that went wrong, we managed to establish. Oh, that's right, we had to reestablish this call. So let's bring George Knight on for a few minutes. I can refresh myself a few minutes, then come back and take over. But anyhow. Yeah, this way you have someone to bounce off of. I don't know how familiar George Knight is with some of these situations in the comics industry, but he must have seen some of the films. And, of course, England has its own industry in comics, its own...
London Comic Con MCM is coming up.
Yeah, you can bring that up to him. And let's see if he responds, because right now we seem to be calling to no avail. But that being said, start off on some of your complaints right now. Probably the moment you get into it is when he'll show up. So, tell us a bit about it. Like, then, are you looking forward to the next Black Panther? I mean, they're...
No.
I mean, the original...
And it's not... I'm not against female empowerment. Like,
are they making it female? Have they given him a gender change? Is the next Black Panther gonna be?
No, they're making making his sister the next Black Panther.
Then they're making it a female.
Yeah,
they're making the new Black
Panther.
And
it does happen in the comics. But see, a lot of these things are a early 2000s ideas that they're not the traditional ideas that the people grew up with and expected of, and I'm not upset about those type of things.
Well, change is pretty gnarly. I mean, change can be bad.
Yeah. It can be. Mm-hmm. It definitely can be, but it's just the guy was just a great actor, just a great human being, and a lot of the general consensus of that is that they just wanted a replacement for him. Or in fact, Killmonger, he they didn't show him dying. He could have just fallen off the cliff or something happened to him.
Right.
Or another man, or
well, comic book people, death is nothing in the comic book world. Whoever dies, you can always bring back. But look, we have George Knight and Sammy Romero with us. So look, they are with us. So let's check out their audio. Both of you say hi. Both of you gentlemen.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, good. We hear both of you. So,
hey, Sammy.
Wonderful. So, Real Tech has some gentlemen to bounce off of. Now, before I leave for a few minutes to refresh myself, both of you gentlemen, lay it on me. Anything immediately you need to bring to my attention? I mean, I do promise, Sammy, I'm going to try and call you Friday as well. I
understand.
Yeah.
I understand. No worries.
Yeah. And definitely, I hope you heard what we were saying about Brendan Zogit's occult assault and what he was contending with, and what George Knight had said earlier. Yeah. Go on, Sammy. Did you hear any of that, or?
Fortunately, no. I was busy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was busy dealing with work today. Today was actually pretty hectic, but
okay.
My prayers are with them.
Yeah.
For both gentlemen.
George Knight's doing fine. Yeah, he's not suffering any occult assault.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll pray for me though, because I got to deal with the demon in my house.
Okay.
Oh, God,
yeah, we'll do a real tech.
Yes, he's got his mom.
Well, I got 7 sisters, so if you want 3, I'll let you have some.
Yeah, sure. I have a threesome, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, 4-some.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking sisters. They're not actual sisters. Anyways,
they're actual sisters. They're actual sisters, yes. But are you telling us that maybe they're not every man's fantasy, or
how could I say this? They're my sisters. I don't really view them in that.
Understood.
I mean, I'm not saying they're ugly. It's just I'm not into the whole incest thing. Real tech is that if that's your thing, it is what it is. I'm joking, obviously, but no, they're wonderful women. Okay, they're just they're women. Women, especially sisters, you love them, but there's a reason why you love them. There's a reason why you love them, and that's the reason why you hate them.
Yes.
In a sense, because you love them, and you can't get rid of them either. So
But by the way, just so people hear something funny, when Brooke Gibson was on with myself, and everybody knows by now, I apologize to her publicly, and understand, of course.
What happened?
Oh, let's make this more awkward, right? Yeah. What happened? Basically, what happened was I was sleep deprived, which is unusual for me. Like I said, normally I could fall asleep in the middle of a revolving door, but what happened was the other day I couldn't fall asleep. So I really showed up for work, so to speak, on this show with much less sleep than I normally would have had. And sleep is important to me. It's like a drug to me. And then, so what happened was that I was easily triggered into manifesting my post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms. And so what had happened was basically my son made me listen to it for a few minutes, like I guess because he wanted to torture me. And he had me hearing basically I started tripping when we were talking about Tony Robbins, and it was around that time I was talking about this $1 billion contract that Tony Robbins landed with the Department of Defense, and he was ripping off the U.S. taxpayer. And there was this stupid general Stubblebine who was dumb enough to land him that contract. And Stubblebine, and I was talking about him and his wife Rima Leibo, and that probably triggered myself thinking about having to deal with that motherfucker, Mike Ringley, because Mike Ringley had gotten into some trouble because Dr. Rima Leibo was on his radio station, had her own show. Then she wound up trying to send a bunch of colloidal silver, or what was considered basically quack medicine, to Africa during the Ebola outbreak. And so it was nothing less than the United Nations World Health Organization had clamped down on Mike Ringley and told him, hey, what this woman's doing is illegal by international law. So he felt really scared. And so he fired her. And then when I brought her back on to interview with her husband, basically to interview her husband, because he used to work with Michael Aquino and the Men Who Stare at Goats, the lieutenant colonel at that time, James Channon of the 1st Earth Battalion. Basically, I brought him on to talk to him about, not to ambush him. I started off soft, even started off with Tony Robbins, and then he began to shut down. And so when I was talking about that whole thing, I was already upset, reliving all that, because when I was doing that, I had Mike Ringley right behind my back, just breathing down my neck so heavy. Every time he talked, I could smell his pickled uvula. It was just horrible. And so that was kind of like already a trigger situation. And so, and then she began to qualify a lot about, Tony Robbins, and saying or something like, how does someone live with themselves? And she went on a bit, and it was about that time I was starting to get really irritated. And then I finally wound up going off on her and Peter Moon simultaneously, really. And then you know what she didn't qualify? This was what was irritating to me too. She qualified a lot of things almost like she was in court. She was like making certain every angle was covered, was qualifying a lot of things. And then one thing she didn't qualify was when she was talking about my son and was telling people, it's his son now. He was fucking her back when she was his daughter. And then I didn't think about it at the time, but then later on I thought about it like, well, she didn't qualify that it's not my biological daughter. And it's like, that might help to make me look at least a little less like a pervert. I mean, it's already a complicated enough situation.
So Doug, Brooke said this?
Yeah,
but that's not even true. That's not even true in the sense that I think this is the thing about with that. That's not even true, and
in that I did not think of him. I did not think of her as my daughter when I was fucking her. Yes, that's quite right.
One, she was a professional escort.
Yes.
So that was her profession.
Yeah.
Two, you rescued her from pretty much human slavery, as far as
Just so people understand this, she was very young at the time, and she was most certainly underage, and she was being exploited by a black pimp on the streets. And at that point, when I purchased her wholesale, we did this with some strong arming, my gang and I, because understand this, people who are exploiting young children like that, they're not going to sell them because they make so much money off of them. Selling them with a one-time profit makes less money than they can get out of using them until they wear out, which makes them, a lifetime's worth of profit with each child. So this took some strong arming on the part of my gang and I, and we applied it. And when I purchased her, the first thing I tried to do was to everything I could to help her, but she had no papers. And effectively, she more than likely was born in Armenia and had wound up probably trafficked at some point, winding up with that black pimp at the end of that train of trafficking by the time that I found her. So there was no papers, so the U.S. government would likely have deported her somewhere to God knows where, and I wasn't going to have that happen. So we basically made her one of my gang's prostitutes, but she got to keep her earnings. And so at that point, there was kind of this fatherly affection for her, but I was definitely sexually involved with her. I was very protective. I had ultimately wanted to marry her, but unfortunately she had gender dysphoria. So by the time that she just had to become a man, it was just, she was still open to marrying me, but what am I going to do at that point? You know, fuck this boy up the ass the rest of my life? It just wasn't, where I was going to go. So she, so I helped hand her off in terms of best man status, handed her his hand in marriage off to the man he's now with. But but
is this the reason why you rebuked Brooke? Is that the reason why?
No. It might have been, there was just, I think basically, I told this to one man who left a comment. He left a comment in thread of the last episode, and he means the best. And he said, Brooke, hey, you don't talk over people. And, and I said, in all fairness, I was sleep deprived and triggered my post-traumatic stress disorder. I mean, there was a lot of that simply. There was, but it could be that, like I said, I was already like in a flashback mode. I was like in a flashback mode at that time. Strange thing too. I got a phone call. And just so people know, whoever's out there who left this call, I mean, if you don't want to be known, that's okay. But if anyone, wants me to contact him back, let me know who you are. And don't expect me to recognize who you are. Even if you're some lady I've slept with in the past, I have no idea who this woman is who left this message. But somebody left a message with me, and they just said, "What's up, Doc?" And this was like sultry, kind of like, and this is like obviously a Bugs Bunny term, and there's very few people who know about my Bugs Bunny connection. Of course, there's the obvious Doug's Bunny, and this was kind of used at Revolution Radio. So for those who don't know, years ago at Revolution Radio, there was that creep named Amad Painter who was making all these disturbing images, and he was doing the advertising for Revolution Radio, the advertising graphics. And one of the things he did for me was he connected me with a Bugs Bunny figure, like Doug's Bunny. And so there was a reason for this, because I was the unacknowledged consultant for the film Shoot 'Em Up, which anybody really should review that film. It's an excellent action film, and it was a total failure in the theaters. If you ever watch it, you'll wonder why. You'll wonder, how on earth was this a failure? But basically it was too realistic. It was in so many ways, and over the top in others, but it just was too much for people to handle, because it had basically an anti-gun message, in the sense of these gun freaks and gun companies that are just trying to promote fully auto weapons for deer hunting and shit. So the primary message was nothing action movie lovers wanted. And but the main character was definitely, I was consulting about how to portray someone with post-traumatic stress disorder. And maybe your average person who watches it doesn't really get how bad it is, but there's a scene which was based on my advisement, which may be another reason why the film didn't sell. Maybe people found the hero was someone they simply could not relate to because he was just too violent. But the hero's going through a post-traumatic flash, and he's got a woman in a seat next to him, the rider's seat, which is known as the suicide seat, because most of the accidents, that's where the person dies. The highest fatality rate is in the passenger seat that's shotgun next to the driver. So she's in that seat with an infant, and he starts like crashing cars basically in his rage, on her side while she's holding an infant. And he's just basically crashing cars that are parked and some that are moving. In his rage, he's just using the car as basically a weapon of assault. And so this probably either freaked a lot of people out, or they were just too stupid to notice the implications of this or understand that. So when it comes to that level of PTSD, then I was, shall I say, just really, I can go there. And so this is why I never drive. That's why the judge who basically helped me get on SSDI said, promise me you will never drive again. You will never get behind the wheel again, because I know you'll kill somebody, or probably many people. And so I promised him that, and this is why he allowed me to keep my weapons. And so when it comes to all of this, hopefully that puts that in perspective. I've lost track of the original sentence, but we were talking about Brooke, and I was just in that zone. I was in a zone where I was on edge, and so I really cut loose on her and on Pete, and he handled it well, to his credit. He handled that very well. But I was, if anybody listens to the audio of that, I basically tell him to fuck off. And so, and it was just awkward. So that being said, yeah, so she didn't qualify certain things. It was kind of like when she met the best, and she basically said to our man George Knight, when he was taking his daughter for a stroll that day, she said, "Enjoy your daughter." And that just came out so wrong.
Yeah.
That being said, where is the real Ian West? Let's see if I got this guy. I should have him.
Yeah, my wife just called me, so that's why it kicked me off. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, so we have to reestablish the call. Okay, so you gotta go.
No. She's not here. She's just calling me to where on WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. So
I just text her.
Right. So
I remember you mentioning Shoot 'Em Up.
Okay.
About that.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the movie in a long time. I only saw it when it came out, but I'm definitely gonna watch it again.
Okay, you'll get the Bugs Bunny angle in there, because a lot of the Bugs Bunny jokes were integrated into that. So that's where the Bugs Bunny thing came up. So this woman who left me a message, what's up, Doc? Real sultry. I have no idea who she is. Could have been just Deanna Fraser, because it's something obtuse, and maybe she would say that. But could have been Judith Agert for all. I can't recognize the voice. The stupid answering service that I have on this chicken shit phone that's given to me for free because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal does not tell me who's calling when they leave a message. It doesn't give me any number where they called from. Doesn't, there's no trace. So just say who you are, and hopefully, whoever it was will get back into contact with me if they're sincere about communicating. But other than that, whatever it was all right. I don't take it as creepy, but it's very strange, because very few people would say that, and very few people would leave that kind of message. It's unless they knew about me and that angle. So that's what was strange about that. So other than that, we have the real Ian West with us, or somebody just dropped. I heard a sound of somebody dropping. That was Ian West's camera going on. Oh, no camera, Ian. No camera. It's too scary.
Oh, guys, my bad.
So, anyhow, so hi, Ian. How are you? How have you been? You. What was that film of you coming out from underground with that other colorful person? This person was all dressed. Both of you were really colorful. Oh, Sammy's gonna be right back. Yeah. Ian, he may not be able to hear us. So, tell you what, I'll refresh myself, and Sammy will try and come back. And Real Tech, have a conversation with George. George, you with us?
Yeah, I'm here, Douglas. Thank you.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
What happened?
Who knows? I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Sammy left. Ian is like, I don't know. He's in tunnels underground or something, or he's in jail.
Yeah. I don't know why he goes in and out so much.
Yeah, it's well, he's in Florida for one thing. So oh God, Brooke is back. Let me try and call her. Let's try and bring her on, and then see if she'll tolerate us. It's like oh my God. So aside from that, okay, here we are. Call. There we are. Add. Okay, let's see if this works, or if she even wants to. And Ian's expression, just look at that expression. Oh my God. It's like, so there we are, honey.
Hello?
Hi.
Okay.
So you're home safe. You're home safe, right?
Okay, I'm kind of lying. So I didn't want to keep you more waiting, and I just left. I'm driving home.
Okay, well, stay safe. Oh my God. And
I just had the most amazing experience though, because I've just been so long, like the gym, I just quit going for like, I don't know, God, 8 months maybe.
Uh-huh.
And it was so hard to do it the other day. And so I was trying to really, and they got new machines, and I tried to find the guy to get the treadmill. Anyway, I finally did to get it working. Yeah. And he stood there and talked to me because I realized how out of shape I am when you haven't done it in that long and for that many minutes, because I was determined to hit 45 minutes.
Okay.
And he could tell because I was, he just stood there talking to me, doing basically what y'all do, but where I actually do shut up with y'all. I just pretty much talk for 45 minutes, and I would be like, "You're just standing." He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh my God, you just made it! I got it to 30." He's like, "I know, that's why I'm staying here just listening. So you can do it, Brooke. You can do it."
Wonderful.
What? So yeah, so I worked my ass out tonight. But it was very nice to finally be back there. I don't know how many of you guys have worked out and then quit. I'm sure y'all have, but it's hard to.
Which machines were you using?
So I did the weights. I tanned when I got here, and then I did the weights, and then I did the stair stepper for a little bit, but then and then the machines, like the weight machines, but then the last thing was just the treadmill, which is always my last and I think easiest thing to do. They just happened to have completely changed them all, so I thought it would be anyway. But that's where I usually do like 45 minutes. And
does this guy work there?
Yeah, he does. But here's what's so funny. I know I hate going on, but you're gonna love this. So there's hardly any. I mean, it's in the middle of the night, so we're in Greenville. So maybe somewhere else there's more people. There's probably like, I don't know, 8 people in the whole gym out working out.
I'm surprised there's that many. But go on.
Yeah, and so when I got there was a female there, and I tanned, and then when I came out, I went to put the little sticker back for tanning, and I just happened to see a guy, and not her. Didn't really pay attention to him, had no reason to. But when I needed someone, I'm like looking everywhere in this gym. I'm walking up to over there in the dumbbells. There's a guy with a hat on. I'm like, he turns around. I'm like, "No, you don't work here, do you?" He's like, "No." I hadn't even gotten to the men's locker room. Finally, I was so desperate. I was like, stuck my head in there. I was like, "Hey, you in here? Working here?" There was just one guy, and there's the next guy. He was like, "I'm the only one in here." I'm like, "Do you know anybody that works here? Because no one seems to know anybody working here and I've been walking around for I called the store. I literally got on my cell phone and called them, and was like twice, because I figured, okay, well, wherever they are, they have to answer the fucking phone, right? No. I happened to, though, when I was walking by the tanning bed, in the little room where the tanning beds all are, there's this big area. They have these little massage tables. So this person in there getting a massage. I just kind of stuck my head and looked at him, and he had like red socks on up to his knees. He didn't look like a workout person. So I wasn't going to it's a dark room. I'm going to stick my head in there. Finally, the same guy that I'd stuck in there with the Mexican guy, he's like, there he is, because he knew him. And I'm like, where? And I was like, he was in there getting a massage, and I had walked by him twice and even looked in on him, and he saw me looking on him, and he didn't say shit. And I'm like, you work here? And he's like, well, yeah, there's usually not a lot going on, so I just come get a massage. And I'm like, well, I could use your help, okay?
And the person giving him the massage, they work there or not? Or what?
No, they have those massage chairs and massage tables that you can, it's like, they have the tables you can lay on or the chairs you can sit down in. Uh-huh. And that's what he was doing.
Oh, you mean the machine was massaging him?
Was massaging him.
Yeah.
I was just looking, yeah. But the room, it has like those, those old bar doors when you went to a saloon. So they're like, you push them open, but you can't really see in. So they're like half. You can see the legs at the bottom. Well, he's in one of those, so I can see legs because he was in his chair. But I wasn't going to push my way into the room with someone. I assumed it was a client or somebody getting a massage.
Okay.
Especially 20 minutes later. Oh, anyway, that whole story was been long. I know. I appreciate y'all.
No, that's fine. Don't ever apologize for the length. Like I said, I was tripping the other day. Don't worry about that.
Well, that one was long, but I'm obviously just jacked up from just getting off the treadmill. I was very proud of myself. So.
I'm proud of you too. Oh my God. I mean, George Knight, you can help inspire before I bring Ian West on for a few minutes. So George, I mean, what do you think about what she said? I mean, any suggestions for this young lady in terms of?
No, it's something I've never seen. I've never seen anything like that before. That's very. It's quite for someone that works there, who's in there just getting a massage and then coming out and then speaking to you, Brooke, for.
Yeah, that person should belong on the front desk.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say. It's like, wow, I would have been, my jaw would have dropped if I saw all that. and then he had the time to talk to you for that long.
Right. It was funny at the very end. I saw like somebody come. It must have been somebody he knew, and he could, kind of like doing his little head bobbing up to him, like because they were coming in from the front. He was like, "Come on in," because we were way back. We were in the machines, but yeah, he just stood there.
And he gets paid to do this.
Just a 24-hour gym.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour gym apparently. Oh my God! And so
which gym is this?
Do what?
Yes, what gym
is this?
Yes, what gym it is?
Well, Planet Fitness, the cheap gym with the $20 membership fee for the tanning and to go 24 hours.
Oh wow! Now it's $20. I even raised to pay $10 a month.
$10 doesn't include tanning, so I have a black card, so I can go to any of them and then go tan.
I'm actually impressed at how cheap that is. I mean, $10, $20. I mean, oh my God! I mean, gym memberships here in San Francisco are hundreds of dollars.
Well, no, trust me, we have those. We had those too. That's all we used to have. But Planet Fitness, I thought, opened everywhere, and that was their big thing. Okay. That they were like they advertise. I mean, I know throughout the South and even in Florida and places that our cost of living is higher, it's the same price. Okay. But California would be different, but yeah, they that was their big thing is that they depend on people not to come is obviously how they get that money. So you got to understand that's why I went for 6 or 7 months without going, right? But I'm not going to cancel it because it's only $20 a month. But if it was like, God, I remember paying Gold's Gym $55 a month back in 2000. So yeah, it depends on. I think that's what they depend on is people not to come. But anyway, I'll shut up about the gym. Oh, anyway, what were y'all talking about?
Well, we'll see which direction we go in. But Ian West, are you there?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So tell us a bit about what has been going on with yourself. I understand there's been quite a bit. I saw footage of you coming out of the ground with some other person, both dressed very colorfully. I mean, like neither one of you was really dressed for the environment, as far as I'm concerned. What was this about?
Well, no, that one clip was a clip of some. I forgot what the party is called. There's a party in Brooklyn like every year, underground out there. I forgot what it's called, like the Vagabond Society or the Vaga something, and that was just some. That was just some footage of this couple getting leaving the party, because the party starts at like 8 p.m. and it doesn't end till 8 a.m. So they party a full 12 hours. I'm sure they're doing blow and getting all sorts of fucked up down there. But
that wasn't you on that footage.
So they're basically running Douglas Dietrich's hours.
Yes, that's right. 12 hours. Yes, yeah, twice a week. Yes. It's kind of like the same lines of coke too. I mean, but what? Well, so you also said that you were going to go into some tunnels. Did that happen?
No, we never found the entrance for it. But when we had that hurricane this weekend, I've been tied up with that, and apparently there was a tunnel running from the school that's across the street from my place. It's confirmed that there was a tunnel that led from that school to the Lake Holden facility. And that's why there have been cops out there. I mean, there were cops out there about a year ago, whenever it first got busted. But the story's finally coming out now about they were renting kids out to the MK Ultra facility here in Orlando, Florida. And they blew up the tunnel that goes from the juvenile center. That happened during this hurricane, and then they blew up another tunnel I couldn't pinpoint the location. I got a map program that tells me where all these booms are coming from, but it's somewhere in between the MK Ultra Center on Lake Holden and the Winnie Palmer Women's and Children's Hospital. There was a tunnel in between there that they blew up. During the hurricane. So that's some good news from Orlando. But that's the only thing I really got caught up with.
Are you personally impacted by this hurricane at all, Hurricane Ian?
Yeah. I don't have a bed anymore, and I don't have a washer and dryer. So
your bed? How did your bed disappear?
My bed was right next to the window.
Okay.
And the rain flooded through the window and it got onto the mattress and left a big stain. So I just said, fuck it. I got some money to throw around. So I'm just going to buy a new bed.
Okay.
So.
But right now you're going to tell me something like you're sleeping on the floor or something, right?
Exactly. I'm sleeping on the couch right now.
Okay.
I haven't had the motivation to leave the house for a couple of days. So I've been couching it.
Okay. Wow. So other than that, your health is well.
No, it's fine. Yeah, no, we're fine. Yeah. I still got some scars to heal up from, but that's it.
Okay.
Everything's cleared up as I thought.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad that worked out. I didn't introduce you. Oh, Ian, this is Brooke Gibson. Brooke, this is Ian Weston. I don't even remember if I ever introduced. Yeah.
Hi, Brooke.
No.
I don't
Hi,
remember
Ian.
if I
Why
ever.
are you...
I'm sorry. Go on. Oh,
Yeah,
she asked
I'm sorry.
how are you? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like, well, I was asking him how he got hurt. You said he was hurt.
Oh, honey, he has sex with all these women and he contracts these vile diseases and then he winds up like tearing out chunks of his skin because these diseases infect him until he isolates the queen of these various insect colonies that settle in his body, and then once he's done that, then he starts healing again, just something like that. It's just whatever he says, it leaves me psychologically scarred.
Yeah, it's more of an infestation instead of what's it called? I had a smart ass term for it, but I forgot it. My bad.
Something like a sexually transmitted disease, except that it's like some kind of insect colony transferring into
contact. It's skin to skin contact.
Skin to skin.
What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, like, Douglas is enough crazy shit. I don't need this. What are you talking about?
It's disturbing to me too, honey. I just basically shut down. I shut down when he,
Yeah.
I mean, are you being serious? I thought you were kidding. Are you being serious?
Show her the pictures. Show her the pictures.
I'm not going to show her those pictures. I can't even look at those pictures. I just like I said, he's left me psychologically scarred for life. But
yeah, don't send them. I don't want them that.
Hell, you fucking man.
Yes. Who are you fucking? It's like we have women in the chat room who just tell him to just start jerking off, for God's sakes. They tell them this. They'll say, and for God's sake, just start wanking off. Stop fucking people. Because,
Yeah, man. That's what I'm going to say, man. Just become like a fucking monk, man. Become a masturbating monk.
But the thing
you said... Newton, what were we talking? Newton, or who was it? Last
cut off his dick. He cut off his dick and balls is what Brandon Young told us. But what about, the last time you got this shit was from your neighbor, right? You said he walked over and he breathed on you. And then you came down. Right?
Yeah, that was the last attack. I had another attack after that.
Oh, you're kidding. How'd you get this one?
No, you ready for this? I ordered.
I'm never ready for this. I am never ready for this. What?
I order a sub from Wawa, and the second I grab the bag from the delivery driver's hand, I die.
Okay.
Something just attacked me the second I touched that bag.
Oh my God.
What do you mean you die?
Like, literally, I black out, I fall to the ground.
Okay. And
so I think you probably should have listened earlier when I was listening, another reason I was late, because I listened to more of your podcast tonight with really good with a lot of it. And I mean, your podcast is always good, but I mean, sometimes anyway, you guys were talking, and what was he saying? What was his name? God, he's going to kill me. I don't know his name.
What?
You know, the guy that's on there for 3 hours talking
Pete Boone. Pete Boone.
Yes, can you believe he would die? Yeah. I'm so sorry, but like I'm bad with names. But Peter Moon. So Peter was saying, talking about entities, remember? And he was saying everyone has entities. I'm pretty sure if that's a true thing, you've got some definite entity on you because like there's something.
What do you think of that, Ian? Is that possible? Maybe you've got entities or what?
Well, I think I got sheddings from the COVID-19 shots inflicted on me. That's what I think.
Okay, so
Were you forced to take it for your job?
No. I never took the goddamn shot. But these people that get the shots, they're radiating the shedding. These parasites.
Yes,
that's what's getting.
Yes. Vaccines do shed. Yes.
Yeah, but my daughter got the shot. She's 22, and I begged her not to, but she's liberal, and she was like, and I'm liberal, but I just didn't want the shot. So, and I so I didn't. But yes, I like touch her every day, and I don't die.
Yeah, no, I mean, but our man Ian is convinced that whoever gets the shot, because these are somewhat new, they're genetic, they're done with the genetic component.
Yeah, I
to them.
agree. That's why I didn't want one. Yes, I do agree.
Well, the worst thing is, now they're pushing the flu shot to become an mRNA, where it just asinine.
Well, at any rate, what Ian feels is that anyone who gets the shot, they're shedding entities or I don't know, parasites. They're shedding
or spike proteins. They're shedding spike proteins.
Spike proteins, yes. I mean,
see, the thing is, it was designed. Vaccines are designed to target specifically in the bloodstream where it's supposed to go, and spike proteins are just basically a general term for the vaccine designed. No, for the vaccine is designed. But the thing is, this goes. What you said?
What Realtek has apparently been doing a lot of research into this, and Realtek does feel he doesn't want these shots. But what I'm curious about is, Realtek, are you going so far as to say? I noticed that when Ian was talking about this, you were going, yeah, agreeing to a lot of it, but do you really feel that somebody who's had the shot, like I've had the shot, like I walk around and I'm shedding all this shit, and then other people who are sensitive to it.
Not all the shots are the same. They're not. Okay. They're from 6 different manufacturers. Okay. There's 6 different formulas, so you can't. It's not accurate to just sum 6 different shots up into one.
Okay.
So that's another thing, You got to keep that into account.
Okay. But I'm just wondering how far Realtek goes with this. So Realtek, do you feel that there's like parasites coming out of people who get these shots, as Ian feels? I mean, is this
I've got it on camera. I've got it on camera.
Who was saying they have it on camera?
That's Ian. That's Ian.
I don't want to see nothing. Don't send me nothing, man. I'll block you. I ain't joking around, man.
What was it like that podiatrist foot doc? He was like really a podiatrist, but then he ended up becoming like the head alien doctor because he would everybody that swore they had like.
I met that guy. Hey, what was his name? His name was I forgot what.
You asked me, but I can't even remember Peter Moon's name.
Which guy?
The podiatrist who became I removed the implants.
Yes, and he pulled. I saw the video. Did you see where he was pulling things and it looked like strings from people's body? They would look like little blue and red strings after they're coming out of their arms.
I haven't heard this guy.
I'm gonna look him up.
I'm looking him up right now too.
Yeah, because I met him, and the way he introduced himself was to tell me nice boots. He knew my boots. Roger Craven Lear. Yeah, and so I met him. Seemed like a nice enough guy. He had some other people who had issues with them before he died. He was the subject of some controversy. I think most of it had to do with loans. A lot of people lent him money and he didn't return it. I think that's basically what it was. That people had their major complaints about concerning him. But
alien implants.
Yeah,
he seemed very nice though. On like what I saw of him. He genuinely seemed like a nice person from what I mean.
Seemed nice enough to me. Like he
and he was trying to truly help people like that believe this, and so he was trying to. And I mean, he was finding things. Now, what he was finding, whether they put him there or government or aliens, who the fuck knows?
Or whether he put them there, we really don't know that. That's a potential.
Yeah, that's true too.
Hey, I'm sorry to cut y'all off. Look, I got video footage of me pulling the strings out of my skin. I've got it. I've got the hairs and everything all on video being pulled out of my arm.
Yeah, but so then that goes back to I was watching this 12 years ago, well before COVID shot. So it wouldn't. You see what I'm saying? Like those strings that you're talking about. Like there's video of that being done.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're new. I'm saying I got them, and I didn't do anything to fucking deserve to get it. So this is my point.
What makes me wonder if it's something that you have either. That's what I don't think they've ever said. I mean, whether it's something you were contracted from a government, like who knows what the fuck.
It seems like Ian seems pretty convinced that where he gets this each time. He seems convinced that he'll either be fucking some chick, or he'll just somebody'll just like walk up to him and then it's on me now. It's like that. It's like
basically you're right, Dietrich. You're right. No bullshit. No bullshit. You were absolutely right, Dietrich.
Yeah. So that's frightening.
I've only had these attacks around other people too. I've never had one alone by myself.
Well, that kind of makes sense, right? I mean, there's some sense to that. I mean, I guess. I mean.
No, you don't. Let me ask you this: you haven't stayed up for like 3 or 4 days at a time when you have them.
Okay, I gotta take a break. I'm gonna take all of you keep going. All of you keep going. I think at this point it's on its own. It's off the rails. Well, all of you keep going. I'll be back. It's just that. Okay, and Ian, do answer. This is going to be. Yeah.
All right. When I had my 4th attack was the worst one, and something in my arm shot 7 holes in it in 3 seconds.
Like, now you from inside your arm?
From underneath the skin, from inside my arm, it shot 7 holes in 3 seconds. Now you tell me what the fuck that is, and if that's natural, because I don't fucking think so.
I don't. You think you just have more gallons?
I mean, I don't know. The doctors don't know. Like I said, I've been to 4 fucking doctors, and they've been fucking worthless. They're like, here's some antibiotics. I mean, it's almost to the point where I'm almost at suicide because
antibiotics is not going to help solve that.
No, but I'm saying it's to that point now, to where, I've had 7 attacks so far, but I got this new ACE2 receptor tea that I'm drinking, and I can be around people when I drink this shit.
And what does that consist of?
It prevents this. It prevents the shedding from entering the blood vessels.
What's in it?
Oh, what's in it? Oh, shitload of citrus skins, beans, vitamin C, and you just boil it for 4 hours and drink it. I mix it with iced tea. I call it the unvaxxed iced tea, like Long Island iced tea, but unvaxxed iced tea.
I'm sorry if I interrupted you, Brooke.
No, when you said more gallons, that I forgot that term because that was one of the things that they had mentioned, when I saw those fibers years ago. And obviously more gallons is what it's gone from everything from being a mental condition to then obviously they think it may have come from like similar to what people get Lyme disease from ticks, things like that. Like I really am wondering if you like that's what it sounds like. I mean, honestly, if you're really not staying up for 4 days at a time or 5, then yes, that's a real, like, and you see those holes coming by your arm. I mean, that's legit. Like, so obviously, if you're not imagining it, something's going on. But fucking like, I really don't think it's that. I don't know that it's shedding of other people. I think it may be like maybe it weakens your immune system enough that you come in contact with certain people that carry certain bacteria on their skin. Maybe that's something like you
could be that too. But like I say, it's only when I'm around people. All of them are always vaxxed. And it just sucks. I've been putting up with it since December.
Is that when it started?
Yeah, December 5th is when it started. I remember the date.
Could also be 5G.
I am in a major city. Look, I am in a major city. I am around 2,500 different people a month. So yeah, I'm gonna have some, side effects from this. Like I'm gonna be breaking that social distancing, at least half my day.
I'm gonna send you an article right now. That'll find you.
Right. Well, the thing is, like, when you touched that guy and you thought he gave it to you, if it's a bacteria or something that you're catching.
I touched the guy. I grabbed the to-go bag from him.
So, which is what I'm saying. I don't think it's that. How do you know, unless you have been at home for at least 7 to 10 days with no contact with the outside world, then it'd be very hard for you see that, like, because usually anything like that would take a little bit to take a hold. So what would you make you think it was the bag? Like if I start throwing up tonight, I'm not going to necessarily think it was the pickle that I just ate. I'm going to go, well, what did I eat earlier today? Or did I catch a virus from somebody yesterday or the day before? That's where I'm going with it.
Well, I'm hoping this is the last of it. I'm hoping everybody in my circle's shots have worn off by now, and they're not shedding. So,
people stop taking it too.
They say the shedding lasts about 10 months. So, and it's been about 10 months since I had my first attack. So I'm thinking by now it's going to calm down.
What do you eat normally?
What do I eat? Little Caesars and
well, there you go. We've solved the problem right there. I'm sorry.
Yes, you need to improve your diet. Like the American diet is the worst diet in the world. Salad.
The pizza.
Well,
I haven't eaten.
There's something wrong. I'm sorry.
I like rice and beans. I like rice and beans. I've been eating a lot of
rice. You can have rice and beans as long as the rice is basmati rice, which is from India, which is gluten-free, lectin-free, and also the beans you can pressure cook them.
I just go to the Mexican joint. I just go down to the Mexican joint and set up the bar.
He made a good point about the gluten. I just had a friend whose husband was having all these issues, like not exactly what you're having, but he's in his mid-30s and never had them before, and so they kept running tests and they finally diagnosed him with celiac disease. So, which is gluten.
I'll check that out.
Yeah, and for a long time no one believed it, but there are a lot of actual historical ancient records in Rome. A lot of people that had celiac disease.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's the way, especially we do the wheat now too. It's like we put the wheat, whatever it is, in like almost everything. Like besides just like breads and things. Like what am I saying? The gluten, they use it so much.
Pasta.
The process, yeah. So yeah. Although to be honest with you, that would be the last thing I'd want to get diagnosed with, because I'm already a vegetarian, so I couldn't give up much more.
And that's another reason I went the Mexican route, because at this place by me they have this chili relleno plate.
Oh, I love chili relleno. Yes.
It's all vegetarian. Like instead of a meat stuffing, they use chunks of potatoes inside the chili, and it's just fire. It's really good and it's cheap. So, I'm walking that.
And Mexican actually is very healthy. Other than the corn tortilla, they say corn's bad for us, so the tortillas, but like the salsa and the guacamole, especially if you go somewhere and get real avocado guacamole,
So I'm glad to see we've gone a bit cuisine here. So our mixologist, George Knight. Now, you used to serve some people at the bar who were addicted to energy drinks, basically like Red Bull. And this is basically what happened to Jameson Reese. And of course, George, are you with us? Just wanted to ask him a bit about.
Yes, Douglas, I'm still here. Thank you.
So when it comes to some of these people with these energy drinks with a lot of lack of sleep, did you ever hear someone describe something similar, just based on a lot of sleep deprivation, a lot of Red Bull, something similar where they might, feel that they've got insect colonies inside their body or something like that?
Nothing to that level or that degree. I'm afraid, Douglas. I'm not aware of any cases such as that. But yeah, absolutely, they're not very good for you at all. I could tell you how many, I can tell you the pros and cons for taking energy drinks, but it outweighs the negatives to the positives. Yeah, I would recommend anyone to stay away from them. They're very addictive.
Right, and you pointed out to me, Jameson Reese was addicted to these.
Yes, absolutely.
And they become addicted to the sleep deprivation, right? They become addicted.
Yeah, and then the body becomes somewhat tolerable to it. They start to and the human body is amazing. You become you get into a routine, a pattern, and it recognizes that. And it was like myself last night. I didn't even set an alarm clock, but I woke up 10 minutes before the show started. It was just amazing how my body clock just functions. It just automatically knew when to wake up. It does that on its own.
Yeah.
So
you're correct. But it's like what David Carradine, he would choke himself to the point he would either pass out or before you get a fucking hard on.
Right. What our man Realtek is describing is David Carradine, who's the American actor who starred as the Chinese gentleman in Kung Fu. And one of the reasons that he was employed was because he had this look of kind of peace about him, a kind of peaceful air. He had a peaceful way of presenting and comporting himself. And that was kind of like the whole idea of Kung Fu, is that this man is at peace with himself. But in terms of David Carradine, one of the reasons he was able to carry that off was basically he had a history of heroin addiction. And so with people who are suffering from heroin addiction, they are unable to get an erection. Your body becomes unable to be stimulated sexually except with the kind of stimulation you get from heroin. It basically kills your sex drive. So one way that they can compensate for this is they perform autoerotic stimulation. So he was basically hanging himself. He was basically taking a noose and he was choking himself. This is how that stupid comedian Robin
Williams.
Robin Williams. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. That's how Robin Williams died. And then his, and like I said before, their families hide this. They couldn't hide it with David Carradine because he was in Thailand. He had hired a young boy to basically suck him off while he was being choked, and the boy panicked and ran away when David Carradine started to die. So when the cops came, he was already dead. And the family tried to ask the Thai government not to release the information. The Thai didn't give a shit. The Thai people didn't give a shit, and they released it. And that's why there's no denying what happened with David Carradine. What happened with Robin Williams, he died here, and so his family covered it all up and said he hung himself because he was depressed, which was all fucking bullshit. He was just stimulating himself with autoerotic stimulation.
Was there someone else there with him, with Robin Williams? Or
this is what I can tell you. When I worked, in the porno industry, not as a performer, mind you, but with security. But I of course am old enough where many of the original adult entertainers, the actresses, I got to meet many of them. And so when it came to Christy Canyon, she at one point early in her career had been hired with another young lady to have sex with Robin Williams. And this isn't just anecdote. This is something that ultimately got published in a magazine. She was actually interviewed at one point and said exactly what I'm saying. It went into print. But basically she said when they got there, Robin Williams was all coked out. He was all drugged out in such a way that he was very hyper, and he wanted sex bad, but he couldn't get it up. So all they could do was really play with each other while he kind of watched. And they said he smelled really bad, and that he had and this was like early in his career. This was his like Mork and Mindy days. So it could only have gotten worse as he got older. So it's amazing.
All those comedians were known that hung out together. They were all started with see him, Chevy Chase, a big guy that died, McFarley.
Oh, who was the other fat guy? John Belushi, right? Poor bastard. Go on.
But yeah, Belushi was on there, and there was actually John Candy too.
Yeah. And what is that noise?
That's not me.
Oh, that was me, Douglas. I thought I was on mute. Beg your pardon.
What did he blow his nose?
Yeah, was that blowing your nose? Was that
You were doing lines of coke?
Doing lines of coke, yeah. It was, holy shit. I was thinking. Yeah,
George has another way.
I do apologize, everyone. That's me blowing my nose. Yeah.
You were just blowing your nose. Okay. Oh my god.
I do apologize. I thought I was on mute.
That's fine. No worries. I just oh my god. So anyhow, so when it came to that, oh yeah, by the way, so like our man George Knight was saying, Jameson Reese was on that trip with the energy drinks, and by the way, this caused a condition in him. All of this self-abuse with the drugs he was doing, because Jameson Reese was doing energy drinks and he was doing cough syrup. Hell of a lot of cough syrup for the, what do they call that? Somebody might remember the chemical name for the DMX.
Oh, the
Dexter. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's I think
like
it's
DMT.
It's DXM shit. I think is what it is. Yeah, dextromethorphan. So he was a dextromethorphan addict, and he was like, when he wasn't tripping out on all the cough syrup, then he was like taking all the energy drinks. So it's like just destroying himself. So he had what was called rhabdomyolysis, which means that your body, your muscles are melting. Your muscles just start melting on you, and it's excruciating agony. And so this idiot was doing this to himself. And for those people who just aren't aware of this, what I had to put up with that guy while he was producing for me was that he used to contact me in the private messages on Facebook while I'm trying to host transmission, and he'd be saying things like, "I'm dying! I'm in pain!" And
oh my god.
Yeah, anyhow. So I hate to say it, there was this other black guy who was producing before him, Derek Talley, whose big trip was just fucking everything that could possibly go wrong with that guy was going wrong. He had what he claimed was cancer, and then he had what he said was cured of the cancer. Then he said he was on dialysis. And after a while, you just say, fuck it, because, he started panhandling on my show. And it was just, fuck you. I don't care what you have. Get off my fucking show. I'm trying to raise money for myself, all right? Get in fucking line, I don't need this shit. But anyhow, the two of them...
Oh, that's the guy's name.
Yeah. Anyhow, the two of them together, they could... Well, neither one of them could rap worth a shit, so they'd have to do some kind of doo-wop song or something. First Derek Talley could just, I'm on dialysis. And then Jamie could say, I rapped oh my dialysis. Together we're in love, or something of that nature. But either way, it just would come out wrong. As their entire life did. I think Peter Moon said it best about Derek Talley. He said, he's like a guy in a race that gets started off, and he's the guy in a wheelchair with one leg who keeps trying to propel himself forward but only goes in circles. I mean, Peter Moon said that about
Pretty
Derek
good.
Talley. Yes.
Definition of limp dick.
Yes. Oh, that was Jameson Reese. That's right. He couldn't get it up. That's right. That's when Salman Sheikh said he was going to help him get it up by transferring some of his essence. He said that, the old Sufi masters. He said the old Sufi masters. They were back to back. Yeah, that the man who couldn't have children went to a Sufi master and said, "Oh, I must have children. I hear you have the power to give me children." So back to back, and that's how he gave him his essence, transferred some of his essence. So that's what.
Why the fuck have I been working a regular job my whole life? I could have just been selling people essence and bullshit that'll there's apparently enough crazy people out there.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, a sucker's born every minute. Yes.
Fuck my life.
Yeah.
Probably 20 websites. I'll sell essence and.
Yeah. I'm trying to, figure out
fucking farts in a jar and shit.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Some fucking bit. That's what fucking a lot of some of these people do on OnlyFans.
OnlyFans? What? Who?
Yeah.
I don't know about this. I mean, well, at any rate, I'm trying to eat, so maybe I shouldn't listen to this.
Speaking, so we get off OnlyFans so we're not get too gross.
Yes, that's a good idea.
They did that. What you're talking about, the strangling thing.
Yes.
The sad thing about that though is that was like a challenge a while back, several years ago, on I think Instagram for.
It's going on now as well.
Oh yes, so tell us about this, George. What was it, the young man who died? Tell us about this.
Yeah, he died. There was a little boy that died. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. What's his name? I don't know his name at all. Because it was a TikTok challenge where he.
TikTok,
he suffocated himself. So he basically asphyxiation. He deprived his brain of all the oxygen, and he went into a coma, and then he was on life support. And then they determined that no, he's not going to come out the other side of it in the same, as a normal person. He will be, he's brain dead essentially. And and the mother was trying to fight this case for a while. She was trying to hold off the doctors from, pulling his life support and then let him go. So it prolonged it, and in the end, essentially, he died. They
know the name of the challenge?
Yeah. The challenge, I'm not sure. There's several different challenges, like the Momo challenge or the Blue Whale challenge.
Yeah. And I think there was probably more than one that died. Maybe we're thinking of the same one, but I know, the mom would walk in the room or the dad and just find their kid hanging there dead. Like I think more than
Archie
one.
Yeah, I remember that.
Archie Battersby, that's the name of the boy. He was 12 years old. Yeah, he watched the TikTok challenge and he did it. And that's the ultimate fate of that challenge. So
yeah, TikTok is the bane of existence. It's horrible. It really is. The communists have really created a horrible thing.
I told y'all to lighten the mood though, since I don't care about that. Last week, what was it? Trevor Noah said, "Oh, the new TikTok challenge is to fry your NyQuil." Fry your chicken with NyQuil.
Yeah, fry your chicken with NyQuil. Yeah.
And he's like, well, I don't know why everybody's so upset if white people are going to start seasoning their chicken at least. Let them do it. It was just funny, because white people, we usually don't season our food as much, apparently. Anyway.
I'm so sorry.
No, go
on. George, I'm going to Comic-Con. I'm sorry?
Oh, George was responding.
Yeah, I was just responding. Thank you. Sorry, Rotek.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to Comic-Con tomorrow. So you ever been to any conventions like that?
No, I never have, I'm afraid.
London MCM is coming up.
Yeah, I think that's quite a big one. I think that is quite a big one.
I'm surprised George even knows about that. Holy shit! How did you even know about that, George?
It just pops up, when you're scrolling through social media. There'll be like a friend or something that goes to it, or something like that. You'll just see advertisement for it. Yeah, I'm aware of this. Because a lot of people, they play video games and stuff, so it's all linked. It's through the algorithm on social media, so you get all these pop-ups and promotions for these events. But I'm not aware of that one, but I know they have been big in the past. So I know what you're talking about, Real Tech.
Do your friends go to these kinds of conventions? Some of your friends must go to these conventions because they're really into video games, right?
George's friends go to the furry convention.
What is that? The furry.
Show up on an antique road show.
I thought you said George was a furry. George, you're a furry, right?
No, he's not a furry. No, George, furries are these people who dress up in animal costumes and they get off on that. Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, why would you associate him with that, honey?
It was a joke. God, y'all lighten up. This whole podcast is a complete craziness right now.
Well, if you want to lighten up, then we go back to Ian West and his various illnesses and shit. I mean,
But I'm saying, I'm just having fun with it.
Yeah, I can't understand why Ian West was upset that he had a big stain on his bed. You would think that would be the norm, but hey.
Yeah.
But is he still with us?
I didn't hear about the stain on his bed.
Yeah, make his masterpiece.
It's what Hurricane Ian left him. And it was named after him, for God's sakes. Isn't the hurricane named after you, Ian?
I think he's muted us. Is that? I thought this was
You there?
Yeah. It's a hurricane.
It did have my name though. But funny what you said about staying on the bed. I was dying laughing. I'm making blueberry waffles. That's why I'm on mute.
Okay. Why do you need to be on mute when you're making blueberry waffles? I mean, is this like some?
I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to take away from the show because I'm rattling a bag. So I'll just on mute. It's all good.
Okay. So yes. So you basically tell Brooke she didn't hear about this. How you got the stain on your bed?
Okay. Yeah. So like the foot of my bed.
This time.
Okay. So,
this particular stain, right?
Yes.
I've got a California king bed, because I need a bed. I need a bed for like one guy and two chicks, so it has to be like a perfect size. So I went with the California king.
Yeah. You like that egomania? There's some egomania for you. Yes. Thank you for sharing that. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to slide that in there. You need to hear my hammock story. Anyway, but half of the bed are over these two windows, and one of the windows leaked, and it got like this little 1.5 foot little stain on the bottom of it. So I had to throw my bed away.
Because so you can have two women over there with diseases, most likely, because I'm sure you don't have the same two women multiple times, and you're more worried about the water.
Well, I don't want anything, bad to come out. I don't want it to complicate anything more.
I mean,
Mold.
you just let
Yeah,
it
honey,
dry.
it'll get
Like it
moldy.
wasn't soaked. It was just a little corner, right?
It was nice too. It was a mattress top too. Or a comforter top. I loved it.
Well, obviously, you're not doing two women right or justice if that bed has not gotten wetter than that before.
Two women is not
was
enough for a California king. Gotta have 4 women.
There you go.
Oh my god. I'm not quite sure whether this conversation has gotten lighter, but
She did a good job. She did a really good job.
She did. George took off for the moment, not because of any moral repulsion, but I will tell people. So when I say I'm eating, so I'm trying to finish the sandwich so I can have calories to go on the rest of the night when I start monologuing. But I think we've got a good conversation going, the three of us. So tell
Which
us.
sandwich are you eating?
Oh, this is an avocado sandwich, and I put some Canadian bacon in it, and there's an onion, there's
Okay.
Some soya sprouts, a red pepper, and some cheese. Yeah.
All right, you already made me jealous just saying you're eating a sandwich.
It's not a big sandwich, honey. I mean,
it wasn't that. It was the image of the sandwich and eating it.
Oh, you don't like?
Then go order something on DoorDash.
Yeah, honey, you have food, right? I mean, oh my god.
Obviously, y'all aren't getting back to we were still on the 2 women on the bed thing, and he was eating a sandwich.
Yeah,
I have plenty of stories about that myself, so you don't have to ask him.
But if you know how to order that on DoorDash, let me know.
That's how the porn movies always start, right? The porn movies, I mean, pizza delivery turns into sex.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happened to Ian West, right? He said he ordered the Subway, and then as soon as the guy handed him the sandwich, then he's like, oh!
Yeah, I'm wondering if Ian's leaving a little bit out of that story, maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Is there to leave out?
Yeah, it's
maybe like you invited him inside, and there was a whole couple of hours you forgot about, and then you.
It was really an undercover Sky agent coming to kill me.
Skynet's coming to kill you.
No.
Is he eating while talking to us?
Apparently, this is when you should be on mute when you're chewing.
A blueberry waffle.
Okay.
I know, but cook it.
Yes, don't talk when you're chewing. Don't talk when you're chewing. It's kind of like, ooh. Yeah, so go mute when you're chewing. Yes, as I will do. And that leaves Real Tech and Brooke to speak for a few minutes. It shouldn't take me long to down this sandwich. As jealous as Brooke is, I'll make certain that it disappears as soon as possible so that she doesn't dwell on it. And
yes, I've been single for I had a bad breakup about a year or so ago, so I've been single for a while. So yeah, I'm a little jealous.
Oh, that's not that long. You had a bad breakup about a year ago, but that was not your husband. That was...
Yes, it's been about a year ago since I've had a
king bed.
Yeah, what the fuck did he say?
I think year is a long time. I know, I have no idea what the fuck he said. I'm just gonna go back to my original point that a year is.
I don't know what he said either, man. I mean,
said you should get a California king bed then.
He said you should get a California king bed.
I don't need a California king if I can't even get one person, and I could go out. I just it's not that I couldn't, but I just have not. Obviously, I went through a bad breakup, so have not been in the mood to really date right now. But
and that was your husband.
And unlike some of you guys, I'm not into hiring someone just to come over for that. Right.
So that was your husband you broke up with. Is that what you're talking about?
No, that was my ex-girlfriend.
That's what I thought.
No,
it was a long time ago. I thought.
I haven't had sex with my ex-husband since my son was fucking born.
Yes, right.
Since I got pregnant with him.
How's your son doing? Is he all right?
He's doing great.
Thank you.
He's a lot better. So he's actually well. He's fine. He's going to school. He's good.
Oh, thank God.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and wonderful. Just so people know, he came down with 103-degree fever, and
like 104 almost. It was only like 100, and like that was what shocked me because he's the type of kid. He's gotten the flu twice before. He had COVID. I had COVID from him, so it's not like it usually scared me enough to run somewhere. But yeah, he woke up throwing up last transmission or the time before. But anyway, I just kept him at home.
Last transmission.
Yeah, I kept him at home that day from school because I could tell he didn't feel well. But then when I went to check on him again, I'd given him Tylenol for his fever that morning, which when I went, he was just not. That's when he ran out throwing up. He wasn't throwing up. He just said he felt bad. And he ran to the bathroom as I'm checking on him. And anyway, I take his temperature and it was like 103.8 or something. And he was just like barely functioning. So I got him up there. And they still never knew what it was. They still know, like they tested him for RSV, COVID, the flus, all the flus. Everything was negative. So they said it was just assumed some upper viral micro. And there's something going around apparently because the doctor, before he had any of those tests back, which is not normal, because I had 2 kids and I know how they do this, especially now with COVID too. He had already prescribed him cough medicine. He didn't have a cough yet, like it barely, like he didn't really coughing at all. He wasn't coughing at all there. He had prescribed him that. He had prescribed him prednisone, steroid, and antibiotics, which none of those would have treated the flu or COVID.
Wow.
So I think he already had a good idea that there's something else. And there's just been a lot of people, around here getting sick. So I think there's some other little bug going around or something.
Wow. What do you guys make of this?
It's again comes back to diet and also working on having the best pro and prebiotics you can take for your guts. A lot of times you're getting sick so much just because your bacteria and your friendly flora is not good.
Well, he doesn't get sick a lot. I said he's had the flu twice. Like this was like when he was 10 years old. He ended up with like flu A and then flu B too. So I guess his immune system had been weakened from the first one and then ended up with the second. But he doesn't have the strongest immune system. Like he's got more than my daughter just because when he was born, they tried to, what they call like acid, like they tried to put him on a respirator because like when he was 2 or 3 months old, he would got a cold and then couldn't get out of his lungs and it was turning pneumonia, and that's how his colds would do at first. And he was a breech baby, but he was 38 weeks, so he wasn't early preemie or anything. But he weighed 7 pounds, so he was a healthy baby. He just, for whatever reason, had that, and it was the smartest thing I ever did. I researched that when they wanted to put him on an inhaler, and they sent the inhaler home, and I did it once or twice. That's what they wanted to keep doing, and I researched it, and apparently they were doing that a lot then, and it turned out it was basically what it was saying was that if you do that to a child, then they become that dependent on it, and that's where it was creating a lot of children with asthma later on because their lungs became dependent on that steroid for their lungs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I never gave him one again, and he's never had any issue. Like I said, he had the flu twice, but he got over it fine. He had this. He like pretty much the next day he felt better, and it was just congestion and coughing. But pre and probiotics, I completely agree that he needs those. But he works out every day. He's healthy, and so if I can start buying myself some pre and probiotics, I'll try to force some down on him too. But he's 17. He's not. He's healthy. He's pretty healthy right now. So he just caught something. Is my point. Like, and he has allergies. It's that time of year. Like he always. That's the other reason. Oh God, I'm gay. His father had really bad allergies, and every fucking morning it would be. He went to work at he had to be there at 6. He get 5 a.m. So he'd be laying there in the bed and here in the bathroom, in the master bathroom, every morning. What we just heard George do, but like 10 times worse because it was like that getting that stuff out of your throat every morning, like loogies every freaking morning. That was his father. So he obviously had some major sinus issues. He swore from growing up with his mother who smoked in the house, but whatever it was. Noah doesn't have that issue, but he will get allergies. So it could be the Cuban, a little bit of Cuban in him too. I don't know. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. That's all I know.
Okay.
I prefer to be thinking about a sandwich, really.
Yeah, he's got me hungry too, but I'm not gonna eat. It's not a good time to eat. I was very heavy from the COVID, and I don't want to go back to that again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sleep for a while. What you said?
But no, it's not a good time unless you're staying up all night and gonna burn it off. It's not a good time to eat.
No, when he comes back and it's going to monologue, I'm just gonna listen and knock out. So I'm going to Comic-Con tomorrow, like I said. Got a new camera. I got the new camera. I got the lenses. I got stuff. Got the lighting I bought. So I have to use it.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Camera for what?
Take pictures of people dressed up in costumes.
He's going to Comic-Con tomorrow.
Oh, he's all excited about that. Sorry, I missed that part. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't convey my enthusiasm for it to you.
I thought maybe you were like having some people over taking pictures on the bed.
Oh, I've done that.
Eating sandwiches.
Oh, he's an old hand. He is.
Eating sandwiches. Yeah, been there. Been there, done that. Yeah, funny memories, funny pictures of that.
It sounds more fun than Comic-Con to me personally, but I do respect your love. I know a lot of people love that stuff, so I've just never got into it. But yeah, that'll be fun. You'll have to send us pictures.
Oh, I can definitely send you pictures.
I think you should though go to a furry. If you're going to be into all the Comic-Con stuff, I really think you should get into the furry stuff too, because those pictures would be better.
So people dressed as animals. That's what's called.
Yeah, they all dress in like little. To be honest, like if I'm in the South, I've never heard of them having a furry thing here. But I would swear to God, I'd buy a fucking costume and go just to freaking see all these people running around like cats, dogs, unicorns, grown adults, and then they literally are like, obviously I don't know, like it's a whole little thing, like right, like I don't know, like the sex, like you have sex in the costume and all that, right?
I think they do.
I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't really gotten down with the furries ever, but
you know where I got most of that from? I think I watched like a CSI show where they're like years and years ago, where that's the first time I'd ever heard about it. And they were investigating it, and they were at a furry convention because someone had been murdered. So they went into it all. Yeah, that was back in.
Have you seen these My Little Pony conventions?
No, but
oh God, you want to talk about pathetic? Oh my God,
I was into My Little Ponies when I was like 6.
Oh, they're called bronies. Oh, these people are so pathetic. What do they do? They're into My Little Pony cartoons.
I know, but do they dress up like them, or they just take their My Little Ponies there and
yeah. It's absolutely, it's the saddest thing. It's like it's so degrading to watch. It's actually pretty sad. But they're called bronies. We rip on them too. Have you heard of the weeaboos?
What?
Have you heard of the weeaboos?
No.
Oh, the weeaboos are great. They're like white, nerdy, dork, fat kids that think they're Japanese. It is the greatest. It is the greatest specimen of human I have seen on this planet Earth, like as of today. Weeaboos are the funniest. I mean, I thought I had problems, and then I see these people, and it is the greatest. I mean, honestly.
So they have like conventions for these weeaboos.
They're these nerdy. These white nerdy kids that role play Jap. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny.
How do you spell weeaboo? I've got to Google this so I can.
WEEIB.
No. WEEABO. Weeaboo.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm thinking the Chinese version of Twitter.
Weeaboo. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Weeaboo. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's people obsessed with Japanese culture.
Which you can also call them otaku, or in the Chinese word for that is also Zainan. Oh well, but that's really referring to a man though. There's two different ways of saying it, but
that's like
pictures only showing women. I want to see these men. When I looked up weeaboo, I'm only seeing the cute little like Japanese women looking. Women. Here's a WeebCon and AnimeCon convention.
I swear to God, like
I look forward to Exoticon this month too.
Oh, what is
What
that?
porno? The
Oh, is
porno
that,
convention.
that sounds porn.
Oh, that I don't think that's a
Yeah.
weeaboo thing. Yeah.
No.
That
That's a
sounds
lot
like
of fun too.
that sounds like the coolest convention so far. I mean, honestly, and I'm not even into porn really, but I would go to that. Yeah, it says WeebCon 2022.
That would. I guess that's one of their gatherings. I don't know. I'm sure that's their gathering they have where they all team up and.
Well, the weed would be good to go to with those people because the weed will cover up the smell because a lot of them don't like to shower.
Weeaboos.
Yeah.
Oh my
fucking
God!
nasty
Now I'm on the images
motherfuckers.
of it. Yes, I see them. Oh my God! There's one in a diaper.
It's so sad, right?
He's in a diaper and a leather vest, like a leather vest,
It's like so degrading. It is.
and he's so fat.
Yeah, he's one of those fucking extras in the fucking porno. They film it at the Armory in San Francisco. Probably getting fucking dick slapped by a tranny.
I need to make a hierarchy of con nerds. You know, like have like who's higher on the list? Like is the weeaboo higher than the brony, or is the brony higher than the weeaboo? You know, like.
In fact, speaking of that, I should actually take a picture of this fucking guy today in Jersey City. Like a fucking guy, he was a black version of a weeaboo. Looked like a damn peach.
On your trip.
And he was talking about all about. I'm sorry.
The fatter, the better. The fatter, the better. The uglier, the better.
Oh, he looked like a black version of Jackie Gleason. There's a lot more rounded.
Oh my God!
Oval
This
shape.
is going so bad, and now.
If you see somebody that you wouldn't take home to mama, take a picture of them for me. I'd appreciate it.
Shit. There's another one called the ABDL Lifestyle. That's
What's
the
that?
Age Players Convention.
Oh, that's probably some pedo shit.
That's where they're all walking around in diapers. There's like tons of these men, women. They're all in diapers.
I want them on
You don't
the
have to
higher.
waste money. You don't have to waste money doing that. All you gotta do is just come to New York City during January, and they have no pants day, and a bunch of people walking the street wearing no pants. They don't pay nothing for that.
What?
Yeah, look it up.
Is this true?
This is true.
No.
Ride the subway. What he said?
With no pants on. No fucking way.
Men and women.
No shit. Well, teach their own.
They really have that? Are you serious?
Yes.
I don't think that's legal.
He has no reason to lie.
I'm not lying about that. Look it up.
I don't think you are.
You don't sound like you're lying. I just am surprised they are like legally can get away with that.
Shit, it is New York, but
yeah, but California is crazier, of course. But
yeah.
These pictures are unfucking believable. This is grossing me the fuck out. I wish you had never told me to look it up. Oh my God, I hope... Yes, because then it just took me to that. I'm just saying, like the first guy with the freaking leather vest and the diaper. Then I found the other guy in his little Japanese. He's huge, like 400 pounds, in his Japanese female outfit. And
might as well be a sumo wrestler.
And then that took me to the 4 men in the diapers for the other convention, which is apparently the diaper convention.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah, so it's Snow Subway Pants Day is January the 9th every year.
That's crazy.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they haven't during the pandemic, of course, but
I wonder if they have to wear masks. Just check.
If they have to wear masks.
Wear a mask over your fucking pants.
Pants. All right, yes.
Underwear, I mean.
Yes. So, okay, I finished my sandwich and this Coke. I'm going to rinse, well, let me just brush my teeth quickly and I'll be back and I'll kind of take over.
So it is...
Can anybody see my screen?
Yeah, I see your screen. Yeah.
I don't see your screen.
She's sharing. Why are you sharing, honey? Okay, so...
Because I want to show these pictures of these people.
Okay.
That's the diaper people. Can you see them?
I can see you moving your screen.
Yes, okay, we see diaper
that?
people. So these are people who turn on to diapers. A fetish night for diaper boys, daddies, and dudes who want to be pampered. Oh yeah, these are the guys who like yeah, they like women to change their diapers. These are adults who like to crap their pants, and they like to
Jesus Christ.
roll around in a crib while a woman. So okay okay. So you're
This
showing
is
me
from
this
the
just because I
Weeb
just finished
convention.
eating, right? She's showing me this to make a point. She's telling me life is like a shit sandwich. That the more bread you have, the less shit you eat. I mean, this is the philosophy behind this, right? There's some point to this, honey. What?
No, well, he
Oh,
was just talking to me. You were listening about the Weeb convention, which just led to this, all this crap.
Fuck that one right there. Stop right there. No, the lady with the sign. Move up. I mean, you know.
I'm going back. I'm going back.
Yeah, scroll back. The lady with the sign where it says fuck. Move that up a little bit. Oh no, go back to the lady with the sign, honey.
The lady with a sign. Okay.
Yeah.
Super shy boy.
There we are. If you can't afford this one, just a little up higher, honey.
Well,
Right there.
yeah.
Where it says if you can afford high. No, lower. Yeah, it's like a doctor. You know, a doctor, the
That's
patient.
Oh,
your right is my
right
left.
there.
My left is your right. Yeah.
Okay,
lower.
which one? Yeah, I
No,
know.
Just keep going. Thank you.
Oh,
It says,
this
if you
sign.
can-
Oh, this sign.
Yeah,
This one. I see it.
That looks like my landlady.
Oh, that's funny. If you can afford to attend the convention, you can afford deodorant.
Yeah, I like that one.
That-
That's fucking true.
oh my
I told
God.
you.
Yeah.
I fucking told you.
You did say,
Motherfuckers
yeah,
don't
you
want to
did
go
say something
shower.
about him smelling. You did say that.
Oh
That's
my
right.
God. Oh my God.
Look,
Just say
somebody
more
else
about her.
did
Just say more
one.
about
Look
her.
at that one.
No, but I mean, put on some deodorant, you degenerate. Yes.
Yeah, man.
Oh my God. But that's so what are they saying about her? It says Sailor Zio the nerd girls are tired. I sell soaps and scents. Yes, here we are. That's funny. I sell soaps and scents at cons. The number of times a woman told me you're doing the Lord's work. Selling soap at con was immeasurable. Of course, it only works if people buy it. Yeah. Now I know what my landlady does in her spare time. Oh my God, that's so funny. It's not really her, but you get my point. At any rate, that's adorable. So
Yes, I'll stop screen sharing now. I think I've killed you all enough.
That was great.
Well, we appreciate you doing that. That was so. How did you? So, honey, how did you get to know about this? I mean, how did you run across this?
What are you talking about? Ian just told me about all this shit.
I was telling her the hierarchy of convention nerds.
Okay.
Weeaboos and what are they called? Bronies.
Okay.
And furries.
Uh-huh.
And
so I looked up weeaboos because I had no idea, and then that just led me. Then we found a weeaboo. That guy in the leather vest, actually, it was in a diaper from the back. It looked like a vest you would have probably worn back in the day. Except you probably wouldn't have worn the diapers and those shoes and been 150 pounds too heavy to wear it.
Well, I mean, a weeboo that comes from the Chinese social network, the Chinese version of Facebook, or the
they said it was a derogatory term, but there's a lot. They have the conventions. They call them weeb conventions.
Yeah. Well, weeboo is actually a Chinese term. I mean, it's just their net, their internet, and so then the Americans took that as a fetish because a lot of people Real Tech knows because his wife probably would tell you. I mean, it's just basically the Chinese Communist Facebook or social network, or
Twitter.
Yeah, like their internet in general. Really, it's like something that's even more inclusive than Facebook. It would be like everybody just gets on it to talk in communist China. And so,
well, the Facebook is more of a WeChat though.
Yeah.
But they really are blurring the lines because they got TikTok, which is of course it's called Douyin in China, but then they're incorporate WeChat, which is Tencent. They've been incorporating a lot of different shorts and videos from TikTok into WeChat. Right. Okay. And a bunch of other things too, of course.
Yeah.
So they're really blurring the lines with everything.
Yeah, and all of it is very heavily monitored and censored, and a lot of it is politically and ideologically colored and tainted, and it's amazing how in lockstep a lot of it is. It's very sad.
Yes,
in some ways.
it really is. Yeah, I mean, any type of information like you were like sending overseas to a friend of yours about the pandemic or something, they would like block you.
Yeah.
From you ever using the application ever again.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, imagine what that's like for somebody. It's like you're outcast from society itself. Oh my God. It's pretty brutal. I mean, so everybody's afraid to say anything really, and of any substance. It's fucked. So that being said.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
But I want to. So what is the Chinese female version for Xainan?
I'm forgetting. I'm going blank. I'll probably remember later.
It means otaku and
right.
Mandarin,
by the way, so people understand what he's talking about. The otaku is the Japanese condition where some guy is so stuck in the anime fantasy world that he's like hot on these anime chicks, and so he's like lost all contact with any ability to talk to real woman. So the Chinese version of otaku, I forget what that is. But it might be Zainam or something like you were suggesting.
Well,
Zainan.
Isn't it Japan's having the largest percentage right now of that, where obviously because of like just getting lost in these realities, like dating people that aren't real, like I know that there was a whole report about that. A few things I've read about that. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're just having the larger percentage of it right now because they're obviously the first country. I mean, they're more advanced with that type thing.
Yeah.
With the role playing, as far as having like a fake girlfriend or a fake boyfriend.
Yes, you could rent fake girlfriend boyfriends in Japan if you ever go there. Yeah, you can do that.
Right.
Yeah, but they're not real. Like they're not even real people. But like then they're getting online and living in these false realities.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, the other thing too with that's associated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Douglas.
Go on.
I'll be finished in a second. The other thing that's associated with otakus is also a person that is a himokomi, which is a person that like never goes out. Mm-hmm. They're afraid of going. They're afraid of being in society, and a lot of times their parents take care of them.
Yes. Well,
and that's become a bigger issue in Japan over the last like 15 years, hasn't it?
Yes. I'm sure it has. Yes, it did. So yeah, these are different conditions, and so like I was saying, when it comes to Realtek and Brooke Gibson, they're both shooting salvos that are missing each other clearly because they were talking about a different subject there for a moment. So just to clarify for our listeners who happened to catch that but didn't quite follow it, basically Realtek was talking about people who can actually rent boyfriends or girlfriends that are available, and these are real people, and these are physical people who you can meet, and it's a lot of these people understand that this is fantasy, and obviously these people who are renting these people, they are lonely, but the professional friend that they hire, boyfriend or girlfriend, will make them feel less lonely. But understand that
isn't that just like a hooker or a prostitute?
No.
It's like there's no sex involved. It's like literally, it's like let's go out to dinner or a date, and it's just like I mean, that wouldn't do it for me personally. But,
hell no.
Yeah. But with a lot of these guys, they truly are just needing emotional bonding. And it goes beyond that. You can rent a family. You can rent a pretend family, or you can rent a pretend friend who is of the same sex, and it has nothing to do with sex at all, either gay or straight. You're just renting a friend to be a friend. I mean, this is because Japan's megalopolitan environment is very compartmentalized. So it can be very difficult to meet a friend, and maybe the people you meet at work just aren't like people you'd want to be friends with. So it's like it's something that's evolved, and this is how Japanese society has dealt with it. That's different from what Brooke Gibson was talking about, which is actual cases of people who are online And these are the otaku that was mentioned that have a fantasy relationship with a anime character.
Yes.
And they're so in love with these anime characters. This is what Japanese were presenting years ago. I mean, we're talking generations ago by now, but at least a few decades ago was when these Japanese were producing holographic dancers or singers, and they would get men sending them flowers, sending them boxes of candy, etc. But by the way, just to put this into some perspective for Americans who think that this is uniquely Japanese, any of this.
Well, it's not just Japanese. That's what the reason I heard about it is because now that we're getting that technology now, and people are getting more and more into, you know, like I have that headset, you know, that's the gaming. Everything seems so real in it. That everything. Yeah, that we're headed that way too.
Well, I mean, just to put this into some further perspective, when it comes to give you an example of this kind of American pathology, Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh, for years, developed a persona that was completely unreal with Snerdley. Snerdley was a fictitious character that Rush Limbaugh made up. There's no Snerdley. But Rush Limbaugh wanted an idiot to bounce off stupidity against. So Rush Limbaugh would tell people, Snerdley asks if this is true, or Snerdley asks if this is, you know, if we can believe this. And so he had this naive, earnest, imbecilic, developmentally disabled, imaginary, invisible friend that he constantly brought up, and he just basically responded to. So he could basically ask himself stupid questions. And so this was taken seriously by all his listeners. For all intents and purposes, the overwhelming majority of them believe Snerdley to be a real person. And they
in their defense, baby, they were listening to Rush Limbaugh, so they already have some mental issues themselves.
Thank you. I mean, you know, point well taken. I mean, no argument from me. But they would send this Snerdley, who didn't exist, boxes of chocolates and flowers and all kinds of things. Because
gosh.
Yeah, they just thought Snerdley was this, you know, monetary donations, all this shit. They just thought Snerdley was this person who needed help, and so they would just send him letters and shit as well. And this is like, so this goes to show you that this was well before any of this phenomena went high tech. So people have always been willing to fall for this sort of thing. People seek a kind of, this is why a lot of people don't understand, say for instance, why I let this happen. You know, the round table where we went into talking about furries and diapers and various conventions. And, you know, this round table serves a purpose. Really, people are here to listen to people talk. And it's not always just to hear Douglas Dietrich monologue, though that, of course, is the main point. But it really is important that other people are brought in and people are interested in other people's lives, and they do want other people to care about. And when Douglas Dietrich brings in other people, it really does help with the show. It helps immensely. And people really care about other people. They do want to hear.
You have such a wide range of knowledge on so many topics that it may be a topic that like we just brought up, but then you're able to give, you know, the perspective to it, which is always so valuable.
Thank you.
I think it's like we probably wouldn't have talked about that, but like I did not know that he did that. Although
you're definitely good at explaining things, breaking things down.
You are.
If all of you will continue talking for a few more minutes, I'll just quickly brush my teeth, come back, and then we'll let Real Tech go to sleep, because this poor kid's got to go up to a comic book convention tomorrow, and if we keep him up too late, it's about 2-3 in the morning where you're at, Real Tech?
2:56 a.m.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he's on the same as me too. 2:57 I got. So.
Yes. Oh my God. Well, good thing conventions don't start early in the morning. They're all going to be there in the afternoon, of course. So, yeah, definitely.
Well, this is a change for me, because usually I'm so excited to go to
that you can't sleep.
Comic-Con.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's so cute. That's adorable. Oh my God.
Always get you a Red Bull.
He's too excited to go to sleep. That's just cute.
Oh, that's what he meant. He was too excited usually to go to sleep. Oh, it's too cute.
Yes.
I didn't know that's what you meant.
Yes, that's what he meant. Because
like the kid before, like the night before Christmas.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. So that being said, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute, and aside from that, I can understand, of course, Ian throwing that mattress away because it would get moldy. That's the point. I mean, it was soaked through and it would get moldy. I mean, it's really gnarly. But I guess we're lucky he's alive, and oh my God, we're lucky Deanna Fraser is alive. So just so everyone knows, Deanna Fraser is alive. Just so everyone knows.
Yeah, I know. Did she come back on tonight? I told.
No,
she messaged me. I haven't talked.
No, she did not. She did not. But I do want people to know that she did refriend me on Facebook, both under her name and under her alias. And I'm not quite sure if that means anything, but she may be coming back. She may not. But it's all up to her. I have nothing against her. I have nothing against her. She felt that she felt she was kind of used as a doormat, was her word. She may have said something else. Maybe she said some other things in her emails. It looked like she might have said something about my being like a used car salesman or something. Let's see if she said that. Oh my God. That would be under Creative Virgo. Creative Virgo is her email address. So let's see now if I can look up what she said. But let me see. Here we are. As I had stated, I compared you to a used car salesman of yesteryear. Yeah. And she gives me this little anime thing. I mean, I could do a screen share here for everybody. Here we are. So here we are. Screen share, and start sharing. You can all see yourselves.
It's just a person that goes into long monologuing and is very boring. Is that the one?
Let's not be cruel. Let's not be cruel. I mean, look.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be cruel. I don't mean to be cruel either. It's just.
Yes, she says that she's working on her monotoneness, and she said and she realizes that she thinks she's.
Yeah, she left me this GIF. This graphic interchange format of this lovely young lady, Jean. Phew, thank goodness. I'm not quite. What she does is often non sequitorial. But anyhow, to put the at ease, it was never asked if I sought to be a producer. As I had stated, I compared you to a used car salesman of yesteryear. Keep Duncan O'Finian in mind for next show. I played along until I realized I was being played. I was playing her. Condemnation without exploration is the highest form of ignorance. Peter Moon, alias, has valid credence suggesting Brooke ask her son to consider what has been suppressed, repressed, depressed. Instead, you launched into mockery mode. I did? As for vocal assertion, it is not my task to teach manners. That she spelled that wrong. If filler guests are so starving for attention, they can have it. I have mine own stage. I vow to thee. I have no interest or intention in character assassination. You are a champion, and no force can contend with my knowing that. As for one who is practicing San Miguel Ruiz's The Four Agreements, do everything with love, take nothing personally, have integrity, be a person of your word, be well, be loved, be prosperous, be wise. Okay, this is nice. She's trying to leave off on a good note, and there you go. I mean, that's what she had to say.
Is what it is. I think we should probably leave it all there, right there.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, so it is what it is. I have nothing against her. If she wants to come back, that's fine. I mean, personally, I it's hard to hold anything against her, really. She is what she is, and she's obviously I can't go any further with this because then I'll start giving up personal secrets of hers that I really shouldn't share.
Right.
It's one of those things where she just didn't want to play anymore, and so that's fine. If she's in the mood to come back later, that's fine. Either way, right now I'll be back soon in a matter of minutes. And your main point before I go, I am curious, Realtek, you brought up the pine needle tea. So what's the secret of pine needle tea? It's the answer to COVID because what? Because it like.
Oh no, I just want.
That's the recipe I've been doing, and I haven't had an attack around anyone.
Wow.
Good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pine needle is a lot of times. The roots has a lot more nutrients than the actual plants. So So pine needle is good for. It's great for. It's really good for men to use for energy and things like that. I actually read the entire article. I just wanted him to see it to Ian West. I just didn't know how to. I don't want to offend him. All right. So I just put it in the chat. So no offense to you, my friend.
Yeah, that's cute. I mean,
Oh, I'm heartbroken. Real talk. Sorry.
He bought that new bed for you. He's buying that new bed for you, Real Tech, and you won't even friend him? Come on.
Oh my God.
Get the fuck out of here. In his wet dreams.
Well, apparently he doesn't have wet dreams because just having the corner of his bed wet one time he threw away.
Yes.
I love you, Ian. I'm giving you a hard down on that.
Thank you.
I can take it back, so you can always give it back to me.
No, I'm good.
Yes. No, Ian. Ian's got a thick skin.
Anyway, you guys want me to get to all the tunnel news over the last month?
I
Please.
don't even know what are these.
I'll be back in a few minutes, but get started.
Yeah,
on
go
it.
brush your
By all
teeth.
means, tell everybody about the tunnels. I'll be back in a few minutes, and I'll get in on it then.
So what are
Cool.
these tunnels? Like where I'm coming in on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's these series of tunnels that connect all around the world, right? They
No.
they call them pipelines, or they call they call them all different names on the news, but they're really maglevs. They're magnetic levitating train tracks, and they go underneath the oceans, and they go from continent to continent. And I've been researching all this shit about these tunnels, and they were building one from Seattle to Alaska, and the machine broke down, and now there's this like $2 trillion lawsuit out of Seattle over this machine just being left there, and that's like one of the top news tunnel stories during this past month. And there's some other tunnel news from Ohio. I believe it's Ohio. I don't have the report in front of me. I'm like falling asleep. But anyway, they busted these pervs, and I think the state was in Ohio, and they were doing these satanic ritual sacrifices, and they gave up the tunnel routes that were in their little town. So we got that shit shut down. And I told you guys about the tunnels in Orlando that got shut down this weekend. A lot of people don't know this, but like Orlando is like the satanic capital of the world because of Disney and all that. So a lot of the evil shit that gets planned and goes on throughout the world is planned down here.
Yeah, the technology has been around for over 40 years. The gravitation-led train tracks.
Oh yeah.
A lot of it
What
is
is
the
the
idea is
technology that you're? What? I'm sorry. What was the technology itself called again?
Magnetic levitating trains. They're called we call them maglevs, but they're called magnetic levitating trains.
Okay.
But it's fucking funny as hell that they fucked up on one of these tunnels, and it's only halfway done, and nobody wants to fucking throw the money into repairing the machine and finishing the tunnel because it would cost too much to do. So now there's this half-ass tunnel in Seattle that God knows what they're probably gonna turn it into real estate or something and dig out little homes on the side and have people, rent them out or do whatever. But
I've seen these trains. Like obviously, like I remember them when they were, especially in Europe, started talking about trains and like the Japanese having that really fast one. But I was reading about that now. But I've seen them, but I'm trying to tie them into satanic cults here.
Oh yeah, no, that's not a problem.
Seattle tunnel machine breakdown covered by insurance. Is that the one?
That's it. Yeah, you found it.
Yeah, post that in the chat. Like the only tunnels I've heard of, like I've heard of Dolce Bay's having tunnels going out under the ocean.
Oh, dude, they have
There's tunnels under the Denver, Colorado airport.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been in those.
I was in the airport overnight tonight. I don't know. We don't doing tons of construction. Lots. I wanted to see the whole mural, but there's too much stuff going on.
Oh, that mural's fucked up weird. You're talking about
Yeah.
yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I think that airport's got a lot of different weird shit in it.
The Denver airport tunnels, they stretch all the way from the airport to the state capitol in downtown Denver. There's a tunnel that goes that whole way. And I believe it's something like 6 or 7 floors underground at the Denver, the city underneath the Denver International Airport.
Okay, so I'm reading this, but this still is not telling me that Realtek just posted about the one that got the physical damage. But so how are we still tying this into satanic?
Well, we're not that one.
Okay.
That one they haven't finished, so they can never use it for anything.
Okay.
But down here in Waterworld, that's what I call Florida. Florida's tunnels are all filled with water, so it's perfect for submarines to navigate through. Like if you cut Florida down the center, like it would look like Swiss cheese. That's the best way I could describe it. But anyway, yeah. So over the hurricane, or when the hurricane was hovering over, I heard the 2 booms. One from the juvenile detention center, so that tunnel's closed down, and the other one from Lake Holden, so that one's, I guess, officially shut down now. So, which is a good thing.
Well,
I'm looking for my one.
Since we're talking about underground stuff, I've never got to ask this. Anybody on here want to tell me what their feelings are on Dolce? The Dolce base? Or has that been discussed on here before?
Well, that's the Dulce base is a black project, a black project site.
Right. I know it's a military site. It's just like what's going on there.
Well, there's so many floors. I heard Dulce was like 200 floors deep. That's just what I hear. I don't know all the details on it, but that's the middle route that connects Dulce to Area 51, which is really Mars. There's actually pyramids underneath Area 51, and it's a big pervert fucking. It's a big pervert kitty fucking location where all these sick fucking politicians rape these little girls and make these little girls call them uncle and shit. Seriously.
Boys and girls, unfortunately.
I heard Dolce they were doing a lot of genetic experiments also.
Well, they do that everywhere these days. That's what the biolabs are.
Yeah.
That's all about Ukraine. They're doing them down here in Orlando, Florida. And I think I'm the victim of one. But,
did they actually build a pyramid, or was it a pyramid?
Oh no, the pyramids were always there. They were part of the. I mean, I don't know the whole story of them, but apparently, there are 3 pyramids, according to some eyewitness testimony of this chick who grew up in the Mother of Darkness circle. That down there underneath Area 51 are 3 pyramids.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
I never fucking knew that.
I didn't know it either until I heard her testimony about it. Like she was gonna be the mother of bitch. Like she was gonna be the baddest, evilest bitch in the world, but she found Jesus when she was like 14. She's like, nah, fuck this. I'm not gonna do this.
Who the fuck is that?
Huh?
Who the fuck you said was that?
Her name, the chick's name is Jessie Zaboter. And she was a Mother of Darkness, or she was in training to be a Mother of Darkness witch. If you don't know
what the fuck is that?
Okay, the Mother of Darknesses are like the most evilest bitches in the fucking world. Like
okay, this isn't QAnon shit, is it?
No. This is true.
Good question.
They own the patent. They own the patent on fluoride. I rest my case.
Mm-hmm.
I rest my case. But
Mother
she,
of Evil Darkness.
Mother of Darkness, Mother of Darkness. Do you remember when George Bush back in the 80s, he was like, and I dream of visiting 1,000 points of light. You remember that speech? That's the Mother of Darkness's worship temple thing.
The devil comes in as an angel of light. That's what Lucifer means.
I heard that all my life. I never knew what it was. And
The
then I
devil
started.
comes what? What did you say? The devil comes what? I didn't hear you.
He was saying
The devil comes
as an angel of light. That's what Lucifer means. That's
Oh,
what
yes.
he was saying. So I noticed there's a lot of links here that have, so some of these tunnels, yes, there we are. Nice. And George is back with us. Oh my
Hello,
goodness.
Douglas.
Yes, so somebody's dragging a body along the floor.
Hello, my feet.
I'm looking for my wine opener. I can't find my wine opener. I don't know what it is.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
No
he's
wonder
gonna
we're
tear
getting
the house
in the
apart
down the
till he
deep
finds
hole.
that wine opener. Yeah.
Let me go on mute.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
I'm gonna go on mute. You, Douglas. You sound a little far away there. Just
Oh shit. Yeah. Here we are. Is this better? Is this better?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, honey. I really need that before I start. Monologuing. So George, glad you joined us before I start monologuing. Tell us a little bit about when it comes to something to bring to people's attention. Obviously, one of the things that you were explaining to Brooke earlier, we were talking about these entities and we were talking about spells.
Yes.
And that's when Peter Moon said that he might have to listen to this. And do let us know, Realtek, if you need to go to bed, we can reestablish this call. I can simply call these people back. Otherwise, do you want me to go on? Are you cool with that? You could just handle this? The call's riding on you right now. So I have to ask Realtek.
Oh man. No, I'm gonna go to sleep soon.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll reestablish the call. I'll call Brooke and George and Ian back. So, Realtek, everybody say goodnight to Realtek, and Realtek, say goodnight to our listeners, okay?
Good night, everyone. Thanks for
Good night,
listening.
Yeah, good night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night, George. Good night, Brooke.
Good night.
Good night, Douglas. When you call, give me about a minute to call me back because I want to get on my computer, especially if I'm going to have to hold the call, because that way I can have my phone and just set it to the side if I need to.
Oh, sure. So what I can do is call everybody back in 60 seconds. So George Knight left at that, and so I'll call everybody back in about 60 seconds then. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I'll be
Bye for now, everybody. We're hanging up. Okay, so Streamlined, of course, continues. George suddenly living like that, of course, was a bit disconcerting, and hopefully everything is well with him. And all right, very harsh looking chick, put a like on my promotional banner, and just kind of fascinating face there. Other than that, going to say to everyone, I thank you for your patience. If anybody doesn't like this part of the show where we have this kind of roundtable going, it shouldn't last too much longer. I'll really go into it with the monologue, and then basically probably have to carry on with the next episode. Now, when we talk about things like Pixie Princess Star Fox, she was leaving some messages in the chat room about let the buttholes clinch. Yes, talking about something there. Previous comment didn't provoke hatred in me enough. No, Japan won World War II. There we are. Yes. So I love her dearly, and she's very supportive. And she says, I'm very possessed tonight. You have a question? The entity, Daniel Cardenas was asking her, the entity that transforms you into the self-destructive artist. And she was saying, thank you, Creator Net, because Creator Net was saying, bless you right back at Pixie, and how about the Aeons, etc. I'm just reading through some of these comments, and not all of these comments in the chat room obviously make sense on the face of it. So they, but I'm glad that these people seem to understand each other. And all of that being said, should be time to call soon enough and reestablish conversation with everyone for a few minutes. And in the interim, for those of you who are asking questions about different things, let me see what kind of input I'm getting. Okay, Brooke says, all good. All right, so let's get this going. We are going to call Brooke Gibson now, and then we'll add on the two gentlemen. There we are, honey. Now what I'm going to do is, again, just share screen with you so that you can see as I add participants. Going to take this down here. Always, of course, what I do first is always open up the contacts on the side, open up the text on the other side. So this is how I work a screen when I'm producing, just so you get that. And then add participation down here, the little head with the plus sign. And then we hit two people in particular. And that's an interesting noise going on behind you. Is that like birds in a cage?
Yeah, I'm going to mute it. It's because I came in and the one dog is in the cage. He has a bark collar on, but it apparently is not strong enough battery for him.
Okay. No, that's fine. I mean, honestly, I don't mind at all. And
he'll be quiet as soon as I let him out, but I wanted to get the computer set up, so I just got it on first, and then I'll let him out of his crate.
Right. Understood. And okay, there we are. And we had both these people there. Oh my God! I just saw one of these interesting people. Just so all of you know, I'm gonna like relate a little story here. Gonna turn on this plus thing again so that people could see what showed up. And then when I was looking down through these different people that were on it, say for instance the plus, and then we go down this list a little bit. Somebody showed up there that I haven't seen in forever, and I really wasn't paying attention to him. And some of these people, it's so sad. Lotta Andrews is in this list of people that used to be my contacts. Some of these people are just idiots. Danny Romero's a piece of shit. Daniel Rolo's a piece of shit. Yeah, David J. West is a piece of shit. Daryl Neely's a piece of shit. But other than that, Derek Talley's a piece of shit. Some of these people I just haven't seen in a long time, but others are just pure assholes. But when it comes to there's the twin brother of Sammy Romero. There's Isaac. He works with tunnels. He was working with the underground for a long time. Oh, George Knight unavailable. Fuck, I hope he's all right. There's James Fetzer, the guy we were talking about earlier. Now I blocked him in the past, and maybe I should. Okay, George Knight rejoined us, and I was trying to bring up this image of Chris Wallace because I had just a very poignant story about Chris Wallace. And if he's out there, by all means, he's welcome to call me, get back in contact. And, he's just a wonderful individual. But can't seem to find him right now. But, oops, you don't want to add Trisha. She's in Australia. Poor dear. Let me see if I can call up the Chris Wallace thing here. There he is. Christian Wallace. Now, this poor guy. This guy was a friend of mine. I believe he was in Florida. He was supportive, even sent some money a few times. And basically his trip was that he would blank out. And he would blank out in front of the television and wake up days later. And it would be like, so he had a wife. And his wife was really into Asians and really wanted to rendezvous with me. But that never came to pass. But she had a kid with what almost certainly was some Asian guy. And so he began to talk about, oh, my son, he was born and he's, got recessive Native American genes, because his son was born with epicanthic folds to his eyes, and what the fuck am I going to tell this poor guy? Secret Asian man, like the song or something like that. But anyhow, then they wound up in this big struggle with the state, because I think at some point his wife used to just check out whenever he was blanking out. That's how she probably wound up rendezvousing with the secret Asian man that, gave him that son with the Native American genes, that recessive gene manifesting. Yeah, right. And so either when the wife was gone and he was alone or something, somehow the state decided he was unfit to take care of the kids. I don't know how they came to this conclusion other than some social worker walking into the home while he was drooling in front of the TV. And, then he comes back, into consciousness with maybe somebody asking where's your wife and kid? Or maybe the kid was there and that would make it even worse and the wife was gone. But then, he was struggling to keep his kid and I don't know whatever happened with that. That was kind of like he broke off contact after that because he was really struggling with the state to keep the child. So there you go. Very interesting story. He had a brother who worked with the Secret Service, which probably was how he got into like some kind of MK Ultra program. So he was trying to talk to Peter Moon about that. He would try to talk to me about that, but he's just like an MK Ultra victim. So just another sad story of that kind of person. That's why he would listen to what I had to say. So we have a lot of listeners who are like that. They just are like people who have these horrible, tragic backgrounds, and they've been abused. And so George and I, we were speaking earlier about the spirituality and the spells and whatnot. So if you could explain a little bit to Brooke Gibson what you were starting to talk about, yeah.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah, George. Yeah. Well, real Ian is able to respond. He was talking earlier about the tunnels. Was what he explained about the tunnels satisfactory for you, huh, Brooke? Or what impression did you get of the tunnels from Ian?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I had taken the headset off because anyway, I had to get the dog settled. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, so the tunnels, I still don't understand the Satan thing with them, like exactly where that, obviously there was something sent, I think by Real Tech Geek, I was trying to read over on that. But yeah, I understand the trains and the tunnels, but he was saying like Florida is known for having an underwater world of them. I don't know. I guess I don't have enough information to really make heads or tails of that yet.
Okay. We'll hear more of it in the future, I'm sure. He has some things he wants to share. So George is back, right?
Hello, Douglas.
Yes, there we are. Yeah. So tell us a bit about what the conversation you were on earlier, trying to explain a bit to Brooke about these entities or spells or whatever, wherever direction we were going. The one where Peter Moon said, "Oh, I'll have to listen to that later because that's important to me." Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think one of the direction we were going in is with Melek Tausch, with the Peacock Angel. With the Knight of the Broken Circle, what happened to Douglas.
Which brings us back to Lucifer, but go on.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, exactly. And one of the things, I was alluding to earlier, is I've never asked Douglas to ever, teach me or anything like that, anything to do with any, these casting of spells or summoning or invocations. I've never pursued that sort of. I've never gone down that road because I understand the implications of them. And I've actually got a transcript somewhere of someone that I found on one of these forums where they conduct all these, these workings, all these occult practitioners. Like Douglas himself was a practitioner under Michael Aquino. He was, in a sense, he was a sorcerer, and Douglas himself was his apprentice. So, but this guy, I've got to try and find this transcript and put it in the chat box. So I'll do that once I go on mute in a second. But I'll look for it and then post it. He was just saying that when he tried to summon Melek Tausch himself, he personified this sense of royalty. He is a entity that you cannot, it's very hard to engage any conversation with because he's a higher level of degree of power than any other being or entity that you can come across. He's a fallen angel, but he is somewhat what would you want to call it? He's very high up.
Right. By the way, Ian, if you could go mute. Thank you. We'd appreciate that because we're hearing a lot of that background noise while you move around. Thank you. And so in terms of Melek Tausch, and then he went back on. He went mute. Yeah. Went back on. So Ian, if you could stay mute while we finish this, we do hear you. We do hear you, Ian. Yes, thank you. So in terms, the way to explain this would be to just say that Melek Tausch, you've got this very complicated series of identities, in which he is essentially Lucifer, which is different from Satan. It's different from the satanic entity. Lucifer is kind of like the tether between the heavens and the hells. Basically, the earth angel, the angel that straddles between the heaven and the hells. Basically, this is why some people say that Satan is the ruler of this world. What they mean to say is that Lucifer is the ruler of the material world, or the Malkuth and the material kingdom. But we are dealing with a fell angel that was among the Most High, and therefore the peacock angel is, of course, splendid. And the peacock angel, of course, has his own race. He created his own people as unto God, and these were the Yazidi people. And so this was a people that I became connected with without ever having known much about them other than their existence. Through the Night of the Broken Circle, which was essentially when the entity of Maluk Tausch broke loose from an incomplete circle created by the men who summoned him, because he was simply too imperious to be commanded. This is something that, as this one person said, I look forward to this transcript that our man, Mr. George Knight, will, link us to. It certainly, at least he'll put it in my message box so that I can link it to others in the future. And I look forward to what this one individual, foolish or proudful enough to summon him, what this person had to say. We lost Ian West for now, but we'll bring him back in the future, and he'll be back to talk more tunnels. And he was saying something obviously about those tunnels that led to Lucifer, which is what Real Tech was saying. Real Tech was saying, oh, he comes as an angel of light, which is Lucifer, what Lucifer means. And that had to be brought up by something they were talking about with the tunnels that Ian was presenting. So with that, George, by all means, go back to explaining what you can.
Oh yeah, thank you. And the best way you describe it, Douglas, to explain it to people, the difference, to disambiguate between Lucifer and Satan. One is chaotic evil, and the other is lawful evil. And you distinguish the meanings behind each of those descriptions, those analogies to describe both the difference between Luciferian and Satanism, or Satan himself, beg your pardon, being the other, the demonic entity, because I get so kind of like held back when I talk about this. I do.
Understandable. Understandable.
It makes me, shudder inside, so to speak. But yeah, what I'm gonna try and find in my archives of, thousands of images and transcripts that I have and documents that I have on my device. I have the transcript of this individual that when he summoned Melek Tausch, or Tausch Malek, the peacock angel, that he presents himself as an authoritarian entity, as if to say, why are you summoning me? What, when you summon these entities, they come in and they are royally pissed off. They do not wish to be summoned. They don't want to be summoned, but yet someone has forced them without their own consent. They have summoned them and bind them into a circle or a square or a confinement space that they don't want to be in. And so when he was describing when he summoned Melek Tausch, he gave off this perspective, this persona that he is of a royal lineage, that he is somewhat, he was just saying that he is incredibly arrogant, that he was like, who are you and why do you want me? Why are you summoning me? Who are you to summon me? And that's what that was the
it's a legitimate question, but go on.
It is. Yeah. And that is what he was this transcript. That's what I'm not reading it word for word. I need to find it so then you can see it with your own two eyes what he was saying. But he was also explaining about other entities which were somewhat more what do you want to say, that are easily more persuaded. But Melek Tausch was the hardest to ever get. You want to get anything out of him, you're not going to get it from him. So that's what, when you summon these entities, you're trying to gain something from them. But he was describing that when he was summoning Shiva, which is another entity, that is one I have no idea about. I know where
Shiva is from Islam. Shiva is Islamic, correct?
Or Hindu, Vedic. Vedic, Hindu, yes. But
thank
is
you.
Islamic?
Vedic, yes,
yeah,
Vedic.
yeah.
Yes.
Is
Yeah.
the when you deal with Islam, then we get into some real iffy areas. Like, hold on, yeah. So he was summoning Shiva, and
And she, I believe it's a female. It's a more of a feminine entity. She was able to. Yeah, she was. She actually, I think, bowed down to his demands. She actually was quite. Quite. What do you want to call it? Quite. Very.
amenable.
Towards his. Very. I'm trying to think of the correct word to use. When he's asked for something, she was more willing to give it. And that was what he was describing. And he was describing the methods he used to summon him as well. So this is why I need to go find it and just present it. So it might take me a few minutes to look through.
No! Don't break your ass doing that. We don't need this for days. It's just whenever you find it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doug. So, but I definitely wanted to explain that just to kind of clarify what George was saying, because a lot of this can be misinterpreted or misunderstood, and understandably so. These are very sensitive areas, and many people can easily become offended. Of course, those kinds of people would hardly be listening to my show, one would think. But believe me, we get new listeners. And so when it comes to my relationship with Michael Aquino, this is something that he wanted me to be. He wanted me to be an acolyte, wanted me to be his sorcerer's apprentice to a degree. But he really had a vision of me where he thought of myself as the potential Antichrist, that I would be the Antichrist he could not be. And so it was more like he was grooming me for a very, what he thought was a great destiny. But all of that was thrown out the window to a great degree when I was possessed by the Peacock Angel, because that basically rendered me unfit to be a sorcerer or a magic user in the conventional sense. Because now I was essentially owned by a specific entity. Do you understand? Does that make sense?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I understand, because actually this is one of the first stories you've ever told me when I heard you on the other channel. So I've actually heard it. But yeah, I mean, I haven't, I'm sure, all these details, but I did hear part of it. I remember when you were when I first found you. So totally makes sense. Yeah, I had never heard of the Peacock Angel before, and I remember looking it up, and it was like Yazidis or something.
Yes, it's spelled Yazidi. That's one variant spelling. There are many ways to spell Yazidi. They are a people who have been persecuted because they are the worshippers of the Peacock Angel, which means everyone surrounding them perceives them as Satanists, as worshippers of the devil. Of course, they don't have these fine distinctions or nuances in Islam. In Islam, it's like you're either or. It's black or white. So it gets very difficult for any diplomacy, or some attempt at some kind of theological nuance is almost impossible. So when it comes to basically the Yazidi people, they've survived extermination campaigns over the many millennia, and this is because they are the people created by Maluk Tausch, the Peacock Angel, his people. And this is why Michael Aquino sought their extermination, and why his co-religionist, General Paul Vallely, the man who co-authored the book Mind War with Michael Aquino, certainly wrote the foreword. Paul Vallely then bragged about organizing ISIS. He said, we organized ISIS, and he meant that in the most personal sense, that ISIS was organized in order to have the ironic, and therefore the joke is on them, attitude of Aquino and Paul Vallely and all such very dark anti-godly cultists of the kings of Edom. The joke was on the Muslims, these fundamentalist Muslims who have the name for their organization is that of a pagan goddess, Isis, the ancient goddess of love of Egypt. And so that was their joke on these idiots. And then they sent them loose with machine guns and sent them out to exterminate the Yazidi people, among many other atrocities. So many Yazidi people were killed, enslaved. This was long after I was there in Iraq, and that's to be totally disambiguated from my time in the Gulf War. I spent a summer vacation in Iraq. That was in '88, and that was when I was invited by the Iraqi embassy for propaganda purposes to promote their regime to the West, because they were seeking young commercial illustrators, and my major was commercial illustration. So I traveled to Iraq. They paid for it, and this was to create propaganda posters, be part of a campaign to try to explain to the West that Iraq was defending the West from Iran, which it had been fighting an 8-year war with at that point, in which over 1 million people died on each side. So they even took me on a tour of the front lines. And I also was taken to some ancient sites, some temples, and of course I got to meet the Yazidi people. So understand that as soon as they saw me, they recognized the Peacock Angel in myself, even offered me a child bride. So that is something that is one of those things I just have to explain. I was a lot younger in those days, of course, and at that time my hair was dyed blonde, and of course I wasn't going to take this young lady home, because basically there was not something the Iraqi government would have agreed to, and not something that I really wanted to do. But my hair was dyed blonde at the time, much younger, and you can see the manifestation, of course, of the Kawasaki syndrome. And of course you can see right behind me the peacock symbol that was taken in the old site of Babylon, where I was in one of the Yazidi temples.
That's you right there?
Yeah, long time ago, honey. But understand.
How old were you?
Well, 88. Fuck, I was in high school, honey. So that was around this time. This young lady.
But I thought you were working at Presidio when that happened.
I was working at the Presidio. That's how I got in contact with the consulate. Actually, it was through the Presidio military base that was brought to my attention. But understand, I was working at the Presidio while still going to high school, and then I was working at the Presidio when I went to City College of San Francisco.
Oh, I didn't realize you started at the Presidio when you were still in high school.
Oh, yeah, I started when I was 16 years old. It was through high school, as a matter of fact, that I got the job. It was because
Yeah, you were 16.
Yeah, it was the secretary at the school who worked for the State Department. She was Albanian, so she worked for Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Liberty, which meant she worked for the State Department. She said, oh, there's a summer job opening at the Presidio Military Base Library. Why don't you get it? Become a librarian's aide. You'll be making out like a bandit. So when I got the job, of course, it all turned out it was just a setup. It was something that they had always wanted me as a part of. They'd been monitoring myself for quite some time. Michael Aquino was. He had known of my background. He had known of my genetic heritage. He had known the experiment that was performed on me at Letterman Army Medical Center when, at the age of 14, Dr. John Henry Hagman had replaced all of my natural blood with this so-called nanoplasma. So he had been following my case for years, and basically wanted me to be his sorcerer's apprentice, his acolyte, his disciple.
Douglas was selected.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Douglas.
Oh, yeah, that's and understood. But I have a few other photos of this young lady, but of course I never took her home with me. But the Yazidi were telling me that, by the way, just so people understand this, the Yazidi people who worship the Peacock Angel, it's not like somebody can learn of their culture, which is very deep and very rich and extends back thousands of years. It's not like somebody can learn about them and say, gee, I want to convert. I'd like to become a Luciferin, join the Yazidi people. It doesn't work like that. You're born into it. In my case, the only reason they offered me this young lady as a child bride was because they sensed the Peacock Angel in me. So especially when the Kawasaki syndrome manifested, they took that as a sign of the Peacock Angel. You can see I was gifted with some of their jewelry. And so the Yazidi people were very generous, and they took me as one of their own because they said Lucifer is within you. And that was That was why I was offered one of their own. That I was offered a chance to marry into the tribe. So it was the Yazidi people, again, do your research. You can look these people up. They're wonderful people, and we need by all means to preserve them. Michael Aquino sought to exterminate them from the face of the earth because that would eliminate the tether of the peacock angel. It would throw the ecosystem of the cosmos off. At that point, there would be no bridge between heaven and hell, and all chaos would reign. This is the ultimate aim of the cults of the kings of Edom. And what they intend to do for all of us is lead us down this path to endless perdition of chaos and destruction. And we must all bear that in mind when we're dealing with these people. And this is why I tell people repeatedly, my enemies are your enemies. And so bearing that in mind, by all means...
Who was the child to the left?
The child to the left. You're talking about the bride that was offered me? Let me go back.
That was the bride?
Yes, she was offered to me as a bride. Yes.
Wait, you kept saying bride. she looks like 3.
Yes, imagine why I didn't want to take her home. Yes, yes.
Okay.
I really don't imagine myself changing diapers as something erotic, all right? I mean,
yeah, you'd have to go to those diaper festivals, I guess. To be into that. That's horrible, though, but yes.
Let me give you an example of this, honey, to explain why people do things like this. When I was probably my first trip outside of the United States was Nicaragua. There was this Nicaraguan chick that I was really hot for. She was just dynamite. Had a body that was built like as they used to say, a brick shit house or a truck. Anyhow, she took me to meet her very Roman Catholic parents, even though she was a ideological communist. And understand, down in Central America, one of the first things I learned, any of Latin America, which is dealing with communist insurgencies even today, there's really everyone down there effectively is Catholic. Even the communists are Catholic. It's like what they have down there, there's no such thing as capitalism or communism. What they have down there is feudalism. Everybody is living in the Middle Ages, and it's like the Warring States period, where whichever's communist or capitalist, with the capitalists, it'll be the death squads. With the communists, it's going to be the guerrillas. And the first thing that happened when I was down there that ultimately led to this young lady severing from myself was that every parent who had some young daughter who I happened to glance at more than once, they would notice and they would say, my daughter, you want her? Take her. And this isn't because they're pimping their daughter out. It's because they love her. And they would say, get her out of here. As soon as the next death squad or communist insurgency guerrilla group comes in, she'll be gang raped, possibly to death. And eventually she will be gang raped to pregnancy or death. And rather than have her face that, they would gladly just give her to me if I could get her out of the country, because they figured whatever fate she faced would be better than what was offered down there, which was just a living death. So when the Yazidi presented this young girl to me, it's because they're undergoing constant extermination campaigns. And so they figured, of course, get her out of here. Whatever fate that she has with you, and you're one of her people anyway, will be better than what she will likely suffer here. Does that make sense to you now, honey? Does that put it in some context?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really it does.
And so this is the horror of how many people in the third world live, and many people out just in much of the world. It's a case where certainly it's through situations like this that I did wind up in some relations with girls not too young, but certainly younger than what it's legal age in the United States. But understand that those laws don't apply in many of these parts of the world because people don't usually live past the age of 30 or 40. So these ideas that we have here of someone not having sex till they're 18, they're frankly absurd. Nevertheless, of course, we have to disambiguate between what I was engaged in and someone who is a true predator and goes out seeking kids online or something of that nature, which is what that idiot Marine, who the fuck was he, George? The one that Peter Moon brought up, who was exposed to the Iraqi, he said the Americans were faking the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and then they slammed him by setting him up with this stupid cop saying he was a young girl and shit, and then he fell for it like the idiot that he was. A true predator.
Oh, I know. I think I know who you mean as well, Douglas. Christ, what is his name? I'm gonna have to try and look him up.
Yeah, don't worry about it. At any rate, so go on and explain from here whatever else you want to tell Brooke about when it comes to the situation we're describing with the entities and the like.
Yeah, I just know, Douglas, that obviously, yeah, with my my perspective on
Scott
it.
Ritter. William Scott Ritter Jr. was the man's name. He was the author and pundit, former United States Marine Corps intelligence officer, and he was the United Nations weapons inspector who said that that Iraq was living up to all of America's demands. And then basically what happened was that the Americans set him up by some cop saying, "I'm a young girl." And then this idiot, as soon as the cop appears online, says, "I'm a young girl. Want to fuck?" Yeah! Then they busted his ass. Obviously, he deserved it. So, yeah, that being said, however, yeah, by all means, going on. So, go on, George. Like you said, this is a uncomfortable topic, but you've been forced to learn quite a bit.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. It's something that I would never want to do myself, because of the ramifications of doing so. To invoke any entity, yeah, because it is alter. Yeah, it changes you, alters you. It alters it does. Your physical being, and everything. And like Douglas, like you presented so many times in the past about, you've lost. There was something. It took something from you. It drained something from you. It sucked something out of you. As you described, you don't know what it is, but like a happy memory or something like that. But yes. But anyway, I was going to say, Douglas, did you mention the because I was on a call actually when you were describing about Iraq. Did you mention about Saddam Hussein, the why he never used chemical weapons against the Yazidi people? Did you I don't know if you mentioned that bit to her.
Well, explain it to her, and I'll see if there's anything I need to contextualize.
Well, yeah, yes, thank you. There's something Brooke, I've learned from Douglas is that Saddam Hussein, when he was in the northern part of Iraq, where they had the Kurdistani, the Kurdish people, Kurdish people. Yeah, the Kurdish people. They're because like now today, you got the divide between the Sunni, the Shia, and the Kurds. You got the northeast, east and west part of Iraq. It's divided. By the way, when Brooke says, amongst sects.
I'm very impressed. If you really know about that divide, you know a hell of a lot more about Iraq than most Americans, honey.
Well, I don't know it in great detail, but I mean, obviously,
you know of it, yeah.
I know of it, and I know of even back when the Iraq War, like hearing about the Kurds and the Sunnis, and those. But no, I mean no.
Beyond that, but basically, you don't know beyond that. So go on, George. Go on.
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. When Saddam Hussein was using the chemical weapons against the Kurds, against the Kurdistanis in the north, he was terrified of using them against the Yazidi people because of the connection with Melek Tausch. He had such. I knew he was very fearful, and I've actually found some texts or transcripts online where he states this. There's a lot of things that I verify everything I learn. I verify everything I learn, and it's amazing how you can really see that, like with the reactions of people, like the reactions of governments and the military and what they do, in response. And he was very fearful of using these weapons against the Yazidi. But with the, I can't articulate this. This is something that, Douglas will have to jump in a second to explain. But because it goes such in depth, and I obviously understand it, I know it, but it's hard for me to explain it in such detail.
Were the Yazidis, were they Kurdish?
No. And like what Douglas said earlier, Melek Tausch, he said that if God can create humanity, can create man, I could create my own people, and that's why he made the Yazidi. He chose his people, and that's the Yazidi. And Saddam Hussein knows that. He knew that, and so he refused. He made sure that none of the chemical weapons that he deployed ever affected them themselves. But you will notice over the last 2 decades a massive, escalation, exacerbation of the exploitation and essentially even sex trafficking of Yazidi people by the Kurds, and that's an insurgency by the United States. Essentially, that's where it gets so deep rooted. It goes into detail. Something it will basically blow my mind if I start to try to explain it.
I thought Saddam Hussein was wiping out the Kurds. I thought that was part of his mission.
Oh yeah, but that's not the Yazidi.
Not the Yazidi.
Not the Yazidi. The Kurds and the Yazidi are different ethnicities.
Exactly, but you're saying the Kurds now are now killing.
That has nothing to do with Saddam Hussein. That's more to do with the American insurgency using ISIS. ISIS is an acronym for its Integrated Systems Improvement Services.
That's right. It was a mercenary corporation that truly. So, by the way, there was this. Take a look if we go back on screen share here, and it's something that it would take me looking through some of my old records in terms of just getting some of the exact locations and addresses. But what happened was that when it came to the integrated I can't even remember the acronym. George remembers it better than I, but we can look up Zachariah here. So this Zach G guy, if you see this guy right here, Zach G was this dude you can see in your favorites. He was trying to work with me for a while. And he, poor son of a bitch or crackhead or whatever the fuck he was, he basically had the golden voice. I mean, really, all these other people, myself, any of these people that you've spoken to, nobody had a voice like Zach. He worked in telemarketing. He actually had a radio announcer's voice. And but he was some kind of crackhead or something. And he also was, quote unquote, working for the enemy. He definitely had something going on that was just very, very sinister. But Zach G was someone who actually went down to Arizona, New Mexico, and these other Four Corners regions and tracked down the headquarters of ISIS in the United States. When I gave the address, he actually went and found it, and he filmed it, and he uploaded that on YouTube. And so if we actually go to the YouTube and say if we go to let me see, if we look up on YouTube and we look up that guy's channel might still be on there. He actually films the headquarters of ISIS, and this is based on the information I gave him, and he found out where they had vacated their offices. They actually ripped their name off, and he pointed out this is where they ripped their name off and whatnot. So he found it. So I think it was called Truth Bombs for Your Mom was the name of his fucked up little channel.
When was this that you gave the information?
Oh God, it was about 10 years ago. I actually mentioned this on Coast to Coast AM, and I said that they have an office in the Ronald Reagan building in Washington, D.C. Truth Bombs for Your Mom. Let's see if that's still up there. That channel was a stupid. There we are. Truth Bombs. No, that's Truth Bombs with. I think they probably took his channel down, or he might have taken his channel down. Poor dope. But yeah, going around here, I just don't see it. But
Can I interject with something, Douglas, as well? Yeah, Brooke, if you look up Michael Aquino's book Mind War, if you take a look at that book, I actually have a hard copy of it. You've got a co-author in that book. His name is General Paul E. Vallely.
Yeah.
He was the man who was in Iraq with the insurgencies, with ISIS. He was the man there. And all this is to do with is to exterminate the Yazidi people. The whole goal of it was to get rid of that. Like Douglas said, it's to get rid of that, the tail end, the tether of the loose of Melek Tausch. That was the whole purpose of it. General Paul E. Vallely is there. He's there with the ISIS insurgencies, with the actual with the militants themselves. he's there, and you've got footage on. You can go on YouTube and see him with them. He's in their their vehicle mobiles with them. So
wow.
So it
Corey
was for,
Vallely, the guy who co-authored Mind War with Michael Aquino.
right.
He's there in Iraq with the Kurdistani insurgency, with ISIS themselves, and you can see this on YouTube. You can see this.
Yeah,
and he's basically the news correspondent. He's a correspondent as well, because that's what generals do. They're just basically they're a political. They're a
politician in uniform. Is how
politician in uniform.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
That's
basically. Yeah, so just so to understand, so you understand some of this, let me do the screen share again. And here we are. And now this doesn't do it justice, but in the old days they used to have flyers. And this is ISIS, their phone numbers were public. All that changed. ISIS is headquartered outside Fort Huachuca in Sierra Vista, Arizona. Our Washington, D.C. office is located. All of this is just a copy of what their original flyer was. And I don't have the original flyer in a screenshot. I don't have screenshots of it. But all of this, can be pursued. Our Washington, D.C. office is located in the Ronald Reagan building. We are dedicated to supporting our national defense and security departments. In other words, they were a defense contractor. And then, it goes on to say, ISIS management, the members of our management team have extensive industry experience, all the usual marketing shit. And then basically they were traded on the public stock market. So basically, this was originally a mercenary organization, and they were awarded they did security contracts for Geico, because in case you didn't know it, Geico with a stupid little lizard, Geico is an acronym for Government Insurance Company. Did you know that?
No, I had no idea. I love that little lizard.
Yeah, well, that little lizard, that's a government shill. Yes, that Geico stands for Government Insurance Company, and that's why they would show the little lizard. You can look this up. The little lizard was on an aircraft carrier. So that's because he says we insure all of the fucking, military shit. That's because they're Government Insurance Company. That's how they can afford all these fucking commercials. It's the government. It's the government's paying for it. So look at Geico, lizard, aircraft carrier, carrier. There we are. So then you see, Geico Air Show and shit, and I don't know if that's, anything to do with the military, but it's Geico insures military, and then you can find that, and you'll either find the commercial or you can find it in better places than YouTube. You'll find out more information about it, but you can't insure the military unless you got a contract with the government, obviously. So Geico military commercial, there we are, 15 minutes, and there's one, and I'm sure there's more, USAA versus Geico Insurance, oh yeah, this is like different bullshit. Anyhow, that being said, you get the message now. So
that one you had earlier that showed ISIS, that paper that.
Yes, I can go back to that. Here we are. So
yeah, did you type that up from memory? Because you said that wasn't.
Yeah, this I actually pretty much typed, not from memory per se, but I copied the original flyer because someone lent me the flyer. Don Wright was the president and CEO, ISIS Management. I brought this up on Coast to Coast AM, and that's why one of the reasons they wouldn't let me on again. It was basically, but that young man, Zachary Garrett, he went down there to film their old headquarters, and they had vacated it as soon as I said what I said on Coast to Coast AM. The moment I exposed what I did on Coast to Coast AM, they had to vacate their headquarters down in fucking Huachuca, Arizona. And that's when he went down there to prove they had vacated the headquarters. So I had a major effect on the world just with that. So all these mercenaries, recruiting manager and all that shit, all this shit, Burt Lord, the really sinister one was this motherfucker, Jorge Mar Gonzalez, ISIS Training Center. By the way, Jorge Mar has 20 years of military experience. He served as a training instructor in the courses of Mexican Special Forces. And what makes these people so sinister is that basically in Mexico, these men who work for the government like this, they're given what are called white cards or something like that. They have basically a special card, which is a 007 license to kill, which means that in Mexico, a man like Jorge Mar Gonzalez has the right to kill anybody. That means that he just shows that white card and the police will not arrest him. Theoretically, he can't kill his superiors, but that's about it. Everyone else he has a right to kill if he chooses to kill them. So they've got these people working for, the fucking U.S. government through contracts like this. So here we are again, headquartered outside Fort Huachuca in Sierra Vista, Arizona, Ronald Reagan Building, etc., FEMA program analysis, etc. So yeah, basically these were the people who organized all of those Muslim fanatics. Now, in all fairness, understand that if there's any Kurds involved in this, it was really ISIS that was enslaving and sex trading all of these Yazidi females. But the Kurds in general had a tolerance for them. If there's any Kurds that were exploiting them, they were basically bought out by the Americans. It's not like the Kurdish nation as a whole has it in for the Yazidi, but understand that nobody in the world around them, everybody around them is Muslim. And so just as the Kurds are attacked by everyone around them, just to give you an idea of this, if I were to go on to look up a map, and I have a favorite map that I always refer people to because it's one of the best maps in the world that really gives a perspective on the world that people need to see, would be the Pacific-centered map of the world. And so I try to give people links to this and put the links in the chat room and whatnot. So understand that this map has a way of showing the world with the Pacific Ocean in the center. And this is really what American people especially need to see, how the world really looks. And but if you go to the Middle East, Kurdistan is right here between Mosul and Kirkuk. These are the two big Kurdistani cities. And basically, down here, the center of Iraq is the Sunni, and down south is basically all the Shia. And you have further down south, right at the tip there where Iraq enters the ocean, what they call the swamp Arabs. These are Arabs who live on the swamplands. And you can just look that up yourself and you'll find out more about their culture. But when it comes to the three major ethnic groups of Islam, they're the Arabs, which are all in the Arab Peninsula and North Africa. There's the Persians, which are all Iran. And there are the Turks. The Turks are, of course, Turkey, and they are the Azerbaijanis are Turkic, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, get it, Kyrgyzstan. These are all Turkish peoples except for Tajikistan. They speak Farsi. They're more like Iranian. They're more Aryan. And Afghanistan is between them, which is just a bunch of different tribes. Pakistan, again, the Americans called this Afpakia, meaning that all of these were so many different tribes, they just considered it a mess. But beneath here is a hidden nation, Baluchistan, between Iran and Pakistan. But the main point is, Kurdistan, as I pointed out, between Mosul and Kirkuk, is surrounded by the Iranians, the Turks, and the Arabs. And they will all unite. They all hate each other. The Turks and the Iranians and the Arabs all hate each other's guts, but they'll all unite to kill Kurds. So the Kurds generally have an understanding of what it feels like to be persecuted and exterminated, and they've been fighting for their own nation forever.
Why do they hate the Kurds so much again?
Because the Kurds are basically laid-back Muslims who really are probably the most congenial Muslims that you could meet. The only pro-Western nation on this part of the world in general would be the Kurds. The Kurds, and that's why Saddam Hussein was out to annihilate them, was because he felt they were like an American insurgency or a potential American insurgency. Yes. Yeah, but the Kurds in general are just laid back. They speak a different kind of Arabic, but they're really just kind of a different ethnic group. And because if they develop their own nation, I'll tell you why they hate them in particular. If you ever take a look at what was his name again? Saladin. So in the ancient days of the Crusades, Saladin allowed all the Christians to travel to Jerusalem. When he conquered Jerusalem, Saladin said that he would never allow the pilgrims to be locked out. He said all Christian pilgrims are welcome to come to Jerusalem, and because of that, the Christians viewed him as righteous. And the reason Saladin was like that was because Saladin, by the way, he was Kurdish. Saladin led all of these Arabic and Muslim armies as a solid Islamic force without any thought of ethnicity. So, as I explained to our man George before, and to many listeners, I explained to them that you might hear the term sometimes Amir, A-M-I-R. And Amir is like the Arabic word for admiral, but it means an admiral of the sands. And so the Amir is like their shogun, as they would call it in Japanese, or their ultimate warlord. And so an Amir, the Arabs, they hate each other as tribes. There's a saying in Arabia, which I learned when I was dealing with the Arabs. It's I against my brother and I against the family, my family and I against the village, my village and I against the city, my city and I against the nation, my nation and I against the world. It is, or somewhere along the tribal lines, my brother and I against the family, my family and I against the tribe, my tribe and I against the nation. Everything is down to the lowest possible atomic unit when it comes to their society and Arab culture, and all the different tribes and families hate each other. And so the one thing that they will trust is a foreigner to lead them if that foreigner is truly Muslim. So the Amir, the only thing you know about the Amir, whenever he unites the Arab tribes in war and they all go out to war to fight against the infidel, the one thing you know about the Amir is he never shows his face because the Arabs don't want him identified, but at the same time, he never shows his face so that no one can know what race he is. The only thing the Arabs know is that he must not be Arabic, or else they won't follow him, because they're not going to follow anyone who leads a single tribe. They will follow no one who's descended from them because they know anyone descended from them is a piece of shit. So they only will follow a foreigner. So when that foreigner unites all of their armies together, the one thing you know is he's not an Arab. And so the Amir that led them to victory over the Crusaders at Jerusalem was a Kurd. And so that was Saladin. And so Saladin was the Kurd who led the Islamic world to victory. And what they're all afraid of, the Iranians and the Turks and the Arabs, is that another Saladin will arise out of Kurdistan and rule over them all. So they want to kill the Kurds so that no Saladin ever arises again. Now you understand the insanity of their world. This is their world. But as for the Kurds, generally they would tolerate the Yazidi. But what happened was when ISIS was taking over, ISIS was all these psychotic Arabs that the mercenary group, they just emptied all the prisons. They just emptied all of the prisons throughout North Africa and the Arab world, gave all of them machine guns, and told them to cut loose and kill everybody. And that's how ISIS was formed. And they were all organized and led by white officers who were all working for ISIS Mercenary Corporation, headquartered in fucking Arizona. And led by General Vallely, the co-religionist of Michael Aquino. And so when they were enslaving and trying to exterminate the Yazidi people, probably a bunch of Kurdish mercenaries might have been hired, but it's not the Kurdish people or the Kurdish nation. It was ISIS. It was ISIS and maybe some Kurdish mercenaries. So that would make the most sense. And that's essentially what led to the latest extermination campaign against the Yazidis. What they ultimately need is their own Kurdish nation and their own Yazidi nation, ultimately. So that's a little geography lesson there for you. And the last person who may have been the Amir, or who was being groomed by Saddam Hussein, was, what was that pilot's name, George? He was, Speaker was his name? Spreaker? He was the guy who basically took off from an American aircraft carrier and was shot down by the Iraqis. And then the Americans never got him back. And, oh shit, George left us. Holy shit.
Maybe he had to go to work.
Yeah, probably had to go to work. So hopefully that puts all that in some perspective for you.
Well, yeah, and let me ask you one question on it. What is it? Zoroastrian?
Yeah, Zoroastrianism. Yes.
Yes. Is that
Different
related?
from Yazidism.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to ask if it was. Okay.
Yeah. So Zoroastrianism is a very ancient religion as well. There are survivors in Iran, again, a persecuted minority, and probably the original source of Christianity, certainly one of the sources. And so Zoroastrianism, let me see if I can call up the chart that would be that would explain some of this. And it's, of course, one of these charts that a lot of people would not understand. Let me see. I think I can find the chart. Here we are. This is one of the files I can actually open without overwhelming you with porn. So let me see if I can.
Yeah, I had studied some on Zoroastrianism, just hearing about it. Obviously had heard about that, and again, like what you said about it being so ancient, and that there's a lot of belief that Christianity and Judaism really were influenced by that.
Yes, and let me see now. This is the histomap of history, the histomap of evolution, and this is truly knowledge that they've done their best to try and discredit. Let me see. Where would no? How did I do that? H a little bit. E F G F G G G. There's Putin's Dugin's daughter, Alexander Dugin. That's his daughter, Darya Dugina, the one who was assassinated, the one in the car bomb. I don't even know if you heard about that. Do you remember that? That was recently.
Yes, his daughter. Yes, I did hear about that. Yes.
Okay. Now let me see here. H.
That was it. Was his. You're talking about. It wasn't Putin's daughter. It was his closest general's daughter. Yeah,
Dugin's daughter. He's like Putin's Rasputin. Dugin.
Yes. Yeah, I heard about that.
And so he killed her. He killed her. He killed her, and he was.
You think that the father killed her?
Hell yes. Oh God, yes. Yeah, he killed his own daughter. Here we are. Histo-religious. Now this.
Because they had acted like he was the one supposed to be in the car.
Yeah, it was all bullshit. Yeah, he was like, oh fuck, that's not large enough. Now I can get the larger one. Where's the larger one? Okay.
Why would he have killed his own daughter?
Because that way, they were estranged, and he wanted the propaganda exploitation. He wanted to exploit her propagandistically, and that way, when he killed her, he got rid of daughter he felt had betrayed him, and then he also that way was able to exploit her propagandistically. Now, the man who created all of these charts, he was John Sparks, one of the most brilliant men who ever lived, as far as I'm concerned. And of course, they hate him, meaning the conventional monopolists of information, and they'll do anything they can to discredit him. And almost nothing is known about him. Almost nobody knows anything about John Sparks, but he created 3 charts that basically outlined basically the story of mankind. So when it comes to the religion of man, the story of man's search for spiritual unity, the histomap of religion. So he goes from these magic and fetishism, taboo and totemism, ancestor worship, tribal gods, divine kings, propitiation of nature spirits, fertility cults, all from 180,000 years ago. Then he takes us from the Stone Age and interglacial periods. Then he takes us to these various periods. Here's when you have the birth of Egyptian religion. And
is this in a book? Where did you get this?
I stole these from the Presidio Military Base Library, but you should be able to find them online. I'll be happy to give you my copies online. I'll give them to you. Later. I mean, give me a few days. I may not get them until I'm sober again by after this weekend, but I'll get them to you.
Okay, thank you.
Then you get to the religions of Aryan culture. And this is where the Persian religions, early Greek religions, Hinduism, they all come from Aryanism. And they're older than Judaism. The Aryan religions are much older than Judaism. Moses adopts Kenite Yahweh as God. This is when he basically adopts a foreign god. And the agricultural rights of the Canaanites, this is what leads you up to this point before Moses. This is where you finally get Zoroastrianism. See, the Persian religions, then Zoroaster, Zarathustra, proclaims Ahura Mazda, creator, and only God. This is a Manichaean religion. Basically, Ahriman is evil or darkness. So it's good and evil, very yin-yang. Zoroastrian priests are magi. They transfer the stress from personal piety to fire cult ritual and physical purity. So this is where you have Zoroastrianism develop. Now, Mithraism comes after that, the sacred bull. Now, I would be shocked if he had the Yazidi on this chart. They would probably be, shall we say, just too small in his mind to register. They would probably be too small to register on the radar as far as he would be concerned for his points. But you notice, as far as he's concerned, Yazidism, or rather, Zoroastrianism, essentially dies off, and that's because it becomes too small to register on the radar anymore. It's really what he's saying. And right. That's when, so it has to be understood. Some of what's on these charts, you really need context to understand what he's saying or what he's trying to understand. Now, he points out communism as basically its own religion, which is what it is. It's an anti-theistic religion, basically a faith in godlessness. Godless propaganda teaches faith in the social collective. USSR grants religious freedom in 1936, but atheistic communist credo continues in practice, etc. And, of course, he points out that when it comes to the Japanese, basically, it's interesting how he has the Chinese philosophies, of course, because of communism. He points out the militaristic communistic credo eliminates a lot of the ancient Japanese philosophies, whereas state worship in Japan, he still has registered as 1952. This is when World War II formally ends, when the peace treaty between the United States and Japan goes into effect, and he still has state worship in Japan as comparatively large, as you can see on the map, compared to Roman Catholicism and Protestant Christianity. It's obviously not that small. So yeah. There we have that. And so a very profound perspective to be had here. As you can see, Black African religions, this is basically what they trickle down into.
Yeah, they're so tiny, it's hard to read. I mean, I wish everyone could see it, but
I can make it larger. So yeah, but of course, when I give you the links to this, then you can look at it at your own convenience. Yeah. And don't forget, you also, when you can't read the shit on the side like this, because that's a pain in the ass, then you just should have the ability to turn it over on
flip
the side.
It over. Yeah.
And make it
Damn, that's a huge map. I wish.
Oh, they all are enormous. And I have the physical copies. And these can go for, if you find them online, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Now, and people have experimented with them ever since with only one of them. They've taken the histo map, which is his historical map, and they've done things that they've tried to do to extend and revise that, but the other ones they won't touch. Like the map of evolution, the histo map of evolution is considered just something that is verboten for anyone to touch. Let me see if I can find that one for you just to show you. I mean, the histo map that I speak of that most people would be familiar with or be able to find online or even copies of, that would be more common because it's less controversial. But nevertheless, it's like, let me see, histo. Here we are. I was trying to find this for the longest time. There were a couple of assholes who took the original histo map, and this is like, of course, let's see if this even enlarges. And it's amazing how this even works. Of course, it's no longer legible when you make this one that large, because this wasn't meant to be enlarged. I have a few other copies that are much better at being enlarged. But these are, basically he starts with the Aegeans, Egyptians, Mediterranean people. And what he's looking at is basically from a Western perspective of who impacted the world the most. So he's looking at who's impacting the world stage the most. So when he's looking at that from a perspective, it's actually impressive what he takes into account. Honestly, I didn't even notice till much later in my life that he had actually factored in the ancient Mesoamericans, but he actually has them in there for a brief period of time along the histomap. And because Japan was such an isolated country, he just brings them in around 1650 when they start impacting the world stage. So, I mean, all that's understandable from that perspective. But when it comes to, and here I think this would be the Mesoamerican cultures, and I'll have to get you a copy, which is much better at enlarging. I'll find you the right copies. But when it comes to all of that, people were able to take this and reproduce it, and they were trying to rip it off and extend it, bring it into the modern age. This was one of the rip-offs that when I contacted the people who produced it, because they decided they were going to do something clever, they turned it upside down. Instead of going down, up, it was reading from the bottom of history, starting below and moving up towards the top. And they were adding their own, historical perspective on this. They were adding some stuff at the end that was beyond what the original author, the original maker of the map had added. And so I wanted that copy to see what they had added at the top, which is illegible no matter how much I enlarge in it. You can only read bits and pieces of it. So there's no point in really enlarging it other than to show you where they added on some extra shit. And that was up here at the top where you see everything begins to kind of melt together, and they added 9/11 terror attacks, Arab Spring. So
that's what they added?
Yeah, they added some shit like that. But I was curious as to everything else they added. So when I contacted these people, they said, they just totally freaked out. They just totally freaked out and shut down. It was incredible. It was like I had asked them for, it's like they were foreign spies who had made this for some kind of propaganda purpose, which was the only conclusion I could draw. There's no other reason for people to react that violently and that afraid of who I was. Now, theoretically, this is all still copyrighted by Rand McNally, which is the company that has the rights to the map, so to speak, the histomap. But probably they broke that copyright, were disobeying the law when they made their own version of this. But for them to be afraid that I said, look, you must have the records of this in your hard drive. I'd like a copy of it, and I was willing to pay for it, and they were just they just totally shut down to the point where they no, we can't talk to you even. It was
well, wait a minute.
That.
Where did you find it
at?
Oh
God, originally? Long story. Oh God, it's just I would have to it was I was looking online, and when I found this, I said, oh, I have to have it. And then when I tracked these people down, it turned out they had this fucking company that they didn't want to anyone to know about. It was and they said, oh, you ordered this map because I sent money to them. They were so afraid of me, they sent all the money back. When I sent them the money and I got no response and I followed up, then they were saying, oh, well, we have to we have to find it in our hard drive, and then let me see if I can find the original email, because then you get an idea of how just freaky these people were getting it. It didn't even make any sense. So if
they weren't doing it, so that's my point. If they didn't do the map to make money to sell it.
Yeah, obviously, it's like they weren't interested in that. So let me see if I can open up the main inbox, or if that opens up at all. Let me see. Go from one box to the other, or it's just not responding, or maybe I'll have to open up a new screen and then go to open up the inbox.
Maybe it was just some stupid high school teacher or something that did it, and then they were scared to do it with Ron McNally and gonna sue them. Could it be something that simple?
Well, why would they be worried about something like that? It didn't make any sense. But let me see if I can find it. The histomap. Let me see. Histo map. And this should be Histomap and Ripoff as well. That was where I was asking. Here we are. This is Georgie Leahy. This is what made it so strange. Yeah, Chi Chan. Receipt for your payment from Chi Chan. Now that alone is a strange name. That's not a real name. That can't be a real name. This is what I gave them. $79.04. And then that's when they told me, oh yeah, fuck, you were ordering that from a website that no longer exists. That's why they weren't responsive. So when I followed up on it, let me see if I can find out more from there, because it went from Chi Chan.
It said Chi.Gina, yeah.
Yeah, Chi Gina. You know, your payment's been returned by receipt. Yeah, she returned the money ultimately. So checking in, so it's like, has my order been processed? Talking about the establishment of my order, and let's see. Oh, hi Douglas. Thank you for your order. I'm little bit perplexed as to how you managed to place an order as the website that this product was hosted on is no longer available. Okay, I think I have a high-res image of the map somewhere, so I'm happy to print it and send you a copy of the map if you like. Best regards, Gina. And from this Georgie Leahy, who's got a suspect name that's like Slavic, and she's Chinese. So one's probably communist Chinese and the other one's probably Russian. And then, yes, that would be great. Oh, then suddenly, I'm actually unable to locate the high-res version of the graphics suitable for printing. Need a few more days to track down the original graphic designer who did the project for me. Good news. I found a California-based printer who can ship to you overnight. Can you please confirm? Oh yeah, my gratitude. Yeah, all the info he needed. And then it's like after that, hey, where have we been? Hope all is well. Afraid we haven't been able to track down the source file for the. I'll organize your PayPal funds to be refunded. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know that this is suspect because no normal person would refund the money. Because they wouldn't care. They'd just say, thanks, sucker. Can't find it.
And never respond again. Right.
But no, when they're saying, hey, send this money back, that alone is suspect. That alone is damning. There's something really suspect going on here.
And they didn't do that until after you sent all your information on your name. Did you notice that?
Oh, yeah, of course. But, what are they going to do with that? It's not like... And yes, here we are. This is all from PayPal, I guess. But anyhow, this email is to let you know that this is from PayPal. So this is like, so PayPal's saying this, and PayPal's telling me to protect my password and shit. But so then they got the money back to me, and but it's all weird as hell. So the Chinese chick with the wink, and then the guy with the dog as a face, which. It's there you go. And so they were doing something suspect. It just goes to show you the power of history, the power of information, and that obviously these people were probably working for it. And I'm serious when I say this. They probably, if you take a look at what they produced, it's very Russocentric. This is something that I didn't show you, but if you take a look at what they produced, and we just make it as large as we can, and then push it down, and from what you can read, this is what they chose to do. Basically, the original Mr. Sparks had Japan show up, and Japan was basically a world power by World War II is when he ended his chart. His chart ends right here at this point, and it ends before World War II is when his chart ends. These people had World War II and the Holocaust, and with Japan, they basically knocked Japan out of the history line, which just doesn't make any sense. So they just have Japan.
Is that where the green ends? Is that Japan?
Yes, that's Japan. That's Japan. So they
end. Is the orange?
Yeah, by the year 2000. By the year 2000, they throw Japan out of the history line. And
I know. What is orange? What is that above it?
Oh, Indo-Pacific. They replace it with Indo-Pacific, like India and Southeast Asia. And the one that they have getting bigger is like fucking Russia. And basically Russia is this is the Chinese dynasty. So they have China getting big, China and the Indo-Pacific, but Japan no longer exists by 2014. This is obviously, there's something very suspect in this. It's obviously very anti-Japanese, and you notice the woman's Chinese. So it's like she's working for the Chinese Communist government. And then they put Arab Spring is real big. They put South America here, British Empire here, Cold War. Russia gets big, and so Russia is
is that all Russia right there?
It's like somehow it all blends into Europe and Russia. Yeah, it's like Russia kind of absorbs Europe. So this is very pro-Russian propaganda. So it's like obviously America's the 9/11 terror attacks. So America's here, South America's here. This is America and South America. With the British Empire is like, you know, England, Wales, Scotland kind of gets absorbed into European Union, which it hadn't had Brexit yet. The Brexit did not exist when this was made. So it's just like Brexit, and it's like Britain and Europe and Russia all become like one. And it's like, so that's very suspect. And then it's like some pro-Russian propaganda where the Russians basically have absorbed all of Europe and Britain. And so this is what I think it was that this was somehow produced through some kind of Russian program, and that they were afraid that I was somehow involved with the U.S. government or something because they couldn't understand how I even tracked them down. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it almost sounds like, though, that they were like if you had a computer program that you could run that through too, if you started putting algorithms in, think about it, using something like that. And the history going back, take those algorithms in, then it's also could be used to plan out for future, like, okay, if this moves this way, do you see what I'm saying, to expand that Russian empire, to expand the Chinese empire. So I wonder if there wasn't even more to it than that, if there wasn't even a further out timeline.
Absolutely, that would explain its sensitivity. So yeah, thank you, very, very astute. Very astute. And yes, what I was thinking of when all that went down. So definitely it's you've got a great understanding of this, and so I'm glad I was able to share that with you. I hope our listeners who couldn't see any of this appreciate what we were saying, and but definitely we'll be going into monologue soon enough. I want to thank everyone for that. Definitely, though, I think that all of this was definitely necessary. So here, I'll do a little screen share here for the sake of our lovely Brooke, and let me see if I can get back onto the screen. What did I do to the screen? I may not be able to get us back on. Oh, there we are. Okay. So do the screen sharing again, and this is just to show you that we've maintained numbers. These are good numbers for this hour. These are great numbers for this hour. So and we know, like I said, it was higher than that by orders of magnitude. So this really means we've got about 230 people listening in right now for concurrent viewers. So
wow, I wish they could see that. That's the only thing I hate, is that the people can't see the maps that you're showing, because I'm sure they would like to, but that one wouldn't have mattered. Nobody could see that because it's too tiny.
Right. So Anthony McGuire says, "Hi, all from Ireland. Welcome, Anthony McGuire." JG was saying, "What town were you near in Nicaragua?" Dude, I was near several towns in Nicaragua, and most of them I wouldn't dignify with the name of towns. These were more like villages, okay? I don't even know if names really apply in that kind of environment. I'm being facetious, but there's certainly nothing I remember, nothing I consciously remember in terms of any specific names or towns.
What were you doing in Nicaragua? Was that when you were killing people?
No, God, no. You know, that's funny. There was this clown. The fucker's name was, what was that fucker's name? He was this guy who did, he was the guy who was, he was working with Dan Webb, or Dave Webb, the heir apparent to the Temple of Set of Michael Aquino. And he was like, he wrote a book on the Temple of Set with this guy. And then he was trying to start a flame war between Michael Aquino and myself. And he had this show called The Art of Dreaming. Let me see if we can look that up and see if we host The Art of Dreaming. Host The Art of Dreaming. And he was asking me shit about Nicaragua, thinking that I was a mercenary there. And just so everybody knows, that first trip I took outside of the United States was just to meet the very Catholic parents of this Nicaraguan chick who I was hot on and hoping to marry. And so, you know, it was just down there for that. And that
Douglas Dietrich was going to get married. You've never been married, have you?
No, I've never been married. No.
But you were going to. Oh my God.
Yeah, I was going to. And so I guess this is where he got his stupid title from, The Art of Dreaming, or whatever it was. Host Revolution Radio, The Art of Dreaming. So he must have stolen that from Carlos Castaneda, but I'm trying to, you know, remember that idiot's name. But he was someone who, he wound up murdered. Of course, I told him he would be. I said, they're going to kill you. Because this idiot was trying to start shit between me and Michael Aquino. I said, the Temple of Set is going to see you die. I'm trying to warn him. I said, don't be doing this. This isn't a game. You can't just have fun with this. And, you know, but anyhow, you're not doing this from the angle he was. He was like, oh, what were you doing in Nicaragua, you know, as a mercenary? And he just started off with this presumption that, you know, probably the presumption that I'm lying and talking a bunch of shit and that I was down in Nicaragua and, you know, waving the guns around and doing this Rambo shit, when that wasn't the case at all. But he was coming from that angle, and I was telling him, dude, you're not even asking the right questions, because that's not what I was doing down there. And I just happened to be in a country that was a war zone, but it's not for the reasons that you think. And but anyhow, so there you have that. And maybe somebody will. Michael Hemmingson might have been the guy's name. Let's see if that works. Hemmingson.
Why? What? He wrote a. He's the one that wrote a book on the Temple of Set. You said
he did. The Art of Dreaming by Michael Hemmingson. That was him. Michael Hemmingson, hosted by Michael Hemmingson on Revolution Radio, and yeah, he's very, very dead now. He died very shortly after I started working at Revolution Radio, because he started, you know, trying to, you know, start shit between me and Michael Aquino. And I said, look, they can't do shit to me, but they'll kill you. And he had a daughter who was in Mexico. And the mother had basically abducted the daughter to bring her back down to Mexico because he was bisexual. Nothing wrong with that. What was wrong was that he was having orgies in front of his underage daughter. So he was bringing in partners and having sex with them in the same home his underage daughter was living in. So his very Catholic wife had the daughter abducted and brought down to Mexico. And, you know, the majority of the Mexican police department, hell, I would dare bet the majority of American gangsters, Mexican police department and Mexican gangsters, I mean to say, if they knew of some stupid American coming down to try and pull his daughter out to bring her back to America where she could see him have orgies bisexually in front of her, I'm sure they all would have killed him, and that's what they did. So that's why he said he was never going down to Mexico to try to rescue his daughter, because he knew he would be killed if he did that. So what happened? Well, the body was found south of the border. So what happened was basically the Temple of Set killed him and basically dragged the body over the border, or they brought him south of the border and killed him. Either way, probably did that because they could get away with it. You know,
why did they want to kill him? I know was he saying bad shit about them?
Yeah, because he's trying to start shit between them and me. So he's basically saying, like, hey, Douglas Dietrich wants to get your pension taken away, Michael, you know, talking to Aquino and shit. And, you know, let's put it this way. Aquino had enough brains to know that wasn't...
Why couldn't Aquino fuck with you, though?
Because I had too much on him. It's basically, if Aquino, brought me into trial, tried to sue me for defamation of character...
why didn't he kill you?
I don't think he didn't try. A few times there was some attempts, and after a while he just gave up because he has to cut his losses. After a while you just lose too much. It's not cheap to hire assassins. And also even your own cultists. How many can you afford to lose? But beyond that, it's, and don't think I'm bragging like this is some kind of macho trip or something. It's not the case. Beyond that, there is a lot of supernatural interference here. I'm possessed by Malik Dawish. It's something where occult-wise he couldn't strike at me.
He couldn't touch with you. He couldn't touch you that way because...
Yes, I'll give you an example. When you might have heard me say this, or maybe you didn't, but in case you don't know, I'll tell you right now. We have these little tourist buggies that go around San Francisco. You can look them up online. There's these little yellow buggies. They're these, like, something a child would drive, like a go-kart. and they have like recorded instructions on them of where to turn in San Francisco, because San Francisco is a city of hills. And basically, people put their helmets on, these tourists. They get in these little go-karts, and then it tells them where to go. Turn here, be very careful of the traffic. It's a terror, but it takes them on a tour of San Francisco. And they pass by my home, and they will announce, on your left is the area of Russian Hill, meaning my street, Green Street, in which all the houses are built on top of the former Russian cemetery. So all of our homes in this area are built on top of what was the old Russian cemetery. If you ever see the old television show Wild Wild West, the real old one, they have a whole episode where these people think they're abducted and taken to Russia, but it turns out they're only in Russian Hill, San Francisco. But you can see why. It's like being kidnapped in Chinatown and everybody speaks Chinese, and somebody told you we've taken you to China. You can understand why someone would believe that. So that's the point of that episode. But all this used to be called Russian Hill because it was all Russians, and they came here because of the gold rush, and like all the other frontiers people, they were all killing each other, and so we have mass graves underneath these houses. And so it's just, you have no idea how haunted this area is. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. But the whole point is that this place is like Legend of Hell House bullshit. It's like when my family first moved in, we were just desperate to get out of the Tenderloin. My sister, to her credit, is actually the one who moved us out of the Tenderloin, got us into here. And when we moved here...
What was the Tenderloin?
Tenderloin was the ghetto of San Francisco. They called it the Tenderloin because all the cops who patrolled that area of San Francisco got hazard pay, and they could all afford tenderloin steak every night for dinner. That's why it was called the Tenderloin. So, wow. But at any rate, it was the Tenderloin still exists. You can look it up. It's one of the most dangerous places on earth. Just so you know, San Francisco is rated by the FBI as the highest crime rated city in the United States, outside of maybe Oakland. But I don't think Oakland even goes on the charts. Oakland's literally off the charts because that's like Lebanon or something. But,
so crazy though for it to be that. You would think it wouldn't be because it's so expensive to live there.
Yeah, but that's why everybody's poor. Nobody can afford to live here, so everyone's either rich or they're on the streets. So the crime rate is the highest here in the world. If it's one of the most dangerous cities, it's listed by the FBI as the most dangerous city in the United States. So if it's the most dangerous city in the U.S., it's got to be one of the most dangerous cities in the world. And so the most dangerous area of San Francisco is the Tenderloin, which I grew up in. So when my parents moved us here, but when it comes to when we moved into this shithole, this place was Legend of Hell House bullshit. I'm talking like, everything you see in those horror movies we experienced here. Until the night of the broken circle and I got possessed by Tavush Malyak. And then after that, I came home and nothing ever happened again. Because whatever I brought home with me was badder than anything else. It
ran everything else out. So you had all the ghost type experiences like that then growing up.
Oh God, yeah. Well, it wasn't growing up. By that time I was about
teenager.
Yeah, 14, about 16. It was about 16 when we moved here. So it was after.
Did your father believe in it?
No, he couldn't do anything else. I mean, honey, just to describe the shit that would happen here, we'd have pants hung up to dry. They'd literally leap off of the stupid clothesline they were on and start dancing. Empty pairs of pants. Horrible thing to look at. You never want to see anything like that. We would just hear the heavy breathing all the while we were going to sleep at night, just right by the bed.
Oh my God, no, I would have left.
Then you'd open your eyes and you'd see the fucking glowing eyes. They'd be there. They'd really be, I'm not kidding. This would be it's just spoons and utensils would just drop off of what they were hanging on, the hooks they were hanging on, and just start dancing on the floor, clattering throughout the night. I mean, this is just on and on and on. Between the diabolical laughter and the knockings on the windows nonstop throughout the night. The stench of dead bodies. The stench of dead bodies would just pervade the house consistently. I mean, after the night of the broken circle, all that shit stopped. It just, yes, whatever I brought home was the baddest thing in the world.
Did your mother know? Did your mother and father know about what happened that night? Did you tell them then? Like, or
Well,
when?
they knew because there was no way to. I came home with bleach white hair. My hair was pure white. My hair turned white that night. So my natural hair color since that night is pure white, and so it's always dyed. You know, it's either V or my son dyes it for me, and and we experiment with different colors. I've tried different colors over the years, but you know, I'm not married to any particular color, but I'm told that black looks the most natural, and that's believable. But when it comes to the real natural,
What was it before that night? Yeah.
It was brownish. You know, the kind of normal Asian hair that an Asian would have, kind of like brownish towards blackish. You know, no real person has naturally black hair. Nobody has pure black hair. So it was more like with some kind of what you'd call almost like eggplant type streaks. The Solanus would call it. That was the red from my dad's Irish background, is what my mother always said. We would humor my dad because, you know, we wanted him to think I was a biological child, you know, or that obviously wasn't Asian, these red streaks that would come in, but they were probably from Hitler's background somewhere. But when it came to the natural hair color, all of that turned bleach white overnight during the night of the broken circle. So when I came home, I had to tell my parents about it, what had happened. And then after that, all the haunting stopped. And, you know, other people, of course, who have slept here overnight with me will claim that they see things. And I believe them. I mean, Laura Lee Solomon, she claimed that she saw this big bearded white guy walk through the wall, and that he had a shirt on with a football number on it. And when she told the football number to Bob Lacey, who was a former player for the Major League Baseball in San Francisco and Oakland, he said exactly who it was. He recognized who had that football number. Of course, I don't remember it, but he had told Laura Lee Solomon who the guy was, and she was shocked. So she had seen an actual dead football player walk through my wall, who was definitely a local San Francisco football player. Why he would be visiting this place is beyond me. But, you know, so people who are still here can experience something, but most of them choose, you know, to leave immediately. When Judith Ager came here to stay overnight, I always warned people about this, but they were all curious, and different people have come here to stay. And when Laura Lee Solomon stayed, she saw what she saw. When Judith Ager stayed, she could only stand a single night, but she had a much more pleasant experience. She saw my mother, and so she said that my mother comforted her, and so yeah, that was. So that was nice. And, you know, that's why I had a soft spot for Judith Ager. But, of course, she treats me like shit. My life insurance is made out to her, my Marine Corps life insurance. And she just felt so betrayed by me when she set the whole thing up, that basically claiming she was severing, claiming that she was serious, claiming she was severing. And so during that time, I wound up sleeping with that Lena Shea character. And that's when Judith Ager said, "Oh, you betrayed me." And it's like she was just setting it up so that she could say I betrayed her, really. And she hasn't spoken to me when she finally severed. Then she never spoke to me again. And this is the woman my life insurance is made out to. So I'm going to try and change that to somebody else. But at any rate, can't make it out to my son. A lot of people always ask that, and it makes sense. You know, why don't you make it out to your son? No, because first off, he's married somebody who's very wealthy, and that would be insulting to that individual, because that would be like saying that my son needs to be provided for by me when he doesn't need to be provided for by me. So you know, it's just one of those things where that it's just not something to be done. And so that being said, anyhow, dear lady, any other questions before I start into?
No, I think I've got it all. Well, actually, I was going to ask you, how long were you with her before you said she was miserable, like before she set you up? Like, how long were you together?
Judith Ager and I I'd say we knew each other for about 2 years. 2 years, and it's 3, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 years. It was like it was somewhere between everything really came to a crisis point or a head, I think, around 2000 and fuck, what year was it? I'd have to like really kind of look back and try to remember. It feels like not that long ago, but it must have been maybe 4 or 5 years ago by now, maybe, or maybe just 2 or 3. I've done a lot of trying to forget about it. It's one of these things where she lived in Hawaii, so she flew over here to see me a few times. That's what happened. And but we were talking all the time. We were on phone and Skype and stuff like that. And so it wasn't like, it just felt like, we were most certainly intimate. It's kind of like that story about Max Spears and Crystal River. So Crystal River, the girl I skipped when I was calling people because, she works. So Crystal River, and like I said, the Max Spears, as a matter of fact, here we are. I can show you this. Basically what had happened was that, again, screen share, so if you can see that. And by the way, we're dropping into chat for a few minutes. Anthony McGuire says, how big is the Temple of Set? Is it associated with lavender and holy wood? And did Heinrich Himmler and von Ribbentrop survive the war? Sorry, I meant LaVey, like Anton LaVey instead of lavender. I get it. Yeah. And Magus Anton Zandor LaVey, the man's full name and title, Magus Anton Zandor LaVey founded the first Church of Satan in the modern sense, which Michael Aquino was a part of, and then Michael Aquino schismatically severed from Anton LaVey's Church of Satan to establish the Temple of Set. And so they were affiliated. And yes, all affiliated with Hollywood. They were all affiliated with Hollywood. And so certainly Heinrich Himmler ultimately survived the war. Von Ribbentrop, you're talking about like a much older man. He survived World War I and then died shortly before World War II. He's the guy who, crazily enough, they made the villain in Wonder Woman, the movie, and she kills him. Like, why would they do that when the guy's a historical figure and she kills him in World War I when he survived World War I? So it's like, right. What is that? Is that like a separate timeline? Like, it's like, that became at that point like Inglourious Bastards, where they kill all the Nazis, all these Jewish guys. And it's like, well, that didn't historically happen. So what the fuck? I mean, it's like, why do they make movies like that? It doesn't even make any sense. It's like, are they coming at this from a total... our man's asking if he can come on. That was at 12:56 a.m. I don't know if that's now. That's probably too late, but let me see if I can give him a call and see if he answers. If he hopefully.
Who was that?
Yeah, that was Sammy Romero. Let's see. See if that's possible with him.
Why couldn't he come? Why couldn't he just because you started the call over, he probably couldn't get in.
Right. Yeah. So it says he's not there right now. So we'll see if he responds. Hopefully, I don't wake him up. God, that would kill me. I hate to wake some guy up while he's sleeping with his wife.
Or his baby.
Yes. Holy shit. Yes.
His wife will cuss you out if you wake the baby up. That's what's happening.
Yes. And let's take us. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this stupid thing here. See if it takes us to the messengers. Okay. So we see this young lady named Brooke. We see Peter Mood. What was it? Crystal. Yes. Here we are. So there we go. Crystal River. And so basically what had happened was I was just like, hey honey, did I ever share this particular painting I made of Max with you? Because I had found it in the files and had shared it with yourself. And that's when I showed her the painting that I had done years ago. And that's Max Spears.
Yes, that's what you showed me last week. That was it. Yep.
Right. And then that's when she said, oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Thank you. Never seen it before. Wow. And you know what? It would be just like him to send me a picture of himself for my birthday. Perfect. And I was like, oh shit, I forgot her birthday. Oh fuck, I am so fucked. Yes. And then, still haven't gotten that e-card up. But I told her, I was just looking through, found this in my files of scanned paintings, felt compelled to share it with you. And there really is so much more to life than we conventionally acknowledge. And so, she said it was him nudging you to do so, darling. No doubt about it. And so So there you go. I mean, that truly was magical. That is something to
So
really.
that was her boyfriend or fiance?
Yes, yes. She was the last woman he was really truly in love with before they killed him. So he had a very intimate, ongoing, virtual relationship with her, constantly talking to her on the phone and on Skype, kind of like what I was doing with Judith Agert to a large part. And so, so he was just a guy who was a victim of Michael Aquino himself. He had been raped by Michael Aquino, exploited by him, and so he had that horrible scar, that damage. He had that damage, and when I first met him, I was not impressed, but as I got to know him better, I got to appreciate what he had been through and why he was the way he was. But he wasn't like a completely repulsive person or something like that. As you can see, he was physically attractive, and he was certainly someone who it was just sad to see somebody so self-destructive because of the pain he was in. I mean, I would see him slam down, like a pharmacy bottle, those plastic pharmacy bottles of painkillers. He would like slam down like half a bottle at least in front of me, just swallow that many painkillers at once.
Oh my God.
That's a lot of pain to be in, to the point where the MDs told him that the one time he was taken to the hospital was when Lorian Ann Fenton, remember that fat bitch I told you about? That he was in.
You thought they hired her or something?
Yeah, oh God, yeah. She was definitely working with Aquino, but she was just handling people like Max Spears, myself. Aquino was basically telling her we were like lost boys to be rounded up, so she thought of herself as like a shepherd in that regard. And so then and by the way, thank you to Anthony McGuire. He's correcting me. That's Ludendorff I was thinking of as opposed to von Ribbentrop. I'm trying to remember von Ribbentrop. And he says, if Himmler survived war, where'd he go? And was he in conflict with the Temple of Set? The guy in Wonder Woman was Ludendorff, which I agree was absurd. Yes. So, thank you for correcting me. Himmler went to Unterland along with Adolf Hitler, who may have resurfaced because he might not have been able to have taken the heat in old age. That was one of the speculations. I'll go more in depth into that in the near future, since you asked. And if you don't know what I'm talking about with Unterland, that would be massive caverns within the Earth. It's not a hollow Earth, but much of the third.
That's what Georgia gone into, right?
To a degree. Yeah. Yes, and the tunnels that Ian West is going into has nothing to do with any of that. These tunnels are like very near the surface, very close to the surface that Ian West is talking about. So when it came to Max Spears, and what was I saying, darling, before?
Well, actually, you were mentioning what's her name, the fat one.
Oh yeah, the fat one. So what happened was she had taken him home, and he was so doped up, he fell asleep smoking. And so she basically, you're talking about somebody who's like literally over 350 pounds, maybe about 400 pounds. So getting up is not an easy task for her. So she was lying down in bed when she smelled smoke.
Oh my God.
That's when she waddled out of bed, down the stairs, and basically the lazy boy chair that our man Max was in was on fire, and she had to grab whatever she could to put it out. So she's basically putting out this fire with whatever she's got that she's slamming on the fire and depriving it of oxygen and shit. Fuck, all she had to do was basically throw her body on it and roll around a bit. But that would have killed Max,
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah. And so then when she was done putting that fire out, she was really pissed at him. And so she said, "You're not staying here. I'm taking you to the hospital." And she took him to the hospital. And the hospital said, well, he's overloaded on a lot of dope. And look, if he falls asleep, he's not going to wake up. He's going to die. So we are understaffed. So we're going to count on you to keep him awake. Just hold his hand and rub it hard and, slap him if you have to. But this is up to you. We don't have enough staff. And so they left her alone with him. And then finally she just said, oh, I can't do this any longer. I can't. And so she went up to the doctor and said, I can't do this any longer. And that's when the doctor said, look, we have an option, but we don't bring this up unless we absolutely have to. We can purge his body of these drugs, but we have to inject an element into him, a formula that is going to be extraordinarily painful. This is something that we can't do without the permission of his parents or his guardian. What's that?
So this is basically Narcan. I was wondering what I was wondering why they weren't giving him Narcan. So that's basically what they were going to do, is give him Narcan.
And they said that this would be, just incredible suffering, and we need his parents or his guardian, legal guardian, to sign off on this. And she said she was his legal guardian. So, and they accepted that. So there was either she had some paperwork that had been forged or produced, but because I know she had a history with him that she shared with me, that basically he would respond to certain hypnotic code words where he would flip into his child alter. And that's when she would tell him, oh, I'm your beautiful dream girl. And she would have him make love to her.
Oh.
So she would exploit him in this childlike alter state. So what happened was he was falling into that alter state while he was delirious. And then when the doctors poured that Narcan into him, basically they had a nurse do it, of course. That's beneath the doctor's dignity.
Nowadays they wouldn't have to have that. Legally, they will save your life with Narcan. But back then it was newer, and I'm assuming it was newer, or that was the type of what you're talking
2012. We're talking about 2012
yeah.
or something.
I mean, now they just give people Narcan if you're dying. They're going to give it to you. But you're going to wake up and you're going to hate them. Like,
right.
Every nurse I've ever talked to, they'd rather be dead because they feel like they're literally dying when they wake up.
Yeah. And by the way, I remember the name Joachim von Ribbentrop, but I'm not associating anything. I will get back to Sam, but for some reason the Joachim von Ribbentrop, well, obviously, right? I'm supposed to be a historian, but then again, I do a lot of drugs and I do my best to forget everything. So trying to remember Joachim von Ribbentrop. Let's see if I can ring any bells before I get back to this story, because this story really exposes something ugly about Joachim von Ribbentrop. Von Ribbentrop. Yes, well, von Ribbentrop was hanged. Yeah, so he was hanged. He was hanged at Nuremberg.
Where are you reading this at? Where did you read that, von Ribbentrop?
Oh! Just looked it up here. I can show you what I looked.
No,
up.
was it in the chat? Somebody said.
Yeah, it's what the guy was saying in chat. Was basically.
Oh, I just see it now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Joachim von Ribbentrop, but the guy in chat was asking about it. So live stream. If we go back there, it was Anthony McGuire. Anthony McGuire was. Joachim von Ribbentrop did not survive. He was hanged, which was, of course, totally unjust and just totally ridiculous. So all that being said, that was what it was. So when it came to the horror of what happened to Max Spears that night, so the nurse came in and injected him with a Narcan, and as soon as she injected him, then that's when Lori Ann Fenton said, okay, you can leave us alone now, I've got this. And so the nurse said, fine, we're understaffed, and went out. And then left him alone. Now, here's the horror. At this point, because of his delirium, this is the way Lori Ann Fenton described it to me, was that he had flipped into his child alter where he was like 9 years old and calling her mommy. And then when the Narcan was ejected, of course, he was in agony, like he was burning alive. So he sat up in bed and he's screaming like he's on fire. And while that's going on is when she started to masturbate. So she's basically masturbating to some young child in terrible pain.
What an evil bitch. Oh my God, that's so gross and sick.
Yes, to say the least. I'm sorry if you don't laugh. You're gonna cry. I mean, it's just.
I can't laugh at that just because I've already pictured a 400-pound woman now masturbating.
Yes, masturbating. Yes, while this kid
while somebody's screaming, dying.
While this young man is screaming in a state of a 9-year-old child processing in the state of a 9-year-old child. Mommy, why? Mommy, why? I mean, this is what got her off, was he kept screaming, Mommy, why? Why are they doing this? Why? Why are you letting them do this to me? Why am I burning? Mommy, why am I burning? And then she's just jacking off. This is so horrible.
She told the story?
Yes.
Like she was fucking proud of the story?
Yes.
How could you sit there and listen to it and not just slap the fuck out of her?
She's told me this on the phone, for one thing. That just, so I got that excuse. I had that excuse. But bear in mind, I didn't really know these people at that time. I was just getting to know these people, like Max Spears. I knew her better than Max Spears. I was just thinking of these as just a bunch of incredibly damaged people without any real... I didn't really get to know them till later. And when I got to know him later, then I reflected back on, that was when I was becoming increasingly alienated from her. And ultimately, I can't remember whether that was before or after I fired her. It must have been right before, but definitely it was... No, I mean, this was, but believe me, understand this much. Again, I've been dealing with criminals and evil people all of my life. Remember what I said about growing up surrounded by people talking about how they were fucking kids and how, you know, I couldn't fit into it till it took the ice bath, that kind of shit. So, you know, so when it comes to,
it doesn't surprise you the way it does me. Like, every story you tell about stuff like that just is literally shocking to me.
Thank you. So just remember, I grew up hearing this kind of shit. You know, so guys who would be talking about fucking young girls saying it was so tight, it was like fucking an ant. You know, I mean, this is the kind of crap you grow up with in the background. So it's like birds chirping after a while. So when she said all this, I've been so exposed to this kind of, you know, and what I dealt with Michael Aquino, a man who literally ate cadavers in front of me. This is something...
He ate dead people?
Oh, God, yes. I brought this up in the past. I don't want to overdwell on it right now, but it was some young boy that he was training to be a thanatophage. Just so you understand what that means, thanatos is the Greek word for death. Phage means to eat someone. So an anthropophage would be someone who eats people. A thanatophage is someone who eats cadavers. And so the reason they would engage in this is because if you're the kind of sensitive who's born with this gift or curse or talent, whatever you call it, eating these people, you gain their memories. You understand what they experienced in life. It becomes your memories. You can gather that. It's not everybody. It's only a certain kind of person who has that kind of genetic proclivity. So there was one young man who had it, that he was training into coming into his own with this ability in front of me, because he had this ability, Michael Aquino, a thanatophagic ability, to get a dead man or woman's secrets by eating them. And so,
okay, but how would you find out you had that ability? It sounds more like a curse or some ritual he did.
This is how you find out. Satanic ritual abuse often has to do with thanatophagy, so that people can discover whether these gifts, quote unquote, or curses are carried by the people who they're abusing. Satanic ritual abuse often has to deal with forcing children to eat cadavers or bits of cadavers. That's how it's uncovered or discovered.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I wish I'd never even known that.
Yeah, there you go. See, the things you learn when you hang out with Douglas Dietrich. Yes. Oh, that's there we
You
have
had a
it.
piece of you stolen. I just had a piece of me stolen. I think just
Oh, by the way, to JG, so he says you're defaming Scott Ritter. I mean, really? Then he says the Yazidi...
Remind me, yeah, he said that. So he did say the Yazidis are Kurdish.
Kurdish, which is not true. I mean, you tell that to the Kurds. See how they respond. Yeah, they're not going to respond positively to that. Your average Kurd would be very offended because everybody around the Yazidis looks at them as devil worshippers. So then he follows up with stateless. Yes, they are stateless, and so they need a state. But yeah, in the case of what was I talking about? No, we were talking about.
Fucking no, I don't. We don't. We're
Okay,
eating
so we're giddy enough where I better start monologuing, honey. So,
yes. By the way, who was Scott Ritter again?
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're defaming Scott Ritter. I mean, really? So Scott Ritter was that Marine Corps intelligence officer who then was basically on the side of humanity, basically saying the Americans were falsifying their evidence for weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. So then the Americans took him down, by basically having a cop call him up, or basically a cop get online and say he was a young girl. And then Scott Ritter said, all right, when, I'm a young girl, can we meet? My parents are going to buy me my first gym clothes tomorrow. So I'd like someone to see how I look in them. Oh yeah, let's rendezvous. And I'm defaming this man. Really? Really? I mean, this guy did a number on himself. This guy is an idiot, okay? I mean, he's not even a good criminal. He's not even a good predator. He's just an idiot who's thinking with his dick. And so it got him all excited to think of some underage girl in her gym outfit. And it's like, what a dork. And so then when the cop says, I'm a cop, either you turn yourself in or, we're coming to arrest you. At that point, all he had to do was go into denial mode and say, I miscommunicated, I didn't understand. And, but no, he turned himself in. It was like, so how am I defaming this guy? How am I defaming this guy?
Well, how did he get killed after turning himself in?
He didn't get killed. Scott Ritter's still alive.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he got out of jail recently, and they were interviewing him, and he's doing all this pro-Russian bullshit, because he's all bitter, he's all bitter about what happened to him. And so he's doing all this pro-Russian shit about the NATO started the war by getting too close to Russia. But by the way, anyone who believes that bullshit, understand this. All those countries joined NATO voluntarily because they hate Russia. It's not like NATO, went in there with guns and rolled in with tanks like the Russians did. No, NATO just didn't even say, hey, come and join us. It's all these people begged to join NATO. Everybody who's in NATO begged to fucking join NATO because of the fucking Russians. So anybody who buys that bullshit about, oh, boo-hoo, the Russians lost all their friends because NATO, came along and did what? Occupy them? I mean, really? I mean, how stupid can you fucking be?
Because they kept taking land. I mean, look what they did. They'd already taken part of Ukraine. What part did they take a few years ago?
Yeah, the Crimea. Yeah,
the Crimea.
Yeah.
So I mean, then they wonder why Ukraine's trying to get a part of NATO because I mean, there you go. What else are they going to do? Because they already knew exactly what was going to fucking happen when it should have happened.
Yes, thank you. I mean, really. Oh my God, what some people say, it's beyond me.
Well, you had someone on your. That's why I wanted to clarify. It was really on our last. I was just asking a lot of questions, but to clarify, and you spoke enough. I listened to enough of your broadcast because I didn't get asked to be sure that we were on the same page because I felt like we were about Russia and Ukraine. And the reason I asked that is because when you put your Facebook, you send your link out the day of before the broadcast. One of the women had gone on there when I was asking. Remember, I asked you what that meant, that German phrase or whatever. Mm-hmm. One of the women that had gone on there and liked it and made a few comments. I clicked on her page because I thought maybe I would get an idea as to what it meant there. But then I realized on her page, it was all did you see Putin's it was all pro Putin. It was all about. So then I was like, well, she's on here loving Dietrich. So what the? I was very confused.
Is that Shauna Bando? Was that Shauna Bando?
If you go on your post from not today, but the last one on Facebook.
Okay. Yeah. Let me do that for a second here. Let me go onto that post on Facebook. And it wouldn't surprise me, honey. There's so many people who really, when it comes to my page, they're just there for the pretty pictures.
Yeah, I guess, but you have to share the screen if you find it.
Let me see. So let me do the screen share. Here we are. So here's a screen share. Starting that again. So coming down to was it this post?
Yes, it was this post. So then go down and see who
left comments. Right.
Yes, it would have been the comments.
I bet I know who it was, and it's probably this one, right?
Yes, I think it might. I think
Yes.
Go on. If you click on her name, you can go on there.
Right. So if we go on there, it's probably going to be. So we see the normal, anti-Biden stuff. Okay. So then we go down further, and You know,
There was something with like Putin's speech.
it wouldn't surprise me. That would make perfect sense. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, she's just really, you know, there for the pretty pictures, and you know, other than that, my understanding is she's very, very pro Putin, very right wing. I mean, you have no idea how common that is. I get so much of that. There's a lot of these people are exactly like that. So it's what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You just, you know, I do what I do, they do what they do. You know, the
Yeah,
funny,
I just thought it was so odd. But I was like, am I? Maybe I misunderstood you. I was thinking maybe I misunderstood.
By the way, I totally fucking believe you. I totally fucking believe you. The
Yeah,
weird
if
thing
it's
is,
not her, it's another girl. But there was somebody on there. That
well, it wouldn't surprise me if it was her, because, you know, I know a little bit about that. Oh God, mom's all settled in. Well, there's mom. Ooh, ouch. Okay, so okay, moving back from that. It that you know, reminds me of Deanna there. Kind of. But let me see now, see if there's anyone else that might ring a bell with us when it comes to, shall we say, who else it might be.
Unless it's the good morning person or that person down there with the gun. I don't know. I clicked on a female's
it wouldn't surprise me with any of these might be that. It's you know, it's definitely, how would I say, but definitely probably the one we both thought. It's probably, you know, probably Shauna, but definitely it's not uncommon. And because believe me, the internet is just seething with this what's called basically Russian propaganda. And as I've explained before, and this is something that actually that doofus Daniel Arola, who used to run with, he used to make memes based on what I said, which was the quote that American alternative media is Russian propaganda spoken in English. And this is unfortunate. Most people who are seeking alternative information find themselves just in the grip of this Russian soft war, this hybrid warfare information campaign, misinformation. The Russians call it desinformatia, and they took it to a high art. This is what they call their soft power, and that they felt that they were going to overturn much of the world with this. They were on the verge of doing so, really. And then Putin fucked it all up by invading and really, you know, blew himself away. It's like he shot himself in the foot.
Yeah, because everybody, I mean, every Trumper was pro-Russian for sure.
They
and
were.
now
Yeah.
some of them, at least some of them, not all of them, but some of them have at least seen some of the horrible things, and I don't know how they couldn't. But then again, I don't know. And some of them,
You don't know how they were so suckered in the first, right? I mean,
right?
like,
So that's what I say. Yeah, like
it's
a hard thing to understand.
Yeah, the Russians were fairly sophisticated. They weren't very sophisticated. This is what makes it even worse. They weren't even very sophisticated about it, but they were sophisticated enough where your average stupid American really got suckered in by them. And certainly Trump and all of his cultists were very pro-Russian. And it's something that it's at least now they don't try to do it out loud too much. It's only a few of them will do it out loud. They're pro-Russian propaganda, but most of them will at least pay lip service to anti-Putin.
That's why I couldn't believe somebody was on there on your page, and then when I went on her page, and it was like Putin had just given that speech about how he was going to, you know, his last big speech that he was, you know.
I know what you're saying is true. I know what you're saying is true, and believe me.
And she was all like, you know, like this was
gushing.
Great.
She was
great.
Gushing. Yeah, the word you're searching for is she was gushing over this shit and promoting it and spreading this shit. Yeah, I know. It's oh, honey, I mean, you have no idea how many listeners to me are still like that. It's like, you know, you do wonder. It's like and like,
are they listening? Are they listening?
I don't know if they're listening. She's probably never really listened.
Are they? That's what I'm saying. Are they actually listening? Do they know?
No, they check in every once in a while. I think they like to look at the pictures. Then they check in every once. In her case, it's got to be like that. And
because if she listened to what you actually said, why would she want to listen to you if she completely feels the opposite way? That's my point. It's almost like I don't understand really what he's saying.
It's like you said, she's not listening. I mean, every once in a while she'll come into the chat room. Every once in a while she'll pop in, but it's like, you know, once a month or something like that, and she'll just say hi. But the reality is that she's just yeah, she's on a totally different trip, and there's all kinds of people like that.
She thinks that you're saying things probably in like a secret hidden agenda, and that you're pro Putin, and then this is like a, you see what I'm saying?
I wouldn't even go. It's too deep. That's too deep. No, it's more like she just looks at the pictures really, and just you know, at least I got her to stop sending me pictures of those Korean muscle boys. Okay, that was really just irritating the hell out of me. You know, I
do what?
She was sending me like pictures, like you've seen on her timeline all the Korean boy bands, right? Like these Asian boy bands. That's all over her timeline. She was sending me pictures of these muscle boys and shit, and I was just, you know, I finally got her to stop doing that. So she like maybe thought that was like would turn me on or something, but it's not the direction I swing in. So, you know, I let her know that. Maybe she thought I would find them like appetizing because I drink blood. I don't even know if she knows that about me. I really, you know, with these people.
And I assume it was her. There was, you know, one or two other girls' names on there. I will go back and find it for sure, unless they've deleted it. But I don't want to say it was her if it wasn't.
No. You don't need to. I know that if anyone would have done that, it would have been her. And I know there's plenty of others that would have, because I've seen her stuff in the past, and it was all like radicalized right wing. Believe me, I get it. So yeah. So at any rate, honey. So I'll try and do monologue now. I love you dearly beyond expression. Do me a favor and leave the phone on and on the charger.
Well, you're not on the phone, so you're on the computer.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, so the computer will be on. I'm gonna mute it, and then obviously I don't know why you lost it last week. You said it was yours though. Then later, I don't know if you.
Oh, it had nothing to do with you. It had nothing to do with you at all. I know that. No, it was my internet. So just so people understand, and I want you to understand this as well. I confronted Comcast Xfinity about why my bill was so high, and I told you about this. That's when the woman asked me, what do you do with your computer? And I thought, that's so fucking invasive. But of course I didn't complain because that would make me sound defensive. And then she'd automatically know I spend all day cruising for porn and jerking off, right? Because that's what every other guy does. I don't even know why she bothered to ask. What the fuck do you think I do with my computer? But
you couldn't even think about the fact.
And like I said, it took me several moments. And that's when I thought, oh yeah, there's this show I do. That's when I told her, oh yeah, there's a show I do twice a week. And then when I explained that to her, it was like, oh, thank you for sharing that. Like it was a pleasant surprise. Like, oh wow.
She was waiting for you to come with that.
Yeah.
I don't look at porn.
Yeah. She was waiting for me to come up with some defensive bullshit. Like, why are you asking me that? Why would you know, something about American privacy or some such bullshit, right? You know, but no, so, but anyhow, then she got knocked off. I was on the phone call with her, and then the phone call got knocked off on my cell phone because, you know, there's all kinds of problems with that. And then I had to call back, and then the next guy I talked to, then, you know, I was complaining about this package that I was told would take the price down. And anyhow, so what he said was, look, where we're at right now, the best we can do for you is to lower your internet speed, and it'll be a lot cheaper, and you don't need that much internet speed. You know, and you can still produce your show. And, but that probably is a factor that I got knocked off. It had to do with less internet speed, and perhaps sometimes it just gets overwhelmed. It probably can't handle too much bandwidth. It just a thought. It could have been somebody started working on the lines or something. It could have been like fucking Comcast Xfinity did some midnight maintenance on their line. Because whenever they do something sometimes to do something with the physical lines.
They'll do it at odd hours.
They'll do it at odd hours, and those will be the hours that I'm active, either jacking off or hosting, right? A transmission. Some people might say it's a different variant of the same thing, but, you know, that being said, you know.
Well, you know, it's too bad you can't get, what is it? They said, what was it? You know, they have that free phoner thing, and then, like, if you get food stamps, they advertise here.
No,
anyway.
This is the the name of the program I'm going to try and get on. So I'll explain a bit about that. It's funny because, like, when I was in the hospital the other day, and, you know, some of these programs I only find out through the years, and so what you're talking about is, let me find that here, because that's the program I'm going to get on. But it's the, like, it's a federal program where there's some there's some discount taken off of the bill. So here's the problem, was that the Comcast is, you know, I've got to get them to change this. I got to walk into the Xfinity office, and that's what I'm going to do hopefully this month. But what happened is that the Comcast is still in my father's name. And the reason why was because there's no senior discount at Comcast. So since there's no senior discount at Comcast, all they kept telling me was, you know, it'll be a pain in the ass to change it to your name. So just leave it in your dad's name, because this way we can just sell you a new package every year anyway, and it's in his name. But this way we're counting all the years your dad was a client, and this way you get this free flex box or whatever, and you know, you get certain benefits as a diamond customer, because you know, it's counting my dad and my, you know, from the year he was alive, it basically I've been like a Comcast customer for 25 fucking years or something like that. So, you know, not that that meant too much to me, but as a diamond customer, they did take me very seriously, and they were always profoundly helpful. So that's really what counts. They gave me the stupid Flexbox. I've never even opened the goddamn Flexbox. I don't even know what that stupid thing to do with that shit. So
what is a Flexbox?
I have no fucking idea. No fucking idea. They gave me a free Flexbox, and they said, don't forget to enjoy your Flexbox. You know, I have no idea what it even is. Where to plug it in? Up my ass? I mean, I don't know what the fuck to do with that thing. So I never opened the box. But I have to return that and basically tell them to change it to my name and get on the Affordable Connectivity Program. That's what you're talking about, is the Affordable Connectivity Program. Yes. And so that's what I need to get on. So I'll be, you know, walking into their office hopefully sometime this month and doing that. So fortunately, that's in an area it won't be too hard to do. But you know, that being said, so we've got that straightened up.
Since we were on the internet, I figured I would bring that up. Especially since they're trying to downgrade you and say you should get this. Although it's very much the opposite here, I will say. Here, they'll say you're a great customer, but they will not offer you a new rate.
Wow. But it's like every year you just try to get on a new package, and it's supposed to be like...
we try a new package, but you can't get the brand new customer package. There'll always be a brand new customer package that is cheaper, and they'll say you can't have that because it's only for brand new customers. Wow. So we just always switched it back and forth. So I'll switch when my husband was here, we'd switch it back and forth in our names. Now I switch it back and forth in my dad's name. Okay. We'll go like all three of us. My dad has 2 accounts. He's 2 different people. They don't even know. Like one of them just...
Cool.
His middle name, one was just, I mean, because if you call them, they will literally tell you, I'm sorry, but it's only for new customers. Well, and we're out of contracts. There's no contract. It's just, that's how it is. So I wonder if they were also charging you more, and if you had gone and looked at the new customer rates, there may have been cheaper ones. But they'll treat you wonderfully. Like, oh yeah, she's a diamond one.
Well here's what really counted was that over the years, my show kept getting knocked off of bandwidth. And every time they did their best to truly help. I mean, they ultimately kept sending engineers over to the point where they finally installed some, box outside my home and shit. So, I mean, you know, they really did go out of their way to do that. So,
yeah.
But
well, that's good. Well,
yeah. I mean, it's always worked out for me. The Meals on Wheels now. What had happened was my parents were on Meals Forever. I was recognized as their care provider. And then for a while, Meals on Wheels was offering meals to the care providers. And it really was too much. We had to ask them to stop because it was just, you know, too much food. And then what happened was my parents died. And then I got on the Meals on Wheels through, not Meals on Wheels, because Meals on Wheels can only deliver to people who are 65 and older.
That's why I didn't understand. Yeah, that's why I was...
the way I get on is through the Goldman, it used to be Goldman, now they took away the Goldman Institute of Aging, in which the Institute on Aging in San Francisco wound up purchasing the Presidio Military Base Library I used to work in. So
ironic.
Yes, wow. Yes, beyond ironic. And so the Institute on Aging, which helped my parents get on certain programs, I grandfathered in through them. And what they do is they are dealing with people under 65 who are like AIDS-ridden or bedridden or have something that renders them generally homebound. And by the way, just so people understand this, generally I am in a very real sense homebound. I have no public transportation that's easily used in San Francisco, which because the public transportation in San Francisco, while considered one of the best in America compared to other cities, is still a pain in the ass. But usually I use cabs. As a matter of fact, I tried to avoid the bus like a plague because I grew up using the municipal system in San Francisco, and it fucking sucks ass. But all that being said, that would lead into horror story after horror story. But in the case of otherwise, it's basically my son or gang brothers or somebody picking me up and taking me in their cars. It's I can walk to certain areas in San Francisco because it is congested enough to do that. But as a whole, generally I'm either here or I'm out of here. Carried by somebody else. But
you qualified because of your.
It was the post-traumatic stress disorder combined with what was originally probably when I originally got on it. It might have been. Couldn't have been because of the mechanical injuries. It probably ultimately was just the fact it was the post-traumatic stress disorder. And
what mechanical injuries?
Mechanical injuries is what they mean when your body is injured as opposed to the brain. And in those days, it would have been my lung collapses. My multiple lung collapses were originally why I got on Social Security, but I had to sacrifice my Social Security to take care of my parents because when I was recognized as their care provider, then I was considered employed. So they took my Social Security away.
You can't get it back now?
No, can never get it back. So because, for one thing, it worked out far better. It worked out far better because when I was considered employed, taking care of my parents for all those years, over 10 years, then all the money that I paid went into paying for SSDI insurance, among so many other things I was paying into, all my taxes, all my, share of cost, all the money went back to the state. And so I was able to apply for SSDI, and because I couldn't get back on Social Security, the SSDI had to count my disability as mental, my post-traumatic stress disorder. And just so people understand this isn't just finding some sympathetic psychiatrist to vouchsafe for you and say, yeah, this guy's fucked up. This is, when it comes to post-traumatic stress disorder, it's not a mental illness. Not that there should be any shame or disgrace with mental illness. Now, granted, we all have a sour taste in our mouth left by Jameson Reese because this was this fucker I would often say that about because he was clearly mentally disturbed, but he was also truly evil. Okay, that's very different. Most mentally disturbed people are victims, and they are much more prone to be victims of violence than to carry out violence. So just so people understand this. But that being said, post-traumatic stress disorder is not a mental illness. It's a psychological injury that is as injurious as if you've lost a limb because it truly warps your brain. Physically, your frontal lobe becomes distortedly large because and various other areas of the brain become physically changed. So it physically changes the shape of the brain. So your brain no longer functions normally. It begins to process on a trigger alarm alert system, which is why I went into meltdown the last episode. And so when it comes to the how the brain responds like that, it's under a CAT scan or a CT scan or an MRI. My brain is physically changed to the point where it's identifiable as post-traumatically stress disorder. So it's based on physiological reality, not on anything a psychiatrist or psychologist said, though they back that up, of course, with behavior patterns, of course, and their input is vital. It's a vital factor, but the real dominant factor is the imaging. So my brain literally reflects my post-traumatic stress disorder. My brain is literally deformed by it, just so people understand that.
Well, they've come so far with that. Obviously, I told you my grandfather was a Marine in World War II, and he came back. I was an accountant, and he just held it all in and just went to work and raised his kids. And then my memory of him, I have very limited memories of him being able to drive and take me to church when I was like 3 or 4 with them. And then he was about to retired in his 60s, and then he just became a different person suddenly, like not on any medication. Like he literally just quit wanting to eat. They quit wanting to. He would start saying things like, "I can't get out of the chair," just like very, to the point that they took him to shock therapy. They diagnosed him. He would shake. Sometimes they tried Parkinson's. They put him on Xanax. See, PTSD was not known then at all. Like it wasn't. It wasn't
By the way,
something
when you
during
talk
this
about the
time.
shakes, the term to use there is tremulous. He became tremulous.
Yes.
Is the
Okay.
symptom.
So we didn't, and so they didn't know any of that. So and then they said maybe it's Parkinson's, but it wasn't Parkinson's. Then they figured that out. They never had an answer, and he died. And they never had an answer.
What's so bizarre about this is everything you say is true, but just to put this into some perspective for you, in the days of World War One, they had the term that they called shell shock. And so these were men who were artillery shells, various other traumas that they were exposed to, left them just horrible to look at. You could see these people just tremulous and on camera. I mean, this is like old World War One footage, where these men are like so fucked up that you can see that they're just irretrievable. So they used that term. By the time that World War II came along, they did have the term battle fatigue or combat fatigue. The problem with your grandfather, like so many of these soldiers or servicemen, was that he was holding it all in, so he wasn't diagnosed at the time. So that's the problem. So because he was not diagnosed at the time with what little they had conceptualized, because they had been conceptualizing this since World War One, but the problem is, unless you're immediately going to manifest symptoms to
They don't associate it with war. They didn't associate it with war at all.
and so that's the problem, and in that sense, it's like they're fucking idiots. Yeah.
After he passed, my mother and my grandmother happened to. For some reason, they had to go to the VA hospital, and they were meeting with a doctor that had never met with him, but for some reason they were telling this doctor the story, and he said, "I can tell you exactly what your dad had," and this was several years after he died. And she said, "What?" Because nobody ever could. She said he had PTSD, he had all the classic symptoms of PTSD. But see, that was when it was finally. They were starting to acknowledge it, and then acknowledge also that it could manifest like that later. But I mean, never. They were given a million stories, and just nothing really. I mean, he was put on shock therapy. They did shock therapy treatments on it.
I mean, which is extreme, and that shows that they understood that this was a mental issue. It shows that much. Because that's how they treated people with mental issues in those days, was with shock therapy. So they recognize that much, but they're thinking of him as like a crazy old man as opposed to a combat veteran.
Right.
So, yeah, this is just horrible. Of course, it's horrible. At the same time, the thing is that where they've come to the point to recognize a complex post-traumatic stress disorder in someone like myself, the horror is you have a lot of phonies out there, true leeches and parasites, in the VA system, who are servicemen who have never seen a day in combat, who are taking advantage of this, and they're getting all these benefits. And one of my primary stalkers, Richard K. Cole Jr., is one of those people who's never seen a day of combat, yet gets 60% disability based on post-traumatic stress disorder. And this is a guy who gets paid by your government to spend all day stalking me and recruiting other people to stalk me. So this is the kind of crap we were dealing with. This is what we were kind of bringing up, and you don't need to hear that horror story right now. You'll learn more about it as you learn more about me in the future. And this is, of course, why I'm cautious, even around yourself, because you showed up after I took a lot of these people down. So you understand the caution there.
Right.
And
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I didn't know you had so many enemies. I probably would have just never showed up anyway. Now I'm already on a hit list.
But like I said, yeah, they'll call you. Don't be intimidated. Don't be intimidated. If you ignore them and just ignore them, you don't even need to tell them to fuck off. Just hang up. Just ignore them. Be a wall. You want to be a blank wall to these stalkers. If you just be a blank wall to them, they'll go away. It's only people who are silly enough, ridiculous enough to respond to these people that get sucked into it.
Narcissists feed on energy. They feed on other people's energy. You got to give it back to them.
Yes, yeah, that's right. And So, but yeah, they'll call everybody that they can, anyone who's affiliated with myself. And like you heard Brendan Zogit talk about being attacked, you don't need to worry about that. With Brendan Zogit, he had a connection with these people. Don't forget, he was taking drugs from this guy. Miguel Andahar was sending him magic mushrooms in the fucking mail. So he was like bonded to this individual.
Yeah, he was opening himself up. He opened those doors.
And that's so you just you don't need to worry about any of that. And but at least we get to warn you about that publicly. So in that case, honestly, you have nothing to fear. So let's put it this way: it's kind of like what Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, the Reich's propaganda minister of the Third Reich, said when it came to the early surveillance state and keeping an eye on people and their activities. And what he said was, you have nothing to fear if you have nothing to hide. And it's actually a very honest statement, and it makes perfect sense. So when it comes to these people, you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear.
I have nothing to fear, even if for people that are that evil. Like my thing is, I don't fear. Actually, it's like I kidded you about that. I was like, oh, I better not, but I never got afraid, because I have learned fear is just like I look at good and evil, like we discussed. To me, the opposite of so good to me is I see as love, ultimate, pure light and love, and the very opposite of light and love and good energy is fear. Truly, hate and fear, because fear is what breeds. That's what they feed on, right? So as long as you're not afraid and feeding fear to me feeds that energy. So it's just like I told you when I had that one experience with the dark, the only time I've ever had anything close to what you had. And I was getting so into the ghost stuff and all of that and going on these things. Well, it was just because I liked just enough of the fear, right? Well, I opened myself up to that. And then when I was really afraid, I was, not doing this anymore. I'm not inviting this into my life. So I just believe I believe fear itself is, like you said, like you have to, I don't even know what way to put it. I mean, you're right. You have nothing to be afraid of, but fear itself is what you should be afraid of. Like, don't be afraid, because it's the fear that really causes you to be weak. Yes. Right? If you're weak, if you're afraid, you're weak, and you're opening yourself up. Yes. I guess that's the way I kind of see it. Not that you can't be afraid of falling off a 20-story building, but
Actually, you know what happens is the Japanese did experiments with this, with these extreme contests that they hold, and they get people to do extreme things. And Japanese TV is infamous for just notorious things that they do that people do on their shows, and they put people through what would be totally illegal in the West. But they would take people up on harnesses. They would take them up on harnesses to different heights and throw them off buildings. This is in a safety harness, but mind you, I do need to reemphasize. And so they would do that in these kinds of television shows. What they found out was that you get past a certain height, people are no longer afraid, because it's up to a certain point where the human person is afraid. After like maybe about 20 stories, they stop being afraid. It's basically because when you get up to certain heights, they know that you can survive and be crippled the rest of your life, spinal paralyzed, basically a living death. That's why people are still afraid. But they take them up like 100 stories, and at that point, people are no longer afraid because they realize they're just going to die.
Right. Well, I think that, and the fact that let's just look at 9/11. Like, I think people, or anything, if you have time to think about dying, and time like, oh shit, I'm going to burn to death, or I'm going to jump out, I think there's a fear that can come in there. But I had a wreck last year, and how I'm alive, I do not know. I was in rush hour traffic on 85, our busiest interstate that goes to Atlanta, and it was raining, and I was on the inside passing lane, and I wasn't going that fast, but I was doing like 80, 85, and there were semis, trucks, of course, everywhere, and cars around me everywhere, and I just spun out. And when I started spinning, I just remember spinning, slamming in the wall. And then as I'm spinning around in circles, I see the semi trucks, 2 of them, and they're headed directly at me. I don't know how, I just knew they were going to hit me, but I had no time to be afraid. It's like that moment that I knew I was like, I don't know how I lived through that. They both went around me. They were able to go around the car, and I don't know how because it's still spinning. I hit the wall 3 times and spinning in circles and spun out through all 3 lanes and then back through all 3 lanes. And I mean rush hour traffic. And our rush hour means it's not bumper to bumper. Our rush hours, everybody's doing 75. I mean, the slowest car may be doing 65, but everybody's flying, and these trucks are doing 75 miles an hour, and I'm right in front of them, and I'm spinning out. So how I'm alive, I don't know. That was a miracle in itself, but I wasn't hurt at all. The car was completely totaled, but the trucks avoided me. But I just say that because there's times where you just like when you hear people die like that fast, like you don't even have time to think about it. Like you don't even have time. Like if somebody just threw me off a building and I didn't have time to know they were going to throw me off the building, there's no fear, right? Because by the time I'm fucking falling, I'm going to hit the fucking ground. I mean, like, you see what I'm saying? It's like I would have been, if that truck had hit me, I mean, it depends on how high you are. Of course, if you're on a parachute way up, yeah. But if that truck had hit me, I had no fear. I would have been dead. But I would have had no fear because I didn't have time to be afraid.
No, I understand. No, I understand everything you're saying. And just so to put this in some perspective, when, like you said about the building thing, depending on how high you are, there would probably be some time to think about it. But it's like you said, it doesn't mean you'd be afraid. And not that fear is a bad thing. I mean, it's perfectly natural to be afraid. But it's more like the fear of pain for most people than the fear of death necessarily. Yeah, I mean, all of this is yeah. Thank you for sharing that story and that experience. And so, what I'll do now, say goodnight to our listeners.
I'm gonna put you on mute. You have a good night, and it's your birthday coming up, everybody. Don't forget.
Oh God, no, October 20th. October 20th. That's like 2
I know.
weeks.
I know. We gotta plan for it. We gotta have a party.
Yes, we'll do something. Yes. Yeah. Oh fuck. Let me check the calendar. Is that like a transmission night? Fuck, I haven't even given it a thought. No, thank God. It's a transmission day in the sense that I could do a transmission the night before into the next day. We'll see if I decide to do that or not.
Celebrate whatever closest transmission you do will have to be your birthday celebration.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
For our Libra baby. All right. Well, you have a good night. Everyone have a good night that's on here. I'm going to go mute, and you enjoy your rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Or morning. I guess morning.
Love you dearly. And
right,
just so you know, the day after my birthday will be World War II Victims Remembrance Day. So that's fitting, isn't it? Yes. So, honey.
Wow. Yeah. That's a little odd, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yes.
You have a lot of, yes.
I have a lot of what? Synchronicities, yes?
Yes, there you go. All right, have a good one.
Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Okay, and so what we'll do is get into this hot and heavy, and I do want people to know just how lost and drowning many people feel in my golden state of California. A lot of people feel like they're lost at sea. There's some recent harrowing statistics where a lot of people have expressed that at the very least they feel some form of not good. A poll of young adults in California found that more than 75% reported anxiety in the last year, and upward of 50% reported depression. More than 30% said they had suicidal thoughts. An annual survey that measures Angelenos, the Los Angeles population's satisfaction with their lives, fell 5 points compared with last year. At 53 out of a possible 100, it was the lowest score since that particular survey began in 2016. So if any of my fellow Californians are listening tonight and you feel like you're struggling, you're not alone. So how worried should we all be about nuclear escalation by Russia and North Korea? Well, North Korea launched a ballistic missile over the Empire of Japan and into the sea yesterday, day before yesterday by now, Tuesday, flying farther than in any previous test and purportedly capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. With the world anxiously watching mounting nuclear threats from Moscow, Kim Jong-un has just reminded everyone that he too has the means to cause mass destruction. So North Korea fired a nuclear-capable ballistic missile over Japan. Japan urged residents to take shelter just yesterday, day before yesterday by now, after North Korea fired a ballistic missile without warning over the empire for the first time in 5 years. Experts concur the highly provocative and potentially dangerous act by Kim Jong-un regime represents a major escalation in its weapons testing program. The missile traveled over northern Japan and is believed to have landed in the Pacific Ocean. While no damage was reported, the unannounced missile launch triggered a rare J alert. That's a system designed to inform the public of emergencies and threats. In such emergencies, alerts are sent out via sirens, through radio stations, and to individual smartphone users. The Japanese Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, strongly condemned the launch as outrageous. This is North Korea's 23rd missile test this year. But then in Europe, we have a stunning victory, of course, that is being carried out by the Ukrainians, who are retaking territory at a very fast clip. This is something that, is completely contrary to Putin signing his annexation order, even as Ukraine advances on the front. Mobilization cannot save Russia's doomed war. Putin's decision to send untrained, under-equipped, and largely unwilling men to fight in Ukraine will be a slaughter with little modern precedent. Russian troops are being trained to be cannon fodder. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has signed into law measures that claim to annex 4 Ukrainian regions into the Russian Federation in violation of international law. Western leaders have said the claimed annexations of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson are the result of sham referendums, which will never be recognized. This comes as Moscow is losing territory to Ukraine's military by the day. How Russia plans to hold on to the 4 regions remains unclear, at least in the short term. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov previously said the Russian Empire will attempt to retake the territory at a later date, and that campaign will likely involve some of the 300,000 reservists being called up as part of a partial mobilization ordered by Putin himself yestermensis last month. So here we are, 7 months after the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin pledged that his special military operation to eradicate the Ukrainian nation would never require a general mobilization of Russia's men. The flagging leader has doubled back on his word, sparking outrage across Russia itself, declaring that 300,000 reservists, nominally those with previous military service, would be mobilized. The deadly combination of unrest at home and an ever more limited military apparatus facing down an increasingly better armed Ukrainian army means that even if Moscow can meet its recruitment goals, Putin's mobilization is doomed to fail. Momentum continues to be on Ukraine's side. Its armed forces are doubling down on their successful offensive in the east, and the United States announced a new tranche of long-term military support, including more than doubling Ukraine's stock of HIMARS, the devastating artillery rocket system that was crucial to Ukraine being able to take the fight to more occupied territories. The Ukrainian public has retained and even strengthened its remarkable resolve to win outright. Russia's outlook, on the other hand, is increasingly grim. Putin's mobilization of just about anybody caught in the military's dragnet, combined with viral reports of minimal training, has created a panic among Russians. So, Russia's decided to take the war to TikTok. TikTok has been hit with a 51,000 United States dollar fine, 51,000 US dollars in Russia for hosting so-called LGBTQIA plus propaganda, which is banned in the Russian Empire. Russia's tech regulator also fined Amazon's Twitch platform 68,000 United States dollars for hosting an interview with Oleksiy Arestovich, an advisor to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, on the basis that it contained fake information. And that brings us to the problem of German energy. According to Hendrik Neumann, CTO of the leading German power grid operator Amprion, United Germany may have to temporarily halt energy exports to countries such as France this winter. Neumann said the last resort measure could become necessary to avoid electricity shortages in Germany itself. Chalk that up as another potential example of the United Germany not showing much solidarity to its neighbors during the European energy crisis. The government has unveiled a 200 billion euro energy support package for German businesses this winter, despite blocking a gas price cap at the European Union level. Hey, I'm all on their side in this. It's not like anybody would come to help them when they were in need. So, fuck everybody else. It's time for Germany to think about itself. This brings us, of course, back to Putin and Trump and the assault of anarchy. I am taken aback, and not for the first time, that terrible and shocking things now just flow over Americans as if chaos is part of a normal day. We don't have to accept the new normal. This brings us to that old poem about the widening gyre. I began decompressing yesterday afternoon, as I sometimes do, with a 16-ounce tall can of Coca-Cola and a discussion with my old gang brother. We were talking about Yesterceptimonias, last week's nuclear warnings from Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. And while we were on the subject of unhinged threats, I mentioned Donald Trump's bizarre statement over the weekend that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell had a death wish, with a racist slam on McConnell's wife, Elaine Chao, added in for good measure. Oh yeah, my original gangsta bro did say. I'd forgotten about that. To be honest, so had I. But when my son opened Twitter yesterday, the Bulwark publisher, Sarah Longwell's tweet that we are still underreacting to the threat of Trump jumped out at me. She's right. We are also, in a way, underreacting to the war in Ukraine. Our attention, understandably, has become focused on the human drama, but we are losing our grip on the larger story and greater danger. Russia's dictator is demanding that he be allowed to take whatever he wants, at will and by force. He is now, as I have spraketh, at war not only with Ukraine, but with the entire international order. He, like his admirer Donald Trump, is at war with democracy itself. And somehow, we have all just gotten used to it. We are inured to these events, not because we are callous or uncaring. Rather, people such as Trump and Putin have sent us into a tailspin, a vortex of mad rhetoric and literal violence that has unmoored us from any sense of the moral principles that once guided us, however imperfectly, both at home and abroad. This is the widening gyre W.B. Yeats wrote about in 1919, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was born. The sense that anarchy is loosed upon the world as things fall apart. For many years, I have often felt this way in the course of an ordinary day, when it seems as if I am living in a dystopian alternate universe. A time of hope and progress that began in the late 1980s was somehow derailed, perhaps even before the last chunks of the Berlin Wall's corpse were being cleared from the Friedrichstrasse. This was a time, for example, when we started taking people like Ross Perot seriously, which was an early warning sign of our incipient post-Cold War stupor. There be three major moments in which I have felt that sense of vertigo. In my lifetime, I have seen polio defeated and smallpox eradicated. Now, hundreds of thousands of Americans are dead and still dying because they refused a life-saving vaccine as a test of their political loyalty to an ignoramus. With fewer international destinations testing for or reporting COVID-19 cases, the CDC has announced it will no longer maintain a country-by-country list of travel advisories related to the virus. Instead, the agency will only post a notice for a country if there is a concerning variant or situation that would change its travel recommendations. The CDC issued its first COVID-specific travel notice for Red China in January of 2020 and has long been updating its advisories list each Monday until this week. The agency recommends that regardless of the destination, international travelers should stay up to date on their COVID-19 vaccines and have all eligible booster shots. The pandemic's legacy is already clear. America is choosing to stay vulnerable to pandemics. All of this will happen again. Recently, after a week in which 2,789 Americans died of COVID-19, President Joseph Biden proclaimed that the pandemic is over. Anthony Fauci described the controversy around the proclamation as a matter of semantics, but the facts we are living with can speak for themselves. COVID still kills roughly as many Americans every week as died on 9/11. It is on track to kill at least 100,000 a year, triple the typical toll of the flu. Despite gross undercounting, more than 50,000 infections are being recorded every day. The CDC estimates that 19 million adults have long COVID. COVID for a lifetime. Things have undoubtedly improved since the peak of the crisis, but calling the pandemic over is like calling a fight finished because your opponent is punching you in the ribs instead of the face. American leaders and pundits have been trying to call an end to the pandemic since its beginning, only to be faced with new surges or variants. This mindset not only compromises our nation's ability to even manage COVID, but also leaves us vulnerable to other outbreaks. Future pandemics are not hypothetical. They're inevitable and imminent. New infectious diseases have regularly emerged throughout recent decades, and climate change is quickening the pace of such events. As rising temperatures force animals to relocate, species that have never coexisted will meet, allowing the viruses within them to find new hosts, humans included. Dealing with all of this again is a matter of when, not if. Now, it was as far back as 2018 that I warned that these United States were not prepared for a pandemic. That diagnosis remains unchanged. If anything, I was too optimistic. America was ranked as the world's most prepared country in 2019, and bafflingly, again in 2021, but accounts for 16% of global COVID deaths, despite having just 4% of the global population. We spend more on medical care than any other wealthy country, but our hospitals were nonetheless overwhelmed. We helped create vaccines in record time, but we're 67th in the world in full vaccinations. This trend cannot solely be attributed to political division. Even the most heavily vaccinated blue state, Rhode Island, still lags behind 21 other nations on Earth. America experienced the largest life expectancy decline of any wealthy country in 2020, and, unlike our peers, continues declining in 2021, the last time we checked. If it had fared as well as just the average peer nation, 1.1 million people who died last year, a third of all American deaths, would still be alive. America's superlatively poor performance cannot solely be blamed on either the Trump or Biden administrations, although both have made egregious errors. Rather, the new coronavirus exploited our country's many failing systems, our overstuffed prisons and understaffed nursing homes, our chronically underfunded public health system, our reliance on convoluted supply chains, and a just-in-time economy, its for-profit healthcare system, whose workers were already burned out, our decades-long project of unweaving social safety nets, and our legacy of racism and segregation that had already left Black and Indigenous communities and other communities of color disproportionately burdened with health problems. Even in the pre-COVID years, these United States were still losing about 626,000 people more than expected for a nation of our size and resources. COVID simply toppled an edifice whose foundations were already rotten. In furiously racing to rebuild on this same foundation, America sets itself up to collapse once more. Experience is reputedly the best teacher, and yet the American empire repeated mistakes from the early pandemic when faced with the Delta and Omicron variants. We got early global access to vaccines, and nonetheless lost almost 500,000 people after all adults became eligible for the shots. We have struggled to control monkeypox, a slower spreading virus for which there is already a vaccine. Our right-wing legislatures have passed laws and rulings that curtail the possibility of important public health measures like quarantines and vaccine mandates. We have made none of the broad changes that would protect our population against future pathogens, such as better ventilation or universal paid sick leave. Our choices guarantee that everything that's happened in the past 3 years will happen again. These United States will continue to struggle against infectious diseases, in part because some of our most deeply held values are antithetical to the task of besting a virus. Since our founding, this anti-culture has prized a strain of rugged individualism that prioritizes individual freedom and valorizes self-reliance. According to this twisted ethos, people are responsible for their own well-being. Physical and moral strength are equated. Social vulnerability results from personal weakness rather than policy failure. And handouts or advice from the government are unwelcome. Such ideals are disastrous when handling a pandemic for two major reasons. First, diseases spread. Each person's choices inextricably affect their community, and the threat to the collective always exceeds that to the individual. As Spock said, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The original Omicron variant, for example, posed slightly less risk to each infected person than the variants that preceded it, but spread so quickly that it inundated hospitals, greatly magnifying COVID's societal costs. To handle such threats, collective action is necessary. Governments need policies, such as vaccine requirements, or, yes, mask mandates, that protect the health of entire populations, while individuals have to consider their contribution to everyone else's risk alongside their own personal stakes. And yet, since the spring of 2021, pundits have mocked people who continue to think this way for being irrational and overcautious, and government officials have consistently framed COVID as a matter of personal responsibility. This is why I serve as your Vulcan intervention. No one else has the common sense. Second, a person's circumstances always constrain their choices. Low-income and minority groups find it harder to avoid infections or isolate when sick because they're more likely to live in crowded homes and hold hourly wage jobs without paid leave or the option to work remotely. Places such as prisons and nursing homes, whose residents have little autonomy, became as hotspots for the worst outbreaks. Treating a pandemic as an individualist free-for-all ignores how difficult it is for many Americans to even protect themselves. It also leaves people with vulnerabilities that last across successive pathogens. The groups that suffered most during the H1N1, hemagglutinin 1 neuraminidase 1 influenza pandemic of 2009 were the same ones that took the brunt of COVID a decade later. America's individualist bent has also shaped its entire healthcare system, which ties health to wealth and employment. That system is organized around treating sick people at great and wasteful expense instead of preventing communities from falling sick in the first. The latter is the remit of public health rather than medicine and has long been underfunded and undervalued. Even the CDC, our nation's top public health agency, changed its guidelines in February to prioritize hospitalizations over cases, implicitly tolerating infections as long as hospitals are stable. But such a strategy practically ensures that emergency rooms will be overwhelmed by a fast-spreading virus, that, consequently, healthcare workers will quit, and that waves of chronically ill long-haulers who are disabled by their infections will seek care and receive nothing. All of that has happened and will happen again. America's pandemic individualism means that it's your job to protect yourself from infection. If you get sick, your treatment may be unaffordable, And if you don't get better, you will struggle to find help, or even anyone who believes you. In the late 19th century, many scholars realized that epidemics were social problems, whose spread and toll are influenced by poverty, inequality, overcrowding, hazardous working conditions, poor sanitation, and political negligence. But after the advent of the germ theory, this social model was displaced by a biomedical and militaristic one, in which diseases were simple battles between hosts and pathogens, playing out within individual bodies. This paradigm conveniently allowed people to ignore the social context of disease. Instead of tackling intractable social problems, scientists focused on fighting microscopic enemies with drugs, vaccines, and other products of scientific research, an approach that sat easily with America's abiding fixation on technology as a panacea. The allure of biomedical panaceas is still strong. For more than a year, the Biden administration and its advisors have reassured Americans that with vaccines and antivirals, we have the tools to control the pandemic. These tools are indeed effective, but their efficacy is limited if people cannot access them or do not want to. And if the government does not create policies that shift that dynamic. A profoundly unequal society was always going to struggle with access. People with low incomes, food insecurity, eviction risk, and no health insurance struggled to make or attend vaccine appointments even after shots were widely available. A profoundly mistrustful society was always going to struggle with hesitancy, made worse by political polarization and rampantly spreading misinformation. The result is that just 72% of Americans have completed their initial course of shots, and just half have gotten the first of the boosters necessary to protect against current variants. At the same time, almost all other protections have been stripped away, and COVID funding is evaporating. And yet the White House's recent pandemic preparedness strategy still focuses heavily on biomedical magic bullets, paying scant attention to the social conditions that could turn those bullets into duds. Technological solutions also tend to rise into society's penthouses, while epidemics seep into its cracks. Cures, vaccines, and diagnostics first go to people with power, wealth, and education, who then move on, leaving the communities most affected by diseases to continue shouldering their burden. This dynamic explains why the same health inequities linger across the decades even as pathogens come and go, and why these United States have now normalized an appalling level of COVID death and disability. Such suffering is concentrated among elderly, immunocompromised, working class, and minority communities, groups that are underrepresented among political decision makers and the media, who get to declare the pandemic is over. Even when inequities are highlighted, knowledge seems to suppress action. In one study, white Americans felt less empathy for vulnerable communities and were less supportive of safety precautions after learning about COVID's racial disparities. This attitude of let the coloreds die is self-destructive and limits the advantage that even the most privileged Americans enjoy, because you will die when these people die because they do your goddamn work. Measures that would flatten social inequities, such as universal health care and better ventilation, would benefit everyone, and their absence harms everyone too. In 2021, young white Americans died at lower rates than black and indigenous Americans, but still at 3 times the rate of their counterparts in any other wealthy country on earth. by failing to address our social weaknesses. The American empire accumulates more of them. An estimated 9 million Americans have lost close loved ones to COVID. About 10% will likely experience prolonged grief, which our country's meager mental health services will struggle to address. Because of brain fog, fatigue, and other debilitating symptoms, long COVID is keeping the equivalent of 4 million Americans out of work. Between lost earnings and increased medical costs, it could cost our economy $2.6 trillion United States dollars a year. The exodus of healthcare workers, especially experienced veterans, has left hospitals with a shortfall of staff and know-how. Levels of trust, one of the most important predicators of a country's success at controlling COVID, have fallen, making pandemic interventions harder to deploy, whilst creating fertile ground in which misinformation can germinate. This is the cost of accepting the unacceptable, an even weaker foundation that the next disease will assail. In the spring of 2020, I predicted, logically, not intuitively, that the pandemic would last for years, and that the American empire would need long-term strategies to control it. But America's leaders consistently acted as if they were fighting a skirmish rather than a siege, lifting protective measures too early and then reenacting them too slowly. They have skirted the responsibility of articulating what it would actually look like for the pandemic to be over, which has meant that whenever citizens managed to flatten the curve, the time they purchased was completely wasted. Endemicity was equated with inaction rather than active management. This attitude removed any incentive or will to make the sort of long-term changes that would curtail the current disaster and prevent future ones. And so America has little chance of effectively countering the inevitable pandemics of the future. It cannot even focus on the one that's ongoing. If change happens, it will likely occur slowly and from the ground up, in the vein of ACT UP, that extraordinarily successful gay activist group that changed the world's approach to AIDS, grassroots organizations of long haulers, grievers, immunocompromised people, and others disproportionately harmed by this pandemic have formed, creating the kind of vocal constituency that public health has long lacked. More pandemics will happen, and the American empire has spectacularly failed to contain the current one. But it cannot afford the luxury of nihilism. It still has time to address its bedrocks of individualism and inequality, to create a health system that effectively prevents sickness instead of merely struggling to treat it, and to enact policies that rightfully prioritize the needs of the disabled and vulnerable communities. Such changes seem unrealistic given the relentless disappointments of the past 3 years, but substantial social progress always seems unfeasible until it is actually achieved. Normal led to this. It is not too late to fashion a better normal. Now, in the time we have remaining, I was also thrown into the spin dizzy. Just recalling how after living under the threat of Armageddon I saw the Soviet flag lowered from the Kremlin, and an explosion of freedom across Eastern Europe. An American president then took United States strategic forces off high alert and ordered the destruction of thousands of nuclear weapons with the stroke of a pen. Now, each day, I try to estimate the chances that Vladimir Putin, one of the last Cold War orphans of the Soviet system, will spark a nuclear cataclysm in the name of his delusional attempt to turn the clock back 30 years. The Chechen Russell puppet dictator Ramzan Kadyrov has gone on record to state, "In my personal opinion, more drastic measures should be taken, right up to the declaration of martial law in the border areas and the use of low-yield nuclear weapons." Russian dictator Vladimir Putin also recently threatened to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine and said he was not bluffing, despite multiple experts concurring the threat likely remains minimal. Other Putin allies, including former President Dmitry Medvedev, have also repeated Russia's nuclear threats. Noting that discussions of Russia's nuclear capabilities are common on Russian state TV and among ultra-hawkish military bloggers, and that Kadyrov's recent comments align with that, the ISW, the Institute for the Study of War, a Washington-based think tank, specifically referenced Kadyrov's recent comments that Russia should use low-yield nuclear weapons following its loss of the occupied city of Liman in eastern Ukraine, thus concluding that the Russian military could not operate on a nuclear battlefield in its current state, despite it having the necessary equipment and historically trained units amid escalating rhetoric about nuclear weapons. Sourced think tank concluding that the use of Russian tactical nuclear weapons would render areas impassable and therefore prevent Russian advances because its troops, who are currently a chaotic agglomeration, their words, of tired soldiers, hastily mobilized reservists, and mercenaries, could not function in a nuclear environment. Multiple experts and analysts have confirmed that it is unlikely that the Russian Empire will use nuclear weapons, with one expert recently telling Business Insider that the threats are likely aimed at causing confusion and uncertainty. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin also criticized Putin's nuclear saber-rattling and said he doesn't currently see anything indicating that nuclear weapons will ever be used. But get this. Know this. Get it straight and ram it up your ass if you have to. We're already fighting the Third World War with Russia. Nuclear blackmail, illegal annexation of territory, hundreds of thousands of Russian men rounded up and sent to the front lines in Ukraine, undersea gas pipelines to Europe mysteriously blowing up. After endless speculation, we can now say it for sure. This is how Vladimir Putin responds when he is backed into a corner. Throughout 7 awful months of war in Ukraine, President Joe Biden has held to a steadfast line when it comes to the Russian invasion. His goal is to help Ukraine win, while also ensuring that victory does not trigger a third world war. But as Russian forces have experienced American-aided battlefield setbacks in recent days, Putin has reacted by ratcheting up the pressure. It's far from clear how Washington will be able to continue to pursue both goals simultaneously, given that Vlad Putin is holding Ukraine and the rest of this world hostage to his demands. On Friday, into this last weekend, Putin affirmed the results of what the Biden administration has sternly termed sham referenda as a pretext to declare Russian-occupied territories in Ukraine part of the Russian state. How could Biden, or the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, or anyone else who believes in international order, agree to that? And yet Donald Trump and the growing faction of pro-Putin cheerleaders in the conservative media, Tucker Carlson on Thinking of You, are demanding still more concessions to Russia in response to Putin's escalating threats. The other night, Tucker Carlson, citing no evidence, blamed the United States for somehow playing a role in attacks on the Nord Stream gas pipelines. Charlie Kirk, one of the most outrageous of the junior Trumpists, speculated that it was a potential midterm election operation and that United States intelligence agencies should be considered guilty until proven innocent. An appalling smear gleefully parodied on Russian state TV. The ex-president, who during his time in office did so much to weaken NATO and undermine American allies, while also praising Putin himself, even offered himself up as a mediator. On Wednesday, midweek last, in a post on Truth Social, his Orwellian-named social media platform, Trump insisted, "Get a negotiated deal done now!" Which, of course, is exactly what Putin wants Trump to say. After a Ukrainian counteroffensive in the eastern Kharkiv region this month pushed Russian forces back to their own border, Putin responded with new provocations designed to force the West to the bargaining table, since his exceptionally brutal yet inept application of military force has failed to do so. That, at least, is the consensus view of many of America's smartest Kremlin watchers, or criminologists, to use the old term. Now, as Alexander Vershbow, who served as the United States ambassador to Moscow, put it, having failed to stop the Ukrainians on the battlefield, Putin is trying to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat by political means. Russia's dictator, Vershbow has added, hopes that he can weaken the alliance consensus and scare the West into scaling back its military support for Kiev for fear of precipitating Russian use of nuclear weapons to defend the homeland. The sabotage of the Nord Stream pipelines further reinforces the image of Putin as a madman, which might persuade some allies to push for a ceasefire and negotiations that would inevitably mean Ukraine giving up its significant amounts of territory. Talk about a bad deal. It seems clear that negotiating now would be an extraordinary concession in and of itself to Putin's barbarism and willingness to threaten nuclear conflict. Yet, it's not just Trumpists who have been calling with more urgency for a negotiated peace ever since Putin vowed in early September to make use of all weapons systems available to us and warned, "This is not a bluff." Or is it? Over this last weekend, Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, promised a catastrophic response if Putin were to deploy battlefield nuclear weapons in Ukraine, let alone elsewhere. American military officials have no doubt produced many serious options for the United States to consider in such a scenario, including directly entering the war on Ukraine's side. Just the Third World War scenario that Biden has been so determined to avoid. Watching all of this, it's hard not to think of how often, over the past 2 decades, the West has collectively failed to get Putin right, or to get him at all. Over the summer, the Aspen Strategy Group asked to give a presentation about Russia at war, and what stood out to me about their presentation was the number of times and variety of ways in which these United States and our allies had missed the mark in understanding Putin at critical junctures in his impossibly long tenure as Russia's modern czar. Again and again, Putin has profited from the application of military force to achieve otherwise unattainable political gains. He came to power by promoting war in the separatist Russian province of Chechnya. He sent troops, Russian troops, to Georgia and Syria, and in 2014 to Ukraine. Each time, there were endless rounds of speculation in Western capitals about how to create an exit ramp that would finally entice Putin to end his incursion, his reign of terror over Eurasia. Putin just kept barreling down the highway. So yes, I'm skeptical when I hear the latest round of exit ramp talk. If there's one thing I've learned from watching Putin all of this time, it's that he is not one to walk away from a fight or back down while losing. Escalation is his game, and by now he is very, very practiced at it. As the Moscow Times put it, in a fascinating piece of reporting from inside the Kremlin, Putin always chooses escalation. On Thursday, the Russia expertess Fiona Hill stated she believes there's an element of self-delusion to much of the current commentary about the possibility of Washington and the West continuing to back Ukraine while avoiding conflict with Putin himself, who, after all, launched his war against Ukraine not in February but 8 years ago, when he invaded the country and illegally annexed the Crimean Peninsula. As far as Fiona Hill is concerned, we are already fighting the Third World War, whether we acknowledge it or not. Her chilling thought raises a searing question about American policy. If the goal is to avoid a conflict in which we are already fighting, then does the rest of Washington's approach to Russian aggression need to be reconsidered? Hill's line of thinking is one reason that there are increased calls from many Russia watchers not to kowtow to Putin's demands at a moment when both his weaknesses and those of his system have been so clearly revealed. There is also the matter of Putin getting the West wrong. In Washington, they hardly have a monopoly on misguided assumptions being a driving factor in international affairs. Many indicators suggest, in fact, that they were a major reason that this war happened. Putin not only failed to understand that Ukrainians would stand and fight against his aggression, he also failed to foresee the American and our NATO allies remaining united and funding the Ukrainian resistance. Moscow's bogus annexation of more Ukrainian territory seems likely to produce only more Western sanctions. and the possible extension of the war that Putin looks increasingly like he is losing. To quote the aforecited Madam Hill, "We've been in this for a long time, and we failed to recognize it. The problem is, of course, us misreading him, but also him misreading us." Nuclear brinkmanship between a wounded, sulking Russian dictator and an increasingly alarmed NATO alliance, with Ukraine trapped in the middle, is just about a worst-case scenario for a world that hardly needs another crisis. Will Washington stay the course? If its Western allies do not falter, it seems unlikely that Ukraine ever will. A recent opinion poll revealed 97% of Ukrainians believe victory will be theirs. Compared with 7 months ago, the odds on Ukraine winning have shortened considerably, especially as the BRICS, BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, have failed to reach their stated aims. Only 10 years ago, while Red China looked like the great economic power of the future, Russia seemed to be a hegemonic geopolitical power in the making. It had even cobbled together an international alliance called BRICS, the stated aim of which was to end American global hegemony in the field of advanced technology. The BRICS states also vowed to undermine the international standing of the United States dollar by producing their own BRICS currency. Ha! More like shit in a brick. In Europe, Russian hybrid soft power was taking over politics, culture, and the media. By 2020, however, it was becoming clear that the BRICS alliance was unable to achieve any of its stated aims. BRICS did not supersede the Americans in the field of advanced technology, nor manage to dent the American dollar. Here be Putin's folly. Putin's world is smaller than ever now. The moral and strategic disaster of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine has ended his imperial dreams. That smells sweet. The death of Russian dreams. Faced with Ukraine's successful counteroffensive in the country's east and south in recent weeks, as well as a growing chorus of hawks in the Russian state media criticizing Russia's military failures, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has raised the stakes. He has ordered the mobilization of 300,000 additional troops and implied that he would use nuclear weapons if the West continued to support Ukraine. After sham referendums in the 4 Russian-occupied regions, Putin on Friday signed a decree to annex them to Russia. Now, Ukraine's counteroffensives there will be deemed an attack on Russia itself and subject to escalatory retaliation. These actions underscore the miscalculations behind Putin's decision to invade in February and determination to remove Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky from power. 7 months after the start of his invasion, Putin has not learned any lessons from the mistakes that doomed it in the first. In the invasion's immediate aftermath, it was clear that Putin had made 4 major miscalculations. The first miscalculation was the overestimation of the Russian military's strength and effectiveness. No doubt those in his immediate circle would only tell him what he wanted to hear. Putin apparently had been led to believe that the war would be over after a 72-hour blitzkrieg. Kiev would fall in 3 days, and Zelensky would surrender or flee and be replaced by a puppet government controlled by the Russian Empire. Russian officers were reported to have carried with them ceremonial uniforms to be worn during the expected victory parade. But the Russian military performed much worse than Putin, and by all evidence, American intelligence agencies ever expected. Only Douglas Dietrich predicted their demise, as I had done for decades. The Russian war machine was unable to take Kiev and had to make a humiliating retreat, leaving devastation in its wake, with atrocities committed in Bucha, a suburb of Kiev, and other areas nearby. Many of the young Russian recruits were so badly prepared for the conflict they did not even know they were invading Ukraine, and Russian morale was low. Tanks and other military equipment were in need of repair. Logistics were haphazard, and the invading army did not bring enough fuel or food to sustain it for a longer war. The corruption that pervades all aspects of Russian society were also rife in the military. Money that should have gone to training and equipment lined people's pockets instead. And what was supposed to win the war was Russian soft power behind enemy lines, their fifth column of insurgents. But Russia's soft power is on the wane, because meanwhile, Russia's version of soft power was also beginning to fizzle out. Trump lost the election in these United States, and in Europe, authoritarian and populist parties sustained, and in some cases financed by Putin, were rapidly losing ground. In 2017, Emmanuel Macron won the French presidential elections against Putin ally Marine Le Pen, running on a modern, progressive, and non-nationalist platform. In the Bavarian elections of 2018, the far-right AfD party, instead of sweeping the board as expected, was undermined by the Greens, which became the second most powerful party. In 2019, the Strack scandal decapitated the Austrian far right. In Poland and Hungary, the regimes began losing control of big cities in local elections. Finally, despite much pre-election bombast, the European far right did not win the 2019 elections to the European Parliament. In Europa, Putin's allies are beginning to lose sway. Europeans were turning Putin's friends out of power, replacing them with centrist liberal green coalitions. In 2021, the far right was thrown out of parliament in Bulgaria as people elected to power a progressive center-green coalition. 12 months previously, United Germany had elected a left-green liberal coalition government. As he saw his soft power taking hits throughout the civilized world, Putin saw that hard power was his only remaining option to influence the course of geopolitical events. On February 24th, this 2022nd year of our Lord, he used that hard power. The plan was obvious. Putin expected to subjugate Ukraine in a matter of days, whereupon he would move further west to begin redrawing the borders of European states. He planned to attain with tanks what he had failed to attain with hybrid weapons. But there'd be no quick victory for Russia and Ukraine, because the Ukrainians did not share Putin's faith in his tanks. By August of 2022, Moscow's army had lost the initiative and was reduced to taking up defensive positions. In this context, the explosions in Crimea have demonstrated that Russia's defensive positions are not easily tenable, and that Russia is likely to lose this war. And after that, everything. Its hard power has become the laughing stock of the world. It no longer has soft power. It also no longer has a viable economy. And Putin has set his successor up to be the downfall of Russia itself. The opening week of the month before yestermenses, the month before last, the Russian economist and professor of economics at the Institute of Political Studies, Sergei Guriev, a former Kremlin advisor no less, observed that crippling economic sanctions and a lack of solid secession plan could cause Russia to collapse once longtime dictator Vladimir Putin leaves office. Whether he goes on his feet or feet first. In an interview with CNBC on Friday morning, as dated the second day in September, the economist and former Kremlin advisor Sergei Guriev said economic sanctions from the West have created a dire situation for Russia's economy as it remains mired in conflict with the neighboring nation of Ukraine. Putin is still on the fence about another run for president in 2024 and facing the possibility of a coup d'etat attempt from insiders wary of recent change. Well, the recent change to Russian law that would allow him to serve through 2036, according to some U.S. intelligence community people at least. Given that reality, Guriev believes the administration is ill-equipped to emerge from its current crises after decades under Putin's control, which he said has fomented an environment of paranoia that could set the country up to become North Korea on steroids. His words. A future regime change could take its different forms, with a revolving door of despotic leaders likely ranging from military officials to ultra-nationalist strongmen with little understanding of how the country operates. Putin, the second longest currently serving European president, has long been under scrutiny by the West for his role in violently suppressing dissidents and the regular, mysterious disappearances of his opponents in a political environment marred by rampant nepotism and corruption. However, Guriev said the collapse of such a system could lead to the rise of a leader seeking to rebuild the economy, who then seeks to establish closer relations with the West. Guriev's assessment comes amid a darkening economic outlook for the Russian Empire, as the Ukrainian war effort, according to all international sources, appears to be flailing under heavy casualties, supply shortages, and a desperate recruitment drive to replenish frontline forces. Guriev affirms that Putin has been advancing a false narrative about the impact of economic sanctions, adding that the Russian economy is likely in more dire straits than reflected by the numbers Putin's administration has been releasing. He told CNBC, and here I quote his T, "Putin's economy is hurt. When you actually look at the numbers, second quarter GDP, that's gross domestic product, in Russia is 6% below first quarter. This is amazing speed of GDP. In annual terms, that will be more than 20%. He built the regime in a way that, without him, the system will not function. People around him don't trust each other, sometimes hate each other. So if he's gone, the system will change somehow. But it will not last for long exactly, because the system is built around Putin himself. Eventually, I think the system will collapse. And that could take months. It could be several years. It could be North Korea on steroids. Who knows?" Support for price caps on Russian oil has begun gaining traction among G7 leaders, likely putting additional pressure on the regime, while reducing the economic pressure Russia has been able to exert on other European countries. In this context, Vladimir Putin's latest threat to the rest of the world is so not scary. In our remaining hour, Vladimir Putin, the diminished despot of a diminished empire, released a new 31-page military doctrine on Monday, opening the work week before last, claiming his right to intervene for humanitarian reasons in any country where the rights of Russian-speaking people are in danger, and, more broadly, to protect, safeguard, and advance the traditions and ideals of the Russian world. Ordinarily, such a declaration would be seen as a threat to all the countries that were once republics of the Soviet Union. Putin proceeded, and initially justified, his invasion of Ukraine by falsely claiming that ethnic Russians in the eastern part of the country were victims of genocide. However, under the present circumstances, the new doctrine, while not to be dismissed lightly, shouldn't be taken very seriously either. Putin's ability to invade other former republics, such as Georgia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, or even the tiny Baltic nations of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, is a doubtful proposition. The Baltic states are NATO member states, making such a possible attack particularly ill-advised. He is drawing on 3/4 of his army to invade Ukraine, his neighbor to the west, which he thought he could conquer in a matter of days, only to be bogged down 7 months later in a stalemate at best. Ukraine, aided by Western-supplied heavy arms, is now regaining lost territory in the east and the south, around Kharkiv and Kherson, respectively, where the Russians recently enjoyed a solid advantage. Russia is no longer able to build or even repair tanks, owing to a ban on exports from Western countries that once supplied all their crucial components, just like in World War II, people. It is buying millions of rockets and shells from North Korea, hardly a bastion of reliable high-tech military products. Another sign that Russia cannot make even rudimentary weapons, and that Red China, though an ally in some senses, is still putting strict limits on how much it's willing to help Moscow's war effort directly. Now that Russia is losing this war, even the closest chroniclers of the battles are hesitant to declare which side is ahead. The fighting has a long way to go, and while Ukraine has the momentum at the moment, thanks in large part to long-range accurate artillery supplied by these United States, Russia still maintains an edge in firepower as well as a geographic advantage. Ukraine, which is reliant on the support of its Western allies, will not strike targets inside Russia for fear of sparking escalation, possibly nuclear escalation, while Russia strikes targets indiscriminately inside Ukraine. As has been the case for a few months by now, the fight is to a large extent a fight for time. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky hopes that the flood of Western arms, Secretary of State Antony Blinken just promised another $2 billion United States dollars worth, turns the tide. Putin is hoping that his troops can hang on until the winter, when his shutdown of energy exports to European countries, lowering the supply and raising the prices of heating fuel, will prod their populations and politicians to stop supporting Ukraine and to push for a halt to the fighting. The European Union, anticipating this possibility, has taken extraordinary steps to preempt it, scouring the globe for alternative energy supplies and pushing for conservation. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said on Wednesday of the week before last in Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europe, that while Russia's pipeline provided 40% of the European Union's imported gas at the start of the war, it provides just 9% today. United Germany, which once relied on Russia for more than half of its gas imports, today depends on it for less than 10%. Italy's dependence has dropped from 40% to 23%. Several EU countries, notably France and the United Germany, have signed agreements to provide one another with energy supplies in case of extreme shortages. Still, even 10%, or in Italy's case, nearly a quarter of a country's energy imports is a lot. It's unknown whether the exchange agreements will hold up in practice. If the winter is especially cold, pressures to end support for the war will rise. Still, as of now, only Magyarország, Hungary, a stalwart supporter of Putin's Russia, has renewed its contract with Gazprom, Russia's gas monopoly, in exchange for staying out of the war. Ukraine's other allies are, for the moment, holding firm, much firmer than anyone would have expected a half a year agone. Then again, Russia's economy, while hurting, isn't on the verge of collapse. It has found willing customers elsewhere for its oil and gas, especially in the communist Chinese and Asian Indian empires. And people in much of the world, in those countries as well as much of Africa and Latin America, either want to take no side in what they see as a superpower conflict, or they outright support Russia's claims to Ukrainian territory. It is also an inescapable fact that Russia possesses a large nuclear arsenal, which is the main, if not the only, reason why Biden and other Western leaders are not going all out in their support for Ukraine. None of them believe that this fight is worth risking World War III. Still, except for that one fact, Russia can no longer be taken seriously as a superpower, politically, economically, or most certainly not militarily. Talk of expansive plans to protect the Russian world in far-flung territories is mere theater for a domestic audience that's held captive under Putin's propaganda machine and prone to believe his fantasies of a return to the greatness of empire. Then again, fantasies are not entirely harmless. The question is whether Putin believes his own rhetoric, or whether he might, in a moment of desperation, act upon it. In this sense, and in this sense only, his new doctrine should prompt some worry. We are witnessing the end of the ideologies of the Russian world and of the Chinese model. It is becoming clear that we are in the democratic world, are not doomed to sooner or later live under such models. They are no longer advancing. They are retreating. The danger is here at home, this side of the Atlantic, within our own borders. As a boy, in 1974, I once delivered the newspaper that announced the resignation of Richard Mulhouse Nixon, who was driven from office in a political drama so wrenching that part of its name, Watergate, has become as a suffix in our language for a scandal of any kind. Now the front runner for the Republican presidential nomination is a former president who is a walking Roman candle of racist kookery and unhinged conspiracy theories, who has defied the law with malicious glee, and who has supported mobs that wanted to kill his vice president. Against all this, how can we not be overwhelmed? We stand in the middle of a flood of horrendous events, shouted down by the outsized voices of people such as Trump and his stooges, enervated and exhausted by the dark threats of dictators such as Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. It's just too much, especially when we already have plenty of other responsibilities, including our jobs and taking care of our loved ones. We think we are alone and helpless because there is nothing to convince us otherwise. How can anyone fight the sense that, as in the poem by W.B. Yeats, the center cannot hold? And Christine Fontaine says, "Hey, sweetie. Hey, honey. Love you, babe. In this last hour remaining to us, understand, but we are not helpless. The center can hold, because we are the center. We are citizens of a democracy who can refuse to accept the threats of mob bosses, whether in Florida or in Russia. We can and must vote, but that's not enough. We must also speak out. By temperament, I myself am not much for public demonstrations, but if that's your preferred form of expression, then organize and march. The rest of us, however, can act every day on a small scale. Speak up! Do not stay silent when our fellow citizens equivocate and rationalize. Defend what's right, whether to a friend or a family member. Refuse to laugh along with the flip cynicism that makes a joke of everything. Stay informed so that the stink of a death threat from a former president or the rattle of a nuclear saber from a Russian autocrat does not simply rush past you as if you've just driven by a sewage plant. None of this is easy to do, but we are entering a time of important choices, both at home at the ballot box and abroad on foreign battlefields. And the center, the confident and resolute defense of peace, freedom, and the rule of law must hold. This is why the threat lies from our Supreme Court. The enemy that governs us, sans our ever having voted them to represent us. Monday opening this work week, the U.S. Supreme Court's new term began. Now the Supreme Court is to decide cases with monumental impact on democracy. The Supreme Court's new term began Monday, but the day before yesterday, or the day before that by now, 48 to 72 hours are gone with a slate of historic cases to be decided over the next several months. On Tuesday, yesterday, or the day before, for all intents and purposes, the court was to hear a challenge to the historic Voting Rights Act that bars voting rules that discriminate on the basis of race. Race will also be a central theme when the court considers affirmative action in college admissions, or whether institutions of higher education can take race into consideration as a factor when admitting applicants. Also notable is the court's newest member, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who will take her seat on the bench for oral arguments. Well, she did so Monday. Although Jackson was administered her official oaths last spring, her investiture ceremony sealed her position as the first black woman on the bench last week. Now the Supreme Court is taking up a divisive issue: big tech liability. Should tech companies have immunity over problematic user content? The future of social media and online speech could be significantly altered depending on how the Supreme Court rules on a few pivotal cases this term. The United States Supreme Court has agreed to take on a set of cases that could see social media platforms become liable for user-uploaded terrorist content. The cases accuse Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube for bearing some responsibility for Islamic State attacks. Currently, the platforms have immunity that is granted by Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. Some justices have specifically expressed interest in taking up cases regarding online content moderation, but many platforms, including Google, Meta, formerly Facebook, and Twitter, are concerned because they could open up fresh risks for the tech industry. The Supreme Court on Monday, stepped into the politically divisive issue of whether tech companies should have immunity over problematic content posted by users, agreeing to hear a case alleging that YouTube helped aid and abet the killing of an American woman in the 2015 Islamic State terrorist attacks in Paris. The family of the woman, Nohemi Gonzalez, argued that YouTube's active role in recommending videos overcomes the liability shield for internet companies that Congress imposed as part of the Communications Decency Act in 1996. On Monday, the 9 justices of the United States Supreme Court took their seats at the start of a new judicial year, even as the shockwaves of the panel's previous seismic term continue to reverberate across America. In their first full term that ended in June, the court's new 6-3 hard-right supermajority astounded our nation by tearing up decades of settled law. They eviscerated the right to an abortion, loosened America's already lax gun laws, erected roadblocks to combating the climate crisis, and awarded religious groups greater say in public life. The fallout of the spate of extreme right-wing rulings has shaken public confidence in the political neutrality of this court. A Gallup poll, Yesterceptimania, last week found that fewer than half of American adults trust it, a drop of 20 points in just 2 years, and the lowest rating since Gallup began recording the trend in 1972. Justices have begun to respond to the pressure by sparring openly in public. The Wall Street Journal reported that in recent speeches, the liberal Justice Alina Kagan has accused her conservative peers of damaging the credibility of the court by embracing Republican causes. Samuel Alito, who wrote the decision overturning the right to an abortion in Roe v. Wade, counter-accused Kagan, whom he did not name, of crossing an important line by implying the court was becoming illegitimate. To add insult to injury, Ginny Thomas, the extreme conservative activist married to Justice Clarence Thomas, was questioned on Thursday by the House committee investigating Donald Trump's attempt to subvert the 2020 presidential election result, which she avidly encouraged. With so much discord in plain sight, you might have expected the new supermajority created under Trump himself to opt for a calmer year ahead. No chance. The choice of cases to be decided in the new term spells full steam ahead. Tara Groves, a law professoress at the University of Texas at Austin, attests that, in her words, "I see no signs of them slowing down. The Supreme Court has chosen to take on cases this term that raise a lot of hot-button issues, just after they decided a bunch of cases that raised a lot of hot-button issues. From fundamental aspects of American democracy to LGBTQIA+ equality and the electoral power of racial minorities to protecting the environment, the conservative justices have selected a whole new slew of targets that fall squarely within Republican priorities. The schedule for the first 12 days of oral arguments this week tells the story. On Monday morning, the court flung itself into the thick of environmental controversy in the latest case threatening the ability of the federal government to counter pollution. Having curtailed in June the ability of the EPA, our Environmental Protection Agency, to curb emissions causing planet heating, planetary burning, the court now heard arguments in Sackett versus EPA, which has the potential to whittle down that agency's powers to uphold clean water standards. So we'll be all like Flint, Michigan, drinking liquid shit. Cases that will have monumental implications on American democracy, for American democracy itself. Because then on Tuesday, the court entered blockbuster territory with Merrill versus Milligan. That case could topple the last remaining pillar of the Voting Rights Act, which has safeguarded the democratic rights of Black African American and other minority citizens for the past 57 years. As Michael Waldman, president of the Brennan Center for Justice, put it in a briefing last week, that case adds to the court's upcoming docket the raw issue of race in America. Merrill versus Milligan concerns Alabama, where Republican lawmakers want to draw up congressional district maps that would give black voters the power to send just one Black African American member to Congress out of a total of 7 representatives, even though black Alabamans make up a quarter of that state's population. Their map was blocked by 3 federal judges who ruled that it was racially discriminatory and that the state had engaged in racial gerrymandering. In its brief to the Supreme Court, Alabama effectively invites the conservative judges to make it virtually impossible to challenge racial gerrymandering. Should that state's view prevail, challengers would have to show that racial discrimination was the primary intent behind how district lines were drawn. The Alabama dispute epitomizes 2 visceral themes that run through several of the blockbuster cases this term: race and democracy. The race theme is central to one of the hottest button cases of all, the challenge to affirmative action in universities. On the 31st day in October, All Hallows Eve, Halloween, the court will hear oral arguments in 2 parallel cases, both brought by Students for Fair Admissions, which describes its mission as restoring colorblind principles to colleges and universities. The first case confronts Harvard's race-conscious admissions policy, claiming it discriminates against Asian Americans. The second focuses on the University of North Carolina, which is accused of preferring Black, Hispanic, and Native American applicants at the expense of white and Asian students. There is a chilling echo in the concerted attack on affirmative action that is about to play out with what happened to Roe and Casey, the landmark abortion rulings which the Supreme Court overturned in June. In both arenas, abortion and affirmative action, legal precedent stood firm for half 100 years. Such a racially charged term will collide with another seminal moment for the highest court: the arrival on the bench of the first black woman in the court's 233-year history. When Ketanji Brown Jackson taketh her place among the 9 justices, as she did on Monday, she will be powerless to touch the conservatives' unassailable numeric dominance. But like any new justice, she will be able to put her stamp on the court during a tenure which, at 52 years of age, younger than myself, could last for decades. It is perhaps unlikely that Jackson will pen excoriating dissenting opinions in her first term on par with those written last term by fellow liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor, which joined the court. Well, who joined the court? Sonia Sotomayor did in 2009. But it is equally implausible that Jackson, whose parents fled the South to escape Jim Crow segregation, will stand aside over issues as elemental as affirmative action and racial gerrymandering. How she handles such intense controversies as a rookie justice could reveal much about her future presence on the bench. The second major theme of the coming term is democracy. In addition to the Alabama racial gerrymandering case, the court has agreed to take on the highly polarized subject of the role of state legislatures in federal elections. Groves believes Moore versus Harper could have monumental implications for American democracy. At the heart of the case is the deconstructed independent state legislature theory, which has been embraced in recent years by radical Republicans who argue that the Constitution gives state legislatures the overriding power to regulate federal elections, as if the South had won the Civil War. And we all abide by states' rights now. So states can declare slavery legal yet again. This is the madness of our entering our second Civil War. Now, how do I express this? Though legal scholars have largely rejected the doctrine I've just articulated, 4 of the 9 justices, Alito, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and the House nigger, Clarence Thomas, have paid lip service to some aspect thereof. Should they command the majority, they will give Republican-controlled state legislatures even more firepower to grab what is in effect minority rule through extreme partisan gerrymandering with very little possible oversight from state courts. At its most dystopian, an extreme ruling in Moore versus Harper will wreak havoc in presidential elections in 2024 and beyond. John Eastman, the conservative law professor mired in legal peril over the central role he played in trying to overturn Joe Biden's victory on January 6th, put the independent state legislature theory at the heart of his notorious memo laying out the roadmap for an electoral coup d'etat. Per Paul Smith, senior vice president of the Campaign Legal Center, has explained that the Supreme Court could embolden state legislatures to dictate who wins presidential elections in their state according to political whim. To quote his T, that might be unconstitutional under state law, but under this doctrine, state courts would be powerless to prevent them. That's a very hard standard to prove. Should the Supreme Court side with Alabama, Smith added, and here I quote his T at length, it would allow legislatures to undo black and Latino majority districts and do away with the opportunity of people to elect their own representatives. It's been the law of the land for 50 years, half a century, that universities can take into account all aspects of a person's background, including their race. Schools have set up their entire systems based on reliance on that being the law, as reaffirmed multiple times by the Supreme Court, though it sure seems likely they will change course this time. As if race and the future of American democracy were not enough, the conservative justices are also bearing down once again on the right to equal treatment for same-sex couples. They have taken on a case asking whether a graphic design firm, 303 Creative LLC, 303 Creative Limited Liabilities Corporation, should be able to turn away gay couples requesting help creating wedding websites on religious grounds. The supermajority also wants to revisit the American Indian Child Welfare Act, which for the past 44 years has been protecting Native American children from being forcibly separated from their families and tribes and placed in non-native homes. The ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, has warned that if the court overturns this act, it will put the very existence of tribes in jeopardy. In response to this, as a Californian, all I can say is that California must take the lead on a Second Amendment overhaul. In summary, the answer to America's firearm injury epidemic must start with rewriting the United States Constitution's Second Amendment. A nationwide movement to begin that debate by calling a constitutional convention could only start with my golden state of deep blue California. I understand the importance of firearms in the defense of our nation. I cannot reconcile the senseless injuries I see with what is interpreted as a constitutional right to maintain a militia as laid out in that Second Amendment. The answer to America's firearm injury epidemic must start with rewriting the United States Constitution's Second Amendment. A nationwide movement to begin that debate by calling a constitutional convention could only start with our California, because we are the economic engine of America. Such a revision is nothing new. Americans have amended the Constitution 27 times, most recently in 1992. The founders wrote that regular revision was necessary. In 1789, Thomas Jefferson wrote, "Let us provide in our Constitution for its revision every 19 or 20 years, so that it may be handed on, with periodical repairs, from generation to generation. If it be enforced longer, it is an act of force and not of right." James Madison, just 1 year after the Constitution was adopted, introduced 17 amendments. What's pressing now is the need to amend the Second Amendment. Our nation's founders never could have envisioned internet firearm sales, ghost guns, and the evolution of muskets and pistols into lethal assault rifles that pervade our nation more than 200 years later. The Second Amendment states, "A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." Constitutional scholars have long wrangled over comma placement in the wording of the Second Amendment. They question whether the right to bear arms is linked to the maintenance of a well-regulated militia. A 28th Amendment could define what a militia means today and clarify what well-regulated should signify. Such revision would be challenging. Amending the Constitution requires either a convention requested by 2/3 of the state legislatures or an amendment approved by 2/3 of both houses of Congress. The proposal must then be ratified by 3/4 of the states. The California legislature could request that Congress convene a constitutional convention to draft a 28th Amendment to amend the Second Amendment and persuade other states to request the same. Alternatively, Californians could persuade one of our 2 United States senators or one of our 52 congressional representatives to draft a constitutional amendment that then requires congressional approval. The final step for either strategy is ratification by the states, which could take a decade, but one has to start somewhere. The first strategy is being championed by conservatives through the Constitutional Convention movement, which 19 Republican-led state legislatures have actually endorsed. My golden California could join as the first blue legislature. If 14 more states joined, a convention would be convened, and the scope of its discussions could be expanded beyond firearm safety to include reproductive rights and same-sex marriage. California, which has amended our own Constitution more than 1,000 times, 500 times, could lead this effort. Republicans control 30 state legislatures. Democrats control 17 and 3 are split. Any effort to amend the Constitution would require states led by Democrats to both join the initial call for a convention and to ratify the proposed changes afterward. For the second strategy, firearm safety champions, Representatives Eric Swalwell, Democrat from Castro Valley, and U.S. Senatoress Dianne Feinstein, a San Francisco Democrat, could introduce a bill. The challenge, of course, is securing the 290 House votes and 67 Senate votes, which will depend on the outcome of the November midterm elections and unity in the Democratic Party base. To secure the needed Republican votes, focusing efforts on universal background checks for gun sales, which has nearly 90% support by Americans of both parties, potentially could bear fruit. The final step with either approach is to secure approval of 38 states. The 19th Amendment, which grants women the right to vote, was ratified in the 20 years following the Spanish flu pandemic, the American Army and Navy flu, which killed 20 million Americans and 200 million people worldwide. Initiating an amendment process as we overcome the COVID-19 pandemic might be an ideal way to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday in 2026. Now, I must confess I'm burned out. And we have half an hour left in live stream. I'm going to give Anne Christine Fontaine a call. Let's see if that works. See if she wants to come on. Not come on to me necessarily, but come on, period. And of course, the real Ian West had left us earlier. Sammy Romero did, and George Knight all kind of left quite suddenly, really. Let me see if I can find Anne Christine on my search list here. And, here we are. Anne Fontaine in my favorites. I have actually Mara Herman in there as well. I should give her a call sometime. Christine Joanna Hart as well, dear lady. Brianna Rand. Holy shit. That's like, it's like as if our lady, Viviana Sanchez has got another channel up or something like that. Let me see if that's in my favorites. Oh, accept. Brianna wants to connect with you. Holy shit, how the hell did I miss that? Last seen days agone. All right, let's get her into my favorites so that I could find her. There we are. Click that there. And then, let me see if I can get back onto call here. This is what I need to do is... how do I do this? There we are. I'm burned out, really, truly. All right, so let's see if others want to help. All right, participate, and then add Our Lady Anne. See if she responds. Oh my God. There we are. It's calling her. Hope I don't wake her up. I mean, that would piss anybody off. And, she's looking good in her photo. As our dear Lady Brooke looks in hers. And, all right. It's ringing, or it seems to be. I'd actually be surprised if she responds. If she doesn't, maybe Peter Moon wakes up early and might join us. That'd be surprising because he actually went to bed late. Stayed on for long enough that Brooke Gibson went to the gym at 1:30 a.m. in the morning. Imagine some guy staying up there all night getting his massage from a machine. I mean, oh my God. She probably went to sleep. Brooke did. And otherwise, she's welcome to come back on. And other than that, I might end the transmission a little early tonight. So, we've got this double holiday coming up. Indigenous Peoples Day combined with Double 10 Day, my national holiday. And obviously, I'll be celebrating hard. I'll be trying to contact a few of my friends before the weekend sets upon us, because once that gets started, I'm going to be obviously, well, partying down and getting high. So what I'll be doing now is, God, if I won't be kind of like, well, I guess I'll still be doing the Sunday transmission. It'll feel like forever between now and then. But hey, I think I gave you guys plenty to think on. Even though I spent only a few hours monologuing, I certainly feel we covered the extreme situation that we're in. And that having been articulated, anybody want to say anything before I close stream? Make certain to say it now so it gets published in the upload. I pray all of you who support me will have a blessed week and weekend. After all, when I'm speaking to you next, it'll be like it's a federal holiday, so I guess you'll be getting the day off. Do we get Columbus Day off anymore? I don't know if it was ever a day off holiday except for federal workers. Right? Some shit like that. So, all that being said, my love to all who support me, and may you all join us again on Sunday night. Okay. Blessed be. And of course, your support is always welcome. PayPal.me/Douglas Dietrich. It's a birthday month. And give me something else to celebrate besides getting a year older. And that being said, all right, take us care. Beware our enemies. Mine are yours. And stand by your friends. Definitely myself as your Vulcan intervention. With that, I'll be ending stream. Okay, this is the 3-step process. End stream. End stream.